The story begins in the highlands near a flowing stream. In this icy water sat a blue-haired guy who apparently was training his endurance. Unexpectedly, he hit the water with his fist with all his strength, and splashes of water flew in different directions. The guy continued to strike over and over again. He did this without any emotion. A moment later, from the stranger's blows, the water rose several meters and flew in different directions with a loud bang. At that moment, our hero exhaled with relief and looked at the created geyser, the drops of which were dripping onto him. He had heard that if a person succeeded in developing the body, he could become as strong as a martial arts grandmaster. Taking his jacket, he only thought that cultivating in ice water was too harmful to the body. Of course, if you do this for a long time. At that moment, the guy lowered his eyes and quietly whispered that he would not live to see 20 years. Looking up at the sky, he decided that it didn't matter, because as long as he was strong enough, he could avenge his father and mother. He set off saying that such a cost was simply nothing compared to his goal. Ming-Ye returned to his village, and a crowd of people immediately started laughing at him. Everyone said that a loser should be a loser. There is no point in his actions. Our hero was born into the Ye family, into a large clan, in a beautiful city. He belongs to a branch of the clan, and life was good back then. But when he was 10 years old, his parents insulted some important figures in Maple Leaf City and were killed. To avenge their deaths, he worked hard in cultivation, being the best among his peers. Ming-Ye trained day after day despite suffering. All people think he is a genius, but they don't see how much effort he has put into it. Half a year ago, his strength reached its peak in the youth of the Yi clan generation. Of course, all the people noticed this. At that moment, the stranger told Zhen Ying that if things continued like this, Ming-Ye would soon replace him and become the best in the younger generation. The guy, looking at his pseudo-competitor, just laughed and said that Ming-Ye would never grow up to him. Actions are transferred to the field. Then our hero lay on the grass and thought how he would become stronger. He's still too weak to take revenge. Continuing to look around, Ming-Ye suddenly noticed something strange. Taking a closer look, he jumped up because he realized that he had found a red dragon flower. When he grabbed it, he couldn't believe his eyes. If he takes this along with the sun powder, it will greatly improve his strength. He never expected to find such a treasure today. He decided that he should go home and cook it. At some point, a voice interrupted his wait. Some guy asked if it was the younger brother in front of him. In front of him sat Zhen Ying, who was surrounded by his people. He asked where our hero was in such a hurry. Hiding the flower behind his back, Ming-Ye asked a counter-question to his brother. Why is he here? Zhen Ying said that it has become too popular recently. Many say that in 6 months he will surpass him and become the first among the younger generation. Our hero began to wave his hands and shake his head, saying that this was nonsense because he did not want to compete with him. Zhen Ying laughed and asked if he should not interfere with him in the future. At that moment, the guy ordered his servants to go into battle and show who is boss. Ming-Ye must not cultivate for the rest of his life. A moment later, the blade of one of the bullies pierced Ming-Ye and destroyed him. Waking up sometime later, our hero realized that Zhen Ying had cut his meridians and stole the red dragon flower from him. His brother was left with no choice but to strengthen his body in the most dangerous way possible. He will never forget this. The action moves to the snow-covered mansion of the Ye clan, straight to Ming-Ye's house. The unfamiliar guy decided not to even knock, so he hit the door with all his might and went inside. Ming-Ye turned around at the noise in bewilderment, because he couldn't understand this impudence. In the aisle next to this bully stood Zhen Xiongye, who smiled and looked at our hero. The man harassed the former young genius Ming-Ye. He noticed that the guy was pale and trembling. Did he really go to the river and cultivate again? At that moment, another guy intervened in their conversation and said that a person must clearly know himself. Garbage is garbage. No matter how hard Ming-Ye tries, he won't change anything. Our hero, in a calm voice, told them to act quickly because he still needed to clean the bowls. The man asked why he didn't eat. Did he really consider himself a genius? Ming-Ye at this moment picked up the plate of leftovers that these people had brought him from the floor. After that, without hesitation, he smashed a plate into the face of one of the hooligans and poured out all the contents. The man began to scream in pain. His face was covered in fish bones and there were green onions stuck in his nose. The guy shouted, saying that Ming-Ye was a dirty pig with no principles. He doesn't dare behave like that. He rushed at Ming Ye in the hope of defeating him, but our hero only stepped back and swung his leg. His foot hit the guy's most secluded spot and smashed everything to smithereens. Ming Ye screamed and said that the next time he gives him scraps, he will destroy it. At this moment, Zhen Xiongye stood up for his comrade and said that Ming Ye dared to hit him in front of his eyes. Our hero started showing his teeth and told Zhen Xiongye that if he doesn't like something, then they can just fight. The man was at a loss. Ever since his parents died, he had not given up, and even when Zhen Ying cut his meridians, he continued to harm himself with ice water to cultivate. Looking at his comrade, Zhen Xiongye decided that a little insult would be enough. He doesn't need to risk his life here. He turned to Ming Ye and told him to wait, because soon he would see everything for himself. San'erhu serves brother Zhen Ying. Turning around and calling his comrade, the man told our hero that they would never let him go, and he would very soon become a dead man. Our hero is infuriated by the mere mention of Zhen Ying. He will never let him go or forgive him for what he did. After some time, his house was quiet again. Only the silence was interrupted by the rumbling of Ming Ye's stomach. Looking into the bowl of rice, he realized that it was gone again. The guy decided to go and buy some. After some time, I was walking down the street. A certain old man called our hero and asked if he wanted to become stronger. Ming Ye turned around in bewilderment and asked if he was addressing him. The man said that he felt hatred and persistence in the guy. He can make him strong and give him the opportunity to take revenge only if he wants it. Ming Ye laughed and asked if the old man could do it. Why would he beg now? The man smiled at our hero and said that this activity was just a hobby for him. At this point, he added that people like Ming Ye, whose meridians are destroyed, will sooner or later be forced to beg for food in order to survive. The guy tensed up at that moment because he couldn't understand how this stranger knew about him. Could he recognize him at first sight? The man stood up and walked forward. Before that, he said that tonight, when the moon rises to the highest place, our hero will come to him, and he will show him his fate. Already this evening, Ming Ye was lying on the bed and thinking about the old man's words. Will that person really be able to help him? Getting up from the sofa, our hero decided that there was no need to fill his head with unnecessary thoughts. Either way, he has nothing to lose. Ming Ye nevertheless decided to go out to the old man and find out what he wanted to show. Of course, the man knew that this guy would want power. He told Ming Ye to follow him. After that, they set off. Walking along the path in the cold night, Ming Ye asked where they were going. The old man only said that they were going to the mountains. In any case, our hero asked what they were going to do here. All this time, he could not stop shivering from the cold. The old man asked him not to ask stupid questions and just go ahead. After some time, they came to the mountains. The journey took quite a long time. Having climbed the slope, the old man asked our hero to sit on a stone. The old man told the guy that before his meridians were damaged, he showed his abilities. Ming Ye skipped these words and recalled the man's promise that he would show him his fate. The old man's face changed at this moment and said that he was going to make Ming Ye's body a little different. As he began to use magic, he asked if it would be Ming Ye's destiny to conquer this world. Immediately after this, the old man pointed his finger at our hero's head and his eyes began to glow. Ming Ye, who was losing control every second, asked with the last of his strength what the man was doing. At some point, our hero realized that he now could not move. His body is not under his control. The man at that moment said that if Ming Ye offered him his body, he would repay him by telling him the truth before he died. He admitted that he was a general from the Finch dynasty, but he was persecuted by evil people and lost his family. After that, he ran away somewhere and accidentally acquired the ancient art of reincarnation in another body, Yigua Jimu technique. Thanks to this skill, he was able to take over the body of the heavenly Earth's inner disciple. It took him 30 years to become the head of the department. But this was not enough. With a great desire for revenge, he stole 3 great treasures. But the holy people from the sect pursued him, and he almost died while escaping. At a fateful moment, he saw a dying beggar, so he had to take his body. It was in this body that he waited for a more suitable candidate. Ming Ye was not stupid and immediately realized that he was chosen. The guy said that there was nothing special about him and his meridians were destroyed. He started screaming and saying that his body would not be a good choice for reincarnation. The old man shook his head and said that soon this body will not be Ming Ye, but his. He then took out a bottle containing a rare foundation pill. She will change the guy's body structure and make the old man an exceptional genius after reincarnation. The guy started screaming and saying that one day he will definitely pay for everything he did. The old man took out a tablet and asked not to make him laugh. In the land of Tianyuan, only the strong have the right to vote. Therefore, you only need to blame your weakness and not him. He then said that the guy couldn't take the pill by mouth. For its effect, you need to open the heart and put it inside, and then spread it. But it's not fatal. Ming Ye began screaming in horror and saying that all this was nonsense, because there was no way he could survive with his heart cut out. The man put his hand on Ming Ye's chest no matter what. The guy began to say that the old man would go to hell, but at that very moment something strange began to happen. My heart started to feel different. The tablet was inserted inside. After a while, Ming Ye sat with his head down and was unconscious. The old man was glad that everything worked, because now he could move on to the next step. After he whispered something, the old man began to close his eyes and still fell to the ground. Within a moment, Ming Ye, who was no longer himself, woke up. He said that this body is much better than he expected. Unexpectedly for him, he began to lose control of his hand. He could not even imagine that the guy's will to survive was so strong. Deciding that he would destroy the soul of this naive guy later, the old man decided to first attach a divine cloak to himself. He took it in his hands and dripped his blood onto it. This was needed for a special ritual. Having put it on himself, he was proud of himself. This coat truly lives up to its reputation. He spent 30 years on this. At that moment, something in my head began to say that the bloody harvest was a success. The man tensed, because this voice was a tangible spirit. The spirit detected an external invasion and gave the command to destroy it. The man started screaming and saying that he created it. He is its owner. The spirit responded by saying that the one who dedicated himself to the blood sacrifice would become the master, but it was not he. The flame immediately enveloped the man. He only managed to be disappointed that he had to spend 30 years of his life to get it. After some time, both bodies lay on the ground unconscious and showed no signs of life. At some point, our main character's eyes began to open. He stood up in bewilderment. He was interested. Why didn't this beggar take his body, and why is he still alive? A voice out of nowhere said only one word, "Master!" Ming Ye shouted in bewilderment and asked who it was. Appeared in front of him and asked him not to be afraid of him. She is the tangible spirit of the divine golden cloak. Her name is Beiming. She said that every divine martial arts instrument has a tangible spirit residing within. They can offer users a lot of help. Ming Ye, having dealt with one thing, decided to ask another. He wondered where this evil old man had gone. The spirit said that he attached the divine cloak to the master's body, but he did not know that there was a spirit inside the cloak. She simply destroyed him. The guy was undoubtedly glad when he heard these words. In addition, he noticed the divine cloak, which looks like a real treasure. Beiming said that the divine golden cloak was made by the Sky Roamer ancestral patriarch himself at the beginning of time. When he created it, he used the martial arts soul as the core. He also used a God's Will scrap, a Destiny scrap, and a Destiny riddle scrap. After that, he searched all of the 3 kingdoms, in search of 49 types of rare substances. It took him 3,000 years to finish what he started and complete the cloak. Ming Ye was perplexed by every word. Patriarch of Sky Roamer, soul of a martial arts deity? This is truly a treasure and a very serious one. Beiming said that since ancient times, whoever had the cloak could accomplish great things. Ming Ye also took the blessing pill. His talent is well above average. The girl looked at our hero and said that under her leadership, he would become very powerful. Ming Ye was shocked by what happened. He thought he was going to kick the bucket, but luck was on his side. However, the old man seemed to be a wealthy patron. Beiming said it did. She then reminded the master that there was a heavenly sutra on the beggar's body. It can be used for cultivation. The guy, of course, without thinking twice, reached into the old man's pockets, and after a while he finally pulled out a package from there. Beiming that this is the full version. Only the successor of the heavenly earth has the right to practice it. This sutra is divine level. Ming Ye was incredibly happy. Compared to this, the Sutta of Water and Fire, which his clan values so highly, is simply nonsense. He is amazed by the wealth of that old man. At this moment, Beiming reminded that his meridians had been destroyed, and he could no longer practice the sutra now. The guy got upset and asked the spirit not to raise this topic. This saddens him at such a wonderful and happy moment. Baiming said monotonously that she didn't understand anything. She is just a spirit and has no feelings. Deciding that if he could not use this sutra, he asked permission to find a chance to sell it. Lately, he hasn't been able to support himself. The girl said he could still use it. Although he made a mistake, she can correct his meridians with the pill and help him heal his internal injuries. Our hero started screaming and asking why she didn't do this from the very beginning. He asked her to quickly cure him and not call him names. Baiming reminded that she is just a tangible spirit. She has no feelings and doesn't know how to call people names. The guy looked at her in bewilderment and said that in this way she can do whatever she wants because she has such an excuse. In any case, he asked first to help him correct the meridians. Baiming asked the master to lie down. After that, she said that he could rely on her and she would do the rest. The spirit at that moment sat on Ming Ye's head. The guy shouted in bewilderment. He asked her not to move her butt because no one would want an ass sitting on his head. Once again, Baiming said that she was only a tangible spirit. She has no feelings and still doesn't understand anything. The guy said that he understood her and asked her to do what she had to do. The girl touched Ming Ye's head. Once again, something strange began to happen to the heart of our main character. Above his soul stood huge giants who were incomprehensibly configured. In any case, after some time he woke up and realized that the treatment had worked. He can feel how his power spreads inside along the meridians. At that moment, he turned to his mother and father. He told them that he was no longer a loser. Standing on the edge of the mountain, our hero looked into the distance and said that now the parents can be calm. Those people who killed them will die one by one. The next day, Ming Ye stood in front of the Ye mansion. The guy pushed the door, but it was locked. At that moment, a voice behind him called to him. Near the tree stood the same freak Zhen Ying who had previously destroyed our hero's meridians. The guy noticed that his brother was still trying to increase his strength at the cost of his health. He asked if Ming Ye intended to enter the Red Sun sect selection. After a few seconds of silence, he asked if Ming Ye could be planning to take revenge on all his enemies. Our hero said that he is dead after 20 years due to cultivation in icy water. What is Zhen Ying so worried about now? The guy laughed and still agreed with his brother. There was some truth in his words. Zhen Ying continued speaking. He said that Zhen Ying is disabled and sometimes lacks resources, so this is the only way he can choose. The only thing he was worried about was that Ming Ye still dared to be hostile towards him. At the same moment, he ran forward and said that even if Ming Ye was trash, he should teach him a lesson. From a powerful blow with his hand, Ming Ye flew to the other side and hung in the air. Hitting the wall, the guy's blood gushed out to the sides. He didn't expect this from his brother. Zhen Ying at this moment told Ming Ye to listen to him carefully. His parents were sinners of their clan, and he comes out too. Soner Hu is his servant. The guy had no right to hit him. Finally, the guy said that she hoped that Ming Ye learned something new for himself today. When suddenly he remembered something else. Lady Hanyu from Uncle Wu's family will come here in a few days. He ordered not to pester her despite the fact that they had been engaged since childhood. Ming Ye, looking at his brother, said through force that he had nothing to do with her. Zhen Ying laughed and said that he still has a little self-awareness. The guy said that Miss Hanyu is an outer disciple of the Red Sun sect and is very talented. She's not Ming Ye's type at all. Before leaving, Zhen Ying told his brother that he asked his father to send them engagement gifts. As he left, he said that he would take this lady as his wife for Ming Ye's sake. Immediately after that, he started laughing loudly. Our hero began to bare his teeth and promised his brother that he would give him a magnificent surprise. Through the pain, the guy asked Baiming if there was a way for him to become stronger than Zhen Ying in a short time. The girl said that there is one, but she is afraid that Ming Ye won't be able to handle it. Our hero recalled that he cultivated in ice water. What could be worse than this? He asked her not to worry and just show him the way. Tianpengji, this old man, once acquired a set of Qinggong maneuvering techniques, which allowed him to move quickly and easily. Because of this, he ran away and stole the treasure. The name of the maneuvering technique is heaven-smashing footwork. The spirit told our hero that in order to practice heavenly footwork, Ming Ye must first cultivate his primordial spirit. You need to fast for 49 days. After this conversation, actions are transferred to the house. Ming Ye decided to become strong in any way. Baiming said that in order to avoid starvation, he could consume the power of the evil gods hidden in the pill inside his body. At this moment, our hero's eyes lit up. There was only one way. 49 days later, Ming Ye was still sitting in the same place. The spirit could not understand why he did not wake up. She hoped that he would not be consumed by the power of the evil gods. Suddenly, the guy's body began to glow. Beiming realized that the cultivation of the primordial spirit was successful. A few seconds later, our hero's eyes also opened. The guy immediately said that the power of the evil gods is good. Beiming began to congratulate the owner, because he is now at the blood cultivation stage. She asked when he wanted to start practicing the first step of footwork. Of course, Ming Ye said that they would start now because they didn't have much time. 3 days later, our hero stood and tried to catch his breath. All this time he was hitting the bag. He understood that a quick step was very difficult. He was already very exhausted, and Ming Ye only took half a step. At this moment, our hero's fence scattered in different directions. Zhen Xiongye was in the aisle again. The man turned to Ming Ye and asked if he was training again. Why doesn't he take a swim in the icy water, or is he now afraid of death? The man asked Han Yu to look at this loser. Being disabled, he uses ice water for cultivation. The girl was disappointed that she ended up in this damn place. Han Yu said that Ming Ye is a simple loser, and there is nothing special about it. She didn't understand what she was looking at and why she was there. Zhen Xiongye asked her not to be angry. He realizes that they were engaged to this fool when they were both babies. He pointed his finger at Ming Ye and said that this trash didn't deserve her. He brought Han Yu to break off the engagement so that she could solve all the problems for the future. Han Yu looked at the man indifferently and reluctantly thanked him for his concern. Hand on heart, he said that he would guarantee her that Ming Ye would also say yes. After that, he turned to our hero and asked if he had heard. Ming Ye should write him a letter of termination of the engagement and not bother Han Yu anymore. Our hero asked in bewilderment if visiting other people without an invitation was really what her family taught her. Han Yu said that Ming Ye is just his parents' useless boyfriend. Why did he even think that he could talk to her about good manners? The girl said that if he was trying to attract her attention, then it was a mistake. Han Yu added that she would never marry him and would choose death over him. The guy laughed and asked who she thought she was. Is she really the most beautiful girl in the world? Does she really think that highly of herself? Our hero said that even if he is a beggar, he will never grow interest in her. Han Yu decided not to tolerate such treatment and said that Ming Ye seemed to have a death wish. She immediately ran to attack. To her horror, our hero is not a mere mortal. At this moment, he was able to use a quick step and dodge the girl's brazen attack. Of course, Ming Ye decided to take advantage of the girl's bewilderment and immediately struck back at her. She flew off with a roar to the other end of the territory. Zhen Xiongye looked at Han Yu sitting on the ground in bewilderment. The man turned to Ming Ye and asked how he dared treat his lady like that. Shouting that he was not a person, because he even dared to hit Han Yu, he did not notice how quickly Ming Ye approached him. At that moment, our hero delivered a precise blow to his leg and broke it into 2 parts. Zhen Xiongye started screaming throughout the forest, saying that his leg was incredibly painful. He fell to the ground and began to rock in pain. At this moment, Ming Ye turned to Han Yu and said that even if she took off all her clothes, even then, he would not lay eyes on her. He then turned to the screaming Zhen Xiongye and realized that he had poor control over the power. The elders wouldn't let him go after hurting him, although he also understood that he could just as easily be hanged for a sheep as for a lamb. At this moment, he began to swing his leg again, and Zhen Xiongye only asked in bewilderment what he was doing. Once again, with all his might, our hero hit Zhen Xiongye's other leg. The man began to scream even louder, but then he looked at the guy with eyes full of anger and promised that he would find him again. The news that our hero had injured Master Zhen Xiongye spread throughout the mansion. His people could not understand how he dared to do this. One of the guys came out of Ming Ye's house and said that if he caught him, he would break all his legs. Ming Ye was hiding at this time, beaming what the master is going to do next. The guy said there were a lot of people there. We need to wait it out and run away from here at night. Today he was too impulsive. He shouldn't have touched Zhenxiong until it definitely becomes strong. Although the spirit agreed to run, she was interested in where exactly they would run. Our hero said that since he has neither family nor money, they can only hide in the mountains. The action moves to the Chastity Hall. The head of the Ye clan, Wansheng Ye, sat on his throne. He asked his people where they thought Ming Ye might be heading. Zhen Ying's father, Ziwan Ye asked his father if it would be too troublesome to chase after that loser. It can't mean much. Zhen Ying at this moment said that the guy was talented and bothered him, but he cut his meridians like his grandfather told him. He won't be able to cultivate, so he won't be any trouble. Although the grandson said that one less loser, one more, but Wan Shengye was not worried about that at all. The guy shouldn't go to Maple Leaf City. If he heard what happened that year, as well as the Huang family, they would face serious consequences. The man hit the chair and said that the fault lay with the indulgence of all of them. This could have saved them a lot of trouble if he hadn't killed them then. This screaming man is Zhen Xiong's father, Yazilia Ye. He was incredibly angry that Ming Ye broke his son's leg. Ziwan Ye said at this moment that it was easy for his brother to speak. Nobody wants to be responsible for the murder of their own nephew. He went on to say that they just didn't expect a loser like him to run away from home. Besides, Zihui's wife didn't do anything to him, but at this moment Wan Shengye shouted. He told his sons to shut their mouths. He pointed at Ziwan Ye and said that he was an ungrateful idiot. How can he have the nerve to blame Zili? If he hadn't killed young Master Huan, everything would have been fine. The man wanted to tell his father that he did this not for him, but for Zisheng. Wan Shengye shouted again and said that Zisheng was 1,000 times better than all of them. Their future lies with him. The man waved his hand and told them to immediately send people out to find Ming Ye at any cost. He needs him dead or alive. Yazili Ye asked if he understood correctly that they should bring him here. He said that Ming Ye is Zihui's son first and foremost, so they can't be so heartless. Just break his legs, take him to the village, and leave him lying in bed for the rest of his days. And again the action shifts to our hero. He decided that those people should not know that he was still at home. It's time to go. The guy quietly made his way past the houses and did not attract anyone's attention. At some point he heard voices behind him. Some voice said that it was his fault. He repented to Zihui and asked to be spared. Ziwan Ye's wife came to see him and asked if he was having nightmares again. Ming Ye recognized these voices and understood whose they were. He was interested. Why does he have nightmares? And why did he just say his father's name? The woman approached her husband and told him that Zihui had been dead for many years. He shouldn't bother him anymore. The man said that he didn't want to think about him either, probably because they mentioned it at the evening meeting. His wife said that despite this, Zihui took the blame and his body was flogged by the Huang family. She reassured her husband that they simply could not let him die to the Huang family. He was not a murderer. Ziwan Ye said that Zihui chose to join the High Ocean sect in order to become a prisoner of the Celestial Empire. If he had not died, their family could have died. The woman asked her husband to listen to her. If he had not lost his head in the brothels, he would not have gotten into a fight with young Master Huang and accidentally beaten him to death. She recalled that if it were not for Zihui, the head of the Huang house would have killed him long ago. Our hero listened to this entire conversation. He realized that his father was killed at the hands of Wan Shengye, and he died because he became a scapegoat for Ziwan Ye. At that moment, the man thought he heard someone's voice, and so he went out into the yard screaming. Realizing that there was no one on the street, he decided that it was just his imagination. Meanwhile, an angry Ming Ye walked through the alleys. He couldn't find the right words. The guy turned to Beiming, and she immediately asked what the master wanted. Our hero said that from now on, he is going to become stronger as quickly as possible at any cost. He wanted to know the most effective methods. The girl thought a little, but then broke the silence and said that she understood him. From the very next day, Ming Ye began training to the point of exhaustion. The guy understood that Ziwan Ye was in huge trouble through his own fault. With every jump, the guy's legs almost exploded from pain and tension. Ziwan Ye is living at the cost of his father's life right now. Beiming at this moment told the master that this was already the 70th time. If he takes a quick step again, it will be very harmful to his body. The girl wanted to offer something, but Ming Ye immediately interrupted her and asked her to cure him now. He will fight for his life to the end. He will never forgive his father's death to his relatives. The spirit at that moment flew up to our hero and began to heal him. A month and a half later, training for the sky-destroying step finally ended. The guy couldn't stand on his feet. Beiming congratulated our hero on completing the stage. Now it's good enough to use in battle. Spirit said that now that his blood cultivation had reached a higher level and his foundation had been laid, he could try to channel the chi energy. At that moment, the guy put all his efforts into focusing, and a red glow came out of his hand. Is this really chi energy? The guy understood that he wanted to practice more, but still decided that now he needed to find some food. After a while, he sat by the fire and smelled the cooked meat. He didn't know that living alone was so relaxing. Looking at the roasting meat, Ming-Ye admitted that he should have escaped from home much earlier. Meanwhile, some stranger was walking along the trail and talking about how family traditions are just nonsense, and that going 15,000 kilometers to persevere is nonsense. At some point, the stranger smelled the smell and realized that it was the smell of meat. This was the final blow because she was tired and hungry. Arriving at the smell, the girl noticed a resting guy who was eating meat. To Ming-Ye's surprise, a certain entity tore off a leg of his meat. The girl sat down on the ground and began to eat the leg right on it. Apparently, she was very exhausted. Ming-Ye, after he came to his senses a little, decided to ask the girl who she was. She told him that ordinary commoners were not qualified enough to know her name, so she would not tell. Looking at the girl, our hero said that compared to some parts, his parts are more common than hers and are not worth attention. The girl jumped up in bewilderment and said that he had no right to treat her so rudely. She is 1,000 times more noble than him, or even 10,000. Ming-Ye was surprised and asked her if she was so noble. Then why did she take his food without asking? This is not noble, but shameless. The girl threw her leg on the ground. She was shocked that a commoner would have the nerve to insult the princess. Our hero laughed and said that if she was a princess, then he was a prince and she should kneel before him. The girl said that she felt the guy's cultivation level. She wants to fight him and show the difference between them. Well, she will fight at the blood cultivation level. She also added that she only needed one move to knock him down. Our hero was happy about this. He is looking forward to how she, the royal person, will destroy the commoner in one move. At the same moment, the girl ran from her place and a moment later flew towards Ming-Ye. This blow could be the final one, but our hero is not so simple. He easily dodged the princess's attack. The girl, perplexed, asked what technique he had just used. He was able to withstand her furious fireball. Meanwhile, the guy, not sparing his opponent, was already flying towards the girl. The girl also managed to dodge, and at the last moment jumped to the side. People watched all this. The man told Commander Sun that this boy was unusual. His chi energy is as strong as thunder. This place couldn't teach him that. The man turned to Commander Shu and said that his opinion was that that guy's tread was like the murderous tread of an immortal sanctuary. Looking at the battlefield, they only saw how quickly Ming-Ye and the princess were running from side to side. Commander Shu wanted to stop them, because the princess cannot be harmed, but Sun decided that it was better for them not to show themselves. Besides, he thought that the boy was only slightly better than the princess. He won't harm her. 4 hours later, the guys were still fighting, only this time they let each other catch their breath. Ming-Ye asked in surprise, "Is this really the power of the royal family?" It seemed that she was no better than him, an ordinary commoner. The girl said that if she had not been limited by the stage, then everything would have been different. She was angry and told him that tomorrow she would come back here and tear him up. Following the departing princess, our hero shouted that he was very scared. He asked her not to come back because he scared her very much. The girl understood that this was sarcasm. After taking the food, Ming-Ye said that she was feeling better now. Beiming said at that moment that that girl was not simple. The spirit said that this girl is protected by 2 protectors with the level of martial arts dominators. The guy began to look around in bewilderment and try to find these people. Beiming told our hero that this was pointless. They hide in the clouds and cannot be seen, but there is no need to worry while she is nearby. She knows for sure that they will not do anything bad for her master. Immediately after the Guardians, our hero asked who the girl was who attacked them. He was surprised that he had cultivated for a long time and was not even able to easily defeat her. The spirit said that it was the girl who cultivated the raging fire. She calls herself a princess from a royal family. In fact, this is true because she is a princess of one of the 5 dynasties, Finch dynasty. In this case, Ming-Ye decided that her behavior towards him like a commoner was not surprising, because she was a real royal person. After that, he smiled and said that in any case, if she comes again, he will certainly defeat her. Beiming said she has an 8th grade martial arts skill set. This is the wave fist technique. You can practice it and it will help improve your body and strength. Of course, this is a great option, because sitting with your hands folded is the worst thing to do. Our hero agreed. Opening the package of martial arts, a wave of power flew across the ground, and the knowledge of the art absorbed Ming-Ye. The action moves to the cave. Meanwhile, the young princess was actively searching for something. Her thoughts were filled with the desire to beat Ming-Ye so hard that he wouldn't even recognize himself. All this irritated her. It must break through right now, and there can be no other outcome. Her guards were at a loss. Is their little princess going to break through and become a first-class warrior? Commander Shu said that the princess is the precious personification of Finch. She does not admit that the commoner was her equal. The next day, the guys met again on the field. The girl was going to take a revenge match. A moment later, they ran at each other and raised their fists. Their powers met each other. The girl could not understand how the commoner managed to break through so quickly. She is from the Finch dynasty, building the foundation for many years, so she was able to break through overnight. Our hero at that moment understood that this girl had unusual abilities. She managed to break through in one night. He was only able to do this with the help of Beiming. At this moment, Ming-Ye jumped back. It was necessary to think about actions. The princess was not happy with this and immediately went on the attack. Like a phoenix, she flew up. Our hero understood that this was all not good. The heat emanating from her is terrifying. A moment later, the flames engulfed Ming-Ye and hit him. The princess became much stronger overnight. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in front of our hero and was again ready to attack him. She began to summon the Sword of Fire, and this should have been the final stage of their battle. Commander Sun told Commander Shu that the kid broke through 2 small stages within 2 days. They should either take such a person with them or kill him on the spot. At this moment, Beiming appeared in front of their faces and stared into their eyes. The men immediately realized what it was. This is the spirit of the Almighty. They couldn't believe their eyes. Commander Shu said that they were ignorant and talking nonsense, so they asked for his forgiveness. The men then raised their heads and realized that the spirit had disappeared from sight. They decided that the Supreme One did not want to show himself yet. Therefore, it is better for them to wait and watch what happens. Meanwhile, the princess continued to beat Ming-Ye with her new abilities. She asked if he now sees the difference between the royal family and commoners. Ming-Ye, removing the blood from his lip, said that he had not lost yet, so they continue. The princess was pleased that this guy didn't give up so easily. His will is as strong as his abilities. The girl said that the guy was not so bad, but she was tired, so they would see each other the next day. Another day they met again and fought with all their might. Likewise, on another day of the week they met, and the princess promised to knock out all of Ming-Ye's teeth. And on many other days the guys saw each other and fought, showing their strength and proving it. Then one day, a calmer girl approached Ming-Ye and asked if he was ready to receive today. Our hero asked her to stop talking and finally start the fight. At the same time, he thought that every night he was already diligently practicing cultivation. The girl said that he needed a good lesson. Of course, he knows there is no way he can beat her, but he simply refuses to admit it. Ming-Ye said in response to this that he had not used any skills in the last 2 rounds, but this time he would fight her using his weakest martial arts skill. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and asked what the weakest martial arts skill meant. She was surprised that he could know more than just one weak skill. Having not heard an answer, the girl went into battle because she was interested in testing the guy's skills. This is exactly what our hero was waiting for. Saying that she was on time, he used his skill. To her horror, her skill literally dissipated before Ming-Ye's eyes, and the attack was interrupted. The guy looked at the girl and said that he was inviting her to give up. Of course, the royal princess couldn't even think of giving up, so Ming-Ye can only dream. He was even glad that she didn't give up. After that, he asked to be allowed to lay her down in one motion. The princess at this time felt Ming-Ye's spiritual energy fluctuating. She needs to use all her strength. The girl rushed forward again in the hope that this incident was luck and she would deal with him again as before. Our hero used a quick step and ended up behind the girl, and after that he used a killer step. He grabbed the girl and simply poked her in the stomach. The princess never expected this. Her face immediately turned red, and she couldn't find words for the incident. Her guardians at that time were simply furious, because how dare this commoner take advantage of their princess? The guy laughed and said that he had pressed her pain point, which means that now she has lost. After a moment, she turned around and gave him a real royal slap in the face. After that, she burst into tears and said that he was a bully and an idiot. Within 3 years, she will allow him to pay for all his sins. Ming-Ye asked in bewilderment what he did. Strange. Bei-Ming said he touched her breasts and he definitely shouldn't have done that. Our hero was wondering when in a fight, someone cares about him touching his chest or ass? He only hits when he finds space. In any case, looking at the hand, he said that it was soft and even somehow cozy. Our hero left for almost 2 months, during which he cultivated and lived as a hermit. Bei-Ming said that it was all worth it anyway, and he is now strong enough. Ming-Ye has reached the 5th stage adept. He has the divine golden cloak and has also learned the heavenly walking technique and the 8th grade wave fist technique. Now no one can defeat him, because he is the strongest. The guy at that moment remembered that there would soon be a martial arts competition in his clan. Now he understood that he could no longer hide now. It's time to surprise them. The action is transferred to the street of the city landscape. At this moment, all the people were perplexed. Someone was carrying a boar weighing more than 200 kilograms. We also spotted a deer. No one could understand where this strong man came from. Then one of them realized that it was Ming-Ye, but still didn't understand how it could be. He was shocked that he had been looking for this freak for 2 months, and in the end, he came on his own. Ming-Ye entered the establishment and threw animals on the table. The man screamed in bewilderment. After that, he said that he was trading the wild boar and deer for lunch for himself. The boss said that he understood him and asked him to wait a little. After some time, our hero had real food in front of him, and not what he had previously eaten. He then spotted a plate of rice and held it up proudly. He couldn't believe he was awake. Bei-Ming said in bewilderment that it was just rice. Ming-Ye told her that after eating only fried meat for 2 months, he had already forgotten what rice tasted like. Of course, today is his holiday. Unfortunately, our hero was interrupted by some stranger who destroyed the table to smithereens. After that, he asked if it was really Ming-Ye in front of him. He asked him how he was doing. Our hero also recognized this man. This is a dog that always follows Zhenxiang-Ye with its tail. Apparently, he was also somewhere nearby. Just at that moment, he came into the room and said that they had finally found Ming-Ye. Our hero was glad that Chang-Ye was also among them. As it appears, everyone is here. Zhenxiang ordered to kill this freak Ming-Ye. He sent Chang-Ye and Yong-Ye. Because our hero broke his leg last time, he will take revenge on him and will not allow him to escape. At the moment when he was supposed to be destroyed, our hero managed to dodge thanks to his quick step. Ming-Ye advised the guys to move as quickly as possible, otherwise he would kill everyone. The guys decided that there was no way they could let him go, which is why they took up their swords and went into battle. Sighing heavily, Ming-Ye continued to fight, and a second later he attacked Yong-Ye directly in the stomach with his new attack. Following Yong-Ye, our hero hit Chang-Ye. After such blows, they definitely should not have gotten up. Zhenxiang-Ye was perplexed that the guy destroyed them with just one blow. How is this possible? At this moment, our hero walked to Zhenxiang and asked if he was going to take revenge by urinating on him. Let him try now. He asked why he wasn't doing anything. He's very angry with him for his broken leg. The guy said that he didn't drink enough water, so if he's not a coward, he should wait for him here, and he'll drink more water and come back. Of course, for our hero this was absurd, and after him he moved from his place. Meanwhile, Zhenxiang saddled his horse and ran away as fast as possible. He understood that he had to run as quickly as possible so that the madman would not catch him. The action takes place in their childhood. Zhenxiang then often bullied Ming-Ye. The guy said that he didn't even deserve to be his lackey. Zhenxiang-Ye realized how often he was bullied as a child, and now his leg has been completely broken. The guy understood that this time he would definitely not live. This distraught Ming-Ye will 100% not leave him. Meanwhile, our hero had just run after the horse. People in bewilderment asked if he was a man. How does he catch up with the horse? Catching up with his unloved brother, the guy said that he would definitely die today. Zhenxiang turned around in horror and saw Ming-Ye behind him. He asked him to leave him alone. The guy grabbed the horse and stopped it, after which he asked where they were in such a hurry. At this moment, the horse threw Zhenxiang to the ground and he hit his back. Luckily for him, Uncle Wu and his men appeared right next to him. The guy started asking for help, saying that Ming-Ye was chasing him. The man remembered this boy and was nevertheless surprised that Ming-Ye was in front of him. Our hero at this time realized that this was Han Yu-du's ruthless father. Why is he here? Zhen Xiong hid behind his uncle, and Ming Ye introduced himself and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man asked why he attacked his cousin Zhen Xiong. Moreover, he thought that this boy was a nobody in the Ye family and couldn't even eat properly. Our hero looked into his eyes and said that this was his personal matter, so there was no need to worry. One of Mr. W's men became angry at this moment and asked how dare the guy talk to the owner. Beiming at that moment said that this is the practice of an adept of the 10th stage, and behind him there are 4 more of the same. They are not to be trifled with. Deciding not to engage in an unequal battle, our hero told his uncle that for his sake, today he would let Zhen Xiong go. After that, the man turned to his nephew and said that it was too late. It's time for them to go home. Actions are transferred to the building of fidelity. The man from there shouted in bewilderment and asked how Ming Ye finished cultivating the initial chi sphere. Zhen Xiong said in bewilderment that this is true, because Uncle Wu said that the guy is now at least a 4th stage adept. Zhen Yingye shouted and asked if Zhen Xiong was joking now. Wan Shengye said at this moment that he had used the ghost axe technique to destroy the meridians in the past. How can he continue to cultivate? Zhen Ying turned to Yongye and reminded him that he had fought with Ming Ye. He wanted to know the details about the battle with him and how strong he really was. The guy was all broken. He said that he was already at the level of a late-stage chi cultivator. Zhen Ying still can't believe this nonsense. He cannot be no worse than a 9th stage adept. Even the genius of a prestigious sect is not that scary. Wan Shengye scratched his beard and said that no one from Ming Ye's generation could compete with him. If he is so strong, then let him not blame them for being ruthless. The man called his brother, Wan Ming Ye. He said that they should not allow the guy to participate in the competition that starts in 3 days. Wan Ming asked to be allowed to deal with this. He won't let Ming Ye live until the tournament starts. The action moves to our hero. Sitting on the bed, he understood that Zhen Xiong would definitely report everything. It was too late to think about it when war was declared. At this moment, Ming Ye's thoughts were interrupted by an incomprehensible knock on the window. A certain figure just ran behind him. The guy, perplexed, asked who was there and decided to open the window to check. He noticed an incomprehensible figure jumping from roof to roof. The guy asked him to stop. The stranger didn't react at all, so Ming Ye continued to run after him. The guy understood that it was someone from the Yi family. There is no warrior there now, so there is no need to worry. Thus our hero followed the stranger all the way to the stream to which he had previously gone. When the cloaked figure finally stopped, Ming Ye asked who he was and what he needed. As soon as he got a better look, he realized that he still didn't know this person. Is he not from the Ye family? At that moment, the man stood up, pulled up his sleeves, and showed his hands. After that, something strange began to happen to them. A moment later, with this unknown force, he grabbed our hero and lifted him up. The guy looked at what was happening in bewilderment and asked himself, "What the hell is this?" Beiming said that this is a warrior capable of releasing his spiritual energy, which is too strong to resist. He can only endure. The guy decided that in any case he needed to resist, but at that moment he was grabbed. Realizing that he could not resist and even move, the stranger threw Ming Ye on his shoulders and set off. After some time, they reached the right place. The man threw our hero to the ground. The guy came to his senses at that moment, and with horror, he noticed strange people around. Apparently, they were also captured and brought here. Where is he located? Suddenly, from the depths of the cave, screams and a plea for forgiveness from one of the people began to be heard. Ming Ye, at that moment, in bewilderment, asked the gentleman where they were and who the person was who was doing terrible things. Meanwhile, the man did not answer. His eyes were incredibly large, and he himself was shaking very much. Ming Ye realized that they were too scared to answer his questions. Unexpectedly for him, following the poor fellow's past, a dark hand came for our hero and dragged him away. After a moment, the hand released him and dropped him to the ground. The guy was at a loss. At this time, that stranger was talking about how Ming Ye was a capable guy, which meant that his spiritual energy would be delicious. Deciding not to tempt himself for a long time, he immediately grabbed the guy and began to pull him towards him. Our hero, in bewilderment, began to scream and ask the stranger who he was and what he needed. The man was surprised that he was not afraid. In that case, he decided that he would answer his questions. He is the head of the Black Wind sect. Their sect was destroyed by enemies a few days ago. he was seriously injured. He then decided to travel near the landscape city, absorbing people's spiritual energy using a spirit capture technique to restore his energy. But the reason he grabbed Ming Ye was because he was indebted to the Ye family. The guy understood that this man was strong, and he simply could not escape. Beiming told the master not to worry. She would take control of him when he began to absorb energy. After the story, the stranger said that it was time to end useless conversations, and at that moment he began to take away Ming Ye's energy. Grabbing our hero by the head, he told him that it was time to have a snack. At this moment, Beiming appeared and spoke, which will help his master absorb the spiritual energy of a man. When suddenly something strange began to happen to the stranger. There was something wrong with his strength. He couldn't understand what was going on. Why does the guy's spiritual energy flow back to him? Following this, he realized that his spiritual energy was also transferring to Ming Ye. He started screaming and asking how dare he do this. Ming Ye, realizing that everything was going as it should, on the contrary, grabbed the villain's hand harder. The man promised our hero that he would pay for what he did. The man was beginning to age before his eyes. He understood that the aggressive absorption method did not work. He needed to switch to a moderate one. He turned to our hero and asked to spare his life because otherwise he would lose his cultivation. Ming Ye became a little tense and thoughtful at this moment. He began to think. The man, as expected, turned out to be right. The guy is inexperienced and hesitant. After that, he fell to his knees and asked to look at him. He's not even a rival to such a strong guy like Ming Ye. He continued to beg for mercy. To himself, he thought that he was still too young to destroy him. He will teach him a good lesson. Our hero began to loosen his grip. In his heart, the man was incredibly happy, but of course he didn't show it. Beiming, who had been suppressing the man's powers all this time, asked Ming Ye what he was doing. The guy said that apparently this stranger was set up, so why not give him a chance? The spirit said at this moment that the man did not give Ming Ye such a chance when he was going to kill him. Just like Tian Pengji did when he crippled our hero. He didn't even think about mercy. Ye's family constantly humiliated him and forced him to live in poverty and hide like a dog. Beiming said that all these people didn't give him any chance at all. Ming Ye decided that she was right. Then he shouted that she was right and began to squeeze the man's hand even harder. The head of the Black Wind sect began to scream in horror. He realized that his plan had failed. After the man's lifeless body fell to the ground, Ming Ye again realized that all those people had never been kind to him. After this, the spirit turned to the master and said that this bag was an evil cultivator. There must be a lot of money in it. Our hero, of course, took this bag and turned it upside down. A bunch of jewelry immediately spilled out onto the ground. Ming Ye was shocked by the amount of gold coins. This guy was rich. Suddenly he noticed something strange among the pile of treasures. It was a green sphere. Beiming said that this is a first-grade spiritual stone. It is filled with heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. It alone costs more than 100 kilograms of gold. Hearing this, our hero's eyes lit up. He's going to become super rich. After that, the guy asked Beiming why the evil cultivator didn't mention her. Was she really invisible? The girl said that she was combined with the divine cloak. She is visible only to the master and the master's body, the only body with which she can act. She could only draw his spiritual energy when he touched his body to receive spiritual energy. In any case, she told the master to remember that he cannot depend on her. She can only protect him in an emergency. The guy understood her. The action moves forward 2 days. The Ye family's martial arts competition began in the arena. According to the competition rules, the champion can be a member of the Red Sun sect. Wansheng Ye said that his brother Zhen Ying and his cousins are truly capable of winning, and some of us participants can be internal students. The clan head's brother then came up and said that they had 13 disciples, but only one of them was from their family. They need one more disciple and they will be important in the sect. Wansheng Ye said that not everyone is still far behind the Wu family. Even Han Yu Wu is outwardly a disciple of the sect. At that moment, her father said that his uncle was flattering him. His daughter became an outside disciple simply by luck. Suddenly, they began to introduce representatives of the Red Sun. They were welcomed into the Ye clan family. Like 2 red meteorites, 2 representatives from the Red Sun arrived. One of them asked to save his breath. After all, they will not stay here for long due to certain circumstances. They asked to start the competition right now. The man, of course, said that it was not a problem. After that, he stood up from his throne and wanted to say that the competition was beginning. To his surprise, one of the servants came running and, in bewilderment, told Wan Shengye that Ming Ye had come to them. The man immediately turned to his brother and asked, "Is this really the result of his assignment?" Wan Ming said in disbelief that he had handed over the mission to the head of the Black Wind sect, one of the strong warriors. How could he fail in this task? The Red Sun representative said that they didn't have much time, so let them put their problems aside and start the competition. Wan Shengye sighed heavily and began announcing the competition again. All Ye family students under 18 years of age can become participants. People, as soon as they saw our hero, began to ask, "Why is this loser here? Does he wish to die?" The guy silently walked up onto the stage and said that he wanted to be a participant in the competition. Zhen Xiong and Zhen Ying immediately began to drive the guy away, saying that the competition was not designed for him. At this moment, Wan Shengye said that Ming Ye had every right to participate in the competition. He asked to register him. The writer said he understood. After recording, he notified everyone that 38 Yi family students were participating in the competition. The competition takes the form of one-on-one combat. Whoever defeats the most opponents will become an outer disciple of the Red Sun sect. Now, the first round of lot drawing begins. The participants began to walk towards the sticks. One of the guys said that he would kill Ming Ye at the very beginning. Our hero walked up to the counter and finally pulled his wand. It was number 1. He turned around and began to look for his opponent, but did not see him anywhere. As it turned out, by a happy coincidence, number 1 fell out to Zhen Xiong. So, the first match began. The guys stood opposite each other and were ready to fight. The guy was terrified of such a misfortune that he would have to fight with Ming Ye. Our hero laughed and said that he was surprised to have met him so soon. Zhen Xiong became very tense and decided that it was better to endure humiliation than to be killed. Why not just give up? Meanwhile, people were shouting and supporting the guy, telling him to destroy Ming Ye. The guy thought to himself that they should all shut up, because Ming Ye could kill them all. At this moment, Wan Shengye told his nephew to stop hesitating because he was disgracing the family. He doesn't think that Ming Ye is as strong as they say. The guy as a whole didn't want to hesitate. He just understood that he couldn't win. He began to say in a trembling voice that he was calling Ming Ye. He will kill him. Our hero waited a long time for these words. As soon as he heard them, he immediately disappeared from sight. There was silence in the arena. A moment later, he appeared in front of Zhen Xiong and began to swing his fist. Ming Ye hit the guy right in the chest, who was perplexed by what was happening. One of the chairmen was no less horrified. Ming Ye is a young 5th-level adept, but he managed to release spiritual energy. His friend said that this is not an illusion. He actually released his spiritual energy. This indicates that his spiritual energy is as strong as that of a 9th-level adept. Meanwhile, Yazili Ye jumped straight from the stands to his beaten son. He grabbed his son and started shouting at Ming Ye that he must have been secretly practicing martial arts. It is not surprising that he dared to take part in the competition. Our hero pointed his finger at the man and said that he was a freak, so he challenged him to a fight too. At this point, they reminded that according to the rules, only people under 18 years of age can participate. Meanwhile, the crowd of people was in disbelief, because the technique alone caused Brother Zhen Xiong to be defeated. At this moment, Wan Shengye told Zhen Ying that he must defeat Ming Ye by any means necessary. He held out the jar and said that he must sacrifice everything he has to become an external disciple this time. Zhen Ying, in bewilderment, asked his grandfather if this was a rage pill. The rage pill can arrange the power, but all of the user's meridians will be reduced 15 minutes after use. The guy understood that in this case, he would simply become disabled for life. Wan Shengye said that he would not accept no for an answer, and his grandson was obliged to cripple Ming Ye. The guy still agreed. Holding the jar in his hands, Zhen Ying was incredibly angry that he was being forced. Take a rage pill because of Ming Ye, he will tear him apart. Meanwhile, Han Yuw's father was surprised at the level of battle Ming Ye showed. At that moment, he noticed that his daughter was looking at one point. She said it was simply impossible. Such a loser cannot have such power. Despite this, only Zisheng Ye, the missing genius of the Wu family, is qualified to be her husband. This loser is not suitable for her at all. Her father began to say that this guy's abilities were no weaker than Zisheng Ye's. The girl started screaming and saying that this would never happen. He is disgusting and definitely not as talented as Zisheng Ye. Han Yu-woo understands that this guy dreams of entering everyone who is the Red Sun. She would never let him achieve this dream. Meanwhile, the next battle began in the arena. The Red Sun representatives discussed Ming-ye, saying that he had great potential. Huang said that this family is very lucky to have such a genius. At this moment, Han Yu-woo called them and introduced herself to them as kindly as possible. Huang said it was nice to meet you. After that, he asked why she came to them. The girl said that her family and Ye's family are partners. She came here to watch the competition. The guy said that he noticed that she looked at one person from time to time. Does she know him? The girl said that that guy was Ming-ye. His father, Ziwei-ye, was extremely cruel because he killed Master Zhang Huang from Maple Leaf City. He was then executed. The girl began to blatantly lie and say that Ming-ye took after his father. He is merciless and has severely beaten some of his clan members. The guy looked at her in bewilderment. Did his father kill someone from the Huang family? The girl was happy with the reaction, but did not show it. She asked if they were from the same family in the city of Maple Leaves. The guy said that he comes from an ancestral clan, and the Huang family is the most important branch of the ancestral clan. He said that he would track down Ming-ye and deal with him. Han Yu-woo told the guy that he was straightforward. She admires this. She thought to herself that she would never allow Ming-ye to enter a sect with great influence. Another round was announced again. Ming-ye and Zhen Ying were called to the arena. The guy was eating a rage pill at that moment. A moment later, the bottle fell to the ground and broke, and the guy's power began to be released. He felt a surge of enormous power and realized that the rage pill really worked. Immediately, Zhen Ying headed to the arena. People were shocked. He could smash someone's head in with just his energy. An enraged Zhen Ying walked and whispered to himself that Ming-ye would definitely lose. Han Yu-woo was surprised. She realized that most likely that idiot had taken a rage pill. Huang, meanwhile, still said that this family is really strange. But Ming-ye has great potential, so he will become an internal disciple, or even an elite one. He was only puzzled by the fact that the Yi family was trying to suppress all his strength. The girl asked what an elite student meant. The guy said that the Red Sun sect had 10,000 external disciples, 100 internal disciples, and only a few elite ones. Even the elders are polite to such students. Han Yu asked if Ming-ye has potential. The guy said that he had never been wrong in his estimates, but it didn't mean anything. Looking at this guy, Huang knew that considering his father had insulted their family, he would end things with this guy as quickly as possible. The girl was terrified. She didn't expect that Ming-ye, being in an infant marriage with her, had the potential to become an elite disciple. She has no right to mock him. Her father, meanwhile, understood that his daughter was most likely asking fellow practitioners to study Ming-ye. The man understood that Zihui was his brother-in-law, but he never took care of his son after death. No one protected him, and it was natural for Ming-ye to bear grudges. In any case, he decided that killing Ming-ye could benefit the Wu and Ye families. Once again, the action moves to the arena. The guys were already ready for battle, and Zhen Ying told his opponent that he was a freak. After that, he began to squeeze his hand as hard as possible. The rage pill was working, which meant it was time to start the battle. The action is moved back 6 months. Then Ming-ye was bleeding and was bullied by the local kids. Of course, this was the same case with Zhen Ying, who was ordered to destroy the guy's meridians. Using his power, he said that most geniuses in this world do not live long. Our hero shouted and told Zhen Ying that they are not each other's enemies. So why is he doing this? Without any words, he just smiled and waved his hand. The guy said the reason was that it would be his life's secret. That hour, our whole life flashed before our hero's eyes. His brother's blade pierced him. But when the action moved to the arena, Zhen Ying and Ming-ye were already staring at each other. The guy suddenly called his brother and asked if he still remembered the techniques with which he crippled him. Clenching his fist, our hero said that he would never forget about this, even in his entire life. The crowd began to support Zhen Ying and asked him to maim Ming-ye for his father's deeds. Of course, the guy was only happy with these requests, so at that very moment he began to swing. A second later, he released the split ghost axe and sent it towards Ming-ye. Zhen Ying himself ran after the axe. He hoped to strike unexpectedly. To his surprise, as soon as the smoke cleared, there was no one on the field again. Our hero stood behind at that moment and asked, "Is this really all that Zhen Ying is capable of?" The guy began to emit even more energy, and reminded him that he had already crippled him once, so he would undoubtedly be able to cripple him a second time. Gathering all his energy, he began to direct it towards Ming Ye and tell him to go to hell. This technique was called the mountain-breaking ghost axe. A very powerful attack was being prepared. In any case, our hero easily dodged all his brother's blows, which seemed to be endless. Zhen Ying became more and more furious with each passing second. He told his hated brother to go to hell. Wan Shengye knew that these powerful attacks had no effect, but Zhen Ying was going to expend all his energy. Wan Ye, looking at his son, understood that he was doomed. He didn't expect Ming Ye to become so strong. Besides, if he finds out everything and decides to take revenge on him, what should he do? Huang, meanwhile, continued to admire our hero. His technique is very rare, fast, and mysterious. His friend said he was right. The guy's technique is much better than the meteor technique that they studied in the Red Sun sect. The guy said he has secrets. He asked not to kill him in the upcoming battle because he wanted to know all his secrets before they killed him. At this moment, the battle continued, and Zhen Ying tried to strike at least one blow, but Ming Ye dodged each of his attacks. People were screaming and telling him to stop dodging like trash. You just need to take the blow and fight back. In the same way, Zhen Ying shouted that only a weakling dodges blows. The guy began to attack again, and asked this time only to accept his blow. Our hero also swung, and their fists met. Strength and energy emanated from them in huge quantities. After such a collision, a small explosion occurred, and silence and smoke hung in the air. As soon as the smoke cleared, Zhen Ying realized that his hand was grabbed by Ming Ye. The guy was perplexed, and our hero said that he accepted his attack. What will happen next? The crowd of people was in shock. How did this loser manage to hold off Zhen Ying's attack? At this moment, our hero, who was still holding the enemy, said that this was a retaliatory strike for him. Zhen Ying just had time to say no, when suddenly Ming Ye's fist flew into his chest. It's payback time! The guy hit his opponent with all his might, and he flew to the other end of the arena. Looking at this, Ziyuan Ye jumped off the platform in horror, just like Yazili Ye, and ran towards his son. The man approached Zhen Ying and asked if he was okay. The guy was disappointed. He lost to a loser. In addition, he realized that all his meridians were now damaged, and he would become disabled. With tears in his eyes, he raised his head and said that he accepted this defeat. Ming Ye told his brother that he wanted to kill him, and because of this, he became crippled forever. He certainly deserved it. Ziyuan Ye looked at Ming Ye and said that he was incredibly cruel. The guy screamed in bewilderment and asked who else was cruel. He said to the whole crowd that Ziyuan Ye killed his family. He asked the man the question directly. Has he been dreaming about Ming Ye's father lately? People screamed in horror and asked if it was true. Zihui was killed by Ziyuan Ye? The man told him not to talk nonsense because Zihui was killed for killing Master Zhang Huang. He didn't kill him. Without any emotion, Ming Ye looked at Ziyuan Ye and said that Master Zhang Huang was killed by Ziyuan Ye. At that moment, he began to scream and say that Ziyuan Ye killed the master, and fearing his fate, he decided to unite with Wan Shengye. His father was simply used and killed. Wan Shengye, as soon as he heard the whole story, became very tense. How does this boy know the truth? The man immediately jumped down and started shouting that Ming Ye was smearing the Ye family's reputation. That is why he must be expelled from the family. With incredible power, the old man landed on the ground and fragments flew in different directions. People began to run away from there in horror. Meanwhile, Ming Ye managed to dodge this deadly attack thanks to his skills. Wan Shengye, looking at the boy, said that today he will die right here. At this moment, our hero turned to the envoys and asked if they were really going to stand and watch how they were going to kill him. They are law enforcement agencies, after all. The guy began to say some condition, but Huang thought that Ming Ye was brave enough to threaten. After a moment, they both descended to the ground and asked Master Ye to stop. They have no right to interrupt the competition. There must be other participants here now. The drooping man bowed his head and said that he understood the venerable envoys. Ming Ye pointed his finger into the crowd and asked which other people wanted to challenge him. All the people were terrified. He was able to defeat Zhen Ying, who was the strongest in the generation, and also managed to avoid Master Ye's attack. Not seeing anyone willing, our hero turned to the envoys of the Red Sun and asked if he could become an external disciple of their sect. Huang smiled and happily said that he could do it. With his hand on his shoulder, he said that Ming Ye had good potential and definitely had talent. Moreover, he said that he had a chance of becoming an inner disciple. Another representative at that moment threw the pass to the external student. He needs to register with the sect within a month. Our hero caught this pass and said that he was very happy. After that, he thanked the guys. The crowd was unhappy that Ming Ye was the winner, and he didn't even give the people a chance. Others thought that the guy might take revenge on them. Ming Ye then looked at Wan Shengye and asked if he happened to say that he would die here today. The guy said he was leaving and asked if they would accompany him. The old man, meanwhile, was losing control. Wan Ming immediately came over and asked his brother to calm down. The guy twirled his pass and said that if they didn't want to see him off, he'd just leave. At this moment, one of the representatives asked Huang whether Ming Ye's meridians had begun to collapse. The guy said they started. He injected negative energy of destruction into his body. His meridians have begun to collapse, and he will become a non-entity soon. The guy said that he will make him reveal all his secrets that he wants to know. The action moves to the Hall of Fidelity, where people have gathered for a meeting. Ziwan Ye looked at his son and was terrified. He was all exhausted from bandages. He wanted to say something, but Wan Shengye interrupted him and said that he deserved it. Zhen Ying couldn't even kill the rage pill loser. At this moment, Wan Ming called him and said that now they must do two things. The man asked which ones. He replied that firstly they should track Ming Ye, and secondly kill him and give his head to the Huang family. They will say that they took revenge. This way, the Huang family will treat them well and reward them. Wan Shengye said it was a good idea. He ordered several people to be sent to track Ming Ye. Yazili Ye said that he has already sent people. According to the latest report, the guy is now in the mountains. The man said that Ming Ye realized that they wanted to kill him, so he hid there. In any case, they will train the entire mountainous area to find him. Wan Shengye said that was great and ordered it. Start looking for it right now. We need to send the best people and kill him. Meanwhile, they were looking for our hero for a representative of the Red Sun. Huang couldn't understand where he had gone, because he could feel him within a radius of 2 kilometers, but there was no sign of him. His comrade said that most likely the negative energy of destruction took effect and he is now fighting for his life. Suddenly they went upstairs and noticed a road made of particles that led somewhere. At the same time, people from the Yi family also went out to hunt with torches. They understood that they needed to find him as quickly as possible. The representatives realized that the Yi family was also looking for Ming Ye. They can just follow them because they will find him soon. The guys, exploring the territory, finally approached the place to which all the dogs reacted. They realized that the guy was in the cave. Meanwhile, our hero was sitting in a cave. He was resting, but suddenly woke up and began spitting blood. At that moment, one of the participants in the hunt smashed the stones with one blow and opened the passage for his people. He started shouting to all his comrades to follow him. As soon as they got inside, they started looking around and realized that there was no one here. Suddenly, one of them walked up to the stone and noticed that Ming Ye's clothes were lying on it. They realized that he had deceived them. Meanwhile, Huang said that the negative energy had begun to take effect. That's why he'll be around somewhere. He knew that they would find him even if they had to search the entire area. The action moves to the territory of the Ye family. Beiming just helped our hero. After a while, she held dark energy in her hands. The guy asked if this was what was harming him. The girl squeezed it and said that this is a very destructive, poisonous spiritual force. It can literally kill a person. The spirit said that spiritual power was injected into his body by one of the messengers. Ming Ye asked in bewilderment why that guy decided to do this. At that moment, he saw the light. He remembered how Han Yu Wu talked to the envoys before the competition. Perhaps she asked for it. Our hero decided that he needed to stop thinking about it for now. The Ye family people sent to look for him had already definitely found the cave. The guy decided that now it was time to avenge his parents, and he went to the door. Zhen Ying was sitting on the bed at that moment, and his father was feeding him. The guy was asking how Ming Ye could cultivate. He said that Ming Ye was supposed to be a loser, but why did he become that loser? The guy said he would never accept it or admit it. For him, only Ming Ye would be a failure. The father looked with disappointment at his son's agony. He couldn't watch her because he was literally going crazy. Suddenly, the man noticed an incomprehensible silhouette that passed in front of their window. He asked who it was. Zhen Ying said that he saw this figure, and he is definitely sure that it is Ming Ye. Ziwan Ye said that he will now hide from their people, so how can he be here then? The son took him by the hand and said that he was sure of it. He recognizes this freak, even if it turns to ashes. The guy asked his father to avenge him. Deciding to listen to his son and fulfill his wish, the man jumped out into the street and began to run after our hero. He immediately noticed Ming-Ye and began to run even faster. The man asked how he dared to come back here. Wishing death, he jumped towards him and delivered an accurate blow to his back in the hope of victory. To his horror, his hand passed through Ming-Ye's body. The man realized that it was a deception and immediately turned back. Meanwhile, our hero was already behind and was preparing his deadly attack in order to destroy Zhen Ying's father. He fired an incredible beam at the man's back and hit him. Ziwan-Ye flew into the wall. Lying on the ground, Ziwan-Ye tried to understand how this loser became so strong. Raising his eyes and looking at our hero, he said that he was even stronger than his father. The guy said he made a bait and he came right away. Apparently, he really hates him. Raising his foot, he said that in the past, he had even given his father's life instead of his own. As he began to lower his leg, the guy said that today he would sacrifice it to the spirit of his father. Ziwan-Ye asked the guy not to kill him. He started screaming hysterically and saying that it was not he who killed his father, but Wansheng-Ye. He did this not because of him, but because of their third brother. Our hero asked again, does he really mean Wansheng's eldest son, Zisheng-Ye? The guy said that as far as he knows, he joined the main sect of the clan many years ago. But what does he have to do with his father? The man said that the condition for him to join the clan's main sect was the life of Ming-Ye's father. His father would have been dead either way. Ming-Ye began to shout that this was complete nonsense, because why would he kill his father in order to join the main sect of the clan? Ziwan-Ye remained silent and did not say anything. Our hero kicked and broke a piece of concrete tile. The man immediately began the story. His father was obsessed with something strange, and he wanted to secretly join the Haoshan sect to become a heavenly invader. From these words, our hero was in an even greater stupor. What exactly is this, and why did father become a target for Wansheng-Ye? Beiming said that 100,000 years ago, Tianyuan lands were distributed differently from now. They were completely under the domain of the Divine Dynasty. At that time, the Divine Dynasty was the ruler of the entire world. No one dared to disobey them. Then, the Haotian sect appeared, whose idea was that everyone should be born equal, regardless of strength. The sect expanded rapidly. Moreover, they became stronger than the dynasty. The sect created an organization of heavenly invaders to punish evil and restore justice. The Divine Dynasty could not allow this to happen. In this case, the dynasty emperor led 1 billion soldiers and destroyed the sect. Of course, the Divine Dynasty also suffered great losses. The emperor himself was seriously injured, and the lords rebelled. And then the Divine Dynasty completely disappeared due to the Haoshan sect. The guy was at a loss after this story. Was his father really a member of a cult? Ziwan-Ye said that Wansheng-Ye once talked about how all the sects of the clan are still afraid of the Haoshan sect. And after this, anyone who killed a disciple of the Haoshan sect received a huge reward. Grabbing the man, he said that Wansheng-Ye was a freak who deliberately did not stop his father so that he could join the main sect of the clan. Ziwan-Ye said with all his might that everything was correct. He had nothing to do with his father's death. The guy picked up the man and asked which sect Zisheng-Ye joined. Ziwan-Ye said that he is in the Tian sect. Most likely, he has already become an inner disciple. The man again began to say that he had nothing to do with it. And at that moment, our hero simply threw him to the ground. Finally, the man could breathe out with peace of mind. He decided it was all over. At this moment, Ming-Ye decided to ask how his mother died. Ming-Ye, looking down, said that when she saw Zihui dead, she simply committed suicide. Our hero said that this was complete nonsense because he was a child and she would not have left him. The guy said that he would kill him if he didn't tell the truth. Ming-Ye's foot was on the man's body again. He started saying that it was all because of Zili-Ye. Our hero's mother was a beauty and rather the most beautiful in the whole city. Zili-Ye loved her for a very long time. After Zihui's death, she wanted to take Ming-Ye away from the Ye family, but was held back by Zili. Moreover, he even stalked her. Unfortunately, his mother hit her head against a wall and died to maintain her fidelity. After such a story, Ming-Ye seemed to go crazy and began to scream at the top of his lungs. He swung his leg again and asked Ziwan-Ye how he even dared to call himself a human after everything he had done. The guy started kicking over and over again, saying that because of Ziwan Ye, his father and mother died. They all deserve to die. People from the Ye family came running to the incredibly loud screams. It was impossible not to hear this. Wan Ming, coming a little closer, still saw our hero in complete darkness. The man began to laugh and say that, apparently, he had returned here to meet his death. He told his men to go and bring Ming Ye's head. The guys immediately ran. For our hero, these opponents were empty space, no problem. He ran through them, of course, for a reason, but in order to deal with the most important thing. The man, realizing what was happening, began to swing his fist and say that the guy would immediately go to hell. Their blows met each other, and again energy began to emanate from them. Fortunately, our hero had much more strength than Wan Ming, and because of this, the man lost the skirmish. In the air, he tried to understand what had happened. Why did the boy become so strong? After that, Ming Ye went on the attack again because he decided that he needed to finish off his opponent. Having sent the man down this time, our hero, with the help of a quick step, was already under him and was preparing for the next attack. The guy delivered his final and crushing blow so that Wan Ming would never bother him again. Of course, the man could not cope with such force, and unfortunately for him, bloody rain began. A moment later, the man's lifeless body landed on the ground. The people who came here with him realized that there was no need to deal with him. He killed their commander in 3 strikes. If they don't leave, they'll be next. After that, Ming Ye moved on. He was heading towards the mansion, near which a crowd of people was already standing. Our hero did not react in any way to so many pitiful people, because he understood that they were no match for him. At this moment, Zhen Ying began shouting from the crowd, who told his uncle to catch Ming Ye. He wanted to see the guy beg for death. Yazilia Ye decided to agree, because he wanted to avenge his son and brother. He immediately went on the attack. As it turned out, it was again a trap for them that our hero had previously used. At that moment, the guy was already behind and flying towards the man to fight him back. Ming Ye landed a precise punch on Yazilia Ye's face and sent him flying. The man did not understand how this could happen. He moves even faster than in that battle. Zhen Ying was perplexed by this outcome. He asked what happened to his uncle and again told him to kill Ming Ye. The man looked at his screaming nephew, who asked to cripple Ming Ye and said that he was an idiot because the guy was many times stronger than them. You should at least grab him. At this moment, Yazilia Ye pointed his finger at Ming Ye and reminded him that since he was his relative, he offered to simply surrender, and perhaps the head of the clan would have mercy on him. Our hero, of course, was not interested in such a proposal. A moment later, he ran up to Yazilia Ye and said that he was not afraid of them. The guy grabbed the man by the throat and said that if he does not avenge his parents by killing him, then all those of the Red Sun will not be able to leave quietly. Yazilia Ye was already turning blue at that moment. Nevertheless, he told him to remember, if Ming Ye kills him, the sect will take revenge anyway. The guy laughed and said that in this case he would kill them all, but first of all him. He hit him on the ground with all his might and said that he would never let him go. Realizing that the end was near, Yazilia Ye began to beg our hero for mercy. Starting to hit this freak in the face, Ming Ye asked if he had pardoned his mother when she asked. Having killed Yazilia Ye, our hero raised his head and began to look at the next victim. Of course, she was going to be Zhen Ying, who caused too many problems for Ming Ye. The guy began to get very worried and ordered his people to stop Ming Ye. He immediately began to run away. Our hero laughed and asked, "Does he really want to leave so easily at this moment?" Ming Ye appeared in front of him and he tried to do at least something out of horror, so he waved his hand. It was incredibly funny. In any case, Ming Ye kicked Zhen Ying and he flew away in the other direction. Lying on the floor, the guy asked how Ming Ye dared to attack his clanmates. The sect leader will simply kill him. Our hero looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is he really talking about Wansheng Ye? If so long ago I met Yama in hell." The guy recalled that in the past, Zhen Ying took the red dragon grass from him, and that should have been enough for him. Why then did he destroy his meridians? Zhen Ying began to say that the head of the clan asked him to do this, but he had long despised him. Before he died, he asked how Ming Ye cultivated faster than him with resources. Skipping these words, our hero said that Zhen Ying is dumber than his father. At least he knew to beg for mercy before he beat him to death. Zhen Ying's face changed at this moment. The guy asked if he really killed his father. He jumped up from the ground and ran at our hero, telling him to kill him quickly. Ming Ye once again dodged the attacker without any problems. This was followed only by a cry to stop, but nothing could stop Ming Ye. The guy hit Zhen Ying in the stomach with all his strength. This blow was so light that it seemed as if a soccer ball had flown away. The guy flew with incredible speed, which was enough to break through the wall and catch several boards. Zhen Ying was dead. At this moment, Wan Shengye finally appeared on the horizon and decided to go out to our hero. With the blood of the old man's relatives, Ming Ye said that he was a little late. The guy laughed and said that he initially thought that he needed to kill all his sons and grandsons before he came. Looking around, the man noticed the corpses of Yazili Ye and Zhen Ying. He started screaming in anger, saying that Ming Ye was an evil freak. Our hero looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is he really evil? Could it be that the one who took his father's life to save his son is evil? What about Yazili Ye? This freak drove his mother to the point where she decided to commit suicide." The guy started screaming and asking over and over again if he was really evil. Our hero said that he is Ming Ye and he will return all his grievances in only one way, with revenge. The guy ran to the head of the clan and said that today was the last day he could breathe. At that moment, the sages came to the man's defense and asked how he dared to do this. They said that Ming Ye already had enough blood on his hands, so he needed to stop now. From the blow to the old men's shield, a sufficient explosion occurred, which threw our hero several meters away. Beiming at the same moment told him to leave here. Those old people are 9th-level adepts, and besides, there is also Wan Shengye. The guy decided not to disobey his spirit, and therefore immediately fled from the battlefield. Wan Shengye was very surprised by this action. How did he decide to just leave? The old people said that Ming Ye's movements were too fast, so they simply won't be able to catch up with him. At that moment, like a meteor, like representatives of the red sun, an incomprehensible object flew in. This was a man whose energy was very impressive. He was certainly a strong opponent. Wan Shengye realized after the smoke rolled down that it was his son, Zi Shengye. The guy said that he learned from Han Yu that the place for their family in the Red Sun sect was taken by the boy Ming Ye. He came here to look at it. Zi Shengye looked around and did not notice his grandfather. He asked where he was. Wan Shengye looked down sadly and said that Wan Ming was killed by Ming Ye's hands. The man said that the guy literally just ran away, so he could still catch up with him. Jumping from his seat, Zi Shengye set off. He promised that he would kill Ming Ye by any means necessary. The action moves to our hero. Beiming at this time asked the master to run as quickly as possible. He asked why there was a rush then. The girl said that he was being persecuted and that he was no match for him. Revenge is almost complete. He can kill Wan Shengye another time. Having run to the shore, our hero noticed a tied boat. He immediately had an idea. Sometime later, Zi Shengye arrived at the same place. The guy was incredibly angry. He smelled Ming Ye somewhere nearby, so he must be nearby. Having examined the entire shore, he realized that there was nothing here and the boy was missing. After several hours of rest, our hero finally woke up. He was in a boat. At that moment, the door opened, and the man who was standing on the threshold asked if Ming Ye had gotten enough sleep. The guy thanked them for letting him stay on board. He promised that he would pay them for everything. The girl thanked him for the offer, but said that there was no need to pay because it was a gift. After that, she asked why he appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the day and came to their boat. Was he in trouble? Ming Ye directly said that he was being chased by the enemy. He barely managed to survive. We need to quickly return to the Red Sun sect. The girl was surprised that our hero of the teachings was from the Red Sun sect. They are just heading to High Rock, which is not far from the sect. The man said they could take him. Ming Ye thanked them again. The man then added that they needed to stop in Maplift for a few days. Ming Ye said that he was in absolutely no hurry, and what's more, he was also going there. In this case, the man said that it was good, and that they would leave him alone to rest. Beiming, as soon as the door closed, appeared and said that if it weren't for them and their help, Ming Ye simply would not have survived. Our hero said that if that guy is the warrior of the Ye family, then it is Zi Shengye and he is after them because he killed his grandfather. At that moment, the guy decided to ask Beiming who the Sky Invaders were, one of which was his father. The spirit said that this is an organization that takes justice and punishes evil. Their people were everywhere. For ordinary people, the heavenly invaders were a thorn in their side. Our hero thanked Beiming, and he was lost in his thoughts. After some time, the boat docked, and the owners said that they were leaving to deliver the goods. They asked him to be careful in the city. The girl said that if problems arise, it is better to solve them with money rather than force. Once again, our hero thanked them and said that they would see each other in 3 days. Ming Ye began to explore the city and realized that it was very huge and beautiful. It is many times better than his hometown. Baiming sighed and said that the master needs to expand his horizons because his attention is too easy to attract. At this moment, Ming Ye was called out by an unknown voice. It was an unfamiliar man who inquired and asked if it was his first time here. Of course, our hero is doubtful about unknown people, so he immediately asked if they knew each other. The man said that they did not know each other, and then said that apparently he was new here. The guy confessed and said that he was an iron dog from the Dog Paws gang, an elite lackey. If he wants to know something, he can come to them. Our hero was a little surprised that this guy was proud of being a lackey. After that, he introduced himself and said that he was here for the first time, so he didn't know what and where. Ming Ye handed him a bag of money, and the man began to tell him that he was a good person. Of course he will help, and it's not even because of the money. Our hero said that he knows absolutely nothing about the city and would like to know more about it. First of all, the elite footman said that the city is more than 300 years old, and there are many families here. They are all connected to each other. Among these families are Huang, Feng, and Miao, the 3 largest families. Nobody wants to mess with them. Our hero was glad that the Huang family was one of the big ones in Mapleaf. The man said that, to be honest, these 3 families are very powerful, but they can only control the people in this small town. He then said that they were nothing compared to aristocratic families. Our hero asked what this meant. The footman said that aristocratic families were divided into 3 classes: gold, silver, and bronze. The guy immediately asked how many golden families are in this city. The man laughed and said that our hero was really here for the first time. A visit from a golden family to their city is a rarity. They only have 3 bronze families. The strongest in this world are the 5 great dynasties. They have existed for over 100,000 years. 5 great dynasties rule over all states, which also influence other states. The man said that their state of Yan, unfortunately, is a vassal state. Ming Ye was shocked because he thought as a child that the Ye family was the most powerful. As it turned out, this family is weaklings from an unknown town. Suddenly, our hero turned his head and asked what this place was. The man said that they sell things for martial artists here. To pay, you need battle coins or spiritual stones. The footman looked to the side and said that ordinary commoners would simply disgrace themselves there. Having crossed the threshold, Ming Ye said that nothing bad would happen if they just went inside. The seller, as soon as he realized that visitors had arrived, kindly asked how he could help. Ming Ye said hello and asked, "How much does a martial art technique cost?" The man immediately said that gold or silver were not accepted here, only battle coins and spirit stones. The footman took our hero by the hand and said that they had better go. Regular money is like garbage here. It's better not to humiliate yourself in vain. The guy looked in his direction and said that he was not here to be laughed at or mocked. Taking out the package, he asked what the price of the gross fist technique, an 8th-level martial arts skill, was. The man, as soon as he heard the word level 8, almost fell to the ground. The seller opened the package and looked through it. This technique costs from 500 to 3,000 liang, depending on the technique itself. The guy was at a loss. That's 60 liang for one first-class spiritual stone. He can get 3,000 liang for this skill. Wow! Baiming said that selling one such skill allowed the whole family to practice a bunch of simple techniques. At this point, the seller asked, "Hit him using this technique. He wants to see her strength." Kneading his hands, our hero asked if he was sure. The man said he was a professional, so he wouldn't hurt him. Ming Ye decided that it was his choice, so he would fulfill his request. The guy hit it with all his might, and the man flew off in the other direction. Realizing that the blow was too strong and its consequences were a little surprising, Ming Ye asked if the seller was alive. The man stood up, clearing his throat, and said that this was quite good. He didn't expect the blow to be so strong. Looking at the seller, our hero said that he needed to see a doctor. The man waved his hand and said that it was not so. Baiming said that this person is a 3rd-level martial artist. Even from the master's blow, he was almost not injured. The man admitted that the shaft fist technique was good, so I decided to give 3,200 lians for her. From such a sum, the elite lackey literally fell to his knees. It was something for him to understand. Ming Ye at this moment was thinking that he had completely mastered this technique, so there was no point in storing it. He decided that if Beiming just happened to find this technique and it costs so much, she probably has a bunch of these techniques. The spirit of our hero said that they would definitely need battle coins in the future. Battle coins are a domestic currency. It is almost impossible to fake. Moreover, this thing is so powerful that it can be used as a killing weapon. Mingye was very surprised by this news. Using coins as a weapon to kill is strange, but nevertheless it confirms that money is everything. The guy asked how much this technique costs in battle coins. The seller said that one battle coin is equal to 360 liang. In this case, our hero was given 8 battle coins and 320 liang. While inspecting them, Mingye said that these small coins are actually heavy. The guy immediately decided to try one coin as a weapon. At that moment, the lackey began to ask the guy to hide these coins because they were a treasure. It's better not to show them. Mingye decided to listen to the man and put all the coins in his bag. Looking carefully at Mingye, the footman had an idea that was hard to refuse. He told the master that they had been wandering here for quite a long time. They needed to move on. He smiled and said that he knew a good place where all this money could be spent wisely. Entering the establishment, shouts were heard that one of the guys had made a fortune. Overall, it was noisy. Our hero immediately realized where they were. He asked if they were in the casino now. The man said that this was the most famous casino in the city. Its owners are big shots of the city and rumored to be not relatives of the royal family. The man bowed his head and said that he had no right to be here. He wished good luck to our hero. As soon as he left, he said that he would wait for him outside, and in the meantime he could have fun. At this moment, there was a man around the corner who said that the iron dog had done a good job. We need more people like Mingye. In any case, the man rewarded the iron dog for this man. The man bowed down and said that it was pure luck to meet such a rich guy with battle coins. It will be difficult to find another one like this. Meanwhile, Mingye looked around and realized that he did not understand anything about gambling. He will simply lose all his money here. With his hand on his head, he decided that the best solution would be to get out of here as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly for him, the girls called him. They asked what game he wanted to play, and then said that they would show him where to go. Beiming asked our hero not to worry and just go play. Mingye asked the girls to choose a game for him. They will play big. They liked that he was so straightforward. The spirit at that moment said that this iron dog was most likely hired by the casino. He brought Mingye here so that he could lose all his coins. The girl said that the old man who owned the body was a master of gambling and he won many people. She owns his memory and therefore his playing skills. After that, Beiming said that she had a sense of the primordial spirit, so she could safely play. Actions are transferred to the VIP room. The casino worker at that moment said that it was time to place bets. Just at that moment, our hero bet 2 battle coins. The people who played with him were at a loss. Give 2 coins at a time. Another guy said that this was most likely the son of some businessman. The casino employee asked in surprise if the player was sure to bet 2 battle coins. Mingye also looked at them in surprise and said that, in his opinion, it was not that much. Meanwhile, in shock, he asked Beiming if they were doing the right thing. The spirit said that everything was exactly right. Realizing that there would be no other bets, the guy said that the bets were closed and he was opening. He opened it and it turned out that Mingye was right. He won, and the girls began to say that he was lucky. The guy said he won 8 coins at once. To double your balance in one game is simply incredible, Beiming said to continue playing. An hour later, our hero had an incredible pile of battle coins on the table. The girls told our hero that he was a master of gambling. Just 4 hours later, the guy had greatly increased his balance. The girls couldn't say a word. They understood that Mingye had won 200 battle coins. Their task is to make him lose everything until the last song in his pocket. What's left to do? At that moment, the same man who gave money to the iron dog came into the room and asked to join. All the people stood up happily and said that they were only for it if Brother Joe joined. As soon as the man sat down at the table and looked to the other side and said that he didn't know him, our hero said that his name is Mingye, and this is his first time in this casino. The man introduced himself in response. Hualong Zhou noticed that our hero was doing well and invited him to play with him a little. Beiming told Mingye to play with him and lose 70 coins, after which he could leave. Of course, the guy listened and decided to do as Beiming said. He bet on less. After some time, Hualong had quite a lot of coins. He said that this time, luck was not on Ming Ye's side and took all the coins. Our hero accepted his defeat and said that next time he will definitely win it. A couple of moments later, the door slammed shut and there was deathly silence in the room. Hualong Zhou asked his employees if they noticed him cheating. One of the girls said that he did not make a single unusual movement, while the other said that most likely it was just luck. The man hit the table and said that this was nonsense because he won and lost at will. It's not just luck. Hualong Zhou was sure that Ming Ye was cheating, but who was behind it? As soon as our hero left the building, the Iron Dog asked how much he had won. Ming Ye said without any emotion that he had won a little and was tired, so he would go and rest. After the guy left, the man laughed, saying that he was sure this idiot would lose. He was happy that he had found such a stupid guy, from whom he also made a lot of money. At that moment, Hualong Zhou appeared above him and asked how he dared to bring a fraudster to the casino. The man, of course, did not understand what he was talking about and just shouted in bewilderment. Without even trying to listen to the Iron Dog, Hualong Zhou pierced the man right through. After some time, Ming Ye asked Bei Ming why she asked him to lose everything. The girl said he won too much. She justified this by saying that a casino is not a place where you can win and just leave. They didn't do anything to them because they were confused. They didn't understand whether there was someone behind Ming Ye. If the winnings are very large, then there will be problems. Our hero decided that this guy, Hualong Zhou, probably decided to test him. In any case, he earned 120 battle coins, and that was quite enough. Bei Ming said that those people are weaker than the master. Even if Ming Ye won a lot, they simply would not touch him. The girl said that since he had completed blood cultivation, he now needed to start meridian cultivation. She knew that the best way to cultivate meridian was the Yi Jin Jing technique. 5 days later, the boys were back on board the boat of those nice people. Our hero, meanwhile, sat on the bed and meditated, as Bei Ming told him. At that moment, a girl came into the room and offered to go have lunch. She prepared tremella and lotus seed soup. Ming Ye looked down embarrassedly and said that he was probably annoying them, so he apologized for it. The girl said that if he calls her little sister, then what's wrong with her cooking for her brother? She asked what he was cultivating now. Ming Ye said that he cultivated the foundation technique, so it was nothing special. The girl said that it was no surprise that Ming Ye joined the Red Sun sect. She had never seen a person who could cultivate day and night. Our hero smiled at her and said that he seemed to be obsessed with cultivation. At that moment, the whole boat began to shake. The table with food turned over. The guy asked what was going on. The girl told him that she had been told about something similar before. It could be pirates. As it turned out, it really was them. The pirates looked dangerous, and one of them laughed loudly. The captain of the ship just thought to himself that he did not expect a pirate attack on their way home. The girl asked where these pirates came from. The man asked not to worry and leave them to him. The man introduced himself as Tai Ming. He is from Maple Leaf City. After that, he asked to tell them their names. The captain of the pirate ship said he had never heard of it before. He then started laughing loudly, telling his boys that he wanted to know their names. In any case, the man still said his name. His name is Da Fei Xiang. He's from the Black Water Gang. Our hero was watching them closely at that moment. He realized that this person was equal in strength to Wan Shengye. Tai Ming smiled widely and said that this is gold for them. He asked them to be kind and let them through. Da Fei Xiang smiled and said that he would let them through if only that girl would stay with them for a couple of days. Tai Ming was very tense at that moment, but tried not to show it. He said they wanted too much. The entire crowd of pirates began to shout, "How dare they disobey their lord? He will cut everyone into pieces and won't blink an eye." Da Fei Xiang, meanwhile, was also angry. He said no one had ever walked away alive after turning him down. Tai Ming at that moment jumped from his ship and told them that they had gone too far. Our hero also decided that he needed to intervene and help destroy the pirates. Now he has repaid the debt by living and trying here for free. And besides, his hands were itching to hit one of them on the head. He turned to brother Tai Ming and asked if he minded him intervening. At that moment, Da Fei Xiang ran towards him and told our hero that he would die. Immediately, Tai Ming stood in front of Ming Ye and said that if Da Fei Xiang came to help, then they can start fighting. Ming Ye sighed and said that he was ready. The guy was immediately going to run into the crowd, where there were a large number of people. Our hero used the lightning step technique and ran between all the pirates. A moment later, the side of the pirate ship simply exploded. A girl watched all this. She said that the pirates were just sheep compared to him. He has no equal. After some time, the ship became a bit empty. But it was Ming-Ye who didn't even use the shaft fist technique, but still defeated them. Beiming said that through cultivating the Yi-Jing, Jing technique, he gained tendon strength. With the foundation created in the blood cultivation stage, it is normal for him to become increasingly stronger. She said that usually a 5th-class adept has a strength of over 2,000 Jing. But Ming-Ye's strength now exceeds the value of 15,000 Jing. In this case, our hero understood why he defeated the pirates so quickly. However, with the larger one, you will have to tinker a little. Looking around, Da Feixiang tried to understand where that guy came from and why there were almost no people left. At this moment, our hero was just telling him that the outcome of the battle was already obvious. He simply cannot escape from here. The man, in bewilderment, asked if they had just started threatening him. Ming-Ye said that he just wants to find a good pair. Of course he can defend himself, but if he allows himself to be hit, he will let him go no matter what. His people were divided into 2 parts. Some said that they wanted to live, and others that this guy was a weakling. Tai Ming said that it was not a good decision to let them go anyway. They can continue to rob ships. Ming-Ye laughed and told his brother not to worry. It is not so easy to defend against his blow. Da Feixiang just at that moment finally made up his mind and told our hero to attack. Ming-Ye advised the pirate to prepare for this attack. Otherwise, things would be bad for him. The man, even placing a block, could not properly defend against this attack. His blood sprayed in different directions. To his horror, the guy was able to break through his block and the fist flew on. It flew straight into the head and it flew overboard. The pirates, in bewilderment, began to say that this was impossible, because a 9th-level adept had broken through the captain's defense. After Da Feixiang, our hero turned to the others and said that they would all end up the same as their lord if they did not run away from here as far as possible. After some time, the guys were sitting in their ship, and Tai Ming told our hero that he was the strongest person he had ever seen. The guy smiled and said that it wasn't that he was strong. They are the weak ones. The girl said that he was being modest because these pirates were strong, but he defeated them all. This means that he is the strongest at his level. After that, the guy said that if it weren't for him, they could have died. Ming-Ye smiled and said that he was always happy to help. Tai Ming believes that Ming-Ye will not stay in the Red Sun sect for long since she is a 9th grader. There is a 7th grade sect in Wang State. At this moment, our hero asked again in bewilderment. Previously, he thought that sects were not divided into ranks. Beiming had just told him that based on the sect's strength, there are 9 classes. The strongest is the 1st class, and the weakest is the 9th. Above the 1st-rank sects are religious sects whose existence exceeds 10,000 years. All religious sects are many times stronger than ordinary ones. After that, our hero asked, "What class does the immortal sanctuary belong to?" The girl said that the sanctuary is even higher than the religious sects. She believes that it makes no difference where to join. After all, they have the divine golden cloak. In that case, he decided that he would stick to the plan and continue the plan in the Red Sun sect. 3 days later, our hero finally reached the entrance of the Red Sun sect. For him, everything here looked spectacular, and this is only a 9th-grade sect. It was difficult for him to imagine what other sects looked like. Ming-Ye walked up to the elders and greeted them. He said that he came to register and then showed his pass. One of them thought that this was another useless guy again. Another said that so. Therefore, you must first go to the registration area. Our hero bowed and asked them to tell him where this courtyard was located. He said that you need to go through that gate and then ask someone from inside. Ming-Ye was already starting to get tense. Isn't he that someone? In any case, you need to control yourself. The guy was unhappy that this was an external student who did not need to pass the entrance exam. Another guy said he's nothing if he doesn't have resources. Entering Ming-Ye, he was surprised at what the Red Sun sect looked like. Even the layout of the buildings was thought out. Suddenly, a guy started running towards our hero and saying that apparently he was new. He asked his last name. The guy, perplexed, said that he was from the Yeo family, and then asked what it was for. It was already strange for him that he was asking so many questions. The guy ran up to him and said that it was his duty to carry out assignments for the sect or brothers. He decided that he didn't know anything here yet, so he offered his help. The guy laughed and said that wherever he goes, he always meets a person who shows him the way. It's not clear whether this is good or bad. The stranger asked what was wrong with being offered help. How bad could it be? Our hero thought about it and said that he once met a footman in Maplief. Thanks to him, he had a great time. In that case, she asked why Mingye thought that meeting a person who wants to help is bad. The guy stopped and said that the guy brought him to the casino to lose all his money, but he didn't expect him to take advantage of it. After that, our hero raised his head and asked directly whether it was luck or failure. Then he asked not to pretend that he had met him by chance. There were too many people around, but he came over. Exactly to him. Moreover, he brought him here to this deserted place. Our hero asked, what is his real goal? The guy laughed and said that apparently he was not a complete fool yet. At that moment, the guys jumped off the roof and flew towards our hero. As soon as the man landed, he said that he had been waiting for a very long time, and finally Mingye came to him. Zishengye was very angry with Mingye because he killed his grandfather. He'll make the guy beg for death. Our hero laughed and said that he understood why he was brought here. Then he said that they are nothing against him. Zisheng screamed and told Mingye that he would never leave here alive. The man flew straight towards our hero, but he dodged and took out a battle coin from his pocket. Zisheng was thinking that he was at the war stage, and that guy was an ordinary student. How could he evade his attack? The man returned and told the guy that he was moving well, but it wouldn't help him. With his hand behind his back, our hero asked Zishengye to just give up. He asked not to make him laugh, because such an outcome of events is simply excluded. Zisheng promised to show the guy what death is. The entire crowd of hooligans began to run towards Mingye. They told him not to think that he could defeat at least some part. Beiming at this moment was saying that although the attack of battle coins is extremely strong, there is only one chance to strike. We must remain unnoticed and take them by surprise. Mingye decided that it was necessary. Wait a little longer. Wait until they deliver their final blow. All the guys were already right in front of Mingye. In just a moment, they could grab our hero. The guy decided that this was the perfect moment to use the battle coin. He activated it and directed it towards the crowd, which was flying towards our hero. They started screaming in bewilderment and asking what it was. After a couple of moments, only one Mingye remained on the battlefield. All opponents were literally incinerated. The guy said he didn't think about how much energy this attack would absorb. Beiming said that this blow was as strong as the attack of a first-class martial artist. 45 minutes later, 3 guys appeared at the same place. One of them said that he felt strong fluctuations in spiritual energy. Another said that it was not a martial artist, but a battle coin attack. It's just strange if it was spent so stupidly. The man said that the killer was most likely from their sect. In any case, 6 did not defeat 1, and the weaklings must die. The action moves to the outer courtyard, to the registration room. Mingye walked inside and said that he had come to register. To register, the man asked to give his name, age, and where he was from. The guy said his name was Mingye. He was 14 years old and from landscape. The man started scanning him. Family member of the year, landscape, average height, thin, shabby clothes, and a red patch of hair on his head. After that, he threw our hero the key to his room and the rules of the sect. He should familiarize himself with the rules as quickly as possible. Walking towards his house, the guy asked Beiming if this thing was an instruction manual. How can he open it? Beiming said that it was made of spiritual wood. He needs to use spiritual energy to open it. Our hero used the energy, and all the rules were revealed. It was forbidden to be rude to elders, to fight with other students without permission, to step on the lawn. When suddenly he reached the point with rewards for tasks, it was quite interesting. The Red Sun sect assigns tasks to students based on their strength. If the task is completed, the student will be awarded points. They can be spent on useful things. Also, to attract students to cultivate, the sect created a ranking of the strongest cultivators. The top 100 receive good rewards. If a student stays in first place for a month, he will receive 10,000 points and a primordial spirit tablet. Students who are not in the top 100 can challenge anyone from the top. If the person who challenged wins, he replaces the person he defeated. Our hero decided that these rules are good, but now he lacks the skills to challenge anyone. Fortunately, he is lucky to have Beiming. Our hero smiled and asked the spirit to give him a few more scrolls with martial arts techniques. The girl looked down at him and said that this time she would not give him anything. She said it wasn't because she didn't want to. All of her equipment was from the previous owner. He offended the great world. Who knows how many people are persecuting him? No one will notice that Mingye practiced the foundation technique, but if he practices his other techniques, people will recognize them. In this case, the guy decided that if his techniques could not be practiced, then this meant that he needed to earn contribution points. Ming Ye looked at the sunset and said that it was already quite late. It would be better to go have dinner and go to the hostel. The action moves to the dining room. There was a lot of incredibly tasty and different food here. The girl said that it was just the meat of ordinary animals. He needs to eat the meat of magical beasts, and it will be healthier. The guy told the cook that he wanted vegetables, a bowl of rice, and fish soup. At that moment, our hero was pushed and told to get out of here. The man asked how he dared to stand in line in front of him. He was outraged by this. Ming Ye decided not to tolerate such treatment, and he pushed the stranger with all his might. The guy fell to the ground. People began to ask in bewilderment how the newcomer dared to hit Ba Zhou. Apparently, he doesn't yet know that he is in 10th place among the students. The guys decided that this newbie is not as easy as it seems. In any case, they decided that he would not live to see tomorrow's dawn. Ming Ye then, despite everything, approached the cook and asked him to put his food in for him. At this moment, a voice behind began to shout that Ming Ye was not a tenant. He will still find him and deal with him. The guy screamed and told our hero to get on his knees and start begging for mercy. Despite everything, he continued to walk. Ba Zhou tensed a little at this moment. He was surprised that the newcomer was not afraid of him and wanted to fight. Ming Ye approached him and asked if he was going to kill him. The man said that this is so. If he kneels down right now and asks for mercy, he will change his mind and kill him quickly. He decided that the guy would give up. Our hero said that Ba Zhou is an arrogant freak. The sect prohibits any battles without permission. Does he really want to break the rules of the sect? The guy smiled and asked if there would be evidence that he killed. Exactly him. Ming Ye was surprised that he directed everyone anyway. Beiming said that some sects allow disciples to fight each other secretly. Ming Ye decided in this case that he had nothing to worry about, so he could do what he needed to do. Our hero asked if Ba Zhou was arrogant because of his brother Kwang Zhou. The guy laughed and said that his brother was in the top 10 external disciples. He told Ming Ye that for him, killing him was as easy as killing an ordinary chicken. Our hero asked directly, if his brother gets knocked out of 10th place or dies, he won't just be arrogant here, right? An announcement came out that same evening. External disciple challenges Kwang Zhou, 10th in the top. He looks like a madman. If people are not mistaken, the last time he was challenged was 6 months ago. Those guys who challenged were torn to pieces. They decided that this newcomer was hiding something. Some people say that this rookie sent Ba Zhou flying in the air with one punch. In any case, they decided that Kwang Zhou would win. Ba Zhou, looking at the crowd, said that he was only pretending to be cool, but in reality, everything would end quickly. He is afraid of disgracing himself, so he pretends that he is going to talk to the elder. Do they really think he will actually challenge his brother? As soon as our hero entered the room, the elder asked him, "Why did he come here?" The guy introduced himself and said his name was Ming Ye. He is a disciple of the sect in appearance, and he wants to challenge Kwang Zhou, the 10th-ranked sect. The elder immediately turned his gaze to him. It had been a long time since he had heard someone challenge him. The man then asked which Ming Ye was ranked. The guy said in a calm voice that he just joined the sect today, so he doesn't know his rating. The elder was very embarrassed at this moment. He said that challenging a top 10 student is suicide. Even if he is a 5th-level adept, he will not be able to win. The guy said he was serious. He wants the battle to be fought on the 10th day of the next month. Slamming his hand on the table, he said that if Ming Ye is so courageous, then he will not stop him anymore. If he wins Kwang Zhou, he will become 10th in the rankings and will miss more than 10,000 people at a time. He will receive 10,000 points and 12 spirit cultivation pills. People were horrified that this kid actually challenged and would fight Kwang Zhou. Ba Zhou was angry at our hero for provoking him and now his brother. The action moves to the chastity hall, where Wan Shengye was sitting. A messenger came to him. The guy said something to him, but the head of the clan did not hear anything. He asked to repeat it louder. The guy said in a trembling voice that Zheng Ye might be dead. He was killed by the hands of Ming Ye. Wan Shengye was very tense at this moment, because that guy was a martial arts warrior, and he was a level higher than Ming Ye. The guy said that their disciples are from the Red Sun sect and said that Master Zheng sent people to kill Ming Ye, but all that remains of them is just the ashes of their bodies. At this moment, the man could not find words. Zheng Jiang was the strongest person in the family besides Zisheng. Only Zisheng is in the Tianhe sect. It is almost impossible to contact him. Wan Shengye was shocked that another family member was dead. Could Mingye really destroy his family? One of the men said that he was just a student. Killing him would solve all the problems. Then another said that it would not be very easy, because he had even killed a third-level warrior. Meanwhile, a man was standing at the entrance. He said that if a warrior cannot kill Mingye, then there is only one thing left. The man in the raincoat said that the simplest thing in this world is murder. They only need to turn to the Blood Cloak Society. People asked again in bewilderment. There are rumors that these people killed the martial arts guru. Will they be able to contact them? The man said that he could ask everyone to appoint the best assassin to kill Mingye, but it will be expensive. The next day, there was an announcement in the Red Sun sect. With all the deposits, students must report to the outer courtyard to begin their 2-week training. If anyone is late even a minute, he immediately becomes excluded. Mingye, of course, overslept. He ran out into the street and saw a large number of people running with all their might to train. In the same way, a girl was going to training and asked her brother Huang why he brought her here. The guy said that Mingye seemed to have already passed into the Red Sun sect. Newbies should train here, so we need to see if Mingye comes here. Han Yuwu asked, shouldn't he have died to the negative energy of destruction? How can he still be alive? Meanwhile, in the middle of the crowd, there was a sleepy Mingye who was yawning. Huang was very angry. He didn't understand how this guy was here. It is impossible to resist the negative energy of destruction. Han Yu leaned over and began to examine Mingye. She couldn't believe that it was really him. Who could save him? Huang asked her not to worry about this because he could easily kill him. They're not the only ones trying to kill him. There are also people from the Ye family. At that moment, some people began to talk about how 6 piles of ashes from the bodies were found in the backyard. One of them, it turns out, seems to be Zheng Jiang. Huang was not very happy about this news. He planned to use it to kill Mingye. Han Yu began to smile at that moment and said that she had a good plan. Meanwhile, the elder addressed the people. There are more than 1,000 of them here. They will be divided into 10 groups, each led by a student. The man said that the best will be rewarded, but the worst will be kicked out of the sect. After some time, internal disciple Xing Chun took over one of the groups. He will control the entire training process. Finally, the guy started saying that the training will start soon, and the first thing he will teach them is... The entire crowd of students started screaming and cheering that the training was starting. They were wondering where they would start. Xing Chun upset them at this moment because the first thing he would teach them was horse stance. People in bewilderment began to say that this was nonsense and very simple. Some of them are even 4th-level adepts. Mingye told his spirit that he was thinking about how difficult things would be. Beiming at this point said that it would actually not be as easy as they thought. In any case, our hero need not worry because his basic skills are quite good. His legs are like steel thanks to his fast step technique. Xing Chun students keep quiet because there are rules. If they don't want to do this, they can simply say their name and he will kick them out. The guys decided to change their attitude and said that they would show everyone how long they could do a horse stance. An hour later, most of the people were lying on the floor from exhaustion and saying that they couldn't do it anymore. Xing Chun understood that this was the same as last year. Too many people focus on martial arts skills and forget about the basics. In a real fight, a person with a good foundation will strike more accurately and effectively. 3 hours later, many people directly said that they were giving up because they didn't think that a horse's stance could be so tiring. 5 hours later, there were still 4 newcomers on the field. Xing Chun was glad that at least not all newcomers were hopeless. Unfortunately, he knew that 2 of these 4 would soon fall to the ground. The guy from the 4 fell to the ground and said that he couldn't do it anymore. If he had eaten in the morning, he would have stood there a little longer. He was upset that he could not attract the attention of that beauty. His comrade asked if he could not stand it any longer. He said to himself that he was not even using all his strength. His friend started screaming and asking him not to pretend that he wanted to impress that girl. Looking at his friend, the guy said that it was not very noticeable that he had a lot of strength left. Does he really want to break his legs to impress a girl? Then they both looked at Mingye and realized that he didn't even break a sweat. From the looks of it, they can't even compare to him. Xing Chun decided that he was right with his opinion. He wondered how long those 2 could hold out. He decided to go for tea. Mingye was very happy that most of the people left here or gave up. The guy smiled and decided it was time to take the next step. He approached his opponent and asked her name. Beiming asked in bewilderment, "Did the master really fall in love with this girl?" Our hero said that this is so, because if he marries such a beautiful girl, he will be happy just by looking at her. The guy said his name was Mingye. He wanted to know this girl's name. The girl said her name was Lan Su. After that, she asked why he called her younger sister and not older. Our hero told her that he is obviously stronger than her, which means he must be an older brother, and she is weaker than him, which means he must be a younger sister. The girl was not happy with this arrangement. She said that if he is stronger than her, then they should have a match and see who is really stronger. Mingye said that if he lost to her, he would give her the primordial spirit pill. The girl was very surprised by this bet. She reminded that only the one who ranks first on the list of external disciples can receive a spirit pill. Does he really want to bet? Our hero was thinking about how Beiming told him that the tablet was good at practicing martial arts, so he bought it with battle coins. Remembering the story in which the seller was shocked at how Mingye got so much money for the pills, he was surprised that the pills were needed so soon. The guy said that he is a man who keeps his words, and if she loses, she should kiss him. Lan Su asked if he wasn't ashamed. In any case, she agreed to compete with him, but asked not to hope for victory. 2 hours later, the guys were still standing. Only at this time, Lan Su began to get tired. Xing Chen, who even finished his hour, was perplexed by what kind of eccentrics he found. Then another 6 hours passed. The girl stood up with all her strength. Mingye, looking at her, realized that she would begin to harm her body if she continued. The guy suddenly screamed and fell to his knees. He said he was giving up on this test. The girl, who was completely bleeding, then approached our hero and said again that she would win him. Mingye bowed to her and said that she was really strong. He admires her 80%. Lan Su was surprised and asked our hero why only 80%. Mingye said that she insisted less, which is why he admires 80%. If she had insisted for another 2 hours, it would have been 100%. The girl decided to skip these words and told him that if he won, he should give her the primordial spirit tablet. Mingye scratched his head and realized that he had decided to argue with her in vain. If only he knew she was so good. Lan Su smiled and said that if he wants to hold another competition like this, he can contact her. Maybe she will lose to him on purpose. Xing Chen looked at our hero and said that this was a good chance to hit on the girl. He also noticed that he could have stood quietly for another 6 hours. Mingye said that the teacher is smart. Then he said it was too late. Would Xing Chen do him the honor of having a meal with him? The guy smiled and said he agreed. He then said that eating magical meat would be expensive. Mingye said that there is no problem with money. The action is brought to the dining room. The guy sat down at the table, and the waiter came up to him and asked if he could serve them. Xing Chen said that he wanted spicy pork elbow, braised rabbit, and fried pork kidney. Mingye, in turn, only ordered ice-cold steamed fish and a bottle of liquor. As soon as the food was brought and the guys started eating it, Xing Chen said that our hero had broken the record of having a strong position in the sect over the past 100 years. Finishing his food, the guy asked again in bewilderment. He also asked what this meant. Xing Chen said that he could be one of the top 10 disciples of the sect in history. If he had not lost to the girl, he would definitely have become the first and attracted the attention of people from above. Mingye decided that the foundation creation pill was really unusual. With the regenerative power he got from the pill and his legs, he could easily make it into the top 10. Xing Chen said that he thought very highly of him, and if there were any problems, he could ask. The guy said that he ranked 8th among the students and that people would listen to him. Mingye thanked him in advance. The next day, the elders stood on the bridge. They were wondering who the newcomers were this year. The Hidden Dragons competition will take place in 4 years. If no one shows talent in 2 years, then they will all be beaten. The other man always feels sad when he thinks about it. Each time they fail to get into the top 10, and all rewards are divided between other sects. One of the men started screaming and telling them not to participate here anymore. After all, they can't lose any more money. The old man said that this was impossible because the Red Sun sect could lose respect from the people above. If they entered the top 10, they would be able to contact the dragon from the Holy Lands, which would greatly help them in the future. Xing Chen told our hero that these are the elders of the inner sect. The one with a red face is called Biao Fu, and the other one with thin eyes is called Tai Ma. They are the strongest elders. Ming Ye remembered that there are ranks of martial arts students, also martial arts warriors, and after them come masters. Those two are level 4 masters. The elders began to speak. All the people here are now external disciples of their sect. They need to pass a test that will test two things. The first is running. The faster and longer they can run, the more points they will get. And the second is martial arts skills. Biao Fu said that the top 10 students will get the opportunity to enter the library of martial arts techniques and study any techniques they like. All the students were shocked and very happy about this opportunity. They started saying that the Red Sun sect is really cool. The elders said that they hope that the students will show what they can do. Meanwhile, Ba Zhou brought people to deal with Ming Ye. He asked if they remembered what he looked like. Either way, they must kill him. The guys said that they remembered him exactly, and that he was just a newbie whom they quickly understood. Hanyu said that she found out that Ba Zhou is Quang Zhou's brother. Ming Ye dared to insult Ba Zhou, and so his brother wants to take revenge on him. Huang said that, to be honest, the Ye family is very stupid. If a plan like him was born into their family, they would do everything possible to raise him to be an incredible warrior. Hanyu was upset that such a strong man could be her husband, but it was too late. She decided that if she couldn't get him, then all she could do was deal with him. Biao Fu, meanwhile, continued to tell the disciples that the test would take place on this mountain. They must run as far as they can. Those who run more than 100 miles receive 10 points. For each next 10 miles, 10 more points will be given. After a couple of seconds, the elder shouted to the outside disciples that the test was beginning. Ming Ye understood that this test was a test of strength. If he runs too fast initially, he will have no strength left by the end. Unexpectedly, our hero noticed among the runners a girl whom he had seen earlier. It was Lan Su. The guy caught up with her and asked if the primordial spirit pill had worked. The girl nodded. Ming Ye said that he did not believe that he lost to her back then. He asked if she still wanted to compete. She laughed and asked if he had another primordial spirit pill. Ming Ye winked at her and said yes. Just like last time, if she loses, she must kiss him. The girl pointed her nose in the other direction and said that she would win this time too. Meanwhile, Ming Ye and Lan Su were watched by 3 guys who were at a loss. One of them asked where this guy came from here and how dare he pester Lan Su. The man told the master that this guy was harassing his woman. Apparently, he was tired of living. He asked to deal with this loser. The guy agreed and told Sanju and Siju to deal with him. Turning back, our hero realized that the 2 running guys behind him were simply chasing him. For what? Sanju and Siju asked in bewilderment how he dared to overtake them. Does he really want to die? But they didn't advise him to run away from here. Otherwise, they would kill him. Our hero laughed, saying that they were simply intimidating him. They can easily check how they will kill him. The guys said that he asked for it himself. A moment later, they ran into battle. Our hero asked in bewilderment, do they really want to fight with him, a 3rd-level disciple? How dare they? The guy sent the hooligans flying without any problems, thanks to the shaft fist technique. After this, Lan Su approached him and told him to be careful. The ones he just beat up are Sanju and Siju. These are Fuxian Ju's people. Lan Su said that she heard that this guy is very rich, and the entire Ju family as a whole. Ever since he came here, he has been pestering her constantly. Our hero turned his head. He had something in mind but decided to suggest just continuing to run. Actions are transferred to Fuxian Ju. The guy at that moment beat his people, saying that they are useless. The man said that this guy was very strong. In this case, he ordered 4 people to go and defeat him. Lan Su showed our hero a hologram that showed Fuxian Ju and his people running towards them. Ming Ye said that in this case, it would be better for them to speed up and not let them get too close to them. Now, later, the guys still couldn't catch up with Ming Ye and Lan Su. Fuxian Ju's people told him that they would not be able to catch up with them. The guy started screaming at the top of his voice, and his screams spread throughout the entire mountain range. Xing Chun was watching the runners at this time. There are only 9 newcomers left who are still running. They had already run 400 miles. Among them, the guy, of course, noticed brother Ming Ye. He wondered what he would do this time. Ming Ye asked Lan Su how much longer she could run. The girl said it was still about 100 or 200 miles. She asked if he couldn't do it anymore. Our hero smiled and said that, of course he could. He's just afraid that she won't be able to reach the end and he'll have to run alone. And that's boring. The girl asked Mingye not to brag when suddenly someone behind them called out to them. Several guys ran up to them. They were glad to have caught up with them. One was named Jinggang Kui and the other was Yiping Jing. Mingye turned around in bewilderment and introduced himself. He also introduced the girl. Jinggang Kui told the guys that there were 5 more people in front of them. They were interested in catching up with them. Yiping Jing said that it would not be easy to overtake them, and he also wondered how much further away they were. Lan Su at that moment noticed in front of them that there were 5 people running towards them. Could it really be them? Suddenly, those people stopped right in front of them. The girl asked a little tensely what was going on. Mingye asked her to ignore them and just keep running. One of the guys waved his cloak and said that they only need Mingye. The rest can run. Our hero turned to Lan Su and asked her to run away without worrying about him any further. She asked if he really needed help. Mingye said that this is just another bunch of weaklings that he can easily deal with. She better run away or else she will lose. The girl asked him to be careful. All the participants ran on, while Mingye and the 5 hooligans remained standing in place. Mingye broke the silence. He asked the guys who sent them, "Is it really Ba Zhou?" The guys said he was right. They asked how a newcomer like him dared to challenge a man from the top 10. Zhou wants to be taught a lesson. The guy said that Ba Zhou is a fool if he sends weaklings like them to deal with him. These words offended these people, and they attacked our hero. They said not to feel sorry for that freak Mingye. Mingye, of course, used the fast step technique without any problems, and a second later found himself behind one of the offenders and attacked. Immediately after the first, our hero went after another hooligan. The 3 remaining guys watched in horror as 2 of their comrades were knocked out with one blow. Not understanding how this was possible, the guys turned around and ran away, because they didn't want to fight this monster. Mingye sighed heavily and said that they were all a bunch of weaklings, after which he grabbed the unconscious 2 and dragged them to the abyss. A moment later he threw them off the cliff. Murder is a common occurrence among disciples of the same sect. Xing Chun said that if there is evidence of brother's involvement in the murders, no, they won't do anything to him. Brother Mingye definitely thought of everything. The action is again transferred to Lan Su and the guys who caught up with them. Meanwhile, they did not stop. At some point, Yiping Jing and Jinggang Kui turned their heads and noticed our hero behind, who was already catching up with them. Jinggang Kui was surprised and realized that most likely he had dealt with them. The guy said that Mingye was tough and that he probably couldn't defeat even one opponent. Our hero, in response to the guy's flattery, said that it was all nonsense and that those guys were weaklings. The guy then ran up to Lan Su and said that they had already run 400 miles, they needed to speed up. The girl agreed, but still said that he was not her rival. A moment later, they ran away with incredible speed. Jinggang Kui said that these 2 were truly geniuses to create such a foundation with so many resources. Yiping Jing said that this is not entirely true, because the girl uses her reserves of strength. Then he tensely looked into the distance. The guy said that Mingye was just using his base. Meanwhile, our guys ran and ran without stopping. In this way, they ran more than 700 miles. At that time, Lan Su already felt that she was getting tired. Our hero suggested that she give up and not force herself. The girl turned around and said in a trembling voice that she had to win. Mingye understood that she was stubborn. Deciding that everything could end badly, he fell to the ground and began to say that he was giving up. She's actually a little stronger than him. Lan Su laughed and said that now he must admire her and her capabilities. After hearing the words, our hero instantly rose from the ground and stood in front of the girl. He pulled out a jar and said that he admires it with all his 100%, and a dispute is a dispute, so the pill is hers. Lan Su was very surprised and tense at this moment. She stood and examined our hero. The guy asked in bewilderment what was wrong. Did she really not want to take the primordial spirit tablet? She deserved it after all. The girl asked in a drooping voice. Why did he lose to her on purpose? He began to breathe heavily only when he sat down, and then, as if nothing had happened, he stood up and was breathing evenly. Mingye realized that he was caught off guard, and that he completely forgot about it. The girl decided that apparently he had given in to her last time too. She said she hoped he didn't have hopes of a relationship with her. Immediately after these words, Lan Su added that a relationship between them is impossible. This broke our hero. The guy decided to show all his cards and said that although they hardly knew each other, he fell in love with her at first sight. The girl silently turned around and then said that she didn't need his gifts and that she didn't need to do that anymore. Our hero looked down in disappointment. Baming appeared and tried to console the master. After a moment, the guy's face changed and he told her not to worry. To get a girl, you need persistence, deciding that if she doesn't want to be first, then he will be first. After these words, he ran forward as fast as he could. After some time, the elders summed up the results of the competition. The newcomers this year were more experienced. In any case, Biaofu said that this is not enough. Taima said that it was already getting dark, and he assumed that most of the students had already returned. At this moment, another participant approached. It was Lansu, who said she ran 700 miles. Biaofu thought this was brilliant. Lansu has surprisingly high stamina, and this impressed him. Taima told his friend that he needed to take a closer look at her. After all, if she continues to surpass herself in every task, then he will take her as a student. Huang, meanwhile, understood that our hero was not here. He was sure that the guy was dead, and Ba Zhou turned out to be more daring than he expected. Biaofu asked the competition supervisor if everyone had arrived. The guy said there was one newbie still running. The elder opened his eyes wide and asked in bewilderment how long he had already run. The guy opened the statistics and stated with horror that this student had already run 1,000 miles. People in bewilderment began to shout and say how and who ran such a distance. Biaofu said that he wanted to meet this disciple as soon as possible. Han Yu asked Huang what happened to the elder. Why is he so excited? Huang realized the whole problem. Ming Ye attracted the attention of the elders, which is not good. The girl asked if this meant that they could contribute to his education. The guy said that not now, but he thinks the elders will be watching him to see if he has the potential to become a master. Ba Zhou, meanwhile, understood that Ming Ye was a genius. His brother is going to fight him in a month, and by then Ming Ye might become stronger. The guy turned around and decided that this news needed to be told to his brother as quickly as possible. So what if that guy is a genius? They will simply destroy it. The action moves to the hall where all the elders stood, and our hero stood below. Biaofu asked Xing Chen how this student practiced horse stance. The guy said he did a great job. He then added that Lansu only took first place because Ming Ye succumbed to her. He is better than the girl in all basic skills. Biaofu accepted it. The man threw a package of technology to our hero and said that he should learn it as quickly as possible. Ming Ye picked it up and asked if he should do this right now. The man said that right now and moreover right in front of them all. Beiming added that apparently the elders were interested in the master, and if the master showed himself well, he might receive their recognition. You have to try. As soon as the package was completed, our hero realized that this was a technique for the legs. The name was Lunar Chasing the Stars. Technique good, but will be inferior to his heavenly footwork. In any case, the guy decided that he already had experience working with such techniques, so there would be no problems. As it turned out, it really was nothing. Xing Chen could not restrain himself and shouted bravo to his brother. He then looked at the elder and closed his mouth. After our hero showed his masterclass, he asked the elders what the result was for them. Biaofu didn't even bat an eyelid. He just said that it was normal and that the guy could go. Ming Ye was taken by surprise by this answer. Is the whole answer just normal? Tai Ma was also unhappy with this answer and asked why he said that. Biaofu replied that he didn't praise him precisely because he was so amazing. Many talented people fail because of their pride and arrogance. Tai Ma decided that he couldn't agree more. They rarely find geniuses here. Even they couldn't make it into the top 20 of the Lifetime Dragon list. They decided that this young man brings them both opportunities and problems at the same time. Biaofu realized that they were running out of time. They should help unleash Ming Ye's full potential. Only tough competition will allow this to happen. The elder told Xing Chen that they must secretly provide our hero with everything he needs. You can't show yourself to him or help him unless it's a matter of life and death. The guy told the elders that they couldn't help but worry because he promised to take care of Ming Ye at the cost of his own life. Xing Chen understood that many people did not like our hero, and in a month he would fight Guangzhou with the top 10 external disciples. Biaofu laughed and was surprised that the newcomer challenged the 10th place. This would be a good way to give him resources. For winning, the guy will receive countless rewards. Xing Chen said that he understood the elders and headed towards the exit to find Ming Ye. Tai Ma asked if they should tell their sect leader about Ming Ye. Biaofu said no need. The guy must finish training first. For hundreds of years, elders have shown their powers to the public. He hoped their generation could do it. The action moves to our hero, who talked about being a genius with a divine golden cloak and foundation pills. He didn't understand how in the eyes of the elders, he was just simply good. Beiming said they recognized him as a genius. They just didn't say so. They don't want Ming Ye to become too proud and lose his ambition. In any case, she said that they shouldn't have done that, because the guy is much more talented than they expect. The guy thanked the spirit for the consolation. After some time, our hero was already asleep. But outside the window, a man was still walking and exploring something. He had a knife in his hands. It was the killer who came to deal with Ming Ye. As soon as the guy wanted to go inside, Xingchen appeared as if out of nowhere and fought back the killer. As it turned out, this killer was Kwang Zhou, who apparently was frightened by his brother's stories and came to finish everything on his own. Xingchen never thought that the person in the top 10 people of external disciples was actually so cowardly. The guy grabbed the coward by the collar and said that he disappointed him, after which he said that he would now show him the gift. Due to the noise on the street, Ming Ye woke up. He was disappointed that all people were annoying and did not let him sleep. Beiming said it was already taken care of. The next morning at sunrise, one of the sect's disciples, namely Kwang Zhou, was hung on a cross. People asked in bewilderment why this man was hanging here. They decided that they needed to find out from the elders. At some point, one of the people realized that this guy was one of the top 10 external disciples. All the people laughed at him. All the girls who passed by this picture could not help but say how disgusting Kwang Zhou is. The action moves to the dining room. Xingchen, meanwhile, sat with our hero and treated him. The guy asked why there was so much expensive food here. Xingchen smiled and said that it was polite. Last time he treated him, and this time he treated him. Ming Ye waved his hands and said that he shouldn't have ordered so many dishes. They don't even sit halfway. Xingchen said that martial arts practitioners should always eat a lot, so these meals should be enough. At that moment, some guy walked up to their table, kicked it, and said that this table was theirs. Xingchen was angry. He told Fei Lu that they are all internal disciples, so why then do they interfere with them? The guy said why they shouldn't touch them. They don't even deserve his glance, so it's better to leave while he allows it. Ming Ye approached Xingchen and asked him to leave from here. Fei Lu, in bewilderment, asked our hero how he dared to interrupt his conversation. Ming Ye wanted to start a fight, but Xingchen blocked him and said that this was his friend, and he was still stupid. They are going away. Ming Ye asked what was wrong with that guy. They didn't even touch him, but he turned out to be so rude. Xingchen said that he is the 10th top internal disciple. Then he added that it was time to get used to this, the one who is stronger here and in charge. If Ming Ye had challenged him, Fei Lu would have killed both of them. At that moment, our hero realized that if it weren't for Beiming, he would have been killed long ago by either that beggar or the Ye family. At the same time, if not for him, then Tai Ming and Zhu Ming would have been killed by the pirates. No one cares about justice, because no rules can hold back the strong. The strong can insult anyone, but the one who is killed has only himself to blame. Xingchen at this moment asked our hero to keep his distance from Lan Su. Inner disciples from the top can become her target, and everything will end badly if they get close. Ming Ye understood that the inner disciples were equal to or even superior to the warriors. He is still an ordinary student. He needs to cultivate more. Suddenly, an urgent announcement began in the sect. The Dominator-level Patriarch will arrive here soon, so no one dares to disturb him. The voice began to say that in a few minutes, the entrance to the interior area would be restricted. There is no need to make unnecessary movements, otherwise they will anger the Patriarch. Meanwhile, an incomprehensible object sensed someone connected with the heavenly invaders. He didn't understand how this could be. The guy decided that he needed to find out as much as possible about this anyway and hit the road. The voice in the announcement continued to ask the disciples and elders not to disturb the Patriarch. Xingchen said that this happens here often. Ming Ye was surprised that this guy was passing through here, and everyone was so afraid. Beiming said that the Patriarch is so strong that he can destroy this place with one blow. Spirit said that the Patriarch is much stronger than Ming Ye. He should focus on cultivation. Our hero decided to listen to the girl, because he himself understood that now he could hardly compete with his inner student. At any cost and by any means you need to become stronger than all of them. Suddenly, The same patriarch who smelled energetic blood and breath appeared, strong muscles and bones. He said that the guy was too good for a 5th-level martial artist. Our hero turned around in bewilderment and asked who was there. Baiming, in horror, told the master that this was the martial arts dominator. This man approached our hero and addressed him. He directly said that he felt that he was a heavenly invader. Mingye was at a loss. His father wanted to join them and was killed at the hands of Wan Shengye. What the patriarch is talking about may be related to his father. He believed that someone from the Haotiang sect had blessed Mingye. He then asked if his family member was a heavenly invader. Mingye told the man that his father had given the Kaotian blessing before his death. He wanted to join the heavenly invaders, but he was killed. He asked the man if he was the sky invader and if he knew his father. The guy also asked why they are hated if they are good people. The patriarch said that he is not from this region, so it is unlikely that he knows his father. Mingye again asked the same question as before and asked why everyone wants to destroy this organization. The man said that the Haotiang sect had set rules for people and the heavenly invaders were responsible for enforcing those rules. Unfortunately, not a single strong fighter wants to be controlled. They see the sect as a cruel beast that needs to be killed. Mingye was surprised that this sect had rules for people. He asked to tell us more about them. The patriarch said that the world is ruled by the strongest. No moral norms or laws apply here. The strong dominate the regions and torture ordinary people. They kill ordinary residents like people kill dogs. Justice is nothing to them. Meanwhile, the Haotiang sect strives to establish rules under which everyone is equal. Be it a martial arts god or a saint, no one should break the rules. The strong should not bully or kill the weak. Peace will not be achieved without order and restrictions. Mingye said that there are many strong people in the world who will be strong enough to hold everyone back. After establishing these rules, the patriarch said that it was a Kaotian god. This is an invisible deity that arises from everyone's belief in justice and fairness. As long as the number of believers in this is large enough, the Kaotian god will be the strongest ruler of Tianyuan land. The man asked our hero if he would follow in his father's footsteps and join the Haotiang sect. Baiming said that Mingye must say yes in past. This sect destroyed all 5 divine dynasties. She's much stronger than you might think. The guy wondered, if he joins the cult, will he be able to achieve justice for everyone, even if he risks his life? The patriarch handed our hero the Haotian seed. It will be planted in Mingye's spiritual sea as soon as he places it between his eyebrows. After activating this seed, he will become a member of the Haotiang sect, but it will only be activated when he receives approval from the Haotiang god. After he joins everyone, he can accumulate coins by doing good deeds. The man began to use some skill, and at the same time said that these coins can be exchanged for anything. Extending his hand in front of our hero, the man began to radiate energy and said that now he would show him the full power of the Kaotian god. After a moment, Mingye felt that he had gained an additional 10% of his strength in a second. After that, the man asked again if the guy wanted to become one of them. Mingye said that his parents would not have been killed if there were rules and laws in place. The law must be obeyed because everyone is equal before it. The guy placed the seed between his eyebrows and said that this world is just what he needs. After this, the patriarch said that the believers of the sect are brothers and sisters. Now he is a senior practitioner for our hero. Once the seed is activated, Mingye will be able to earn coins by doing good deeds. Then he turned around and wished him luck. He then asked me to remember his name. His name is Xuanji Li. He saw more potential in the guy and had high hopes for him. A week later, our hero continued to cultivate. By then, he had already absorbed all the power from the pill. Mingye's muscle and bone strength increased greatly, which only meant that everything had worked out. At this moment, Xingchen burst into Mingye's room and said that this month's external disciples. He suddenly fell silent in surprise. He hasn't seen our hero for several days, and he has already broken through to a 6th-level adept. Soon he will be able to practice the skills to use his bones. Mingye smiled and said that it was. Then he asked why the guy was in such a hurry. Suddenly Xingchen remembered why he came and began shouting that the outside students had already been given a task. He needs to go right now and take on an easy task, otherwise he won't have time. The action moves to the outside area. Meanwhile, a real nightmare was happening near the task board. People fought to take on the task. Mingye and Xingchen fought their way through the crowd. although it was very difficult. The guys were shocked when they saw the board. There is not a single task left. In any case, this was expected because people want to receive contribution points and exchange them for rewards. Ming Ye noticed that all the tasks of the medium-easy level were taken away. Only the special task remained. In addition, this task gives a lot of contribution points, as much as 3,000, which is 30 times more than for ordinary tasks. Xing Chun looked at our hero and said that this task is very difficult. It will require the performer to pick bright grass in a poisonous valley. The valley is filled with poisonous smog and deadly insects and snakes. The difficulty lies in the fact that smog blocks a person's vision. As if he had missed all the words of Xing Chun, our hero walked up to the board and took this task. Xing Chun again began to say that this would not work because the valley was very dangerous. Even if he survives, he is unlikely to find poisonous grass. The guy said that if he was sure, he could go with him. Ming Ye said that everything is fine, and there is no need to worry about him. Our hero, meanwhile, stood in the middle of a poisonous valley. One poison pill cost about 10 first-class stones. In any case, he decided that few people had been to this place, and there must be a lot of treasures here. This time he will earn a lot. Beiming said that the master has never been here before then. What is his plan? The guy asked if Beiming had a primordial spirit. Why doesn't she use it to help him find the bright grass? The spirit at that moment said that the grass he always stepped on was what he needed. The guy raised his leg in bewilderment, and the girl just said that Ming Ye ruined it. There are 5 poisons in this herb. Any person below the dominator who is poisoned by these poisons simply dies. Because of its ugliness, it is often collected. Ming Ye, looking at the trampled grass with tears in his eyes, asked the spirit why she didn't tell him about this before. The girl said she thought he liked to step on valuable herbs. The guy asked in horror why she thought so. He was not sick to do that. Beiming said she has no feelings either way. Ming Ye asked why she didn't have them when she needed them so much. Ming Ye asked the spirit the next time they go to a place where there is something valuable to talk about everything. The girl agreed. An hour later, the guys again found 3 bright herbs with 5 poisons. The guy said they needed to be picked up. The girl at that moment said that there was a spiritual grass nearby, which was a level higher than the bright one. After that, Beiming said that there is also a poisonous dragon fruit, which can also be turned into poison. The guy picked him up too. Then the girl told the master that there is a scorpion nearby, so it's better not. Ming Ye said that everything is fine. He then realized what Beiming had said, and he noticed in horror that there was a scorpion on his hand. Unfortunately, the scorpion still pricked our hero. The guy told Beiming about this, and she just said that it was his own fault. 6 hours later, our hero collected 5 stalks of spiritual grass and 3 stalks of sacred grass, 1 poisonous dragon fruit, stalks of depleted grass, and a few others. And the most important thing is that he found 33 stems of bright grass. He exceeded his goal, which means he will receive a lot of money. Beiming also complimented the master with words that he forgot about the scorpion. Ming Ye tensed and said that this should be forgotten. Meanwhile, at the exit of the valley, there was a guy who realized that Ming Ye had returned from the valley of the poisonous fog. He wanted to know what was in the bag. Our hero said that there were only personal items inside. Ming Ye understood that this was a warrior, which meant that this was one of the inner disciples. The guy said that he lost a lot of things, so he must have taken them. He again asked to see what was inside the bag. Ming Ye said that it was not his problem, that he had lost something there. After that, our hero asked to leave him alone. The guy said that he had not met a person like him for a long time. After this, he added that if he bowed to him 3 times, he would forgive him. Our hero used the fast step technique and left this place. He didn't understand why the inner disciple was so arrogant. The guy turned around and told him that he was not afraid of him. The angry warrior said that he would not live. Thus, the guys ran all the way to Ming Ye's house. At some point, the bully stopped. He remembered Xing Chen's words that he protected the person from this room. Realizing why the guy was so arrogant, he turned around and walked away. At the same time, he said that he would come again and take revenge. Ming Ye thought that this guy was smart, because if he went inside, you, our hero, would use the battle coin. Beiming said to the master at this moment that it would be better to buy a space bag for storing things, otherwise you can easily get into trouble. Ming Ye said that it was quite tempting. After that, he asked how much it cost. The girl said that the simplest spatial bag cost a little more than 300 battle coins. The guy said that it was too expensive, because all his things didn't cost that much. The spirit said that one could exchange the divine golden cloak for countless top spatial bags. Ming Ye said that this is nonsense. He will never sell Beiming. It would be better for him to continue completing tasks and saving money. 3,000 contribution points can be exchanged for 75 kilograms of first-class spirit stones or just 3 battle coins. Ming Ye understood that in order to earn 300 battle coins, he would have to complete a lot of tasks. In any case, he left the building and decided that he needed to look at the available tasks. Going outside, Ming Ye noticed Lan Su walking somewhere with a woman. The guy ran up and asked where she was going. "Should we have dinner?" Ming Ye said that it was a big coincidence because he also wanted to go. He asked why don't they go out to dinner together. The girl turned her head away and told our hero that she was very busy. The woman turned around and told Ming Ye that he was very annoying. Lan Su doesn't want to talk to him. What's unclear? The guy said that he wanted to invite her to a special dinner with a lot of treats, but since she doesn't want to, then she can forget. The woman, perplexed, approached her friend and said that there would be magical meat there. Why don't they go and get some? The girl said that she could go with him alone. After that, Lan Su's friend turned around and told our hero that she couldn't help him. Ming Ye couldn't understand. Was he really that bad that she was so cold to him? Beiming said that love is a very complicated thing, and it's better not to get involved in it. Ming Ye told her that he has no relationship with her. He decided that he would go have dinner in a regular dining room. The action moves to the dining room, where Lan Su and her friend were sitting. Suddenly a voice was surprised that she was eating here. It was the same rich guy. He said that a diet without magical meat is not so healthy. He asked her to go to a special dinner. Her friend, as soon as she heard Lan Su's answer, said that she did not want to see him and asked him to leave her alone. The guy said it was none of her business. Moreover, she is no one here to tell him what to do. He turned to the girl again and told her to come to him. Lan Su removed her hand and told him not to touch it. Suddenly, a voice asked Fuxianju when he would pay him back. The guy, perplexed, asked who he owed money to. He wanted to see this daredevil. Ming Ye stood in front of him and told him that he must repay his debt. Fuxianju laughed and said that he had been looking for him all these days, and now he just came to him. The guy told his guys to deal with him. Ming Ye said that he only wants to be repaid. Last time he lent him 3 battle coins, why is he denying it? A crowd of people were perplexed by this. Even the elders don't have that many. Where did this guy get so many coins? Fuxianju started laughing even more and asked if Ming Ye was sick. Where could he even have battle coins to ask for them? Ming Ye started getting angry and asking if Fuxianju really wanted him to show that he had coins. Fuxianju couldn't stop laughing and said that if our hero showed the coins, he would confess. Ming Ye extended his hand and showed that he had battle coins. People were in complete bewilderment and horror. What is going on? This guy actually has battle coins. Fuxianju was no less surprised. He didn't understand where this commoner got the coins from, because even he didn't have them. Once again, our hero began to shout for Fuxianju to repay his debt. Apparently, this was Ming Ye's cunning plan. Lan Su, apparently, also understood that this was just a plan, and said that Ming Ye was cunning. Fuxianju smiled and said that he would repay the debt. He asked to follow him and they would give his coins. The girl immediately told the guy not to go. After all, they wanted to deceive him. Ming Ye smiled and told her not to worry. He'll be fine. Already in the clearing, the guy asked, "Is Ming Ye really that stupid, or is he just pretending?" Fuxianju directly said that he wanted to teach him a lesson and put him in his place. Ming Ye told the guys that he would also be happy to teach them a lesson. He told Fuxianju to stay away from Lan Su because she didn't love him. These words hurt the guy very much, and so he ordered his friends to go into battle. Our hero was able to defeat the entire group of hooligans with just his skill. Looking at his friends lying under his feet, Fuxianju asked how they lost so quickly. Ming Ye approached the guy again and said that he wanted to collect the debt. As a result, our hero received a bag with more than 4 kilograms of spiritual stones. As soon as he collects, a little more will be able to get 1 battle coin. Biao Fu, meanwhile, learned that the guy had just started practicing bone skills a few days ago. He thought that the guy could get to the top of the hidden dragons. Tai Ma said that he is currently still in the foundation stage. Maybe you need to buy books with skills. The elder decided that it was expensive and said that they could give ordinary books. At this moment, Xing approached the elders and said that he recently saw Ming Ye getting ready to go to the martial arts library. He misses books. Biaofu ran from the spot at the same moment and said that he would give him the books right now. Another man said that Biaofu is still not giving up. Tai Ma said his wife was kidnapped and held captive. He wants Ming Ye to surpass this person. He didn't want Biaofu to fail. But this man Zidian, the elder of the strongest sect, says that he has found a brilliant disciple. Last time he did it, the Red Sun sect lost. He is afraid that he will not change his policy. The action is moved to the library. There was only a week left before the battle with Kwang Zhou. Our hero mastered only one technique, which was not enough. The guy, as an external student, can only enter the first floor of the library. The techniques here are not as good as his shaft fist technique. Suddenly, an elder coughed from behind and asked Ming Ye what he was doing here. Our hero turned around and immediately bowed to Biaofu. The guy said that he was looking for martial arts books for cultivation. The man said that there are no good books on the first floor, but he has 2 books from the 5th floor. He gives them to him just like that, but this is only this time. Ming Ye was incredibly happy about this and immediately thanked the man. Biaofu at this moment said that he was just too lazy to go to the 5th floor to return these techniques, so he should bring these packages in a while. In any case, he said that Ming Ye could read these books if he fulfilled his instructions. Our hero left the building and examined these books. These were the stone strike and hidden finger techniques. Beiming said that these are level 6 techniques, and they are quite powerful and comparable to the best level 5 techniques. The guy was at a loss. Comparable to the best level 5 techniques? The spirit said it was so. It is quite difficult for such a small sect to obtain them. Ming Ye finally realized that the elders were indeed helping him. He is indebted to them. Kwang Zhou and Ba Zhou meanwhile watched our hero. They understood that Ming Ye was very careful. Kwang Zhou, when asked by his brother to beat him at night, said that last time he was humiliated and almost killed. They won't be able to do anything as long as Ming Ye is protected by Xing. A week later, the very day of the battle between the newcomer and the guy from the top 10 arrived. They believed that Kwang Zhou would knock out the newcomer in one blow. Ming Ye asked, "Are all these people gathered here to watch the battle?" Xing said that few people dare to challenge a strong opponent. Suddenly our hero noticed some strange cluster of people in one place. Some guy opened bets on the winner of the fight. He said that after the battle begins, it will be impossible to place a bet. People bet money, and most preferred to choose Kwang Zhou. Ming Ye asked if they didn't have enough money. Xing said that they need elixirs and martial arts skills, so money is always short. Our hero held out 4 battle coins and told Xing to place them. Finally, Ming Ye walked onto the stage. People didn't believe that he could defeat the 10th top external disciple. Some people started rumors that Ming Ye killed his uncle and cousin. Others said that he would fall after the 3rd blow. Suddenly, Kwang Zhou landed on the stage and asked how Ming Ye dared to challenge him. The man glared at his opponent and said that he would make him regret this. People were screaming and telling the guy to kill the new guy, but not too quickly. They believed in him because they bet all their money. Kwang Zhou's biggest fan was his brother, who wore a t-shirt with his name on it and shouted encouraging words. The guy who took the bets knew the odds were 59-1. A lot of people bet on Kwang Zhou and he thought they were stupid. He began again to say that the battle was about to begin and he would not accept bets. Xing was just coming here. The guy bet 4 battle coins on our hero. The bet taker was perplexed by such a quantity. After that, Xing poured out the entire contents of the bag and said that he would bet 4 battle coins and 20 kilograms of first-class spirit stones. In addition, he bets 35,000 contribution points, and all of this goes towards Ming Ye's victory. Meanwhile, Ming Ye looked at the audience and noticed familiar faces. Han Yu Wu, Yuandu Huang, Qian Zuo. Here are all the Ye family members who have joined this sect. In addition, he noticed the most important observer. Elder Biaofu was also here. The guy also noticed that Lan Su was also here. She seems worried about him. Kwang Zhou stretched his hands and said that he would teach him a lesson for this one, and no Xing would interfere. Our hero said that Kwang Zhou is very arrogant, just like his brother. When he takes his place, they will both be less arrogant. Ba Zhou laughed and said that if he wants to take his brother's place, he will be disappointed. Now no one will help him. Our hero looked into Bajo's eyes and told him to remember one thing. His brother would die because of him. Kwang Zhou said, "No matter how eloquent Ming Ye is, no one will save him this time." People looking at Kwang Zhou's spiritual energy were perplexed that he was able to release it. At the same moment, the guy went to attack our hero. He used 3 combined strikes. Any emotion, Ming Ye, as always, used the wave-breaking technique. With great difficulty, Kwang Zhou dodged the attack. He couldn't understand how he could lose to this guy. Meanwhile, our hero decided not to waste time and went on the attack in order to strike back. Kwang Zhou still admitted that the guy was stronger than he seemed, but unfortunately, at that moment, he began to radiate even more energy. The audience understood that he was using the power of a 10th-level adept. Apparently, Ming Ye is truly amazing because he forced him to use spiritual power. Our hero's planned strike was doomed. Kwang Zhou sent Ming Ye flying. The man began to laugh and say that the guy would never defeat him. He has spiritual power that only warriors can control. As soon as the smoke cleared, Kwang Zhou became very tense. He could not understand where his opponent had gone. Suddenly his brother started telling him to be careful because the guy was already behind him. It was like that. Our hero was seriously angry because even his eyes shone with anger. He grabbed Kwang Zhou's head and admitted that he had powerful spiritual power but was too slow. Raising his hand, the guy said that he was too easy a target, and a moment later, he drove him into the ground with all his might. Lying on the ground, Kwang Zhou said that this was simply impossible. He asked how he moved so fast. Ming Ye, looking at this freak, said that the dead man would not need this information. At this moment, Kwang Zhou struck the ground several times. His brother was terrified. He didn't understand how this could happen. He ran forward and said that there was no way his brother could lose. As soon as he approached Kwang Zhou and felt his pulse, he realized that he was already dead. Bajou glared at our hero and said that Kwang Zhou was dead because of him, after which he said that he would avenge him and went on the attack. For our hero, this was too ridiculous, so without any problems he pushed Bajou away, and he flew away at high speed. The spectators were horrified. They realized how cruel Ming Ye was, because they clearly heard the sounds of the meridians breaking. He killed Kwang Zhou and disabled his brother. Biao Fu was glad that Ming Ye didn't lose. These brothers were arrogant and always bullied others, so they deserved it. The elder understood that Kwang Zhou was decisive in his actions and did not give Ming Ye a single chance. Han Yu Wu, who was watching the entire battle, was incredibly horrified. Nevertheless, she understood how amazing he was. Yuandu Huang did not understand what they could do. Qianzuo said that Ming Ye would most likely take revenge on them once he became even stronger. Yuandu Huang, in this case, turned to the girl and told her to act the same as before. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would kill them. The girl was no less angry with our hero and therefore agreed with the words of her comrade. Lan Su, meanwhile, was very glad that Ming Ye was not harmed in any way. She was able to breathe out with a calm soul. At this moment, the elder announced the victory of the newcomer. Now Ming Ye has become the top 10 in the top external disciples, and he will receive corresponding prizes for winning. People screamed in panic and said that they had bet all their money on Kwang Zhou to win. Meanwhile, the person who accepted the bets was no less ruined because the huge prize was taken by Xing Chen, who was just praising Ming Ye. The guy said that after he returned from the Poisonous Valley, he realized that Ming Ye could defeat Kwang Zhou, but he did not expect it so quickly. Our hero said that he was flattered by his brother's words, after which he asked how much they earned. The guy said they won a lot of money. The odds were 28-1, so they quadrupled their investment. Ming Ye asked if Xing Chen had bet everything he had given on his victory. The guy confirmed and said that in addition to his coins, deposit points, and spiritual stones, he borrowed a lot of money from his friends. They earned about 300,000 contribution points. Xing Chen said that now that they had earned a lot of money, they could have some fun. Ming Ye agreed with him. Meanwhile, the elders discussed the battle. Biao Fu was shocked that in such a short time our hero had mastered the stone strike and deft movements. The man laughed and said that even they couldn't do it that quickly. Biao Fu then said that they underestimated him too much. He wants the guy to practice, but he's worried about his safety. Yan Gongsun intervened in their conversation and asked to be allowed to secretly protect Ming Ye. They can cooperate with Xing Chen. Tai Ma said that he wants to know about Ming Ye's past, so he will go to his city. What if he sorts out the problems in his family? After some time, Tai Ma arrived in the city of our hero. He immediately noticed a local diner. A man entered the building and asked if he could join them. The guys noticed that, apparently, he was not from here, and then they told him to sit down with them. Tai Ma smiled and pointed to the building behind him. He was interested in who was the owner of this large house. The man asked in bewilderment, "Doesn't he really know?" He said that this was the mansion of the Ye family, the most powerful family in the city. After that, he said that they had stupidly lost a genius. Tai Ma asked him back in surprise. The man said that this is a scandal of the entire Ye family, which is better not to tell anyone. The guy said that this genius's name is Ming Ye, but his fate is very sad. This guy's father was considered the genius of the family, but he became a scapegoat and was killed by his own family. His wife also died, leaving her son alone. Ming Ye was precisely this son, and he was always oppressed. In any case, he was lucky to survive in such conditions. Tai Ma was shocked by the local man's story. He asked if everything he had just heard was true. The man said that it was true, because it was told to them by people from the Ye family. On the day of the competition, Ming Ye showed his strength, after which the whole truth was revealed. Tai Ma took another sip of tea and said in surprise that he understood him. The action moves to the Ye family mansion. Wan Sheng Ye, meanwhile, was drinking with his comrades. The man asked Wan Zhong how the Blood Cloak Society order was going. The man said that they had taken it for it, but they had to pay 50 kilograms of first-class spirit stones for it. Wan Sheng Ye understood that the price was high. In any case, they need their help, and there are no other options. The guy is getting stronger too quickly. Wan Zhong hit the table and said it didn't matter. In any case, no matter how strong he is no match for Zisheng Ye. Tai Ma, meanwhile, was eavesdropping on the men's conversations. He sighed and said that they were bastards, and he also added that Ming Ye could easily deal with them. The man decided that Ming Ye would come to take revenge on them anyway, so he had better keep out. The action moves to the city of Maplif. Ming Ye and Xing Chen ended up in a strange establishment. Our hero asked, "Does Xing Chen really want to spend money on this?" The guy said that a man who has money should spend it on women. He decided that this was a very good idea. Our hero sighed and said that he was thinking that Xing Chen wanted to buy spatial storage just like him. Xing Chen thought at this moment and said, "That spatial storage is a necessary thing. It needs to be bought in the capital, but now..." The guy pushed Ming Ye into the girls' arms and asked them to treat him well. The girls literally attacked him and immediately began asking if he was still a virgin. Beiming said at this moment that she was priceless. If a master loses it, it will greatly affect his cultivation. After this, Ming Ye ran outside screaming and wished Xing Chen good luck. Not particularly upset, he said he would enjoy it. Walking down the street, our hero realized that he had nothing more to do. He decided that he could go and visit Tai Ming and his sister. Suddenly, Ming Ye noticed a building in front of him. In his opinion, it looked quite beautiful. The guy approached the entrance, and the guard asked how he could help. Our hero said that he came here to visit Tai Ming and Zhu Ming. As soon as the guys met, Tai Ming began to say how glad they were to see him. Our hero immediately noticed that something was wrong with his brother's hand, and therefore asked what happened. He abruptly hit it, and said that he received a slight injury during the fight. The guy asked the guest to come in and sit down at the table. As soon as the guy sat down at the table, Tai Ming became interested in the life of our hero and asked how he was doing. Suddenly, a security guard burst into the building. He came to the master with bad news. Tai Ming, angry about something, got up from the table and said that he needed something to deal with. He'll be back soon. After this, the door slammed shut and silence fell in the room. Our hero, perplexed, asked Zhu Ming what was happening. The girl said it was nothing. The guy said that they met not long ago. He helped them, they helped him. They've become friends and he wants to know what's going on so he can help them. The girl began to have tears in her eyes, but nevertheless she said not to worry because it was just a trifle. Our hero did not like this answer, and he hit the table saying that he wanted to know what happened. The girl burst into tears and said that her family had big problems. Now some people are waiting for his brother in the yard, and he went to talk to them. A few days ago, they received an order to deliver medicinal herbs from the Tu family in Maplief. After they delivered them, the inspector said that it was not them. This family gave them fire silver grass, and the controller said that star grass should be delivered. Star grass costs 5 times more than fire silver grass. A ship of star grass will cost 500 kilograms of first-class spirit stones. The Tu family said that everything was their fault, and after that they sent martial artists to deal with Tai Ming. They also said that if the Ming family did not compensate for their losses, they would destroy the entire family. They simply don't have that many stones. The guy said that anyone should guess that that family is blackmailing them. He decided that the Ming family was weaker than the Tu family since they were blackmailing them. The girl said that there are warriors in the Tu family, and they are really no match for them. The Tu and Huang family are the strongest in Map Leaf. They won't be able to resist. Ming Ye thought about it. Again, the Huang family was involved. She always causes problems. Our hero jumped up from the table and told them to let him handle it. After some time, the guy sat by the window and thought. He remembered playing with a man from the Tu family in the casino. Apparently, he was a regular customer. Ming Ye turned to Bei Ming and asked her to look at the casino entrance. He wanted her to let him know when the right person came out. The spirit said that this person comes here more often than they originally thought. Two guys went to the casino hoping to win. The guy lost a lot yesterday and wanted to win back today. The other one said he would help him and they would have fun. Suddenly, Tu was called out by a surprised voice who asked if he was there too. The guy's friend asked who it was. Tu said that he recently won a lot of money, but in the end, he lost to Hualongzhou. In any case, he is experienced. They decided for themselves that no matter how experienced he was, no one would beat them if they cooperated. Our hero told the guys to go together, and they went. Meanwhile, a girl was watching them. A moment later, a casino worker ran to Mr. Zhou's office and said that this Ming Ye had come here again. The man who had just lit a cigarette was at a loss. Is this really the one who won a lot of battle coins? Not understanding how he dared to come here again, Hualongzhou said that he would deal with him. The action moves to the VIP room. 4 participants were sitting at the table. Ming Ye asked Bei Ming in bewilderment why this guy was also here. The girl said that he was on his guard because he thought that our hero would create problems for him. Ming Ye said that today he only wanted to deal with the Tu family, but since Hualongzhou is also here, he will have to deal with him too. One of the guys asked his friend in bewilderment why the casino owner came here. In any case, the guy from the Huang family said that he simply wouldn't dare to offend his family. Hualongzhou said that if all the participants are ready, then they can start. A moment later, the girl distributed the cards to all participants. One of the guys was glad that he had 3 red cards with 3 dots in his well. There were chances. Then he looked at his comrade, his right eyebrow raised. At least the eyelashes trembled 3 times and the middle eyelashes once. He understood his code. This meant that he needed a red card with 3 dots and 1 dot. The guy handed these cards to his friend under the table. Bei Ming said that their confidence in winning is not surprising, because they cheat in such a way that no one notices. Ming Ye asked the spirit what to do. She said that he needed to discard 3 cards and let the girl give him the 3rd and 7th cards. Bei Ming explained that the guys want to use the earth cards to win, so they need the sky cards to win. At that moment, the guy threw 4 red cards with 3 dots and 1 card with 1 dot onto the table. Hualongzhou, looking at his worker, could not understand what was happening because she had to give the worst cards. The girl also didn't understand what it was. The guy began to take all the money for himself, saying that he was very lucky with the cards. Suddenly our hero shouted and said that he had 4 red cards with 5 dots and a red card with 3 dots. He smiled and said that he had a deck of sky cards, which means he won. Hualongzhou and the other guys certainly didn't expect this. How did he get the sky maps? The man said they were starting the 2nd round. Of course, he gave the girl the signal again. Tu threw 4 red cards with 5 dots and a red card with 6 dots. He thought that this time he would definitely win. Ming Ye smiled and said that he had 4 red cards with 6 dots and a red card with 1 dot. Sky maps. The guy was at a loss. He realized that he had only 1 point more than him. So the 3rd round began. The guy still didn't believe that they would be lucky all the time. 3 hours later, our hero said that he did not expect to earn 150 battle coins. He thanked the guys for the game. Disappointed, Tu and his friend jumped up from the table and said that they would go. Hualongzhou turned to Ming Ye and said that he was very good at gambling. He understood that each of the 20 rounds he won at least 2. The guy smiled and said that he was flattered. Then he said that Hualongzhou is also a good player. When he went outside, he said that the casino was definitely a quick way to make money, and if it weren't for the owner, he would have become rich. Bei Ming at that moment warned our hero. The two guys who played with them are waiting for Ming Ye not far away. The guy always beat them by 1 point so that they would play further. The guys came around the corner and asked Ming Ye how dare he cheat right in front of Hualongzhou. The other guy said the trickster would die here. This made our hero laugh, because within a moment he was behind them and preparing for a crushing attack. They were terrified of his speed. Ming Ye then landed and slammed one of the guys face first into the ground with all his might. As soon as he raised his head and looked around, he realized that the second guy had run away. Ming Ye was surprised that the guy had just abandoned his cousin. How can you not care about your relatives? Beiming said that if he had run slower, the master would most likely have killed him. His decision to quickly run away was correct. The spirit asked our hero what he was doing. The guy said that the Tu family was not only blackmailing Tai Ming, but also wanted to rob him. One blow was enough to cripple him. He'll just leave him here. But this guy is actually very rich. Even though he won a lot of money from him, he still has 15 battle coins left. Suddenly, our hero noticed an unusual coin. He asked what it was. Beiming explained that this is a superior coin. One such coin can be exchanged for 15 combat coins. She then added that Chen Pengji had several million of these coins. Such a sum was a shock for our hero. The action moves to the Ming family. One of the men approached Tai and said that he had been working for his family for several decades. Would they really just leave him? Zhu Ming said that they can't provide for everyone, so they'd better take the money just to spend their remaining years in comfort. At that moment, our hero approached them and said that he saw how much the rumor was going away. What's happened? Tai Ming said that he gave the required 500 kilograms of stones to the Tu family. The Ming family is in decline, so they cannot support all the servants. Our hero approached him and gave him a bag, saying that there were 30 combat coins inside and there was no need to ask where they came from and also tell others. After that, Ming Ye, without even listening to what the guys had to say, turned around and walked away, saying that it was time for him to go. The guys bowed down once again and thanked Ming Ye for his help. Ming Ye was happy that Tai Ming got his money back. He's doing very well now. Suddenly, the Haoqiang seed that was between our hero's eyebrows began to glow. A moment later, the guys were in front of a large altar. The guy asked if the seed had activated. Beiming recalled that Xuanji Li said that the seed would be activated if the master did good deeds. However, it activated quickly. This altar was a stele of merit. The first case stated how Ming Ye helped the Ming family by doing a good deed, so the seed was activated. Ming Ye is now officially a member of the Haoqiang sect. Our hero's eyes shone with happiness. He couldn't believe what was happening. Beiming asked Ming Ye not to talk about this anywhere because it is very dangerous. 3 days later, Ming Ye and Xing Chen finally met after a long absence. The guy asked how our hero was doing. Ming Ye said that it was normal, but he seemed to have had a good time these days. After that, Xing Chen hugged our hero and said that now they need to go to the capital and buy spatial storage. The action takes place on board the ship. Ming Ye cultivated for several hours straight. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to his body, and his energy radiated in different directions. The guy realized that he had finished practicing the innate technique of Yi Jing. Jing. He can now use the lightning step technique 20 times in a row. Beiming said that the master did not practice on the days he was waiting for Xing Chen, so the effect would not appear immediately. She then said that the most important thing at the disciple stage is to lay a good foundation. The master has completed the stage of development of spirit, blood, energy, and muscles. The girl said that the next stage of bone development is through the Tiangang bone technique. Our hero, in bewilderment, asked Beiming why she looked as if she wanted to hit someone. The girl said that this bone can transfer spiritual powers to the bone marrow. It is a very effective tool for strengthening bones, but it has a drawback. The wand makes the master bigger. She then asked him to hold on, and at that moment, she hit him with the bone. It was incredibly painful, because the pain pierced all the bones and even the bone marrow. Beiming said that the bone enhancement technique was created by the immortal emperor. This is the best bone strengthening method in the world, but you have to be patient. Ming Ye said in disbelief that he was practicing techniques from the books of the sacred land. Why should he practice the immortal emperor's techniques now? The girl said that at the student stage, you need to pay a lot of attention to the basics. Every decision matters. For example, to cultivate the spirit, the 9 revolving technique from the Book of the Heavenly Land. For blood cultivation, the Heavenly Steps technique from the Immortal Shrine. For muscle development, the innate Yi Jing, Jing technique, and for bone strengthening, the bone strengthening technique. To cultivate bone marrow, they use the technique of washing bone marrow from the sacred mountain, and to cultivate internal organs, they use the 5-element technique. Ming-Ye realized that it was no surprise that there were so many cultivation methods. There are a ton of options for each stage of creating a foundation. Beiming said that he got it right, and then said that he was using the best cultivation methods in the world. She then turned around and said that if he couldn't bear the pain of the bone enhancement technique, then he should give it up. Our hero squeezed his hand and said that everything was fine, so they could continue. The guy took off his cape and told the spirit to do what she had to do. A moment later, the girl began to strike the back with the bone over and over again. 10 days later, Xing Chun came into Ming-Ye's room and said that they had already arrived in the capital. Looking at Ming-Ye, he asked in bewilderment why he looked so tired. He then realized that the guy had completed the bone enhancement stage and had moved on to the bone marrow cultivation stage. For 10 days, our hero was beaten day and night by Beiming. He was literally almost beaten to death with a knuckle. Fortunately, he made it through. The guy threw his things on and said they better go buy some spatial storage. After a while, Ming-Ye came out of the store and said that he had spent all his money on this little thing. Again, he is without money. Xing Chun said that he wanted to show our hero the capital, but he would never have thought that he would not have enough money for this. He suggested going to Shenwu Hall. This hall was founded by the Qinglong dynasty. She owned almost all of the Tianyuan lands. In Yan State alone, there are more than 10 offices for issuing and receiving assignments. Xing Chun said that the tasks I have here are different, from finding a person to killing a monster, but there is a lot of money to be made here. For example, a task is to find a kidnapped girl, for which you can receive a reward in the form of first-class stones, and so on. Xing Chun said that these are the simplest tasks that pay little, that's why they are all so strange. To earn a lot of money, you need to complete tasks of the 3rd and highest level. Ming-Ye immediately said that the 3rd level task was in that direction. So, to the 3rd level building, catch a 5th level magical beast in the magical forest. Upon completion of the task, those who complete it will be awarded an additional 100 battle coins, and the survivors will share the reward of the dead. Xing Chun said that this is a rather difficult task, since you can get 50 coins just for participating. This reward is usually given at a higher level. Our hero thought about it and said that there should be 10 participants. If at least one person survives, he will receive 1,500 battle coins. The guy said that the person who gave this task was only a 4th level master. This task is risky, because the animal of the 5th level is strong. Beiming asked the master if he would accept this task. The guy said that he didn't want to die, even using a lightning step he couldn't cope with the monster. Beiming looked at him carefully and asked what if she protected him. Our hero took the order and said that this was just to make money. He decided not to tell Xing Chun anything. After that, the guy entered the room where the task began. All these people seemed to have not received the task because the customer did not arrive. Our hero asked the spirit what kind of magical beast of the 5th level it was. Will she be able to protect him? The girl said not to worry about it. At that moment, a guy and a girl entered the room. The guy asked not to be angry with him, saying that he only talked to Xian Yu. The girl didn't believe him. She said that the guy is crazy about her, but is she really that beautiful? He even looks at her differently. He asked not to be misunderstood. Xian is the master's assistant, also his guest. He must take care of her. She is an elite disciple of the Yin-Yang sect, and he is not her type. The girl snorted and said that the Tianyi sect was no worse than that sect. At this moment, some guy laughed, thinking that these guys were funny. The guy immediately turned around and hit him in the face. In any case, the girl said that you shouldn't laugh before you die. Then, after examining the participants, she said that apparently everything was here, and it was time to start. A girl and a man came out of the portal, asking why everyone here is so angry. The man immediately decided to introduce himself. His name is Yafu Shao. He is the elder of the Tianyi sect, and those guys are the disciples of Juni Liu and Cheng Bao. And this girl is Miss Xian Yu. She is an elite disciple of the Yin-Yang sect. She is a strategy expert and their go-to guy. The man immediately asked Mr. Shao when he would give them 50 battle coins. The elder said that he would pay them in the forest, but as for the target, it's a baby ice beast. People started screaming in bewilderment, saying that the adult beast was considered a 7th-level beast and its mother could appear at any moment. They wanted to refuse, but Yafu Shao said that it was not up to them to decide. This is not where we should go. The guys understood that Yafu Shao was a martial arts master, and they were no match for him. Shouldn't have come here. The man said that if it were not dangerous, then why would he pay 1,500 battle coins? This is half of his total savings. Catching a baby is not an easy task. Ming Ye said that he is going halfway, since he has already committed, but he wants to find out if the man will keep his promise. What if he doesn't give the remaining half of the money? Yafu Shao asked what he should do to make our hero convinced of the veracity of his words. He said it was simple. They must give each one 150 coins. There's no way they can escape anyway. The man laughed and said that he would give them coins to show his honesty. Only he didn't understand what difference it made. After some time, a detachment of people who decided on this task set off. Our hero asked Beiming what the red light was around that person. The girl said it was a hidden spirit. They can control spiritual energy and move quickly. The great martial artist's strength is even greater. He can carry people with him. Yafu Shao radiates such energy because he strengthened his halo with fire. The man told the guys that once they reach their destination, no one should go anywhere. They will be guided to go deep into the forest. As soon as they landed, he said that they must use any means to catch the baby ice beast. At that moment, the man called for coins and said that this was their payment for participating in the mission. Ming Ye was happy with his share of the money, but the money comes in as quickly as it goes out. Our hero decided not to carry coins with him, so he activated the vault and hid everything. People were perplexed by this. They decided that the guy was very rich, and that after the mission they would try to kill him. Junie Liu was perplexed by the stupidity of people. They will soon die, but they are thinking of robbing one of their own. Chung Bao decided that they couldn't even withstand the cub's attack. The girl said that even if they could not catch the cub, the master would not let them go with the money. They are doomed to die from the moment they enter the room. Ming Ye asked the spirit in bewilderment, "Why do people behave strangely?" The girl said that they want to rob him and run away, but they don't understand that they will die at the hands of Yafu Shao. They will all be found wherever they run. In the end, Yafu Shao will kill all the fugitives. Ming Ye realized that the man could kill him. What should he do then? Beiming asked why he should run if he could just watch the spectacle. All you have to do is use the ice beast to kill everyone and get all the money. She wouldn't advise taking such a risk without a good chance. The guy asked in bewilderment if he really had to kill everyone. The girl said that Yafu Shao and the others want to do it, then why can't he do it? According to the mother beast's habits, she leaves her lair once a month. Yafu Shao wants to take advantage of this and steal the cub. She will be able to communicate with her within a 100-mile radius. Ming Ye realized how much money they could make, so he decided that the chance should not be wasted so easily. Meanwhile, the array for capturing the cub was already ready. The man told Xian Yu that this array could capture almost any beast. In any case, he said that the ice beast is very strong, so he is afraid that the array will not be able to hold back its powers for long. The girl asked the man not to worry. She has 3 amulets to strengthen the array. After that, she activated them and said that with the support of the amulets, the cub would not be able to destroy the array. Chung Bao, meanwhile, told people that the array was ready, so they needed to find the cub. He also reminded that you cannot run away, otherwise everyone will die. The guy laughed and said that they didn't seem to understand. Yafu Shao is definitely busy with the array, so he doesn't care about them. The guys said that now that they had received the coins, they could run away from here. They didn't think that anyone had time to follow them. Chung Bao only laughed to himself at the antics of these 2 people. At that moment, screams began to be heard from the depths of the forest. There was a magical beast out there somewhere. They didn't understand why there were so many of them. People were shocked and did not understand what was happening. Did he really kill everyone? A moment later, animals began to emerge from behind the trees. One of them was holding a severed limb. The guys said it was a wolf with purple eyes. This beast is the 3rd level, and it must have been the one who ate the 2 who wanted to escape. People also saw 4th-level monsters around. They understood that they were trapped, and yet they did not want to die. Chung Bao said that there will be many magical beasts in the beast forest. The urine of a level 6 beast had been sprayed here in advance, so they would not touch them. The guys who continued to walk further finally reached the lair of the ice beast. It was quite cold inside. Ming-Ye said that when he used to cultivate the body, it was not so cold. People started saying that they could freeze to death at this rate. Chung Cheng Bao told them all to go into the lair and look for the ice beast. The guys understood that things wouldn't work out that way. They tried to figure out what they could do in this situation. They had an option to kill that guy. Most of the people went ahead and said chances are they will survive if they get inside. Chung Cheng Bao told the others to be ready. If those 5 die, they will take their place. Just a couple of seconds later, a crowd of people started running from there and talking about the fact that there was a baby ice beast there. Everyone started running as fast as possible. Chung Cheng Bao told them to follow him and lead him to the array. Meanwhile, the ice beast cub was little by little dealing with the people who had invaded his lands. The guys were horrified that such an animal could freeze a person with one paw. Another guy said he wanted to go back to his hometown. Then the ice beast stopped and began to accumulate a charge in order to hit the pitiful people. A moment later, he released a huge pile of ice shards at the people. As soon as the smoke cleared, only 2 frozen figures were visible. Ming-Ye ran forward in horror and told Beiming that the monster was about to catch up with him. Beiming, in bewilderment, asked the master why he was running. She created an illusion in the cub's mind, and he does not see the master. Ming-Ye slowed down a little, and at that moment the cub ran past our hero. As a result, the beast ran after the remaining survivors, who were screaming that it was about to kill them. Our hero turned to the spirit and asked why she didn't tell him what the illusion had created. The guy had already decided that he would die here. The girl said that she thought that the master would like extreme sports. Ming-Ye said that he was scared out of his mind. Then Beiming once again reminded that she has no feelings. Ming-Ye said again that he still knows that she has no feelings, so she doesn't understand anything. The guy asked Beiming if she was sure that this was a baby ice beast because it was too big. The girl said that they grow very quickly. The spirit said that he is no more than 3 months old, so he is still a cub. Then she told our hero to go and collect all the loot. After some time, our hero began to break the ice and take out all the coins from people's pockets. Yafu Xiao turned to the girls and said that the cub most likely killed almost everyone. He asked them to be ready and kill any survivors. Xian Yu said that if anyone survived, he was very lucky. Then she asked, "Why kill the survivors?" The old man scratched his beard and said that 1,500 coins is a lot of money, so these fools simply do not deserve this money. Meanwhile, Chung Cheng Bao and the remaining guys ran as fast as they could towards the array. As soon as they passed the required barrier, Chung Cheng Bao told the master that he needed to activate it. The man immediately activated the card and said that the array was open for capture. Within a few moments, the ice beast cub was imprisoned. He banged his head against the walls and tried to get out of there, but it was all in vain. Yafu Xiao, looking at the cub, asked Xian Yu to strengthen the array. Ming-Ye and Beiming, meanwhile, were watching the sky from the forest and noticed a giant beam. They decided that there was a tough battle going on there. The guy asked if Beiming had contacted the cub's mother. The girl said that she was already giving her a message. Meanwhile, the cub's mother sat in the capsule. It was as if the sound of a guardian angel began to reach her and tell her that her son had been kidnapped. Realizing these words, the mother's eyes suddenly opened, and she realized that she urgently needed to go to help. Also, a moment later, she jumped out of the ice cave and headed towards the people who were keeping her son locked up. The action moves to the array and the survivors, who at that moment were already about to be finished off. Suddenly, Chung Cheng Bao noticed with his peripheral vision that something big was flying here. Likewise, Yafu Xiao noticed something unusual and immediately asked what happened. The mother of the cub of the ice beast, who was imprisoned and was gradually losing his strength, broke through the barrier. The mother couldn't bear to see her son being bullied, so she immediately fired a line of ice spears at the people. Realizing what was happening, Yafu Xiao began screaming in horror to his men that it was time to leave. The cub's mother would never let such pitiful people go, which is why she released an incredible blast of ice. In a moment, many of the monsters of this group were frozen and imprisoned in ice. Following the first people, Xian Yu should have followed. The beast was aiming at her. The girl grabbed another of her cards and began to whisper an incomprehensible spell. Meanwhile, Yafu Xiao was very angry. He worked on this plan for many years and everything went down the drain. The man said that he would never let the cub go. The cub's mother noticed that Yafu Xiao, who had planned all this, was trying to escape. There was no way she could allow this, which is why she froze him. After which she flew after him and destroyed the ice and Yafu Xiao as a whole to smithereens. Beiming said only one person was able to escape. Everyone else died. That woman had invisibility talismans and many other useful things. Mingye asked the spirit what they would do now. She offered to go to the ice beast because she was in their debt and should help. Mingye was very surprised that he would need to speak like a beast. He hoped that she would not kill him with her paw. The woman flew up to the barrier that was holding her son captive. After that, she touched it with her paw, and literally a moment later, everything collapsed. A couple of seconds later, her son came out of the barrier. Although he was very wounded, he was alive. The cub's mother, with tears in her eyes, flew up to her son and began to lick him. Unexpectedly, at that moment, our hero's voice came from behind the animals. They turned around in bewilderment. Mingye was very worried, but nevertheless he introduced himself and asked if her son was okay. The woman licked her paw and said that it was definitely not him who was talking to her because he was too weak. The guy said that this is so. Her master was talking to her, and now she is very busy. That's why he knows about everything. The woman asked to tell her master that she was very grateful to her. If it weren't for them, those damn people could have taken her son. She would never forgive herself for his loss. At this moment, the cub approached our hero and began to lick him as a sign of gratitude. After that, the woman said that she had to thank them. She said that if the master is not here, then she will repay him. She will do everything in her power. Our hero smiled and said that if they insisted, then he would like to enter the ice cave to cultivate there. The woman said he could cultivate there as long as he wanted. In addition, all these corpses have a lot of necessary things, so he can take them. Mingye didn't need much persuasion, which is why he immediately set about collecting all the goods that the cub's mother had left him. Beiming said that they are on different levels. She simply does not need these things. Having found a jade pendant, the guy said that he remembered it. This is the Yafu Xiao vault. Deciding that there were a lot of useful things there, our hero activated it. Unexpectedly, Mingye only got burned. Beiming said that the ring has a special system that prevents people below a martial artist from opening it. Our hero decided that in this case, he would just have to keep this thing for a while. Beiming also said that hunting array flags and plates are very expensive, so it's better to pick them up. The guy said he wouldn't leave anything here. As soon as the guy collected all his things and sorted out the array, he could not help but admit that he was now rich. After that, our hero went after the cub's mother, and he realized that they were moving much faster than with Yafu Xiao. After some time, they were inside the cave. Mingye said that he will cultivate here. The woman said that suddenly something could help him. Beiming, after the master sat down, said that he had completed bone cultivation. This means it's time to start bone marrow cultivation. As soon as the girl said that this place was ideal for cultivation, the guy asked if she had planned this in the first place. Beiming said that simply earning coins is not worth the effort. Then the cave is why she offered to carry out the task for the master. Then she added that he should only breathe cold air, as written in the book. Suddenly, Mingye grabbed his chest and began to say that he was incredibly cold. All his blood freezes. Beiming helped our hero, then said that the bone marrow washing technique is the most difficult of all. For everything to work out, Mingye must cultivate yin-yang within himself. All she can do is keep him from freezing, but the pain is still inevitable. Again, she said that now the master must pass the cold one through the bone marrow. Mingye agreed and got down to business. And again, the guy started screaming incredibly loudly. His meridians were shocked. The ice beast looked at our hero and said that he had nowhere to rush, so there was no need to strain himself so much. 9 days later, the guy left the cave. He finally finished flushing the bone marrow. It's time to go back. Mingye then looked at the beasts and asked what happened to them. The woman said everything was fine. In fact, she did not sleep for 9 days and nights because the guy's screams woke her up as soon as she fell asleep. Anyway, the man was finally leaving, and she said she would give him a ride. Our hero flew out of the cave and once again thanked the woman for her help. The action moves to the state capital of Yang. Xingchen asked our hero in bewilderment where he had gone. The guy said he just returned from a mission. Xingchen thought about it and said that they should return to the sect today. After all, Mingye is new. He can't be away for long. Mingye apologized for making him worry about him for so long. For this, he decided to do something for his friend. He pointed to the airship and said they could make themselves comfortable on the way back. The guys still climbed onto the flying sedan, and Xing Chun asked in bewilderment, "Where does our hero get such a fortune to use it? The people driving the sedan are level 8 martial artists. The trip costs 6 coins per person. Ming Ye said it was thanks for your patience." He laughed to himself and said sarcastically, "How did he make money?" He just went to the pawn shop and handed over all the necessary things from the mission. The seller at that moment was horrified and asked where Ming Ye brought all this from. Now our hero had more than 6,000 battle coins in his ring. He was rich again. After some time, the martial arts masters brought the guys to the house. Xing Chun said that while Ming Ye was away, he was doing some exercises and would most likely break through soon. Our hero wished him good luck. People, as soon as they saw the flying sedan, began to look at Ming Ye in bewilderment. When did the outer disciple become so rich? In any case, our guys silently walked into the courtyard of their sect. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in the forest. Explosions came from there one after another. Some guy in a mask told the 13th that the target had been found, and it was not in vain that they waited here for a month. Another man asked 29 if he thought they could handle the target. Since the target was a 6th level adept, and they were 10th level adepts, they should be able to handle it. The 13th said that the goal was rather strange and possibly dangerous. As soon as the smoke cleared, there was no one left in the middle of the forest. They disappeared. Ming Ye, meanwhile, continued to feel luxurious because he could order any magical beast. Suddenly, out of the corner of his ear, the guy heard that someone was approaching Lan Su again. Then they added that more than 40 people were running after her, and she sent them all off. To their surprise, this time Xiaolong Ren, the first in the top external disciples, tried to approach her. The guy waved his fan and said that the beauties in the illusion should be the same as Lan Su. The girl said she was flattered, but then asked if he was sitting there just to order a bunch of dishes and praise her. Xiaolong Ren said that this was not so, and asked for an explanation. He's head over heels in love with her, and he wants to hear the answer right now. Lan Su asked in surprise what if she said no in response to the confession. The guy began to laugh and said that he was the first in the top of external disciples, and his family was bronze in the Yang state, and sooner or later he would become a martial artist. At this point, Ming Ye intervened and asked what was the big deal about the bronze family's status. And is the first one at the top too strong? He apologized and said there was no difference. Lan Su asked what the guy was doing here, to which he told her that he missed her. Xiaolong Ren, meanwhile, was very angry. He told our hero to leave here, otherwise he would not see the sun tomorrow. Ming Ye looked at him and said that he was proud only because he was first in the top. He suggested that he fight now, and in this case he would trample his pride. Xiaolong Ren thought about it. He realized that apparently this was the same Ming Ye who defeated Guang Zhou. He understood that although the guy was not as strong in comparison with him, he was not a weakling. He decided that he shouldn't underestimate Ming Ye. After Xiaolong Ren left, the hero said that he was quite generous to leave them so much food, but magical meat is not enough for cultivation. He handed the girl his favorite baked dragon waste. He said that this food is very good for cultivation. Lan Su looked at our hero and told him that he had angered Xiaolong Ren, so he left without paying for the food. Ming Ye laughed and said that he had long wanted to treat her, but there was no opportunity. All food is at his expense. The girl at that moment said that Ming Ye is a good person and he has potential, and besides, she does not dislike him. Only now she knew that she could not be with him because he would be hurt because of her. Our hero asked where she got it from, and asked her to tell her in more detail. They will see if Lan Su can scare him away. Lan Su sighed and said that he had better eat first, and then they would go and talk. The action moves to the garden. The girl led our hero here and asked him to sit down. Ming Ye, meanwhile, smelled the incredible smell that came from the girl and told her about it. Lan Su looked away and asked him to be serious, because if he continued like this, he would not tell anything. He agreed and asked to start. The girl said that since she joined the Red Sun sect, many guys have been approaching her, and Ming Ye is one of them. Anyway, she said that Ming Ye is different from them. Firstly, he is stronger than everyone she has seen, and this is very important for her, because her husband must be stronger than her. Ming Ye smiled at her and said that he was just a little stronger than her. The girl said that most likely our hero is attracted to her only by her appearance, but in his eyes she sees respect for her, while others have possessiveness. She smiled at Ming Ye and thanked him for this. She had never seen such men before. Ming Ye became embarrassed and blushed at these words. He said that he had no idea that she was so sweet. At this moment, the girl said that the above 2 points became a prerequisite for them to be friends. For her to become his wife, he must do 3 more things. First, she wants him to be number 1 in the top hidden dragons. This is a martial arts competition organized by the Yang State sects. The participants are geniuses with promise. The top 20 people are among the top hidden dragons. Ming Ye knew that it would be difficult to stand out when there were tens of thousands of participants competing with each other. Secondly, the guy must join a religious sect before he comes of age and become the main disciple before the age of 20. Beiming said that to become a core disciple, one must reach the level of a martial artist. In short, she wants him to become a master before the age of 20. She then added that the third thing she wants is for him to become a martial arts dominator, so his soul must be pure. Beiming explained that in order to become a dominator, his spirit must be combined with the original spirit. Ming Ye agreed, and then asked if she wanted him to become supreme with all these points. The girl said that she understands how difficult these things are to do, but if he cannot do them, then he will be hurt around her. Lan Su said that it was actually dangerous to be with her, and she would tell him why when he completed the first step. Ming Ye agreed again, and then asked her if this meant that she was now his girlfriend. She shyly extended her hand and said that it was so, but he could only hold her hand and nothing else. Our hero took her hand and asked what she meant by something else. Lan Su snatched her hand and ran away, saying that Ming Ye was making her feel very shy. Ming Ye smiled and said to himself that every day he likes her more and more. Suddenly, at that moment, a dark crystal began to appear from the rock. Our hero noticed him only when he was already flying in his direction. Thanks to his speed, the guy managed to dodge, and then at the last moment, as soon as the smoke cleared, the same man, the 13th, began to be visible on the field. Ming Ye, seeing an incomprehensible man, asked him in bewilderment who he was. The 13th lit the fuse of the grenade and told our hero that he was darkness. A moment later, there was an explosion and again nothing was visible. The guy asked Beiming what was going on. The girl said that there were 2 martial arts student-level killers nearby. They set up an ambush. At this moment, she added that to the left, 25 steps from the master, there was a man with a weapon. Beiming said that the master would not be able to react to their attacks in time. It's better to come out of the fog and then start the battle. Taking the battle coin in his hands, our hero smiled and said that he would dispel this black fog. The killers, as soon as they saw the battle coin, did not scream in the house because they did not know that he had coins. After this, only ashes remained from the killers. Our hero tried to understand who wanted to kill him, Wan Shengye, or Xiaolong Ren, or Yuandu Huang. Either way, he decided that whoever it was, he would get rid of them. After some time, our hero walked into the outer courtyard. People understood what kind of person he was and decided that he wanted to fight with someone. As soon as the guy walked in, the man sitting at the table asked who Ming Ye wanted to challenge this time. Our hero bowed and said only his name, Xiaolong Ren. He is the first in the top external disciples. The man said that Xiaolong Ren is very strong and that he will soon become a warrior. Moreover, he can be promoted to an internal disciple at any time. Ming Ye said that he is confident in his abilities and the match will be tomorrow morning. The man smiled and accepted the request. He said that the first one at the top receives 10,000 deposit points and 1 primordial spirit pill every month. He then added that if Ming Ye wins, who will be able to receive 120,000 contribution points as well as 12 spirit pills. People, as soon as they realized who the guy was challenging, were horrified. Xiaolong Ren has been number 1 for 2 years now, and no one could defeat him. The action moves to the Xiaolong Ren estate. His brother asked him what he was doing here. The guy said that Ming Ye, 10th in the top, challenged him to a duel tomorrow morning. His brother calmly continued to drink tea and asked if he was really afraid of him. Xiaolong Ren said that the first one at the top receives rewards equivalent to 200 battle coins. He will not give up this place to Ming Ye. The guy asked in bewilderment if he really wanted him, an elite student, to fight an external student. He is Xiaoji Ren and will not do this. Xiaolong Ren said that he did not ask to do this. He heard that the guy was recruiting many internal disciples. He asked if he could let them help him. Xiaoji Ren agreed, because after all, He is his half-brother. They're not too friendly, but they don't want the guy to lose first place. Xiao Jie-ren turned to Yun Luo and told him to help his brother. The guy asked in surprise if his target would be Ming Yi, who was being helped by Xing Chen. He will gladly kill him. The action moves to Lan Su, who could not sleep peacefully. She tried to understand why he abruptly said yes to Ming Ye. Will they hold hands with him? She understood that everything was happening too quickly. What if he proposes to her now? Suddenly, Lan Su's friend burst into the room and invited her to go have fun. The girl stood up in bewilderment and said that it was already late. Where will they go then? The woman assured her friend that everything was fine. She just needed to follow her. The girls came to an incomprehensible road. Lan Su realized that she remembered this road to the end of the mountain. She asked Ping why they were going there and what was so fun about it. Suddenly, Yun Luo came out from around the corner and said that now the fun would begin. The girl rushed into the guy's arms. Lan Su looked at Ping in horror and asked what they meant. The girl smiled and said that she would then tell Ming Ye that she had problems. Will he come here? Lan Su decided to quickly escape at this moment. No one would want to deal with Ming Ye, so she should tell him everything. Yun Luo laughed and asked if he thought he could escape from the warrior. Unfortunately, a shell flew into the girl's back, throwing her several meters away. As soon as Lan Su stood up, she said that she had no idea that her friend was so pitiful. The girl told her not to think that she could be arrogant just because she was beautiful. Although she is fat, Yun Luo became her boyfriend. She said that he is an internal disciple, which means he is stronger than Ming Ye. At that moment, he told the girl that they didn't have much time and that she should call Ming Ye. Lan Su, in bewilderment, asked Ping if she was ashamed to call Ming Ye so that he could fight Yun Luo. The reason why Xiaolong Ren is first at the top 2 years in a row is because his brother is an elite disciple, not because he is strong. Lan Su said that Quang Zhou also had support, but now he is dead. She asked Yun Luo if he was sure that he could defeat Ming Ye. The guy told her that killing a student is the same as killing a chicken. In any case, she will see everything soon. 15 minutes later, Ping led our hero to this place. The guy asked if Lan Su was here. The girl said that she was kidnapped by Yun Luo. Ming Ye, as soon as he heard the voice of his girlfriend, who started screaming and asking the guy to run away, ran to her and asked if she was okay. The guy said that he would always be with her, and Lan Su told him that it was a trap. Yun Luo is collaborating with Xiaolong Ren and wants to deal with Ming Ye. At that moment, an incredible beam, which seemed to appear out of nowhere, almost demolished our heroes. Yun Luo clapped his hands and asked if they had finished their love affairs. Then he added that our hero would die today. Ming Ye asked, "Does he really think that an ordinary inner disciple can defeat him?" The guy laughed and said that although Ming Ye is a genius, he is a 7th-level adept, and he is a 6th-level warrior. He has a lot of defensive skills. Ming Ye smiled and asked if he would really just stand there and let him fight him. The guy took out a battle coin and directed its power towards Yun Luo, who did not expect this. Yun Luo activated his strongest shield at the last moment, but to his horror, it began to crack. A moment later, it completely collapsed, and the guy flew away in the other direction under a stream of strong energy. Fortunately for Yun Luo, he was able to survive this attack, and that was thanks to a miracle. Ming Ye told the guy to give up, otherwise he wouldn't survive. In any case, our hero understood that he could barely stand on his feet and that he had almost no strength left. Yun Luo at that moment began to laugh and asked not to make him laugh, because even though he had battle coins, they are completely useless since Ming Ye is an ordinary adept and he does not have enough spiritual energy to use the coin again. Ming Ye smiled and asked, "So what? They can die together. The guy is seriously wounded, so he will not be able to defend himself from the second attack." Yun Luo understood that this guy was crazy and that he could not resist him now. He decided that he needed to return home to recover. It is easy to dodge a battle coin attack if you are prepared for it. Next time, he will definitely kill him. Our hero knew that he should not let him go and ran forward. Beiming told the master that he had exhausted all his spiritual energy and using the technique would only harm him. Ming Ye, running up to Yun Luo, said that he had a great chance of killing this freak. He can't just let him go. Yun Luo turned back in horror and asked how he caught up with him, and at the same moment, the guy's head flew off his shoulders. Ping, who had been watching the entire battle, realized that her boyfriend was dead. She immediately fell to her knees and began to beg for mercy. She said she was forced to. She couldn't refuse the inner student. Ming Ye looked at her with disdain and told her to get out of here. As soon as the girl ran away, our hero asked Beiming to heal him. At that moment, Lan Su ran up to him and asked the guy if everything was okay with him. She offered him a healing pill, but our hero refused it, saying that he had already taken the medicine. Lan Su said that it was very risky, because if not for the coin, they would have been in danger. Ming Ye said that he would have protected them anyway. Then the guy said that he always wanted to give her something, but there was no right moment. He took out the jade pendant he had found earlier and asked the girl to take it. Ming Ye said that as she wanted, he will become strong in the future, and she, as his woman, cannot be weak. Inside the vault are 100 battle coins, stones, and pills. Lan Su that these things will really be needed. She took the pendant, but added that she would return it twice as much. Finally, morning came. The match that was planned was about to come true. People were perplexed by Ming Ye's confidence. Xiaolong Ren, meanwhile, was not at all scared, because he thought that Yun Luo had already completed this task. Suddenly, people started shouting that Ming Ye was finally going to the battlefield. The guy turned around in bewilderment. Then many realized that he was holding Lan Su's hand. The mood of the crowd immediately changed, and they wanted to burn down his room. Xiaolong Ren, looking at everything, was incredibly horrified. His face changed, and he couldn't understand what was happening. Biao Fu was very happy that our hero challenged the first in the top. Tai Ma, in turn, said that according to his calculations, the guy had to cultivate for a year to reach first place in the top. The elder, on the contrary, said that this was even better, because this is what a real genius should be. At that moment, Yan Gongsun came running to the elders and said that this boy was incredibly strong. The guy said that the inner disciple wanted to kill Ming Ye. He then said that Ming Ye used the battle coin and then killed his hidden finger technicians. He was too far away and might simply not have time to save. Biao Fu understood that although they were for competition, the inner disciples were becoming more and more impudent. He asked the name of this student. Yan Gongsun said that his name is Yun Luo, and he is a 6th-level warrior. Ming Ye is amazing. Even though he used the coin, he was able to kill the warrior. Tai Ma came over and added that he was most likely related to Xiaolong Ren, since his brother was an elite disciple. Biao Fu said that in any case, an elite disciple is also a disciple. They will definitely get even with them thanks to Ming Ye. The action moves to the arena. Xiaolong Ren told our hero that today he would see the strength of the sect's top outer disciple. Ming Ye laughed and asked how he could be the strongest if he was told that he got first place because of his supporter. Who is he? Xiaolong Ren started screaming and saying that he had no right to doubt his strength. He asked not to underestimate him. People, looking at Xiaolong Ren's bursting power, realized that the guy had been suppressing his powers. But now he had reached the warrior stage. Ming Ye is in trouble. Lan Su understood that Xiaolong Ren had only recently become a warrior, and his strength was unstable. Xiaolong Ren, meanwhile, was about to attack our hero and said that it was too late to regret anything. Meanwhile, our hero was thinking that he was perfect in cultivating spirit, blood, and bones. The guy began to shout to Xiaolong Ren that although he had become a warrior, his powers were now unstable. For him, he is still no match. A moment later, the guy's fists met each other and the battle finally began. To Xiaolong Ren's dismay, his defenses were breached by just one attack from our hero. Biao Fu was also amazed by this. He couldn't believe that he saw a force that could break through Xiaolong Ren's defenses. Xiaolong Ren stood at the other end of the arena and could not understand what was happening. Why does he lose as a warrior? He couldn't let that happen. At this time, our hero again used the fast step technique and disappeared from the battlefield. Just as unexpectedly, a guy appeared next to Xiaolong Ren and smiled silently. The guy began to shout that Ming Ye should not underestimate him and attack him, but at that moment, our hero did not stand idle. Our hero continued to smile, and a moment later, from his finger, he released an unknown force that knocked Xiaolong Ren down. The guy flew in the other direction, and the explosion from this blow could mean that the fight was over. People began to rejoice. They were amazed by the strength of our hero. Xiaolong Ren's attack did not cause any harm. Some people began to doubt and think that he was wearing some kind of protective armor. After this, the elder entered the arena and declared victory for Ming Ye. For this victory, he receives first place in the top 120,000 contribution points and 12 spirit pills. People were shocked. These were incredible numbers for them. Ming Ye laughed and thanked the audience for their support. Lan Su ran to him at that moment and asked how he was feeling. How could he fight a warrior? The guy said everything was fine, just a little tingling in his chest. Ming Ye smiled and told the girl that if she kissed him, then most likely everything would go away in an instant. She told him not to even dream about it. After that, the guy said that he wanted to buy something in the capital. He invited her to go together. Lan Su looked at him in surprise and blushed a little. Is he really asking her out on a date? The action moves to Xiaoji Ren and Xiaolong Ren. The brother asked the guy what he thought about Ming Ye. The incredibly evil Xiaolong Ren promised his brother and himself that sooner or later he would take revenge on him. Taking the cup in his hands, Xiaoji Ren said that Xiaolong Ren did not die just because the guy spared him. A 4th-level adept defeated a first-class warrior. He is truly a genius. Then he said that as we know, geniuses die very early. Xiaolong Ren jumped up happily and asked if Xiaoji Ren wanted to deal with Ming Ye. The guy turned around and said that Xiaolong Ren had embarrassed him greatly. He defeated him and killed Yun Luo, so now he can't just leave it like that. He looked out the window and said that elite students rarely showed up, and many had completely forgotten about them. The action moves to the Chastity Hall. The man came to Wan Shengye and informed him that the first pair of assassins they sent had failed. The man said that they most likely lied about the strength of the target. This guy is much stronger than they told them. Wan Sheng, in bewilderment, began to say that Ming Ye is 100% 5th-level adept. The guy said that according to information, he is already a 7th-level adept. He is capable of fighting warriors and using battle coins. Killing such a target costs 500 kilograms of stones more. The man screamed in horror and said that it was very expensive. He wanted to know if they could somehow do it cheaper, because they couldn't earn that much even in a year. The killer said that they should be grateful that they did not ask for compensation for the damages, so they should not demand their terms. Wan Shengye was incredibly angry at this moment. In any case, he said that they would not pay them for another 500 kilograms of stones. The action moves to Lan Su. In the meantime, she put on a little makeup and hoped that Ming Ye would appreciate it. In addition, the girl spent a whole hour selecting clothes. This is all because she has few options. Need more clothes. At that moment, Lan Su began to run towards them, saying that she had arrived. The guys turned around and greeted her. The girl who was hoping for a date together was, to put it mildly, disappointed. Xingchen looked at the girl a little guiltily and said that most likely they should not have been here. Ming Ye explained this by saying that his brother wanted to treat him for first place in the top. Yiping Zheng and Jinggang Kui said that they actually met by chance and decided to go shopping with them. The girl smiled and said that when there are a lot of people, it's even more fun. She thought that this would be a date for which she had been preparing for so long. Yiping Zheng and Jinggang Cui were at this moment telling our hero that the last time they trained, they were at the same level. The guy couldn't believe that Ming Ye was already a 7th-level adept and first in the top. Yiping Zheng said that he admired the guy and then asked if he knew his name. Our hero laughed and asked if he had really already been given a nickname. Jinggang Kui said that this is true and his nickname is Demon Ye, which means his demonic power. The guy smiled and said that he was flattered, but compared to other disciples, he was nothing, such as those from other great sects. He thought to himself that the nickname was cool. At this moment, Jinggang Kui's face changed. Yiping Zheng asked not to mention Qinglong College, because the guy was depressed because of him. Lan Su said in surprise that this college is the top college of the Qinglong dynasty. How does he want to get there? The guy said that there are 12 classes of students in this college. He knows a student from one of the lowest classes. The guy is one level below him, but he defeated him with one blow. The guy laughed and took away Jinggang Kui's hat. He gave up his hat in tears and said that when he became stronger, he would surpass this man. Lan Su said that the 5 great dynasties own all the territories within a radius of 100 million miles. The influence of the college is about the same as that of the 9 sacred lands. Beiming at this moment said that the master is also gifted, just like the college students. He should hurry up and buy a yang stone to practice the brainwashing technique. Actions are transferred to the shop. Yiping Zheng and Jinggang Kui watched in bewilderment at all sorts of cool and necessary things. Unfortunately, they were expensive. Lan Su, looking at one of the beautiful dresses, was disappointed that it cost as much as 200 battle coins. Our hero, meanwhile, was looking at the stones. One of these cost 120 combat coins per 50 grams. Baiming said that this is a real stone, and there is also a necessary stone nearby, but you can do without it. The guy said that in this case, he would not waste the money. The seller said that the stone was packaged, and since they spent more than 1,000 battle coins, he gets a discount, and the price with it will be 1,200 coins. Ming Ye looked sadly and said that even with the discount, it was very expensive. Xing Chen was perplexed that our hero spent 1,000 coins so easily. Ming Ye said that everything was earned legally, and he would tell the details later. After that, the guy said that he was treating everyone today. He suggested that everyone go to a fancy restaurant. Lan Su, meanwhile, was thinking about how much she wanted the dress. After the guys arrived at the restaurant and sat down at the table, Xing Chen noticed that Lan Su was not eating anything. Is she really saving? The girl replied that she was losing weight. Then the waiter approached our hero and put the dish on the table. The guy said it was a gift from their boss. Ming Ye, looking at this creation, asked to convey their gratitude to the boss. Suddenly, a dart flew out of the octopus's hole and slammed right into Ming Ye's chest. The guy felt an unknown energy flow through his body and then fell unconscious. Xing Chen screamed in horror. After this, the guy immediately ran towards the waiter, saying that he would kill him. A moment later, he threw a bomb under himself and instantly disappeared. Jinggang Kui, meanwhile, took out an arrow and said that there was poison on the arrow. She hit Ming Ye's heart. The guy said that I too had spread throughout my body, so now there was no point in calling a doctor. Lan Su told all the guys, "Get out of here. She has a method that will cure Ming Ye." Xing Chen was very surprised. Having decided that there are no other options, you need to give her a try. As soon as all the guys left the room, the girl hovered over our hero and said that she had to do it. A moment later, she kissed him, and because of this, she released something strange inside Ming Ye. In any case, this thing passed through our hero's entire body, and within a moment, his heart began to beat again. After a while, Ming Ye's eyes opened, and he saw a girl in front of him. He got up and asked what happened. Baiming said that he was hit by an arrow poisoned with poison. She couldn't do anything, but Lan Su saved him. The guy thought about it. He realized that there was a rather familiar smell on his lips. Baiming said that this girl has a legendary body ability. It has energy that can absorb any substance that harms the body. She is an unusual person. Putting aside thoughts about Lan Su, Ming Ye began to understand that last time they could not kill him, but now they have returned. He was sure that this was an assassin hired by the Ye family. The girl at that moment said that the wound needed to be bandaged, and Ming Ye thanked the girl for saving her. He then said that he felt like he was being kissed. Was very good. Lan Su said embarrassedly that she didn't kiss him. Suddenly, Ming Ye realized that because of what had happened, no one would go out and have fun. He offered to eat and return to the sect. The action shifts to Xiaoji Ren. He gave the assassins 3 days to kill Ming Ye. One of the guys asked why send so many internal disciples if that guy was just a martial arts adept. Xiaoji Ren asked to underestimate him. He can use battle coins and is also protected by Xing Chen. He needs to be lured out somehow. The guys bowed and said that they understood the tasks. After that, they said they could handle it. The action moves to our hero. In the meantime, he decided that it was time to cultivate. As soon as he tried, he failed. The person who created this technique apparently is crazy because every time it becomes more and more painful. Baiming said the pain will last at least 9 days, but there is a way to speed up the process. The guy asked what kind of method this was. The girl said that this way is to kiss Lan Su. Ming Ye was at a loss. She explained this by saying that her power could be used not only for her own body, but also for others. He can speed up cultivation with kisses. Baiming added that Lan Su will become his woman anyway. Then it doesn't matter when to kiss. The guy asked if she didn't tell him not to rush into love. She said things change due to circumstances. All geniuses want a lady with a legendary body. Ming Ye said embarrassedly that it would be much more effective than foundation pills. He would kiss her every day, but would she agree? Baiming said it can help you get a girl faster. Tian Pengji was good at flirting with girls and even created a book about flirting. Taking the package, our hero said that he wanted to impress her with his sincerity. Without the help of others, he would not allow this to happen again. Suddenly, someone started knocking on the door. Ming Ye told the stranger to come in. It was Ping who embarrassedly said that Lan Su was kidnapped. Our hero asked Ping how dare she say such a thing. He asked what she did with Lan Su. This time he will not spare her. The girl looked away and said that this time it was not her. Back then, Lan Su was just a decoy, and she didn't want to be harmed. The guy grabbed a roll of paper and opened it. People told Ming Ye to come to the end of the mountain alone if he didn't want something to happen to Lan Su. Our hero was incredibly angry at that moment. He asked how they dared to steal his beloved. The guy immediately ran out of the house and ran towards the mountain. Beiming said that she felt the 4 inner disciples, 3 warriors of the 5th and 1/4 level. The girl said he shouldn't go there. Our hero asked what about her abilities. Why didn't she say that something happened to the girl? Beiming explained this by saying that they are wearing a divine cloak and do not last long. She couldn't understand then that the masters were being bullied. Our hero asked the spirit to look around and tell him if there was someone nearby. He can't let anything happen to Lan Su. Meanwhile, 4 warriors stood around Lan Su and said how beautiful she was. They rubbed their hands, and one of them suggested that they finish things off with Ming Ye and have fun with the girl. Suddenly, Ming Ye appeared behind them and told the freaks to let the girl go. The guy said he was very arrogant. If he could handle Yun Luo, then let him not hope that he could handle the 4 inner disciples. Ming Ye looked at them and asked what they wanted from him. The guy laughed and then spat on the ground and told Ming Ye to lick it. Then he would speak. Lan Su finally woke up at that moment, and as soon as she saw Ming Ye, she asked him to leave here. After that, one of the guys hit her and told the girl to shut up. Ming Ye was starting to lose control, saying that they would pay for what they did. One of the guys asked why Ming Ye dared to talk to them like that. Saying that he told him to lick the ground, the warrior shot a beam towards Ming Ye. At this moment, Beiming told the master that there was now an enemy behind him who was preparing to attack. Having dodged one, another warrior appeared next to him who was lightning fast. The warrior said that Ming Ye didn't make it in time, and at the same moment the guy was hit in the back. The warrior standing above Ming Ye said that he is not bad and faster than them, but this is not enough to defeat them. Our hero smiled and asked if they were serious. The guy took a coin out of his pocket. Suddenly, one of the guys grabbed him and asked if he really wanted to use the battle coin. Looking at Ming Ye, he said that he would inject yin energy into his body with a punch. If he moves, he will feel the pain of the meridian being torn. Another warrior said that he could easily dodge the battle coin attack, but it would be safer to destroy it. He walked up to Lan Su and again said how cute she was. Besides, he hasn't had fun with women for a long time, and today he will enjoy life. Ming Ye started screaming through the pain and telling the freak to shut up. If he does anything to Lan Su, he will kill him. At this moment, Ming Ye was knocked to the ground and hit several times, saying that he would die. The guy, with the last of his strength, still continued to talk about how he would kill them all. The warrior smiled and said that he would act right in front of Ming Ye. At the same moment, he tore off some of the girl's clothes. At that moment, the girl began to cry and asked them to stop doing this. Ming Ye immediately began to lose control. Only one thought was spinning in his head: kill! Kill everyone! With every second, his eyes changed, and after a moment, there was only darkness in them. After that, he began to radiate incredible energy. The soldiers asked in bewilderment what was happening. Looking at Ming Ye's incredible strength, the warriors tried to understand what was happening to the guy and what was that terrible aura behind him. Deciding that he remained a student, the guys went into battle in the hope of killing him. Our hero could not tolerate this, and at that very moment began to scream at the top of his lungs. Then his spirit, which was of incredible size, began to attack the 2 warriors. The demon's hands collapsed, and the boy's blood flew in different directions. One of the warriors stood and literally cowered from fear. He didn't understand. How is this possible? How can you kill 2 warriors with 1 blow? The guy said it doesn't matter how strong his body is. He would not be able to withstand the blow of the yin power that one of them had injected into his body. He agreed and decided to release a pulse of yin power towards our hero. The projectile directly hit Ming Ye's shoulder, and his blood sprayed out. At this point, the other warrior decided it was time to strike a couple more times. He released the night nail and pointed it towards Ming Ye. Our hero, as soon as he saw the approaching threat, waved his hand, and his aura easily deflected the projectile. The guy was horrified by this. Even level 2 warriors would not be able to resist the night nail technique. How did he do this? After the attack of the warriors, Ming Ye decided that it was time for him to counterattack, and he flew towards the freak who wanted to mock Lan Su. He grabbed the guy and began to squeeze him with such force that blood began to flow from all the cracks. After that, Ming Ye swung his hand and threw this freak towards his comrade. The guy, who did not expect such an outcome, did not have time to dodge, and as a result, they were both dead. Our hero, realizing that everything was behind him, began to move towards his beloved and call her. Beiming asked the master not to move because otherwise it would only get worse. The girl looked at Ming Ye with tears in her eyes and called him to her. Unexpectedly, the guy who previously seemed to die turned out to be alive and attacked our hero in the back. The guy said that luckily for him, he followed Xiaoji Ren's advice and took the life-saving talisman with him. Starting to laugh, the warrior swung his leg and told our hero that today he would die. Unexpectedly for him, an unknown shell flew right next to him, which wounded his side. A moment later, a huge number of blows followed, which struck the entire warrior. While bleeding, he realized that this was the Red Sun Sect's 100-strike technique. Getting up from the ground, Ming Ye asked the spirit who did this. She said that it was the inner sect elder who did it. He used a 6th-level martial arts technique. Our hero barely got to his feet and thanked the man for saving him. Yan Gongsun smiled and said that this guy is always in trouble. The guy said that now it's Xing Chen's turn to protect him, while he goes and plays cards. After that, Ming Ye ran to his beloved and began to untie her. The girl asked her savior how he was. You know, Kira said he was fine and then apologized for getting her into trouble. Lan Su hugged Ming Ye and began to cry, saying that she was grateful for his help and that he did not abandon her. Ming Ye, looking at her, only thought that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have had problems. Our hero at that moment decided to offer the girl a big step. He invited her to move in with him. She walked away and said that it was too early, to which the guy said that he was worried about her living in the dorm. Beiming was just thinking and said that this was a good chance to kiss. To celebrate, the guy said out loud that this was a great chance. Lan Su blushed at this moment and asked in bewilderment what he was talking about. Ming Ye began to say guiltily that this was not what she thought. He will sleep in the living room and she will sleep in the bedroom. He's not up to anything bad. Lan Su laughed and said that she agreed to live with Ming Ye. The action moves to their home. The girl asked if he wanted her to move in today. Ming Ye said that they will explain everything to the administration later. The guy said he was afraid that she would be kidnapped again. The girl said that she just didn't expect him to defeat the inner disciples. As soon as she sat down on the chair, she decided that to prevent this from happening again, she had to become stronger. Our hero, looking at the girl, realized that there was really a big gap between him and her. He has too many enemies, and he won't be able to protect her from everyone. The guy handed her the Qiangang bone and said that she needed to cultivate the bone-strengthening technique. The girl said that she was not surprised that Ming Ye was so strong because it was an additional technique, but it was a little strange and not like the book. Suddenly, our hero embarrassedly told her that this technique was a little strange in that she would have to endure pain. The girl took it in her hands and began to say that this was a good additional skill that was good for cultivation, but it was not so strange. Ming Ye shouted in bewilderment and asked if she had already started practicing it. Beiming said that she has a legendary body and the circulation of strength in her body is smooth. As he fell to the ground, he realized that it was all because of his body. Beiming asked the master not to compare the ordinary body and the legendary one. 3 days later, our hero completed this bone marrow washing with the yin-yang technique. He was now an 8th-level adept. Then the guy noticed a glow in the next room and went inside. Lan Su was sitting there, who was also cultivating. The guy, in bewilderment, began to say that she spent only 3 days on the bone stage, and he spent 10 days on it and suffered. Beiming said that this was great, because most likely her body would become a saint. The better its basis, the greater the benefit will be for the master. Our hero congratulated the girl on finishing bone cultivation, then said that yesterday he bought the yin stone. The guy said that this is a bone marrow washing technique and asked her to use the stone for practice while he goes somewhere. The girl, perplexed, asked where he was going and why. Our hero began to flex his fingers and said that the Ye family had repeatedly hired assassins to kill him. It's time to sort this out. Wan Sheng Ye, meanwhile, held a meeting and said that the Blood Cloak Society believed that Ming Ye was protected by very strong people. Otherwise, he would have died from poison. He announced that these people wanted them to pay another 1,500 kilograms of first-class spiritual stones. At this moment, people seemed to have gone crazy and began to say that they could not spend money so stupidly. By paying them, they will starve for a whole year. Suddenly, from another corner, a man said that according to rumors, Ming-Ye had ranked first among the top external disciples of the sect. Now the guy earns more every month than they do in a year. He is a definite genius of their family. Wan Sheng asked Wan Liang what he meant. Does he really want to bring this freak back to his family? The man ordered not to call this boy that, because he is capable. If they had not mocked him, he would not have resisted. People, as soon as they saw the man's aura, asked if he had become a warrior. The man said that he became a warrior 10 days ago. He then went on to say that the boy's father was strong too. Zihui was a martial artist. Wan Sheng-Ye, perplexed, asked Wan Liang-Ye what he meant by this. The man screamed and told Wan Sheng-Ye that he always wanted to kill him. If not for him, the Ye family could have become great. At this point, people began to say that Ming-Ye was a genius and had great potential. It's stupid to hire killers for him. Wan Sheng-Ye started shouting that Zihui wanted to join the Haoshan sect. Their entire family would be in danger. And Ming-Ye is avenging his father, so he does everything for the sake of the Ye family. Wan Liang-Ye said that it was funny because instead of stopping Zihui from joining the sect, he did nothing. By killing his father, he destroyed Ming-Ye's future, because then he can consider his decision to be correct. He pointed his finger at Wan Sheng-Ye and said that he was a selfish leader. He must resign his position. The man then turned around and started shouting at the people that they were all relatives of Ming-Ye and that they had never bullied him. They are waiting for his return. People began to discuss that if Wan Liang-Ye became the sect leader to make amends, then Ming-Ye would return to them. They could be among the top 3 families. Deciding that this was the best outcome for the family, people began to riot, saying that they were in favor of removing Wan Sheng-Ye from office because he was not worthy of being a leader. The elders, looking at the indignation of the people, understood that, unfortunately, Wan Sheng-Ye would have to resign from his post. The man began to laugh and talk very loudly. Do they really hope that they can overthrow him so easily? His son, an inner disciple of the Tiange sect. He is a martial artist. When he returns, they will all be on their knees and begging for mercy. People were in disbelief that Zisheng-Ye had become a martial artist. At this moment, Ming-Ye came inside and laughed at the fact that Wan Sheng-Ye was once again relying on his son. Ming-Ye thanked Wan Liang-Ye for his honest words. The man apologized that he couldn't help anymore. After that, our hero looked at Wan Sheng-Ye and said that it was he who hired 2 groups of killers. The man began to scream and say that it was true. His only regret was that he could not kill him sooner. Ming-Ye decided not to endure this again, because now he was much stronger. A moment later, Wan Sheng-Ye's neck was in Ming-Ye's hand, who asked whether the man had said his last words. The guards, as soon as they realized what was happening, began asking the guy to stop. Ming-Ye was no longer going to stop, because this man had brought too many problems into his life. As soon as the man fell to the ground, people were already flying towards our hero and telling him that he had gone too far. Our hero turned around and with one attack pushed everyone in different directions. Wan Sheng-Ye, with all his might, told Ming-Ye that he would definitely die because Zisheng would not let him go just like that. Taking these words as his last, our hero crushed the man's head and blood flew in different directions. Ming-Ye said that if someone hadn't gone too far, his parents probably wouldn't have died. He turned to the people and reminded them that they were not related. The guy didn't understand why people were afraid of him. Actions are moved forward 3 days. Xiao Jie-Ren asked what happened in the sect during his absence. The man said that everything is fine in the sect. Xiao Jie-Ren said that external disciple Ming-Ye ranked first among the top external disciples. He is certainly very talented. Guangxun asked in surprise if Xiaolong Ren was in first place. Apparently, conflicts arose between them. The guy said that after Ming-Ye defeated his brother, he sent inner disciples to deal with him, but they were all killed. Apparently, Ming-Ye was helped. Guangxun said that this is quite strange, because if the inner elder helped, then it was Biaofu. The guy decided that the guys had done a lot in the sect. Xiao Ji-Ren said that he knew that the elder was helping the guy, but he did not take any action. It's a shame to kill such a genius, but if Guangxun wants, it's already prepared. Guangxun was surprised that the guy decided to restrain his hatred. He then said that he had received several techniques and he would teach them to him someday. Xiaoji Ren showed the master over and said that he was definitely waiting for more new and good news. At this moment, Xiaoji Ren's assistant asked if he wanted to get rid of Ming Ye. Why did he recommend it to the elder? The guy said that he was an idiot because the inner elders were protecting Ming Ye. Since he cannot kill him, someone must be used to improve the master's attitude. Xiaoji Ren said that once everything works out, they will have a whole lot of chances to kill him. The action moves to the hostel. Our hero, meanwhile, was watching Lan Su. He asked Beiming if he had to use the flirting technique. The girl nodded and said that he should take the opportunity to kiss Lan Su. She said that if he didn't want to use the flirting technique, she would help him. Ming Ye began to say that flirting is not his thing. All these skills are based on compulsion, and there are also dozens of pages about creating aphrodisiacs. He won't use all those dirty skills. Beiming said they would use her method. She will poison him with scorpion venom and his breathing will be paralyzed, and Lan Su will save him. Ming Ye said that she could try it as long as she was careful. This is all very scary. Suddenly, girls burst into the room and accused Ming Ye of raping Hanyu Wu. They came to arrest him on the orders of the Elder of Law and Order. The guy was at a loss, and Lan Su said that this was nonsense because the guy had been with her all night. Ming Ye thought about it. Did she really want to deal with him now? They had recently quarreled, and he didn't think she would want to ruin her reputation. The girl handed over the handcuffs and said that the evidence was quite convincing. She asked them to go to the courtroom. Before leaving, Ming Ye promised the girl that he would return to her soon. The action moves to the courtroom. Many people shouted that all this was nonsense. Either way, they decided he was in big trouble. Yuandu Huang knew that having been deceived in his youth, the judge had a dislike for men. Only women worked here, so our hero was very unlucky. Hanyu Wu fell to the ground and began to tell the judge that Ming Ye had raped her. He threatened to kill her and her family if she told anyone. Law Elder Tainhong Han asked Ming Ye if he knew Hanyu Wu. Our hero, without any emotion, told her that he was not interested in women like her. The judge slapped Ming Ye in the face and said that he should only answer her questions. What is not clear? The woman began to remember our hero's entire past and eventually led him to join the sect in order to take revenge on Hanyu Wu. She again asked if he raped her last night, to which she received a negative answer from Ming Ye. Tainhong Han was surprised that he was denying this. She said she would make him confess. Immediately after this, the woman asked to bring a witness. A crying Ping entered the hall and said how Ming Ye flirted with Hanyu Wu as she passed by. He threatened to rape her too. People started screaming in bewilderment and saying that this was complete nonsense because she didn't deserve the first person in the top to look at her. Ming Ye, looking at this whole picture, understood that the guys had come up with a good idea with the accusation. The judge again asked in bewilderment whether Ming Ye continued to deny all this. Ming Ye said that he has a witness who can prove that he was at his home last night. Tainhong Han asked who could prove this and asked to bring her. Ming Ye said that this could be proven by the external disciple, Lan Su. They live in the same house with her. Ping began to deny everything, saying that the guy forcibly took the girl to himself. She justified this by saying that she was not registered in his house. Our hero simply did not have time to do this. Tainhong Han was incredibly angry at Ming Ye. She said that according to the law, she must kick him out of the sect altogether. A moment later, she jumped out of her chair in order to throw this freak into prison. Xing Chun came to the elders that same day and said that Ming Ye had been imprisoned. Tainhong Han, as always, is against the male gender. The guy told the elders that they needed to help Ming Ye and get him out of prison. Tai Ma said that things are not as simple as he thinks. It is simply not their jurisdiction to interfere in court matters. Xing Chun asked in bewilderment what he could do. They can't just watch Ming Ye get punished for nothing. Biao Fu said that he was sure that Guang Sun had something to do with all this. It was no surprise that he returned so abruptly. They must find a way to save Ming Ye. Tai Ma said that Guang Sun had defeated many elite disciples over the years. He was ordered to report to the imperial palace to participate in the family's power struggle. Biao Fu said that the state of Yang is about to change its ruler. He thinks that Guang Sun will be very arrogant at this time. The action is brought to our hero, who at this time was already in prison and cultivating. He asked Beiming why she stopped him from proving his innocence. The girl said that she sensed a mine of spiritual stones. Although the work on it has ended, there are still a lot of useful things left there. Moreover, the mine has only one entrance and exit. which is not guarded by anyone. Our hero was happy about this news, and at the same moment, he jumped up and said that in that case, they would go and take a look. 2 hours later, our guys stood in front of a huge crater. Beiming said that if they were able to excavate such a large mine, then they think the Red Sun sect is not that simple. Suddenly, the spirit told our hero to pick up a stone lying on the floor. He asked why it was needed. Beiming said that this is a raw spiritual stone. By polishing it, the master will be able to obtain a real spiritual stone from it. Unfortunately, she doesn't feel them through. Deciding that this was a rather useful thing, our hero took it to the storage facility. 2 hours later, our hero told the spirit that all he found were just raw spiritual stones. The girl was surprised that there was nothing else here. Beiming said that there must definitely be something valuable left here. Have you really got everything? Unexpectedly, the spirit asked the master to remove all these unprocessed spiritual stones. Although he started cleaning, he asked why. Beiming asked not to ask unnecessary questions and simply remove them. As soon as the guy cleared the stones, he discovered a stone slab under them. He felt that there was something underneath them, and therefore decided to break the slab. Below them were glowing stones. Beiming said that he was very lucky because this stone is a 7th level health stone. It can be used to improve elixirs. He is priceless. Mingye understood that these stones were priceless. The guy asked how the girl felt them. It's not like she can sense through raw spirit stones. The girl said that these stones have been forming for millions of years, and when the mouse was able to get out of them, a gap appeared. Perhaps the miner hid these stones on purpose, but they died in the process of extracting resources, so the master was lucky. Mingye understood that he would now practice the 5 elements technique with these stones. Meanwhile, half a month passed. Lansu tried to go to the dungeon every day, but she was not allowed in. She was stopped a couple of times by court officials. This time, the girl knew that she had a chance, so she had to act. There were stupid boys on shift, so there was a chance to get inside. The guys were shocked by her beauty when they saw the girl. They had never seen such beauties before. The girl asked if she could visit Mingye. In her hands, she held stones and battle coins. The guys were perplexed by so many battle coins. They did not understand how they could be taken from an external disciple. Taking the coins, the guys said that they would let her through, so she needed to quickly go inside. After some time, Lansu went down to our hero and called him. The guy asked in bewilderment what she was doing here and how they could let her through. The girl threw her hug and said that she was very worried about him. She couldn't see him for so long that she thought he was dead. Mingye laughed and said that she was stupid because no one could kill him. After some time, the guy sat and ate the food that Lansu brought. Watching Mingye greedily eat all the food, the girl asked him to eat more slowly. After some time, the guy said that he was very full, and finally he wouldn't have to eat stale bread. The girl smiled and said she was glad he was okay. The girl came out and said that it was time for her to leave, but he must be sure that she and Xing Chun would get him out of here. The guy, looking at Lansu leaving, said that he would rather be released. Suddenly, a voice behind our hero said that we could easily get out of here. Guangsun said that he would help him on the condition that Mingye became his student. Our hero bowed and said that if he knew about his problem, then he might not hesitate to ask questions. The man introduced himself and said that as he understood, he liked that girl and she liked him. If he wants to see her soon, he must become his student. Our hero, perplexed, asked Mr. Guangsun why he needed him. The machine asked the guy not to slow down, because if he chose him, it means that he is very talented and cannot be compared with others. Beiming at this point said that Hanyu apparently did not frame the master out of revenge. Becoming Elder Guangsun's disciple will attract a lot of attention. Mingye thanked him for the praise, but this is a very important decision for him. He asked to be allowed to think a little before he made a decision. Guangsun, in bewilderment, began to say that she personally offered to become his student. How dare he refuse? He said he would teach him a lesson. Mingye asked not to think that he did not appreciate this one. This is a very important decision for him, and he needs to think about it. At this moment, Biao Fu stood behind our hero and said that he really needed to think. Guangsun told the elder not to punish his student and not to go where he was not asked. The man asked if he hadn't heard that Mingye asked him to think about it. The guy has not yet become his student. Guangsun decided that the elder wanted to compete with him. In any case, he didn't mind. Biao Fu told the man to attack. Suddenly, a red sphere appeared between them. From it, someone asked why they were screaming in the middle of the night in the dungeon. Once the sphere dissipated, the man asked if he could join them. The man looked at our hero and said that Elder Biao Fu had previously talked about him. Taking the guy by the hand, he told Ming Ye that he was talented. After that, he asked him to hit him with all his might. Our hero used the shaft fist technique and directed all his power towards the man. All the energy hit the man, but his shield successfully held everything back. As soon as the attack ended, the guy said that Ming Ye's impact force was 15 tons. He is truly talented. Ming Ye looked away a little embarrassedly and said that he was flattered. After that, the man extended his hand and said that this was the main pass, especially for Ming Ye. With it, he can get to any place of the sect, including the library, the Cave of Spirit Power, Kamikaze Valley, and the Magical Peak. Only one person had previously received such a pass, and those were the elders. The man said that the pass only gives the opportunity to enter, and in order to practice there, you will have to pay deposits with points. Our hero bowed to the elder and thanked him. The man, meanwhile, turned around and told Ming Ye to go change clothes and then come to his temple. Actions are transferred to the place where the trial previously took place. Hanyu and Ping were sitting on the carpet in front of the elder. The man said that he had gathered everyone so late to discuss something related to Ming Ye. He looked towards Elder Tainhong Han and asked if she was handling the affairs of Hanyu and Ming Ye. The woman said that's true, and she thinks the guy is guilty. Of course, she wasn't entirely sure about that, so she just locked it. The man then looked at the purple-haired girl and asked if she was Hanyu Wu. The girl said it was so. He said he read the girl's statement. She wrote that Ming Ye was harassing her. He asked how far the guy had gone. Hanyu Wu started crying and said that he sneaked into her room at night and made it so that she could not move, and then he raped her. The man remembered how he previously took Ming Ye's hand and thought about it. After a moment, he said he had made a decision. The culprits will be punished according to the rules of the sect. The man told Hanyu Wu that she framed her friend. She is lying, so he will destroy her cultivation and drive out the sects. The girl immediately began to say that she was not lying and that Ming Ye really raped her. The man said that she claims that Ming Ye raped her, but he tested his energy yin-yang. As it turns out, the guy is still a virgin. The man asked Hanyu Wu how she would explain this. Hanyu Wu was perplexed that Ming Ye and Lan Su had been together for so long, but they had nothing. The boss turned around and told Tainhong Han that he was leaving, and he would leave the liars to her. The woman said that she understood him and at the same moment ran to Hanyu Wu with a whistle. Hanyu Wu will never be able to live normally again after using the elder's power. Ping at the same moment fell to the ground and began to beg for mercy. She was fooled by the girl because she wanted her to help her frame Ming Ye. Tainhong Han was a cruel and fair woman, so she was not going to feel sorry for people who did not deserve it. The woman grabbed her by the hair and slammed her to the ground with all her might. Ming Ye, looking at this, understood that after such a powerful blow, there was no chance of survival. The sect leader asked everyone to let this mess end right here. Other sects will laugh at them if they find out what happened. The man turned and said that he now hoped that every student would be treated fairly. Emotions should not influence their decisions. The chief then turned to Ming Ye and said that he had acquitted him in the presence of the elder. Now he can focus on cultivation. After that, he said that if there were no more problems, then everyone could go about their business. And of course, you need to clean the hall. The head felt another presence outside. As it turned out, it was Lan Su, and he asked her to come inside. The girl asked what she would do if Ming Ye were sentenced to death. She admitted that if this had happened, she would have died along with him. The girl knelt down in front of the sect leader and thanked him for clearing Ming Ye's name. The man sat down in front of her and said that it was his duty to administer justice. After that, he told the girl that he wanted to take her as his student. As soon as the guys quieted down, the man asked in bewilderment if the wind was so strong that they didn't hear anything. The girl immediately thanked the master and said that it was an honor for her. He said that he would like to make both of them his students, but there is one person who always competes with him. Suddenly, at this moment, a man appeared with an incredible roar, asking Shen Shuzhong why he was talking about him behind his back. Our hero, looking at this man, was shocked by his height. He was very tall. Beiming told the master that this man was a martial arts guru. He leaned in front of Ming Ye and ruffled his hair. After that, he said that he was a good fellow, and then asked to call him master. Shen Shuzhong told our hero that this was his friend Feng Xian Gao. He joined the sect and is now its inner elder. Feng Xiangao immediately said that he did not expect to take on anyone as an apprentice in this state, so he did not prepare a gift. He asked me to take this. The guy asked Shen Shuzhong to take care of his student. He just received a letter and needs to deal with the rebels from the Yin-Yang sect. He also turned to our hero and told him to train with Shen Shuzhong. Suddenly, he turned around and said that if Mingye progressed slowly, he would show him what the supplement was. Beiming congratulated our hero, but he was interested in the meaning of the word additive. Shen Shuzhong put his hand on Mingye's shoulder and said that his master is always calm and decisive. It takes some getting used to. While at home, the guys opened the box that Feng Xiangao gave to Mingye. Beiming said that his master has a good position in the Yin-Yang sect. The girl said that this sect has two unique skills, great skill and skill in swordsmanship. Only sect disciples are allowed to practice them. Mingye, looking at the technique, said that the master is very generous. He gave him a lot of good things. After the guys pulled out the scrolls, they began to take out the contents further, and Mingye asked in surprise what it was. The girl said it was a banknote. The denomination of each of the 5 banknotes is 10,000 first-class stones. Mingye realized that one banknote was worth 6,250 battle coins, and 5 such banknotes were already more than 20,000. The action moves to Yuandu Huang. Qianzhuo came to him with news that Ping had been killed and Hanyu had been deprived of cultivation and expelled from the clan. Yuandu Huang sat down on a chair in bewilderment and tried to understand how this could happen. Qianzhuo said that Hanyu Wu is now on the side of the road. The inner disciples laugh at her. He decided that she needed to be taken somewhere. Yuandu Huang asked him not to contact her for now. She needs some time alone. Actions are transferred beyond the gates of the sect. Hanyu Wu was depressed and lay on the grass. Suddenly, she heard someone's footsteps and turned her head. Mingye and Lan Su were there. The girl said that she knew that they could not leave her like this. Hanyu asked to get her out of here. Our hero said that since she wanted to kill him, she was not worthy of his mercy. He'll just pass by. The guy gave her a cape and said that they should break up and never meet again. Meanwhile, the guys set off further on their journey. Mingye escorted Lan Su to her new home, and they were both amazed. This place was incredibly beautiful. Their eyes ran in different directions. The woman at the entrance said that the head had ordered the creation of an excellent courtyard for the new student. Mingye said that this was all great, but he was wondering what his master would have in store for him. Lan Su was embarrassed that such a big house was allocated for her. Mingye looked at the girl and said that the head has no other students. Of course she will own a big house. The girl hoped that Mingye would react differently and ask for her. She called him a fool and asked him not to come here anymore. Beiming decided to save Mingye's situation and explained that the girl wanted him to move in with her. Our hero smiled and told the girl that he understood everything. He ran to collect his things and would come soon. The action moves to the dining room. The guys decided to celebrate all the events, and Mingye thanked Xing Chun for taking care of him. Suddenly, an unfamiliar guy burst into the building, looking arrogant. Xing Chun said that his name is Richen Zhao. He is the third in the top internal disciples. He likes to come here to eat for free, and it is also said that he received lunches from people who were ranked first and second on the internal list. Suddenly, the guy noticed a large feast and decided that the dishes there were good. He sat down at the table and told Mingye that he had heard about the guy moving to a big house. He congratulated him. Our hero said that this is the privilege of the head's disciples, and he gets this privilege because of Lan Su. While the guy was eating, he talked about how a magic competition would open in more than 2 months. He wondered if Lan Su would be sent there. Mingye asked in surprise about the competition on the River of Spirits and asked to tell him more about it. Ritian Zhao said that the Spirit River magic region is a cave space created by an ancient great power. His goal was to educate students. The magical area opens every 30 years and is said to contain countless treasures. The deeper you are, the more valuable treasures you can receive. Of course, there is danger there too. To get the treasure, you need to beware of ancient magical beasts. There will also be competition between sect students. Every time hundreds of people are sent there, and only about 10 people come out alive. Mingye decided that there was really a lot of competition. He was wondering what the limit was on the number of participants from their sect. Richen Zhao said that there are actually no special restrictions on the number of people. Ordinary people won't get there, so sects will send new talents there. Mingye was interested in this. He began to wonder who would be chosen to represent their sect this time. Ritian Zhao said that this area is very dangerous. If he still decides to go there, he should consult with the head. He was one of 7 people who came out alive. Ming Ye thanked Ritian Zhao for the advice, while he continued to eat. After a while, Ritian Zhao ate almost all the food. He thanked the guys and told them that they would see each other again. Suddenly, someone patted our hero on the back. The guy immediately tensed. As soon as Ming Ye turned around, he realized that it was Fei Lu. Our hero laughed and asked if he had really come here to drink alone. Fei Lu laughed and said that he already drank a lot last time, so he had enough. Ming Ye said that it's okay anyway. He and Xing Chun don't care what happened last time. The guy said that was good, and then added that he heard Ming Ye talking and that he wanted to go to the magic area. Our hero said it was true. Fei Lu leaned over to the guy and said that he had a very necessary thing for him. This is a map of the area. Does he need her? Beiming, meanwhile, was also whispering in our hero's ear. She said that Fei Lu is very cunning, so you need to be careful with him. Ming Ye decided to first ask Fei Lu where he got it from. The guy said that those who came out of the magical region of the River of Spirits alive got together and drew a map from the memory of the survivors. His uncle was one of them. Ming Ye, looking at the package, asked if he really wanted to sell him this card. Fei Lu said that he wanted to give it just like that, but on one condition. He wants the guy to help him get something from there. His uncle found the treasure there, but was not sure he had the strength to keep it with him. He decided to leave the treasure and send a student there after 30 years. The uncle was killed by a traitor, but fortunately he managed to tell Fei Lu about everything. The guy said that this treasure is small, so it can be easily carried. The location is marked on the map. Ming Ye knew that the situation sounded good, but he shouldn't rush to conclusions. He will make a decision after studying the situation. Our hero said that he would try to take him away. It's dangerous there, but he will do everything in his power to get this treasure. Fei Lu handed the card to Ming Ye and said that if he managed to take it, he would reward him. As soon as the guys left the cafeteria, he asked Xing Chen if he thought Fei Lu's words were true. Xing Chen said that he is a bad person and that he has few friends. The guy came with ulterior motives. In any case, you need to be on your guard. Our hero said that he understood. After entering the zone, the first thing he must do is defend himself and then move on to other things. The action moves home. Meanwhile, Beiming talked about the 5-element technique. The only difficulty was the correct order of the organs. Suddenly, our hero jumped up and released his energy from his hand. After the guy demolished the building, he said that this technique was worthy of its name. Beiming congratulated the master and said that all his organs were unlocked. All the following days, on the advice of Beiming, our hero trained because he was strong enough to practice a large circle of cultivation. After 2 months of active training, the guy finally awakened and he was a 9th-level adept. Beiming said that compared to cultivating and refining organs, enhancing spiritual energy is the most difficult. Spiritual energy must be refined by a cultivator 100 times before it can be strengthened. If you do not strengthen purified spiritual energy, then all your efforts will be in vain. Ming Ye, of course, thought a little and therefore immediately asked the girl what he should do. The spirit pointed to Lan Su and the rock that there was only one chance. A girl's unsullied body is the best environment for enhancing spiritual energy. Beiming added that he only needed to kiss her after practicing and take some of her spirit to easily enhance the refined spiritual energy. The guy understood that he wanted this, but he also understood that most likely she would not agree. Beiming said that from Tianpeng's memories, when women experience their first kiss, their reserve is masked. She may surrender initiatives from Ming Ye. The guy said that if she didn't believe him, he would beat him, to which Beiming showed her finger up and added that he would take all the beatings. After Ming Ye explained the whole situation to the girl, she asked if it would definitely work. Our hero smiled and said that the flow of spiritual energy would become smooth, so everything would be fine. The girl looked away and asked him not to forget to come to her after finishing practice. Ming Ye grabbed the girl's face and began to move closer and closer to her. Suddenly they were interrupted by the voice of an elder who came into their room and apologized. He told the guys that Shen Shuzhong wanted to see them in the hall. After some time, the guys came to the hall to the head as he wanted. The man said that apparently everyone knows that in 6 days, the territory of the magical river of spirits will open. It was created by the Tai Wu sect to train disciples. This territory opens every 30 years, and each time the risk increases. Shen Shuzhong added that last time, out of 10 people in the Red Sun sector, only 2 survived. People understood that there was a very high mortality rate there. In any case, the man said that they were strong enough to enter the area of the magical river of spirits. However, he would not force them to participate. They can leave right now. As a result, only one person left from this entire crowd. Shen Shuzhong added that a good warrior must have the courage and ability to get out of danger. The man asked the guys to follow the elder to the treasure pavilion and choose 2 weapons or other items for themselves. After some time, all future participants in the competition arrived at the treasury. Beiming said that the master is not very good with the ball. Therefore, you need to choose a martial arts tool, such as a fighting glove. It will increase the force and speed of the strike. She also found a boot made from high-grade monster leather that allows her to move at amazing speeds. With lightning speed, he will have no equal. Taking these 2 things, Mingye said that he already likes this whole idea. After some time, all the warriors chose their weapons. The elder said that he hoped that in these days they would master them. Shen Shuzhong said that he had been to the magical Spirit River area, so he knows something about it. He will tell them how to survive in the magical region of the River of Spirits. It's huge. The area on the map it shows is only 10%. Exploration of unknown territories depends on the abilities of the participants and their means. There are only 2 secrets to survive in this area. First, you need to be careful. Don't trust people from other sects. They can only work together to cope with the threat. But the most important rule to remember was that people from other sects would be the biggest threat. When they go deeper, you need to be alert and look closely at each participant. Secondly, all participants must be together. Thus, even if they meet a genius of a large sect, they will have enough strength to cope with him. All the people inside are martial arts students. They are no worse than them. And here the actions are transferred to the past. Then a certain woman told the competitors that they should go first. At this time, she will stay here to deal with him, or the 3 of them will die here. A swordsman with terrifying strength was walking towards them. The man was glad that he had found another prey. Suddenly, Master Shen Shuzhong opened his eyes and jerked sharply. Lan Su, in bewilderment, asked the master what happened and where he had gone. The man said that he remembered the time when they encountered a formidable enemy. In order to save him and Feng Xian, eldest sister stayed there forever. That is why Shen Shuzhong once again told the guys to remember their safety and be careful. Our hero understood that the person who led the leader to despair must be very powerful. Lan Su at this moment asked the master to rest. He can be sure that they will emerge alive along with their comrades. Shen Shuzhong glanced at Mingye and asked him to keep an eye on Lan Su. She can't be allowed to get hurt. The guy said that as long as he is alive, Lan Su will be completely safe no matter what happens. At this moment, Shen Shuzhong approached our hero and said that if he met any of the sword sect disciples, then he should not leave any of them alive if possible. Mingye asked in bewilderment why the master disliked this sect so much. He said that the people who were going to destroy them in the area of the magical river of spirits were from there. This time they will be dealing with disciples from their sect again. Shen Shuzhong promised that this time they would strike first and would not fail like last time. Mingye said that he understood the master's wish and that he would do everything in his power. Unexpectedly, the man said that he had a small gift for our hero, who was already at Lan Su's house. He asked not to forget to take it with you. The guys bowed to the head of the sect and thanked him for his generosity, after which they said that they understood everything. The action moves to the girl's house. Beiming said that this wooden box is the best hidden weapon. Even a martial arts grandmaster would not be able to avoid the Tianji needle. And this vest is 6th class armor. It is made from the skin of the Northern Sea ice urchin. By wearing it, he will be able to withstand the blows of a martial artist. Mingye was incredibly happy that the head gave him such a treasure. In the Spirit River magic region, he will definitely bring the Red Sun sect to the top. The girl said that with Lan Su's help, his spiritual energy would be able to enter the 2nd-level purification state before the magic domain opened. Mingye understood this, but there he would have to go through long battles, in which he could spend a lot of spiritual energy. Beiming explained that the girl's body has the function of discharging spiritual energy and reducing the consumption of the halo. All you have to do is kiss the girl at the end of the battle. Mingye floated away from his fantasies at that moment. One fight, one kiss, it was perfect. Uncomprehending, Lan Su grabbed Mingye by the ear and asked what he was thinking about. She told him to go refining spiritual energy. Actions are postponed for 7 days. Today is the opening day of the Spirit River Magic Area. Shen Shuzhong was glad that people decided not to retreat after deliberation. He said they could reorganize their equipment here. Later, he will take them to the magical region of the River of Spirits where they will learn to fly. He then called Mingye and Lansu over, saying that he had something to tell them. Sitting on the fence, the man asked if they had taken the treasures that he had sent them. As soon as he heard a positive answer, he told them that one equipment was for attack and the other for defense. They must be used in case of danger. Mingye bowed to the head and thanked him. After that, he said that he would not let him down. Shen Shuzhong asked at this moment, "Does our hero remember about the sword sect that he mentioned earlier?" The leader of the sword sect is Zhan Fengwei, who killed 8 of his comrades just in the river area. This time he sent his inner disciple to the area. After leaving the area, he not only became the leader of the sword sect, but also joined the sword pool, one of the 9 holy places, and became an inner elder there. Shen Shuzhong said that although the guys became 9th level adepts, he heard that this is the minimum to become a disciple of Zhan Fengwei. The man said that it would be a very dangerous journey for them. If something bad happens to them, he will feel guilty. Mingye said that he went through many trials to become what he is today. If he were a person who feared death, he would most likely be a servant in his hometown and would not have a chance to see Lansu and Master Shen Shuzhong. At that moment, the man smiled and said that he and his brother had made the right choice. It makes him feel more relaxed. Suddenly, he shouted to all the participants that it was time for them to follow him. As soon as all the participants ran up, Shen Shuzhong used his spiritual energy and lifted everyone into the air. Mingye couldn't help but notice how strong the master's spiritual energy was. A moment later, the guys set off from their hometown on a journey to the magical region of the River of Spirits. The action moves to the north of Yang State. This is where all the sects gathered. Baiming told our hero that there are a lot of sects here, starting with sects of the 2nd or 3rd class and ending with sects of the 7th and above. Suddenly, Shen Shuzhong began to call the leader of one of the sects. The man turned to the squad and said that he needed to move away to talk with the other heads. Immediately after that, a hand was placed on Mingye's head. As it turned out, it was Fengshen Gao who said that he would take care of the children. He then turned to Mingye and said that his participation in the competition was his decision in agreement with the elders. He came here to cheer him up. Our hero told the master to be sure that he would give it his all. Fengshen Gao said that he has no doubt about it as well, which will give him 2 things he definitely needs. The first is to save a life, and the second is to kill. To save his life, he gives him the yin-yang talisman, which can be used 3 times. Our hero asked the master how far he could run with it. The man answered him that by using it he could run away 10,000 miles, so he thinks that our hero will definitely go 100 miles. He asked our hero to hide this talisman here. In case of danger, you will need to activate it and escape. Mingye said that he understood and then asked the master what kind of killing thing he was talking about. Fengshen Gao held out the ball and said that his killing array was inside. To activate, you need to enter your spiritual energy and throw it on the ground. The man said that the array could even kill a martial artist, not to mention warriors. This is a trump card, so it's not worth wasting it. Suddenly, a flying boat appeared in the air, and the whole crowd was in disbelief. Fengshen Gao immediately realized who it was and said that they were people from the Black Dragon sect. Mingye guessed that the Black Dragon sect was very strong. Shen Shuzhong smiled and said there was no need to worry. This is the first time for their sect to participate in the competition, and most likely their goal is to test their external disciples. The man then added that their main task was to keep an eye on the sword sect. If they do not interfere with them, then you need to follow them to the 2nd floor. The farthest room on the 2nd floor contains the top-secret treasures of the Tai Yi sect. There is definitely no way to allow people from the sword sect to obtain the treasures. Immediately after these words, a certain beam from the Black Dragon boat was activated and descended. A few moments later, a huge crowd of Black Dragon sect disciples stood on one of the rocks. All the people started screaming in bewilderment and saying that there were about 100 people there. Will the small sects be able to resist? Baiming at that moment told our hero that not one of them was below a 9th grade adept. Fengshen Gao put his hand on his disciple's shoulder and told him that as soon as they enter, they need to get away from the Black Dragon sect. He suggested that the purpose of their participation in the competition was simply to kill people. Ming Ye, looking at them, assumed the same thing, so he did not argue with the master. A few minutes later, a huge portal appeared in the sky. This meant that the passage to the magical region of spirits was open. The whole crowd of people began to rush forward and say that you need to go in and hide. They cannot be found by the Black Dragon people. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Dragon sect group told his people to split into groups of 5, and when everyone was ready, they would begin the hunt. After some time, the first level of the magical spirit region was filled with people. The man happily looked at such a crowd of people and said that apparently everyone was almost ready. A moment later, he shouted that the hunt was beginning, and immediately all the Black Dragon's people rushed forward. The killers began to literally jump on people's heads and kill them. The entire crowd tried to run away in horror and at the same time asked not to kill them. As soon as they killed people, they opened an unknown container and absorbed the energy of the dead. Meanwhile, Ming Ye's team watched the Black Dragon sect's brutal acts. Jingang Kui was perplexed that as soon as these people entered, they began to kill for no reason. Ming Ye said that they had better get out of here. Unfortunately for our heroes, one of the killers heard the conversation and told his comrades that she had found 7 more. The guys looked at them in bewilderment for some time, but Yiping Zheng said that this needed to be stopped and to run away from here as quickly as possible. Beiming told the master that the pursuers were using the gallop technique. Only he and Lan Su will be able to escape and the rest will be caught. Suddenly, our hero activated his equipment and recalled that the head ordered to unite against the enemy. If they can't run away from them, then they will fight. Jingang Kui turned around and supported Ming Ye. He also believes that they cannot escape, so they need to fight to the end. A couple of seconds later, people from the Black Dragon sect were in front of our heroes. The 3 guys who were in their squad began to say in horror that they could not defeat them. They immediately turned around and ran away. Yiping Zheng said that they are selfish freaks. Jingang Kui said that you can forget about them because they would be of little use. The guys took out their equipment, saying that as long as Ming Ye was nearby, they would not lose. Our hero, looking at the gang of killers, told them that they were not enemies, so they did not have to go after them. If they leave them alone, they can give them things. The guys said that this was of no use because they only needed their lives. Ming Ye answered them that everyone can find benefits in the magical region of the Spirit River. What will they gain by killing them? Unsheathing his blade, one of the assassins said that the magical region of the River of Spirits is not a place where they, weak people, can come. These words really hurt our hero, and at that very moment, he decided to prove them wrong. The guy rushed forward from his seat. The killer was horrified by how fast his opponent was. He decided to use a shield in hopes of blocking the attack. Unfortunately for him, our hero's power was too simple, so he passed through the killer without even noticing the shield. The other killers began to ask in horror what this monstrous footwork technique was. Deciding that these people were too strong, they turned around and ran away, saying that they needed reinforcements. This made Ming Ye laugh, of course, but he shouted at them, saying that they would not run away now. The guy rushed from his place with incredible speed and began to approach the killers. He grabbed one of them by the neck, which only meant that the guy didn't have long to live. Meanwhile, Lan Su caught up with the other guy and used a burst of magic cloud to cut him into 2 pieces. People from the Black Dragon sect suggested escaping from here using the flying body technique. A moment later, they began to rise into the air with incredible speed and move away from the battlefield. Our hero, of course, was not going to leave them alive, and using a lightning-fast step, within a couple of seconds, he was in front of them. He instantly grabbed the collars of the 2 killers, who were in disbelief. Immediately after this, using the shaft fist technique, the guy threw them down with incredible force. After this fight, Ming Ye was only convinced of Shen Shuzhong's words and admitted that the disciples of the Black Dragon sect were ordinary weaklings. After that, Lan Su ran up to the guy and asked him if he was okay. Our hero told her that these guys are not his enemies. The girl said that she was fine too, and then sheepishly added that if he was not feeling well, she could cure him. Our hero immediately fell to the ground and began to say that he had internal damage, and now he needed help in the form of a hug and a kiss. Lan Su was not pleased with Ming Ye's actions and gave him a kick in the ass, telling him to shut up. Jingang Kui and Yiping Zheng, meanwhile, cried while watching this sweet scene. Looking at Ming Ye, who was running away from Lan Su, The guys said that they had never seen them like this before. A few tens of minutes later, people from the Black Dragon sect arrived on the scene. The man told the head that he had checked everything. Their men were killed in one blow, and there was no sign of resistance. The man smiled and said that the journey would be much more interesting than he expected. The other guys began to guess who it was. One of them said that it could be people from the sword sect, but the other said that he didn't think so. 4 of the 5 were killed by the inner spiritual force, and only 1 was killed by the sword spirit. This is not the style of the sword sect. Their leader said that the people who were able to resist the disciples from their sect must be from the 4 heavenly lands, the 5 colleges, or the 9 holy places. But he also added and reminded that they are only sending a couple of people. One of the group members asked what this meant, and the leader explained that a super genius had come to the magical region of the Spirit River. A moment later, the action shifts back to our guys. Meanwhile, they came to a certain hill from which they could see an excellent view. Lan Su told our hero that this is most likely the place the master was talking about. Gravity Hill. Ming Ye said that they could make gravity cultivation pills. Jingang Kui said with inspiration that 1 gravity blade of grass costs 50 battle coins. You need to collect as much grass as possible. Suddenly the girl told them to wait. There is a reminder from the master on their map. They won't be able to climb the hill. Unfortunately, as the altitude increases, gravity increases. If you go higher than your body can handle, you will never be able to get out. Yiping Zheng was upset but asked what they could do. They can't miss this opportunity. Beiming told our hero that the grass under the hill was collected by people who came earlier. This means that it is still only at the top of the hill. Jingang Kui said that Ming Ye and Lan Su are the strongest among them. They suggested that the guys go there and look for her. Yiping Zheng added that they will stay here to prevent them from being attacked when they come down. Ming Ye thanked the guys and said that they would share with them the gravity grass they collected. The guys went down, and Jingang Kui and Yiping Zheng told them not to overexert their bodies. It's better to come down as soon as it gets hard. After some time, our heroes rose up. Ming Ye said that with every step, his weight doubles. Lan Su said that the longer they stay on this mountain, the longer their weight will be. You need to speed up and collect the grass one by one. The girl then asked, why not replenish their spiritual power? Ming Ye smiled and told her that it was a great idea and he was all for it. After a moment, the guys' lips intertwined together and they began to regain their energy. After a while, Lan Su moved away and said that they could go now. Ming Ye, looking down, thought that the legendary body was amazing. This feeling of empowerment gives him energy, and he feels better than before. The guy immediately began to walk forward, saying that today he would definitely climb to the top of the gravity hill. After about 15 minutes, our hero realized that the force of gravity was 20 times greater. You will need to use spiritual energy to rise. Beiming said that he would spend a lot of energy, and the hill was only 300 steps away. However, Ming Ye had already noticed that in the middle of the hill, there was grass everywhere. Ming Ye asked, is there something else at the top of the mountain? There is no point in going up there if there is only gravity grass there. Beiming decided to make the master's path easier and said that now she will see what is there. Suddenly she shouted that the master must climb to the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, there are several gravity grasses that are over 1,000 years old and have already borne fruit. Ming Ye, upon hearing this great news, said that in this case he would take everything that was there. The action moves to Lan Su. Meanwhile, she was on the slope of the gravity hill. Passing another field, the girl noticed a beautiful flower that she could not ignore. She reached for it to rip it off, but unexpectedly a sword was put in front of her. The stranger said that the flower is truly beautiful, but it is not as beautiful as she is. The girl, looking at them, asked in bewilderment what they needed from her. The guy said that his name is Jiang Wei. He is a disciple of the sword sect. The guy added that she looked familiar, and then asked what sect she was from. Lan Su, as soon as she heard the words about the sect, remembered what the master said. These people are still here. The girl said he chose the wrong person. After all, she doesn't know anyone from the sword sect. Then she added that she would go on collecting grass, which she advised them to do as well. Jiang Wei suddenly walked up to her and asked her not to rush. If she needs gravity grass, he can give her some. Lan Su thanked them, but said that she wanted to collect all the grass herself. Jiang Wei just thought that he liked this girl. He asked if he could go collect with her. The girl told him that he could do whatever he wanted. This person is not weak, and this is a good opportunity for her. She just needs to find the right moment. The action moves to our hero. Meanwhile, he found the fruits of gravity grass for the first time. Baiming added that this is a priceless treasure. One such fruit is valued at 10,000 pounds. Ming-Ye hid them in the vault and said that the magical area of the Spirit River is simply amazing. The guy said that he had collected enough, so it was time to let it go. Baiming pointed to the rock and asked her to take the bronze token with her before descending. Our hero approached the stove and asked the spirit what was special about this thing. The girl suddenly said that she did not know what this thing was. Either way, it exudes ancient spiritual energy, almost as ancient as the Spirit River magic domain. Ming-Ye took the token in his hands and said that in this case he would take this thing with him. Suddenly, this thing activated and began to emit a large amount of light. Baiming asked the master not to panic. She said he activated the power-multiplying spell stored in the token. You need to absorb the token, and this will increase the power limit. Picking up this token, Baiming said that there are many things hidden in this token, and Ming-Ye added that he will find all the tokens he finds. The action moves to Lansu. John Wei said that the further they go, the more dangerous it becomes. He invited the girl to go with him. She thanked him for the offer, but said that she already had a companion. The guy asked in bewilderment who it was. Suddenly, a shout from above attracted his attention. Ming-Ye said that he was her companion. A second later, he landed on the ground. Lansu asked if he found something, to which our hero told her that he was very lucky. He then brushed the dust off his pants and asked who this guy was. John Wei introduced himself and said that he was the son of John Feng Wei, the head of the sword sect. Then he asked our hero who he was. Hearing only the name of the sect leader and the sect itself, Ming-Ye grinned very slyly. He was just about to look for him himself, and the guy came to them. Lansu noticed at this moment that the glove was accumulating power, which meant that he was about to attack. The girl decided that in this case she should help her partner and took out the weapon that the master gave her. At this moment, Baiming told our hero that that guy had 4 8th-grade martial arts weapons, and the sword in his hand was a 4th-grade weapon. He will lose if he decides to fight. Suddenly, our hero became kind and greeted John Wei. He said that everyone knows that the sword sect is the best sect. The guy laughed and said he was insightful. The prestige of the sword sector is not inferior to the great sects. Ming-Ye said that his master Beyonde Xia and his father are friends. He once told him that his father was a very big shot. John Wei doesn't remember his father telling him this, but it doesn't matter. He just wants to be with Miss Su. The guy immediately recognized him as Mr. Xia's student and said that he was pleased to meet you. Ming-Ye told him that they would need his protection. The guy agreed to study the territory together, and he himself thought that he would create trouble for Ming-Ye. In turn, he would save the beauty as a hero, and Lansu would be his. Ming-Ye asked in surprise whether the Golden family was really powerful. Even the top-class sword sect is afraid of her. John Wei said that the Golden family can be compared to a religious sect. Young masters are the talents in the family, but they like to be alone, so they won't do anything to them. Ming-Ye thought that this guy would say anything to please Lansu. He then asked what the sword sect's plan was to reach the 2nd tier. The guy said that in order to get to the 2nd tier, you need to get at least one of the secret tokens. It's just hard to get this token. There should be one at the top of the gravity hill, but even he can't get there, and he shouldn't even try. Our hero smiled and decided that Baiming was right. That token is truly a treasure. John Wei added that he has 2 gifts that his father gave him. The more tokens he receives, the more areas of the 2nd level he can get to. Our hero understood everything, then turned around sharply and told Lansu that this guy was just bragging. They must rely on themselves if they want to get anything in the area. Suddenly, an angry John Wei ordered them to stop. The guy said that he fell in love with this girl, so he told her to take his hands off her. Our hero, holding the girl by the waist, said that she has many suitors. He asked Lansu to prove their relationship to the guy. The girl just thought about how cunning Ming-Ye was and kissed him. After that, he hugged the girl and said that Lansu is his girlfriend and they should stay away from them. All these actions made John Wei even more angry, and he said that he would have to kill Ming-Ye first. Our hero showed him an unpleasant gesture and told John Wei that he would not catch up with him. John Wei, who was already very angry, became more and more irritated by the second. He told our hero that he would not run away. Ming Ye told Beiming that after absorbing the token, he felt less affected by gravity. The girl said that this spell doubles the power and exists only in records. The spell itself was long lost, so he was very lucky. As soon as Ming Ye turned around, he noticed that the guy's strength was almost gone. Finally stopping, John Wei began shouting at our hero to stop. Ming Ye sat on the ledge and said that he had only walked less than 100 steps. John Wei is very weak. The guy put out his sword and asked how dare he insult him. He will cut him into pieces. Ming Ye asked him not to brag anymore because he couldn't even catch up with him. Unexpectedly, he threw the fruit at John Wei and asked what about calling the sword sect idiots. With incredible speed, the fruit flew towards the guy who activated his shield. Of course, it didn't help him in any way, and the gravity grass fruit shattered John Wei's shield into pieces. Ming Ye said that he was only wondering how long he could run after him. He then said that he has a lot of gravity fruits. Looking at the fruit that was flying towards John Wei, the guy said that this was very stupid. He simply couldn't fall for the same trick a second time. The guy cut this fruit and defended himself from the attack. After a moment, he glanced at the ledge where Ming Ye was sitting, but did not notice him there. Our hero, meanwhile, was already above John Wei's head and was about to smear him. The guy landed and hit John Wei on the head with all his strength with his glove. Our hero told him that even if he came from a higher sect and has good fighting tools, then he is stupid, and that is why nothing will save him. Ming Ye then picked up the sword that was in John Wei's hands. It's good enough that it's best to keep it. Beiming told the master that besides the talismans, this guy has a lot of good things on him, including the 2 tokens he mentioned. Our hero smiled and said that he would gladly take everything he had from this guy. The action moves to the foot of the gravity hill. Yiping Zheng and Jinggang Cui were sitting under a tree and waiting for friends. Jinggang Cui said that he never thought that Ming Ye could defeat the arrogant guy from the Black Dragon sect so easily. Yiping Zheng, in turn, replied that when he met Ming Ye, he understood what real strength is. Jinggang Cui decided that they also need to try hard to become as strong as him. Looking at the sky, Jinggang Cui said that they are all 9th grade adepts, but why is there such a big difference between them? Unexpectedly, Ming Ye and Lan Su started calling out to them. The guys started to get up. Finally, they returned. Ming Ye said that he couldn't stay here anymore. They need to go to the next point on the map. The action takes place in a deadly swamp, which had a red color in its main colors, symbolizing blood and death. Ming Ye told his squad that they would soon reach the second point marked on the map, Sacred Bloody Swamp. He turned to the guys and said that as soon as they came down from the gravity hill, they rushed to take Jinggang Cui and Yiping Zheng. Our hero told them that he killed the son of the head of the sword sect. The guys, as soon as they heard this in horror, asked if it was true. He killed Jianfeng Wei's son. Ming Ye asked them not to talk about it here, and just move to the second point as planned. The action takes place on the shore of the Sacred Bloody Swamp. Several people stood near him. The unfamiliar man told the young master that he was very lucky, because there was a spiritual flower of purified blood here. The guy said that he never doubted his luck. The only thing that irritated me were the magical beasts in the water. He was afraid that they would stain his clothes. The man asked the master not to worry, because he had a good plan. The guy pointed to Ming Ye and the guys who had just arrived, and said that by feeding these people to magical beasts, the master would be able to pick the flower. Ming Ye said, let it be a joke. If the guy apologizes, he will let him go. The man told our hero that he deserves only to be a step in the young master. Yiping Zheng at this moment became very angry and decided to protect Ming Ye. He told the strangers that he would feed them to the fish. A moment later, the young master's protector appeared in front of the guy's eyes. He couldn't help but notice the man's speed. Nevertheless, he dodged. In any case, the man's speed prevailed and he was drawn towards Yiping Zheng. Suddenly, Ming Ye appeared in front of him and blocked the stranger's attack. Immediately after this, our hero responded by grabbing the man. At that time, he was thinking that the guy was strong and he couldn't get rid of him. A moment later, our hero pulled the man towards him and then attacked him with an eagle strike. Meanwhile, the young master laughed and told the guys that this was pretty good. They killed his beloved retinue in 2 movements. He then looked at Ming Ye and said that he needed to talk to him. Beiming told the master to be careful, because this guy's strength and spiritual energy were comparable to his. Our hero asked his friends not to approach, because he himself would deal with him. The young master said that he does not like to kill. Ming Ye is smart, and he killed his retinue. He offered to replace him. Ming Ye asked if he really hopes that he will become his henchman. You can't even dream about this. The young master's eyes immediately changed. He couldn't understand how an ordinary guy dared to refuse the offer of a young master from a golden family. He flew into the air and added that Ming Ye's arrogance made him unworthy to live on. He then pointed at our hero and said he was giving him another chance. If he kneels and bows, he will think of mercy. Beiming said that this person is the main heir of the golden family. His skills are like those of a fourth-class warrior. Ming Ye remembered that Jian Wei mentioned this family. Our hero smiled at the young master and said that he wanted to see how strong the heir of the golden family was. The guy smiled and after a moment flew up to Ming Ye and waved his fan. Of course, such a brazen attack could not take Ming Ye by surprise, and he dodged it. Unfortunately, the guy was still able to slightly touch our hero's cheek. The young master's speed was still amazing. After that, the guy began to prepare an attack again and said that Ming Ye would not be able to dodge. The guy released a fiery flame that definitely flew towards our hero. Ming Ye knew that something had to be done. Using heaven-smashing footwork, the boy was able to repel the fire attack. As soon as he landed, fire consumed another part of the battlefield. Ming Ye told the young master that this was quite good. Only if his spiritual energy were stronger, then most likely he would already be dead. The guy smiled and said that he should praise him for that. But there was one small pity. He is going to use his fan to cut off Ming Ye's head. The guy immediately ran forward and asked our hero to let him cut off his head. Ming Ye blocked the attack with his gloves and told him not to hope for it. Suddenly, the young master began to stretch his hand forward and say that Ming Ye was too slow. He activated the flaming fist technique and released a flaming beam to hit Ming Ye. Suddenly, he heard our hero's voice behind him saying that it was too slow. Realizing that the action is heating up, the young master began using the technique again and ordered him to stop. The guy was able to block Ming Ye's attack, and the shockwave began to spread in all directions. Ming Ye was in disbelief that this guy smashed a level 8 weapon with his hand. The young master jumped to the side and told our hero that he was pretty good, because he was the first who was able to wound him. Ming Ye, looking at the guy's hand, said that the meridians of his right hand were broken. Why doesn't he give up? Starting to take off his cloak, the guy asked again, and then asked not to make him laugh. Untying his hair, he asked how he could say goodbye to such a funny guy like Ming Ye. The master added that this is quite a rare opportunity, so today they will have fun. The guy then said that before he killed him, he wanted to know his name and what sect he was from. He is one of the best opponents he has ever met. Having broken his glove, our hero told him that the young master was about to die, so he didn't need to know that. Beiming asked the master to be careful because that guy was using the abyss-breaking technique. The guy meanwhile said that, judging by the attacks, Ming Ye really is a genius. The only pity is that he refused to work for him, and therefore he has no choice but to kill him. Yeping Zheng, meanwhile, said that that guy is arrogant, but his spiritual power is scary. Jingang Kui asked if Ming Ye could resist him. At the same moment, the young master used the ice blade technique and sent it towards Ming Ye. Our hero, meanwhile, evaded them and broke forward, preparing his attack. He was going to hit him with his latest learned hidden finger technique. The guy landed on the ground and fired a powerful blast that began to lift the ground into the air. Unexpectedly, Beiming told the master to be careful because she senses the array. Our hero's legs began to turn into ice. He couldn't find words that could describe his emotions. Meanwhile, the young master was circling around Ming Ye at incredible speed and was about to attack him. Wishing our hero death, the guy stood behind Ming Ye and began to stretch his hand. Suddenly, a female scream that used a sky-splitting splash came from behind the young master. Lan Su came to our hero's aid and said that Ming Ye would only die through her corpse. The young master was incredibly happy to meet another master. He's lucky today. The girl, meanwhile, decided not to waste time talking and immediately went on the attack. Lan Su was able to pierce the Golden Family Master without much trouble. In an instant, the array was destroyed and Ming Ye was free. Lan Su, meanwhile, was at a loss, because the guy had disappeared, and she only pierced a piece of paper. Beiming said that the master had exhausted his power given by the breakthrough technique. He didn't dare fight the girl, so he escaped from here with the help of the bloody puppet talisman. Lan Su approached our hero and said that she was very worried about him. Ming Ye said he was fine and thanked her for helping him. The guy just didn't understand when the young master used the talisman. Beiming said that it is not simple, and only practitioners from the highest sects know how to use this talisman. By putting her blood on paper, she will create a duplicate of the user with exactly the same appearance and spirit. Who knows how many strong rivals like him there are in this Spirit River magic region? Yiping Zheng asked in bewilderment what happened. Did he really leave to call for help? Jingang Cui added that their situation would get much worse if a bunch of enemies came here. Ming Ye at this moment told the guys to wait for him. He must get one thing before he leaves. They cannot miss the chance to take this flower because they have earned it with great effort. This flower is guarded by black sharks. Even rank 7 warriors would not be able to fight them in the water. Ming Ye said that it was not surprising that that guy came here before them, but could not get the flower. Beiming suddenly said that she had an idea. She said that the power of the blood doll talisman had not yet been exhausted, and they could use it again. It must be dipped in blood and activated with spiritual energy. Then a duplicate will be created. They use it as a distraction, and at this time, they themselves will pick the spiritual flower of purified blood. Our hero created a duplicate of the young master and said that this guy tried to give them to the sharks to eat, and now his duplicate is being used by them to feed the sharks. If he had been generous enough to use this talisman earlier, he would not have had to lose the flower and his servant. Just at that moment, a shark jumped out of the water and attacked the puppet, and Ming Ye decided that this shark would be a springboard for him. Our hero jumped away from the shark and flew towards the spiritual flower. After some time, he said that it was time to leave here. The map says that the Death Dune is the most dangerous place on the first tier. Suddenly, Jingang Cui stopped our hero and said that they needed to talk. He said that they should separate because they are not able to help them when problems arise. They should go alone because Jingang Cui and Yiping Zheng are too weak. The guy said that this was nonsense because they promised the head that they would stick together. He never saw them as a burden, and therefore they will be together until the end of the journey. Jingang Cui recalled that the guy had defeated the Black Dragon sect, the Sword sect, and the heir of the Golden family. He must take the chance and stand out from everyone. Lan Su approached our hero and supported their idea, saying that they would be safer on the first tier, because further on it would be more and more dangerous. Finally, Ming Ye agreed and said that they would go further with Lan Su, and he wished them to take care of themselves. He then handed over 2 saving talismans from Jian Wei and told them to use them when they were in trouble. Meanwhile, the young master was standing on a tree branch with a man, who asked if he was sure that the person who took the flower before them was here. The guy asked not to worry, because he could track down the one who once fought against him by smelling his scent, and no matter how far away he was. The man tensed at that moment, because only dogs do this. Why does he always practice such strange skills? The heir of the Golden family said that that guy and girl were very capable. The girl dispelled his spiritual energy with just one blow. He said that his assistant's goal would be to deal with the girl, and the master himself would fight the guy. He must kill him personally. Meanwhile, the guys walked deep into the forest. Ming Ye was glad that they were finally out of the bloody swamp. He felt sick when he was there, but now he feels much better. After crossing the plain they were on and walking 10 miles north, they would reach the Dune of Death. Meanwhile, the young master sniffed and thereby tried to sense where his target was. He told his friend that the guys had left the forest and were now on a huge plain. The perfect chance presented itself for them to kill him. The guy said that after he kills the boy, the young master should not forget to give half of the purified blood flower. Unexpectedly, the spirit told our hero that she felt 2 approaching people who were lowering their energy. Just a moment later, the young master and his companion were already running towards them, who was surprised at the guy's abilities. Our hero just sighed. That annoying guy again. The guy, as soon as he approached the guys, asked how it happened that out of the entire squad there were only 2 left. Beiming said that the man in yellow is as good as Shane Gong. The guy understood that he and Lan Su needed to find a reasonable way to deal with them. Jingang Cui and Yiping Zheng are still in the forest, so they must hold off the enemies for as long as possible. Ming Ye held out the flower and said that he wanted to get this flower and kill it. He told Shane Gong to come to him and take it if he wanted it so much. The young master was surprised at how proud this brat was. He told our hero that he would kill him today. Shane Gong, like last time, used ice blades, and his comrade used Thunder Whip. Our hero realized that they were powerless here, so he grabbed Lan Su and used the talisman to escape. Shane Gong said that they used a rescue talisman and it is also very high level and therefore difficult to track down. Shane Gong couldn't understand how he let them get away this time too. His comrade told the young master to sniff them out and find them that way. The guy said that the smell weakened where he stood, but he doesn't smell other smells. His partner laughed and laughed at the fact that Shane Gong had already missed them twice. Shane Gong said that they must return to the princess or they will be punished. Meanwhile, the action moves to the cave. Suddenly, our hero emerged from the water and greedily began to gasp for air. He didn't understand. Where is this place located? It's not on the map. He felt dizzy when he used the lifeguard talisman. Baiming recalled that just when they were using the talisman, a power she couldn't identify suddenly appeared. She was the one who brought them here. As soon as Ming Ye heard the words about Lan Su, he turned around in horror and began to look for her. The girl, meanwhile, peeked around the corner and said that she was here, but there was a small problem. Her clothes are completely wet, so she feels very embarrassed. She asked not to look at her. Our hero was not ready for this, and at the same moment blood sprayed from his nose. The guy blushed very much and began to tell the girl not to worry. He doesn't look at her. After a while, Ming Ye himself unwrapped his clothes and asked Baiming to check everything around. The girl said that she checked everything and didn't feel anyone there. Moreover, she does not even feel the power of the magical area in which they are located. Her ability to sense other powers seems limited. She only feels what is in this cave. This place is literally isolated. She then said that there was a place where a flow of spiritual energy was slowly filling the space. The guy said he wanted to take a look at it. After some time, the guy stood in front of a mystical ice spring. Baiming said that the source of spiritual energy is located here. Ming Ye, looking at the crystal, said that this power is very calming. No spiritual plants or stones can compare to it. He then said that they haven't figured out how to get out of here yet, so why don't they break this stone and absorb the spiritual energy? Our hero flew into the air and began to head towards the crystal in the hope of breaking it. Once he touched it and then landed, nothing happened. He used 70% of his strength in this blow, but the stone didn't even crack. At this moment, Lan Su took our hero's hand and asked him to let her help. The guy agreed because working together is much more logical and much better. They told each other that they would break it, and a moment later their hands came into contact with the crystal. The stone, to their surprise, began to crack, and within a moment crumbled into small pieces. Elder Tai created this place. The mysterious crystal belongs to the bravest man. Baiming immediately told the master to absorb the energy of the crystal. Of course, there is no need to persuade our hero twice. The guys together began to absorb all the power of the crystal that was available. At some point, the guy began to realize how difficult it was to absorb so much power. His body seems to resist this. Spirit said that spiritual energy from ancient times has a special nature. Not everyone can manage it. However, it is very cold here, which suits Lan Su. By absorbing the spiritual energy here, its foundation will be better than that of the warriors. Baiming also said that it is difficult to absorb it, but this power will only be beneficial. Very concentrated spiritual energy is necessary to accumulate spiritual power. In this way, Ming Ye and Lan Su cultivated near the crystal for 3 days. He then told the girl that the spiritual energy had been completely absorbed by them. The crystal is useless now, but looks nice. He suggested keeping it in memory of the adventure. The guy said that he would ask the master to make a pendant for Lan Su, but as soon as he touched the crystal, it shattered into small pieces. Suddenly, a yin-yang sign appeared below them. The guys asked in bewilderment what it was. After a couple of moments, they finally realized that this was a teleportation array. The action moves to the lunar city. One of the people of the Black Dragon sect spoke about their losses and advised them to stay on the first tier and look for something useful. The leader of the group said that they could find stupid guys who would die for them in the magical field. Difficult challenges await them ahead, but they will cope with them. Suddenly, people nearby began screaming and begging for mercy. The guy asked in bewilderment why these people are so noisy. The killer couple said that they were from the Red Sun sect. One of their members killed 5 of their gang. They offered to torture these people. At this moment, one of the Red Sun people began to beg for mercy, talking about old parents and children, but at that moment, he was kicked. He leaned over and said that the guy looked too young, so he doubted that he had children. The leader of the group approached them and asked if they knew the person who killed their group members. The guys said they knew. This guy decided to dare and fight their people. He talked about how Ming Ye was, and that he did not dare to interfere with the Black Dragon sect. The guy asked to let them go, and in this case, they would find him and bring him here. The head of the group was not interested in these words. He just wanted to know where he was. Suddenly, that same symbol appeared in the air. People were confused. What's going on in the lunar city? Ming Ye and Lan Su suddenly fell out of this portal and landed on the ground. The guy said that his head was spinning from the teleportation array. He then asked the girl if she was okay. She said she was fine. Looking around, they realized that they had been transported to an unknown place. Ming Ye then realized that the entire crowd that surrounded them were people from the Black Dragon sect. Shouldn't have used that teleportation array. The guys immediately started shouting that this was the best among all the members of the Red Sun sect, and he killed their people. The head of the Black Dragon group immediately took up his sword and asked how Ming Ye dared to appear here, offending their sect. At that moment, our hero took out a sword, which he had taken from Jianwei, and defended himself with it. Unfortunately for the Black Dragon sect assassin, his sword split into 2 pieces, and the blade flew to the other side. It was impossible. His Red Moon sword, a level 6 weapon, was broken. Ming Ye didn't think he could break the sword. It was self-defense. And Bei Ming said that this sword was created by a sword sect that makes excellent swords, so it's no wonder it's so strong. People from the Red Sun sect looked at Ming Ye and realized that he was truly strong. He's literally the strongest they've ever met. They immediately started telling Ming Ye to save them, saying that these people were bad. They forced them to say such things. The guy looked at them in surprise and said that he didn't know them at all. As soon as he asked if they knew each other, the entire Black Dragon sect was angry with these two. The guys kept begging Ming Ye to save them. They've been through a lot together, so then he can leave them? Lan Su asked if they were ashamed now. They wanted to sacrifice them. They came to the magical area for the first time. Our hero patted the girl on the head and asked her not to talk to them. He assumed that they had arrived at the last point of the first tier, the lunar city. The guy told the girl to stay on the first tier and strengthen the spiritual energy she had just absorbed. The girl agreed and asked him to be careful. Approaching the head of the Black Dragon sect, our hero asked if he had threatened him. Ming Ye, having received no answer, continued to ask why he was not moving. He's right here, in front of him. The guy still couldn't say a word, because he understood that the battle would be lost. Our hero told him that since he changed his mind, he will go further into the city, and if he is too angry, he can take out his anger on those two. The people from the Black Dragon sect asked if they wouldn't do anything to that guy. The head of the group turned around and told the guy that if he wanted, then let him go fight, and they promised the elder that they would finish things off. They won't die without even entering the third tier. Clenching his fist, the guy realized that he had never been as humiliated as he was now. The cowards from the Red Sun sect pointed at Lan Su and ordered her to be beaten because she was in league with that guy. They can take advantage of this and pay him for everything. Some arrogant killer ran to attack, saying that their man had insulted their sect and they would pay for it. Lan Su, of course, used her powers without any emotion or words. In an instant, the killer who had hoped to kill her was trapped in ice. The guy understood that she really added coldness to the spiritual energy. She is no worse than any heir to a golden family. The girl told all the people from the Black Dragon sect that they were idiots, because Ming Ye would not leave her here if any of them could harm her. Lan Su looked at the sect crowd and then said that there were too many of them. She assumed they were all on a mission. The guy at this point said that no one would get away with insulting their sect. Their members will follow her even if she survives and gets out. The girl laughed and asked to stop talking about it. They are an ordinary lower sect. Looking at the two cowards from her sect again, Lan Su said that he could take out his anger on them if he wanted. The guy turned around and said that they would kill these two brats. He told his cult people to teach them a lesson. The action shifts to the girl we previously saw at the beginning of Ming Ye's journey. The girl jumped off the platform and called the people from the Black Dragon sect idiots. She wanted to know what they were doing at the city gates. After that, she told them to get lost because they were disturbing her. The crowd fell silent at that moment. The girl asked if they had gone deaf and again told them to get lost. The guy from the Black Dragon sect didn't understand why she only said a few words and he already wanted to leave. Is this really energy suppression? The whole crowd started screaming and asking who this girl thought she was. Why should they listen to her? This city is under the control of their sect. Shane Gong and his comrade were not happy with this treatment of the princess. At the same moment, the guys rushed forward to teach the naive killers a lesson. At that moment, the head of the group began to shout, asking how they dared to insult their sect. Shane Gong said that he had never heard of the Black Dragon sect. They themselves are from Rose Finch Academy. The guys were horrified when they heard this, because this academy is no worse than the Four Sacred Lands. The guy understood that he was in a very bad situation. First his sword, now he has met a girl who is as strong as the heir of a golden family. God have mercy on him. The guy suddenly bowed and said that he was very sorry because they did not know that they were from Rose Finch Academy. The girl in the red hood said that they were late and they had no time to waste. Shane Gong and his companion bowed to her and said that they understood her. The guy from the Black Dragon sect was perplexed that the academy students were obeying the girl. Looking at the backs of these people, he wanted to get an answer to the question of who this girl was and how many strong people were still here. The guy thought that his sect would surpass everyone, but so many strong rivals appeared that he now understands that he will not be able to complete the task assigned by the elder. At this moment, the crowd began to say that all people were in a bad mood. Thus, they will not be able to complete the task and even get to the second tier. The guy turned around and said that all their problems were because of those two cowards. We need to show them what the Black Dragon sect is capable of. Immediately, the whole crowd rushed forward, and the guys pressed against each other and began to say that they had done nothing. The action moves to the lunar city. Our hero walked along the corridor and tried to understand what so many traps were doing here. The guy has already encountered thorns, poisonous fog, lightning. He would have died long ago, if not for his caution. Beiming said that the strong will be trained in a cruel way. According to Chen Pengji, the Heavenly Land training camp is as dangerous as the Spirit River magic region. The spirit then said that she sensed 5 people who entered the city. She advised not to rush because there are a lot of traps here. The guy then decided to train the second skill of heaven-smashing footwork. Suddenly, our hero activated the mechanism and ice spears began to fly towards him. Using illusory steps, Ming Ye was able to dodge them. There are 3 types of heaven-shattering footwork: lightning steps, illusion steps, and micro steps. Unlike the instantaneous movements of lightning-fast steps, the essence of illusory steps is to create illusions and mix false movements with genuine ones. The difficulty is that when the acupuncture points are full of vital energy, it changes direction 3 times. The guy understood that illusory steps are much more difficult than lightning steps. When you take a step, you not only need to change direction, but also pay attention to the terrain. When the ghostly footsteps appear, he runs straight to the wall. Even a fool will know it's fake. Beiming said that the normal cultivation method is not enough to use illusory steps in every situation. The girl touched our hero's forehead and advised him to practice his skills in the spiritual sea. After some time, Ming Ye was in the spiritual sea, and he was surprised by this. It was just strange that there was nothing here. Spirit said that imagining and shaping something in the spiritual sea requires spiritual energy. Beiming added that when she erased Chen Pengji's soul, it retained his spiritual energy so that the master could use it. The guy was very surprised that the old man had so many treasures: flirting skills, gambling skills, fighting skills, spiritual energy. The girl said that many skills were also extracted from Chen Peng's memory. Deity skills are one of the magical functions of the Golden Cloak. A year of practice passes in a quarter of an hour. Ming Ye was perplexed by these words. If he cultivates here for decades, he will be invincible when he returns to the outside world. Beiming said that the old man's spiritual energy would not last that long, and his spiritual energy would not be able to even enter the spiritual sea. There was once a powerful man who used divine art to imagine countless beauties, and his sea turned into an extravagant orgy. Beiming told the master that if he trained hard, sooner or later he would be able to create the same thing. The guy began to deny and say that he would not be able to use the divine skill in this way. He'd rather use it to practice his skills. Ming Ye understood that in the spiritual sea, everything needs imagination, and the difficulty of using illusory steps depends on the situation. Our hero decided to start first by introducing the jungle terrain. After some time, Ming Ye cultivated in the middle of the mechanical city. At some point, the stones began to come together, and within a moment, a golem was created. He immediately launched an attack on our hero, who was sitting and cultivating. Feeling threatened, the guy used illusory steps and dodged the monster's attack. Immediately after this, he decided to counterattack and use the wave breaking on the shore skill. Our hero delivered a powerful blow that knocked the golem to the ground and sent him flying. Such a strong attack undoubtedly gave Ming-Ye victory over the monster, and it began to crumble. Ming-Ye understood that Beiming could help him reach the outside world. He has been practicing in the spiritual sea for a month now and is almost done with the first stage of illusory steps. In any case, our hero was interested in what kind of stone man he was. Beiming at this moment said that the master had better concentrate on the blows. A few moments later, a crowd of stone monsters stood in front of our hero. Returning around, our hero remembered how on the way here, he saw many corpses. He decided that the stone people had killed them. Beiming said that the essence of the magic field is training students. There are no rewards for passing the test. The guy went through a lot but didn't receive the reward, so it's probably with the stone people. In this case, our hero decided that he would break the heads of the stone people. Our hero jumped and used the illusory step technique and attacked one of the giants. The monster attacked everyone he saw at once, but they were all an illusion. The real Ming-Ye reached out to the stone man and used the hidden broken finger technique. Having touched the thug's head, a moment later there was an explosion. One of them was defeated. Now it remained to deal with the rest. Ming-Ye took out his sword and began to prepare to attack the other stone people. Using a fast step technique, he easily dealt with 3 thugs, who only needed to deal 1 blow each. Suddenly, something strange happened to the monsters. Beiming told the master that it was most likely an array of spiritual forces. The reason why a warrior can use spiritual power for a long time is because an array of spiritual power is condensed into the body. The stone people's array of spiritual power is special and can be absorbed. Our hero decided to check it out. As soon as the guy took the spiritual power of the stone man in his hands, he made a breakthrough to the level of a 10th grade adept. The guy was not up to me with such powerful force. If he kills a few more stone people, he can break through again and become a warrior. Moon City is a place where an apprentice can become a warrior. Looking at the arrays of stone people, Ming-Ye only realized that outside the lunar city, everyone would be warriors. Beiming mentioned that she also thinks that the minimum will be raised quite after everyone leaves the lunar city. Those who used secret treasures to lower their status will show their true strength, and his status has so far been promoted to a 10th class adept. Walking deeper into the corridor, our hero stepped into a pool of blood, and in the center he saw a man. The guy apologized and said that he was injured and that he would not be able to get up. Ming-Ye said that everything is fine. He thought to himself that his injuries were most likely not caused by the trap. Those who are able to get here will not fall into the trap. The guy said that he was lucky enough to meet the heir of the Golden family, but 2 of his people harmed him and took away his spatial storage. The guy then asked Ming-Ye to give him some food and medicine, and he charged them 3 tokens. He is still no match for Ming-Ye. Of course, our hero could not refuse him and provided him with food. The guy began to eat and drink greedily, and Ming-Ye only became convinced that he had indeed been starving for several days. After some time, the guy finally finished his food and thanked the stranger. After that, the guy apologized and said that he didn't trust him. If Ming-Ye wanted to harm him, he would have to use it. Our hero asked what it was, and the guy replied that it was blue magic. This is the main treasure of the Tiangun sect. Once it is launched, all people below the level of the Almighty will die. The guy got scared and decided that fortunately he had done nothing wrong. Looking at this guy, he really understood that people who can get to this place are really strong. The guy told Ming-Ye to make her aunt nervous because this is the most valuable thing he has, and he doesn't want to just lose it. He introduced himself as Yi Bai Fang, heir to the Silver family. Then our hero introduced himself. He said that he was very unsuited to the Red Sun sect. Yi Bai Fang told our hero that the cultivation path is dangerous and it is very rare to get help from other people. He said he could tell everything he knew. The guy said that since he belongs to the Silver family, he should know a lot about the magical region of the River of Spirits. He wanted to know the origins of the 4 golden families. The guy said that the Spirit River magic region was created by the Tai sect in ancient times specifically for training disciples. At that time, the Tai Yi sect had the same status as the 9 sacred lands today. It takes a lot of effort to build such a cave. Ming-Ye thought for a moment and said that it was no surprise that so much power was involved. Yi Bai-Fang added that if the 4 golden families did not unblock the passage of the message, other forces would be involved. The 4 golden families are the first 4 of the 9 golden families in the Qinglong dynasty. Their influence can extend to the Yang state. These are the Gong, Qi, Tian, and Lu families. Our hero asked if the Yang state was a vassal state of the Qinglong dynasty. Yi Bai-Fang said that the dynasty has 19 vassal states, each of which has several vassal states. The Yang state is too small to be a vassal state. The guy said that participating in the magical Spirit River area could change the state of Yang state. Ming-Ye's head was filled with the fact that Yang is not even a state. 2 hours later, Yi Bai-Fang said that he was glad to meet Ming-Ye. The guy said that he would find a place to hide until the end of the test. The guy told him not to hesitate to contact the Fang family if you need help. Our hero thanked him and also said goodbye. Looking at Ming-Ye, Yi Bai-Fang thought about how great his strength was. He could be compared to the strength of the heir of the Golden Family, and he could not imagine that there was such a genius in this state. The guy smiled and admitted that he had a good character. Such a person definitely deserves to be his friend. Meanwhile, our hero was thinking that there were 10 days left before the area was closed. He must hurry, and he thinks that he needs to get out of the Lunar City quickly. After some time of wandering around the Lunar City, Ming-Ye came to an incomprehensible hall. He asked Beiming what it was. The girl said that these pillars are used to break through to the warrior stage. They are engraved with auxiliary arrays, which are very useful for cultivation. There are security bars around it to ensure that it will not be disturbed. Our hero, deciding that this was exactly what he needed, immediately went to cultivate it. The guy felt that as soon as he sat on it, spiritual energy rushed inside him. He never expected that he would receive the unique spiritual power of a warrior. Beiming that there are different forms of spiritual power and they have different effects. Spiritual power is common and this characteristic is practical. Entanglement force, disintegration force, adhesion force, impact force, vacuum force, and so on. She asked the master what power he wanted to practice. On the day Lan Su was taken away, he was possessed by an unknown power hidden in his body. Beiming said that his emotions attracted the magical power of the refined pill to create a pill. Our hero sat down on the ground and said that he was lucky with this. There are different forms of spiritual power. He wondered why he had to cultivate the same spiritual power as others. He wants to cultivate a unique power. Ming-Ye asked Beiming what kind of magical spiritual power there is. Magical spiritual power was used by predecessors. But no matter how strong she is not unique. Ming-Ye said that because of her words, his enthusiasm for cultivation had diminished. The girl reminded him that she has no feelings and doesn't understand him, but she has a proposal. He can use the spiritual flower to purify his spiritual power. In this way, one can obtain the power of the bloody devil. The girl said that the power of the evil lords comes from beyond the lands. The patriarch's ancestors absorbed the source of power and placed it in a blessing pill. The power of evil lords is destructive, but of course difficult to control. But the purified blood flower grows in the blood swamp and has good affinity and control over qi energy. Beiming said that firstly, the master would need to combine the power of the evil lords and the spiritual energy to condense the elemental power of the evil lords. To this must be added the elemental power of the evil lords, which is very destructive. If it is injected into the heart, it will rupture it and cause death. But a spiritual flower purified by blood has absolute control over qi energy. Even the elemental power of its masters will not be able to submit to the control of the spiritual flower. Therefore, when a master purifies the elemental power of the evil overlords, he needs to absorb and purify the spiritual flower of purified blood. In the thin and fragile heart of purifying 2 powerful forces at the same time, something no one dares to do or even can do. Beiming said that Ming-Ye is not alone and she will help him. He just needs to focus on purifying the spiritual flower, and she will control the power of the overlords. A moment later, our hero began to cultivate. As Beiming said, the guy is focused on the flower, and she is holding back the power of the evil lords. Over time, all the evil energy dissipated. Everything became normal, and cultivation continued calmly. After some time, The power of the bloody demon was finally refined and mastered. Baiming congratulated our hero on the perfect creation of the foundation and the formation of a ninth-grade war. The guy felt the difference from the adept's strength. He already wanted to test her. Suddenly, our hero reappeared in an array that took him from there. A moment later, he again found himself in an unknown location and landed on the ground. Why wasn't he warned that the displacement array had been activated? Suddenly, Ming-Ye heard a familiar voice laughing and saying that they had met again. In front of him was Shane Gong and his acquaintance, as well as the princess. The girl, in bewilderment, asked if it was really a scoundrel, and Ming-Ye asked, "Is this really the same little guy in the red hood?" The girl suddenly stood up and asked how dare he call her a little guy in a red hood. Our hero said that he does not know her name, and she is wearing a red hood. The girl said that even in this case he cannot call her that because she is not small. Shane Gong was very angry. He didn't understand how Ming-Ye dared to ignore him. The guy attacked Ming-Ye and asked how he could look down on him. The girl silently activated her shield and blocked her minion's attack. Shane Gong asked the princess in bewilderment why she did this. She replied that this guy was her friend. These words, of course, shocked Ming-Ye a little, because the last time they met, she hit him in the face. The guy said that this freak has a purified blood spiritual flower, so why don't they grab him to take the flower away from him? The girl at that moment told Shane Gong that he also has a lot of good things. She asked what if they killed him and divided his treasures. Shane Gong admitted that they can't do anything to your highness's friend, but the purified blood of the spiritual flower is priceless. The girl said that the reason they are so arrogant is because they think that his strength is inferior to theirs. She invited them to fight one-on-one. If Ming-Ye loses, he will give them the spiritual flower with purified blood. The guys standing in front of Shane Gong think this is a pretty interesting offer, and they accept it. Our hero protected the girl and said that since these people want to take him away from him, then most likely the status of a princess cannot scare them. Ming-Ye said that she is a princess, and this is the territory of the Qinglong dynasty. He is not a coward who stands behind a woman, so he asked to be allowed to deal with them. The girl sighed and said that she did not frighten them with her status, and her confidence came from her strength. Then she screamed in embarrassment and asked not to call her the little one in the red hood. At this moment, Shane Gong asked our hero how dare he be rude to him. He insulted the heir of the Golden family, which means he will die right now. The girl said that Shane Gong is ignorant. After all, this guy is the heir of the sacred land, so it's better to shut up. The guys froze in bewilderment. This is one of the 4 sacred regions of the earth and the best in their country. Shane Gong smiled and asked Highness not to deceive him because they fought on the first tier, and he was equal to him in strength. At this moment, our hero intervened in the conversation and said that if he did not defeat Shane Gong in 3 movements, then he would give him the spiritual flower. These words made the guy very angry, and he said that if he really came to the sacred land, then he is no weaker than him. Our hero immediately used his shaft fist and their powers touched. Shane Gong was terrified by such spiritual power. His golden jade power cannot resist her. The girl in the red hood also didn't understand that she had never heard of such a thing. This power is more destructive than her sacred firepower. Ming-Ye did not stop and continued to fight. He grabbed the Shane Gong with his hand. After that, he threw it with great speed and the guy flew straight into a pole. Our hero did not continue the fight, saying that he only had 2 moves left. Hoping to save himself, Shane Gong used his golden palm to block this attack. Unfortunately for him, Ming-Ye's strength was too powerful, so the guy punched through several pillars in a row. Ming-Ye then approached Shane Gong and said that he had 1 more move left. Do they continue? Shane Gong, who was trembling in pain, could barely say the last word. The guy admitted that he lost. Our hero then turned to those guys who wanted to fight, and they only admitted that the successor of the sacred lands was really strong. The guy introduced himself as Yan Lu from the Lu family, the Golden family. He wanted to know the name of the guy who defeated the heir of the Golden family. Our hero said that he is the peerless Yi from the sacred lands. Yan Lu and the others were amazed at how arrogant this guy's name was. The girl in the red hood approached Ming-Ye and said that she did not expect Ming-Ye to be so strong. There's no need to fight the others. She understood that those guys had a lot of skills, but they didn't want to use them. She thought that he could not defeat them in battle. Ming-Ye asked the spirit why he heard her. The girl said that this is the main ability of war. He needs to compress spiritual power to transmit the sound to the target. Yanlu and the others meanwhile bowed to the girl and said that they would carry out any of her orders. In turn, he invited them to take the token and open the demon battlefield. Of the 5 majestic dynasties of the Tianyuan lands, the most aggressive was Hyoshan, and the most dangerous were the demons. They literally threatened the land of Tianyuan. At that time, the great emperor united warriors from all dynasties to lead soldiers into battle in the space-time dimension against demons. Finally, after 100 years of torment, they defeated them. This is the demon battlefield. Ming Ye asked why he would go there if they were destroyed. Beiming said it is now just a training ground. They will be held at the Tai-Sex training ground. The guy understood that he could not return empty-handed, so he needed to activate the token. All the guys took out their tokens and activated them together. The emperor appeared in front of them and said that they had entered the Tai Temple, which proved that they were strong disciples. They need to get 1,000,000 points and an admission token, and then they will be sent straight to the 3rd level. Shane Gong asked in bewilderment, if there are no demons at the training ground, then they will never return, right? The man said that if there were no demons, the 5 tokens would be used to create a teleportation array. With his help, they will return back. Ming Ye realized that only if he had 5 tokens could he return. The guy said he had 7 tokens. Thanks to beaming, he was able to kill John Wei and take all the tokens. Most likely these guys do not have the same experience in this area as he does. The girl said she had 5 tokens. She then looked at Wu Ji and Tianzhu and asked if they had 4 tokens. The guys said that they only had it, and after that they started asking Ming Ye for a couple of tokens. They can exchange them for treasure. The guy said that he found a lot of treasures here. Beiming, meanwhile, told the master that price tokens are only in this area and are useless outside. At this moment, Wu Ji began to show the item. A golden man who can use the same fighting skills as his master. Ming Ye said that this is just a golden man equal to his strength, and besides, he will need to be distracted to use it. After that, the guy took out an emperor-level talisman. By using it on a weapon, he will be able to level it up, which will increase his strength by 30%. Beiming said that the stronger the core spiritual power, the greater its value. She told the master that this talisman would be useful. The guy sighed and said that of course it was only 30%, but he could exchange 1 token for these 2 things, even though he would suffer a loss. The red-hooded girl rolled her eyes, thinking about how this guy took things for granted. She also wants a talisman. Tianzhu at this moment took out a sword called Dragon Armor. It is equipped with 10,000-year-old iron and 9 scales of the black god Oregon. It took 9 years to make it. Ming Ye said that this is a pretty good sword, but it is too heavy. How can he use a sword that weighs 19,000 kilograms? Either way, he figured the guy wouldn't have anything better, so he decided to take him. The girl at this moment said that if you put the Imperial Talisman on the dragon sword, it could create an unexpected effect. Ming Ye took out the talisman and said that he would definitely try it. As soon as he activated the talisman, who realized that the sword was absorbing his spiritual energy, it literally becomes a part of him. After this, our hero decided to test how strong his new sword is. The guy swung his sword and incredibly powerful energy flew from him. It literally split most of the floor. All the guys were horrified by the power of the spiritual energy of this weapon. They understood how strong he was. If he continues to have this sword, he will be able to kill warriors as easily as he can cut vegetables. Tianzhu at that moment realized that Ming Ye had his imperial weapon in his hands. They wanted to take care of this talisman sword, but they had to give all their treasures to this guy. At this moment, our hero said that the price of the ball along with the talisman was probably like an imperial weapon. The hooded girl said that Peerless Ye is getting stronger. The guy laughed and thanked her, and then said that he received this sword thanks to her, the little princess. The girl got angry and said that she was not small. Then she pointed her finger at Ming Ye and said that her age and skills were no less than his. At that moment, a guy approached the emperor and asked him to leave them here. He thought that the demon battlefield was the battlefield of ancient times. Here, he must recoup his losses. The man waved his hand and said so be it. Demon battlefield at the end of the tunnel. At the same moment, all the guys jumped into the portal, and a moment later they found themselves on the demon battlefield. Our hero asked, "Is this really the same field, but there are no demons here? Were they all killed? If this is so, then this is a very big loss. Suddenly, shadows of flying animals appeared on the ground, flying in a flock. The girl in the hood, as soon as she saw the animals, said that they were of the second level, and this was a black-feathered eagle. She pointed her finger at one of the birds and asked how dare they insult her. She used the rosefinch finger skill, and within a moment, a huge stream of flame shot out from her finger. Ming-Ye had no intention of falling behind. He grabbed his sword and activated the blood demon's power. After that, he swung his sword and with his own energy cut the bird into 2 parts. After some time, when all the guys had dealt with the birds, our hero picked up something, which most likely were merit points. He understood that it would be difficult for an ordinary warrior to fight against level 2 magical beasts. Without the help of the heirs of the Golden Family, it would be difficult. Suddenly, Beiming told the master that she felt a large number of animals nearby. Most likely, they will be stronger than the eagles, so it is better to earn points quickly and leave. Our hero told the spirit that he understood her, and at that very moment went into battle. He will never disobey Beiming. An hour later, to Shane Gong's surprise, all the eagles simply flew away. He wanted to kill them all. Ming-Ye had over 100 black feather eagles and only received 2,000 merit points. Too few. The guy turned to the girl and asked if there really were demons here. Surely they can invade the land of Tianyuan, or are they demons that have not been destroyed? The girl said that this question is difficult to answer, but she hopes for the latter. Suddenly the entire squad was enveloped in an incredible flow of wind, and they all looked up into the sky together. To their horror, hanging in the air in front of them was a level 4 magical beast, a black-feathered eagle king. Shane Gong realized why the remaining eagles fled. They left to ask for help. Wuji, in horror, began to tell the guys that they needed to run away. The power of 4th-level equivalence magical beasts or a martial arts grandmaster. Deciding that the target was too big, everyone decided to disperse. At the same moment, they separated and ran in different directions. Ming-Ye ran with the red-hooded girl and told her to follow him. Unfortunately for them, the eagle decided to fly after them. The girl asked in bewilderment why he was pursuing them. Our hero replied that she had killed the most black-tipped eagles, which is why the king is hunting for her. In any case, the girl understood that he was no slower than them. What can they do? They won't be able to run from him all the time. Ming-Ye asked the spirit if she could drive it away. Beiming told the master that she was not in space at the time gap, and therefore her breath could not be released. In any case, she said that one should not act rashly because they could anger him even more. She pointed to one side and said that that valley was narrow, so the king would not be able to crawl through. Ming-Ye grabbed the girl's hand and said that this was their chance, after which he began to run even faster. The princess pulled her hand away and said to the scoundrel, "Don't touch her." The guy, perplexed, said that they were in danger, so he didn't have time to do anything with her. Unexpectedly, at this moment, unfortunately for our heroes, the Eagle King used his whirlwind ability and attacked them. The guys were quite affected by this, so they had to do something as quickly as possible. They used a shield and ran as fast as they could. Beiming told the master to hit the mountain with a battle coin and then defend themselves. Ming-Ye turned to the princess and asked her to use the battle coin, otherwise they would all die. The girl agreed and once again said not to call her a little princess. The guys synchronously used the battle coin and shot into the mountain. From the flow of energy and the energy used, Ming-Ye and the girl fell to the ground. Rising from the ground, the princess, breathing heavily, said that she almost died. She raised her gaze and then said that now she will show what she is capable of. The girl took out an incomprehensible artifact and began to charge it. The spirit told the master that this was the seal of Rose Finch. Even the Supreme Master cannot resist this. Ming-Ye understood that the princess had a very good treasure. The girl was about to shoot her seal at the magical beast. To her surprise, our hero interrupted her. The princess, perplexed, asked the guy what he was doing and why. Ming-Ye explained this by saying that she was just a warrior. She will not be able to summon such a powerful weapon or she will simply die. The guy told her not to be impulsive, besides considering that they were almost there. Ming-Ye used lightning-fast steps. Beiming, in any case, told the master that the king of the eagles was about to catch up with them. They need to collect. Get all your spiritual strength to your feet and try to increase your speed. Once again, our hero decided to listen to the guardian spirit and do as she says, so he immediately began to accumulate all the spiritual energy in his legs. A moment later, he shouted lightning steps again and moved forward with incredible speed. The King of Eagles also did not intend to lag behind, and therefore he flew after the people just as quickly, but did not have time to stop in front of the narrow opening and ended up stuck in it. Ming-Ye sat down on the ground and exhaled heavily, and said that everything worked out for them and they were finally safe, only the boots had become useless. The princess at that moment called him and asked, "Why couldn't you have been more careful? The guy almost broke her back." Looking at the monster who was trying to break through to them, the girl asked if Ming-Ye was sure that they were safe. The guy said that while the monster was stuck, they should take the opportunity to kill it. The girl looked at him in bewilderment and asked, "Is he really going to kill a level 4 magical beast?" She couldn't understand how to do this because even if he is stuck, his head can still move. Eagle can cut Ming-Ye into pieces before he can cut him with his sword. The guy laughed and said that she was really stupid because he told me that he would need to approach him. Having activated the spatial storage, our hero told her that he would show the monster his resources. He attacks him with battle coins, and when his spiritual power runs out, he uses a restoration pill and continues. He will throw as many coins as needed. The girl thought about it and told the scoundrel that he was very smart. She rarely uses martial arts coins in battle, so she wouldn't come up with such a trick. She then added that she didn't need coins or stupid pills from Ming-Ye. After all, she has much more of them. She then gave our hero extractive pills and told him that he could throw coins as much as he wanted. Beiming said that this pill is used to replenish spiritual energy, just like the restoration pill, but its effect is tens of times greater. Then she said that one such pill costs 3 coins, and our hero was horrified. One such tablet contains at least 10,000 pills. Our hero approached a little rich girl and asked if she would mind if he took some coins from her. She said he could take it if he wants to die. Taking the pills, Ming-Ye suggested that she finally end it and move on. As soon as the guy took this pill, he immediately began to feel how spiritual power continues to manifest in his body. After that, he told the girl that he was ready, and they could begin to implement their plan. The guys flew up over the eagle together and asked if he had fun chasing them. Now he must cheer them up. At that moment, they shot at the beast. The eagle began to scream incredibly loudly because he understood that he was in a hopeless situation. Ming-Ye used the pill again after firing a volley of battle coins. Once again, after a couple of seconds, he was ready to use the battle coins. After some time, the 4th-level magical beast was finally defeated. The exhausted Ming-Ye said that this beast was incredibly strong. Then, unexpectedly for our hero, his badge began to emit light. The guy took it in his hands and was very surprised. Defeating the Eagle King gave them a token with 1,000,000 merit points. The girl also said that she received 1,000,000 merit points for killing the king, but killing magical beasts was not recorded. The maximum number of points to be awarded is 1,000,000. She added that they passed the test, which means they can go to the 3rd level. At that moment, the guy told her that there was no need to rush because he still needed to buy good things. Beiming told the master that the beast has a core in its stomach. This core has a wide range of uses, and the higher the level of the beast, the more options there are. Having listened to the advice of the spirit, our hero ripped open the belly of the beast and took out the core from there. The guy threw the cannonball and told the girl that it was the core of a 4th-level magical beast. Does she need it? The girl blushed and said that they were not so close to give such gifts. Well, since he wanted it so much, she would take it. Our hero told her that she misunderstood him. He means that if she wants, she can kill the beast herself. She screamed at the guy that he was a scoundrel. Ming-Ye said that if they can already go to the 3rd level at any time, then. Now they have time to kill even more animals to obtain cores. The girl immediately said that if there was another chance to kill a 4th-level magical beast, then its core would be hers. Suddenly, they both felt something oppressing their consciousness. It was something powerful. Beiming told the master that it was a level 9 magical beast. Then she corrected herself and said that everything was much worse. It was the breath of a demonic god. Shane Gong, who at that time was killing demons for their cores, was also horrified by what he heard. All the guys turned around in bewilderment and began to look in the direction where the sounds came from. They all guessed what it was. At this moment, the sky began to crack. A moment later, a huge demonic hand pierced the space and began to reach deeper into the battlefield. Tianzhu, looking at everything that was happening in horror, asked how a demonic god could end up here. They immediately started screaming and saying to use the teleportation array to get out of here right now. Looking back, the guy said that fortunately for them, the demonic god's blow was not aimed at them, but still he wondered who provoked him. Meanwhile, Ming Ye and the red-hooded girl screamed in horror as they watched the hand of the demon god approaching them. The girl, perplexed, said that all the demons on the battlefield were killed. So there could be a demonic god here? Ming Ye shouted at her not to stand there, but to activate her array. The princess said that it was too late and they could not avoid his blow. The guy grabbed her hand and said that in any case, they couldn't wait until they were just killed. He asked her if she remembered how they fought for 10 days. Is she really afraid now at the sight of some monster? The girl immediately threw his hand away and said that it was not so. Our hero said that the teleportation array is being activated. If they can hold on a little longer, they will be able to escape to the 3rd level. They must hold out. At this moment, the princess threw some kind of pill into Ming Ye's mouth and said that it was a reinforcement pill. A warrior's strength can be increased by 8 times. This is the most effective pill she has ever had. Of course, she said that this pill has many side effects, but they have no choice. After that, she also swallowed the pill. The girl screamed that her father was the emperor of the Rosefinch dynasty. She will never give up, and she cannot die at the hands of the beast. Our hero decided that it was time to act and confront the monster. He used the yin-yang killing array. After that, he took out his sword and used the power of the blood demon and then activated the golden man. As soon as he did this, he told the puppet to take his second sword. A moment later, there were 3 warriors and the phoenix of Dynasty Princess Rose Finch on the battlefield. Our guys immediately attacked with everything they had, and the hand of the demon god was still flying towards them. The flame phoenix met the demon god's hand and slightly injured him. But, unfortunately, this was not enough to repel the attack. The monster grabbed the phoenix and squeezed it in his fist. The girl in the red hood was very hurt by this. She understood that her seal would only last a few seconds at most. Our hero understood that he needed to help the princess, and activating the eye of the bloody demon, he went on the attack with a golden puppet. They both aimed a precise blow at the demon god's hand, but they also failed. Deciding that he needed to act radically, he sent the golden puppet straight into the monster's hand. After that, he used the talisman and exploded a copy of himself right next to the demon god's hand. A shockwave flew towards them. Ming Ye said that the blow of the sword and the very tearing of the golden man only held him back for a moment. He shouted to Beiming and asked for her help. He didn't know what else could be done. Unexpectedly for our hero, the spirit began to move away from him and fly towards the demon. Ming Ye asked the girl in bewilderment, "What is she doing?" The spirit said that the master did everything he could. The demonic god is too strong for them to resist. She said she was going to blow up the divine cloak. Its power is quite enough to destroy the magical region of the Spirit River. Our hero immediately started screaming that he came here only because of her, and even if he died, he would not allow her to explode. Meanwhile, the demon god continued to advance on Ming Ye and the girl and break through their shield. Both the princess and Ming Ye continued to hold back the god, saying that they would never give up. Suddenly, our hero clearly heard the crunch of bones. At that moment, he realized that his arms were broken. Looking at the princess falling from powerlessness, our hero was amazed that, trying with all his might, he could not defeat the demonic god. It was at this moment that the array was activated, and fortunately for our guys, took them away. And literally a second later, the demonic god finally delivered his terrifying blow and pierced the ground. The perplexed giant then said that he smelled Rose Finch. He thought it was the emperor, but it turned out it was just a couple of children. Phoenix at this moment was amazed that he could not cope with 2 human children. The demonic bull god, in his opinion, dishonored them. The monster said that he could only use 1,000th of his strength to avoid being noticed by the emperor of the human race. And those children had powerful magical tools. Fire Phoenix added on his own that these human children are very smart because they began to retreat when he acted. In any case, the Phoenix said that he was able to catch one guy, although he was late. It was Shane Gong. The guy, sitting in front of the demonic god, begged not to kill him and begged for mercy every second. Shane Gong said that he to the Golden family, if they spare him, then their family will pay tribute to the demon god every year. The monster grabbed the man and said that they don't need human tribute, so this is ridiculous. The bull said that if he didn't need the guy's memory, then he didn't even deserve to be in his hands. As soon as the bull swallowed the Shane Gong, he said that Princess Rose Finch was here. They came here to find treasure. To add to this, Rose Finch did not notice anything. The princess came here for fun. Phoenix said that they don't need to go after the children because the battlefield is a secondary place. Meanwhile, the guys found themselves on the 3rd level of the magical region. Our hero was conscious and understood that, fortunately, the array did work. He asked Baiming what the situation was. The girl said that there was only a pool and a jade table with their reward on it. The pool itself is filled with divine nectar that can restore them. She told the master that his arms and meridians were broken. His spiritual energy had dried up, and his insides were badly wounded. It will take too long for the spirit to heal the master. She invited him to get into the pool, to recover. At that moment, our hero began to move forward, but the girl told him that it was better not to move. He can enter the pool when he feels better. Our hero, looking at the princess, said that due to the seal and the strengthening pill, she was much more dangerously wounded than him. Most likely, she will simply die while he recovers. Ming-Ye made great efforts, but he still grabbed the girl by the hood and began to drag her into the pool. A moment later, they both fell into the pool, and all they could do was wait. Thus, 3 days passed. As soon as he stood up, he could not understand where all the water had gone, and had he really recovered. In addition, the meridians of his body were restored, and he felt lighter. Baiming told the master that he had absorbed 70% of the divine nectar. He transformed from an average mortal avatar to a divine avatar. Ming-Ye was incredibly happy about this news. Does this mean he has an avatar like the Golden Heirs and Lan Su? He wanted to know more about it and know its capabilities. The girl said that physical strength shows a person's potential. The worst is the mortal body, followed by the spiritual one, then the legendary avatar, and finally, the legendary one. The divine avatar is ranked 17th in the list of avatars. It improves the perception of heaven and earth. The wizard's results will be twice as large regardless. What does he do? To summarize, our hero asked if he was a genius, physically comparable to the heir of a golden family. The girl said that he is not as strong as Lan Su or the princess, but not that weak. At this moment, Baiming asked, why did our hero not dare to blow up the divine cloak? She's just a tool, and if the array didn't work, they'd be dead. Ming-Ye said that although she is a divine cloak, she is not just a tool for him. He can't let her disappear so easily. Baiming blushed and thanked the master, but she added that in the future, in such situations, it is necessary to blow up the cape. The guy grabbed her and said that he wanted her to always listen to him and not make rash decisions. Ming-Ye then asked in bewilderment if she said that she had no feelings. Then why did she blush? Baiming thought about it, and again said that she had no feelings and did not understand what the master was talking about. The girl said that most likely something happened to his eyes, and in that case she would cure them. At that moment, the princess just woke up and tried to figure out where she was. She immediately realized that the teleportation array had worked and she was lying in a pool of divine nectar. Although it is larger than in her palace, it no longer contains nectar. Suddenly a voice told her that there was a lot of nectar here, but they absorbed a lot. She raised her head in confusion and realized that Ming-Ye was standing in front of her. The girl began to cover herself and tell the guy not to look at her. She couldn't believe that this scoundrel was still alive. Our hero, in bewilderment, asked the girl if she wanted him to be dead. To this he added that she need not cover up because he is not interested in her body. The girl embarrassedly said that he was a freak and then asked why he saved her. He could take all her things and even the martial arts lord would need them. Our hero told her that for him it was just a bunch of rubbish. Then he added that they had known each other for a long time and she should say her name. The princess stood up and introduced herself. She is up to the Rose Finch Championship, the 7th princess of Xuejiang. The guy thought about it and told her that this was a common name. His name, the incomparable Ye, even sounds better. At this moment, Xuejiang said that she needed to change clothes, so he shouldn't peek. Our hero said that he would not peep on his highness. Looking at the jade table, he thought about how they swam in the same pool together and didn't understand why she was so worried. He then decided that these things were also on the 3rd level, like the pool. This means they are also good. Suddenly, the jade table began to glow and the objects on it began to tremble. appeared in front of Ming Ye and congratulated the warrior on passing all the tests. After purification in the pool, his divine avatar appeared, so all 3 items are his. The first thing is the divine art of Tai Yi from the same sect. The second thing is a Tai Yi pill that will increase knowledge and allow you to achieve high goals. And finally, the third thing is a gold token. With this token, he can become a golden guardian, one of the 8 guardians of the divine dynasty. Beiming told the master that the pill and the arts of Tai Yi. This is the first step towards the development of Tai Yi martial arts. These are pretty powerful martial arts, but the token is not applicable anywhere. The divine dynasty of the 5 elements disappeared, and with it, the golden guard. Should he take a token to become a guard? The girl said that she wrote everything down on jade sheets. It's no use taking things away. Xuerjiang might need them too, so she suggested leaving them for the princess. Meanwhile, Xuerjiang was still changing clothes and thinking about something for an amazingly long time. She suddenly turned around because she felt a rustling sound behind her and found that Ming Ye had come again. She told him to leave, saying that she had Rose Finch's seal. Ming Ye sighed and said that he was not going to approach her. There is still some nectar left, so he wants to take it and sell it. Xuerjiang said in confusion that they bathed in it, so would it be a good idea to sell it to someone? The guy said they can do whatever they want. With nectar besides, he is sure that when they find out that the 7th princess bathed in it, he will rush to buy it. Our hero returned to the princess and told her that he had left her a 3rd-level reward, so don't forget to pick them up. At this moment, the guy simply disappeared, and Xuerjiang continued to stand in disbelief. How dare this guy look at her body and just walk away with the awards? Damn incomparable, yeah! The action moves to the entrance to the magical region of the River of Spirits. Meanwhile, the sects continued to wait for their disciples. One of them came out and immediately addressed the elder. The guy said that all his brothers except him were dead. They were killed by people from the Black Dragon sect. The man screamed and said they had gone too far. Sooner or later they will be punished. Meanwhile, Jian Fengwei looked at the broken jade token and realized that Jian Wei was dead. Also, the guys from the Black Dragon sect didn't know how to explain everything in their heads. Suddenly, screams began to be heard from their ship. The man asked how they were humiliated by 2 children from the 9th grade sect. How dare they even come back? The guy said that although they were ordinary people, they did not have very much power. They were in no way inferior to the heirs of the golden families. As soon as the guy asked for help, Fengxian Gao, Shen Shuzhong's elder brother, asked in bewilderment how he dared to ask for his help. Lan Su, meanwhile, sat and waited for Ming Ye. She understood that the magical district would soon close. Looking at the portal, she thought, did something happen to him inside? Jinggong Kui supported the girl and said that he was very strong, and if they could get out, then he could too. Yiping Zheng also said that the guy could actually fight with the heirs of the golden family. Shen Shuzhong at this moment turned to Fengxian Gao and said that he regretted allowing Ming Ye to become his disciple. The guy laughed and said that this sect could not hold him back. Looking at the portal, he said that he would bring the boy to the Yin-Yang sect to visit the old people. At that very moment, one of the competition participants emerged from the portal. Of course, it was our hero, who immediately told the chapter that he had successfully eliminated the targets and reached the 3rd level of the magic region. All the elders and Spirit River members looked at him in horror. How was he able to get there? Shen Shuzhong, without further ado, immediately shouted and ordered all his men to get out of here. After some time, the guys flew to the entrance to the Red Sun sect. Shen Shuzhong told our hero that the magical region arose thanks to a great sect in ancient times. Even a first-class sect wants to obtain 3rd-tier resources. Mentally, the guy told Ming Ye that if anyone else knew this information, they would most likely be surrounded by other sects now. The action moves to the Temple of the Red Sun sect. The scheduled meeting began. Biao Fu said that he heard that most of those who entered were killed, but 4 of their disciples returned. He told the guys that this was good work. Yiping Zheng and Jinggong Kui bowed to the head and elder and said that Ming Ye had contributed the most to this competition. The guys said that they could have died if not for him. Upon entering, they were chased by the Black Dragon sect. Ming Ye killed the Black Dragon disciples and harmed the heir of the Golden family. All the elders were perplexed that even the heir of the Golden family was incomparable to Ming Ye. They definitely have a new genius. Shen Zhong rose up and said that they risked their lives to get the treasures of the magic region so they could keep them and exchange their skills for contribution points. Lan Su at that moment turned to the master and said that she had a set of ice combat formulas. This is a first-class cultivation art. The man smiled and said that these arts were a class higher than their sect. He then laughed and said that the Red Sun sect could be transformed into the Ice Arts sect. At this moment, our hero mentally told Shen Zhong that he had learned the arts of Tai Ye. The man was perplexed because this is divine art. Pretty interesting. The action moves to Ming Ye and Lan Su. The girl said that this journey was like a dream. Our hero said that this blessing was not a dream, and now they are rich. He told Lan Su that he would buy some elixir that would help her overcome the next stage. Her abilities are better than his. She should strengthen her cultivation. The girl at that moment said that she gave the sect a first-class skill, and the head gave her 100 million contribution points. This is approximately 100,000 battle coins. She said that now she could return the coins that Ming Ye gave her. But at that moment, the guy grabbed her face and said, why should she return the money to him? He began to reach for the girl's lips, already anticipating his main reward. Unfortunately for them, at that moment, Xing Chun ran in screaming and said that the head had announced that Ming Ye was an internal disciple. At that moment, the guy scratched his head and said that most likely he was at the wrong time. He added that they could finish in the room. Lan Su screamed in embarrassment and told him not to say anything stupid. After that, the girl went inside the house and slammed the door behind her. Xing Chun turned to our hero again and said that he came here to congratulate the guy on becoming a warrior and receiving the title of inner disciple. He said that he would tell him some rules that students should follow. They have more resources at their disposal, but they must contribute more to the sect. In addition, internal disciples are sent on missions for the sect every 3 months. Although these missions are not dangerous, the sect does not need losses. In any case, he will cope with them. Ming Ye at this moment said that when he was an external disciple, he offended many internal disciples, and in the magical region, he has made significant progress. The future is very promising. Meanwhile, Yuandu Huang was perplexed that Ming Ye was able to get out of the magic area. Plus, he heard that his skills had improved significantly. Now he is a 6th-level warrior, but if the guy will, continuing at the same pace will be no match for him. Yuandu Huang realized that he had framed Ming Ye and he would want to take revenge on him. What then can he do? Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by someone entering the room very loudly. It was a fighting brother. He told Yuandu Huang that the guy was not in shape at all. Apparently he is now going through a bad streak. The guy asked how he could help. The man approached him and said that he had heard about his quarrel with Ming Ye. He was afraid that this genius would be able to surpass him in less than 6 months. Yuandu Huang fell to his knees and began to ask his martial brother if he had come up with any way. He wanted to know how to escape together. The man said the only way would be to kill him. The guy will only be safe if he kills Ming Ye. He added that Ming Ye gained a lot from the journey. The treasure he has is worth at least 100,000 battle coins, and if he kills him, it will all be his. Yuandu Huang said in horror that he would not succeed. After all, the guy is protected by Elder Guangsun. Even if he manages to kill him, the head will not let him go. The man said that he had corrected it, which states that every 3 months the inner disciple goes on missions. At that time, the elders will be busy and they will not go for protection. He said he would get it for Yuandu Huang. List of guys' missions. Without the protection of the elders, he would be easy to kill. At that moment, the man smiled and said that everything about the chapter was simple. He has a plan. Yuandu Huang asked in bewilderment if he really wanted to do what he was thinking about. The man took his fist and said that the Red Sun sect would be in his hands. Yang State's regime is about to change, so the sect leader will protect it. The action moves forward 3 months to the Yang State Palace. Meanwhile, the boy sat above his father. It was Prince Yan Hao Yan, who could not hold back his tears due to the loss of a loved one. A guy came into his room and asked why the boy was crying. The old man is now dead, which means that Yan's staff is now his. It was the 3rd prince of the state, Yu Yan. He said that Yan Hao Yan should be happy that he will ascend to the throne. Meanwhile, in the Red Sun Sect Hall, Shen Zhong was still at a loss from the divine art. The master told our hero not to tell anyone about this. he can practice them alone. As for what he obtained in the magic region, he asked to show people something common that he found there. Mingye thought about what he could show. Our hero told the head that he did not gain any skills, but he found treasures, such as the gravity fruit, the refined blood spiritual flower, and the divine nectar. People screamed in bewilderment. Nectar can only be found in the royal palace. The flower they have is absolutely priceless, and they haven't seen it, and the gravitational fruit is also not bad. Shen Shuzhong said in bewilderment that he asked him not to talk about his treasures. Mingye shrugged and said that this was the worst thing he got. At this moment, Elder Sun interrupted the guy and said that he was glad that he had found so many treasures, but he was still too weak to have them. The best thing to do is to give them to the sect, and it will keep them. Yiping Zheng and Jinggang Kui shouted in confusion and asked what the elder meant. They told them that they could keep all the treasures for themselves. Shen Shuzhong also told the elder that the children risk their lives to get these things. The man told the head that these things are priceless, and if these things disappear, who will be responsible for them? The head waved his hand and said that they would take care of their things themselves, so there was no need to worry. This should just not be mentioned again, otherwise the disciples will lose faith. After that, Shen Shuzhong told the people that they could all go about their business except Mingye. As soon as the people left, Feng Xiangao used an incomprehensible sphere, and in a moment they were in some kind of field. The head said it was a soundproofing system. He asked our hero to tell us more about what happened on the second and third levels. In this case, Mingye decided to start his story right from the lunar city. After some time, Feng Xiangao said that according to Yibai Fang, Yang State could be included in Dongqi State. This is good for Mingye as he can gain protection. Our hero, perplexed, asked the master what he meant by these words. The head said that there will be a hidden dragon list competition soon. Once Yang State is incorporated into Dongqi State, it could turn into a huge event. If the guy can achieve good results there, he will be able to attract the attention of the Dragon Academy. Master said that he planned to invite him to the Yin-Yang sect, but he thinks that he will be better off at Dragon Academy. Shen Shuzhong also said that the academy has better teaching. The guy looked at them in bewilderment and asked if they considered him a treasure. Why, in this case, are they not advising him to turn to others? The master said that he and Lan Su have great potential. They hope for a good future for them, and when he becomes strong, he can support the Red Sun sect. But as for the Yin-Yang sect, he remains in it only because of the care of the master, his grandmaster. Feng Xiangao said that he has been at the peak of the martial arts guru for many years and has no honor among the elders. If a guy beats someone after the introduction, he won't be able to ask him to close his eyes. Mingye laughed because the master was afraid that he would not be able to protect him. He then took out a glowing sphere and asked if it could help them. Feng Xiangao said in disbelief that this was an insight stone. He didn't expect our hero to have an 8th grade stone. The man said that his grandmaster was an alchemist. He can refine the insight stone and make insight pills from it so that he can become a martial arts dominator. Beiming told the master that this stone can only be used once. Insight pills are as effective as the insight stone. The guy turned to the master and said that he had several more stones of insight. He asked to use them too, but he would share half of the pills with him. Feng Xiangao asked if he had any other things to purify. He can cleanse them too. Mingye said that he has a health stone, and the Grandmaster will need a lot of energy. The guy also said that he had recently received a jade pendant to store the martial arts Grandmaster's items. He wants to break down the defense and see what's inside. Shen Shuzhong laughed looking at them and said that the fish rots from the head. The action moves again to the Imperial Palace. Yan Hao Yan said that the Imperial Doctor told him that his father could live for 2 years. Why did he die? The guy also asked where the other brothers were and why they didn't come to visit their father. Yu Yan smiled and said that his brothers, generally, they didn't want their father to die alone, so they left with him. Yan Hao Yan screamed in horror and told his brother that he was a bastard. His father always treated him well, but he killed him and his brothers. Is he even human? Yu Yan asked if his father really treated him well. He wanted to know why Yan Hao Yan became the heir to the throne then. Why did the guy say that since he is a good prince? He decided that Yan Hao Yan should not be left alone in this world. He ordered the killers to kill the guy. At that moment, an unfamiliar guy flew into the room to protect the prince. He immediately fought back one of the assassins flying at the boy and sent him into the wall. At that moment he was helped by a comrade who attacked one of the hired killers. Yu Yan was surprised that the Empress would hire a martial arts grandmaster as a guard for the boy. She did not use such a good guard to protect herself, but instead asked her to guard her son. The Empress's love for her son is surprising. Yu Yan said that it was because of her love that it was so easy to kill her. Yan Hao Yan said that Mom, as an empress, never treated others badly. Although he is not even her own son, she doted on him. Yu Yan laughed and proudly said that he killed her. So what? Compared to the throne, family relationships are nothing. The martial arts grandmaster went on the attack and said that Yu Yan is a freak because he killed his father, mother, and brothers, and now he is going to kill the heir to the throne. He will kill him. Suddenly, arrows flew at him. The man said in bewilderment that this was the 100 killing blows of the Red Sun sect. He was horrified because this was the most advanced technique he had ever seen. Unfortunately, his shield broke and he flew several meters back. 100 fatal blows. Scorching arrow of the sun. He did not expect that the guy would team up with the third prince. Inner Elder Guangsun of the Red Sun sect and Inner Elder Ye Zhao. The action moved to the next day. The inner disciples were on a mission. They accompanied the cargo. One of the disciples said that even though Ming Ye returned from the magical region, he does not respect them, although they are also internal disciples. The guy, in bewilderment, said that he had been promoted to this rank recently. He didn't salute them to show his respect, and he doesn't take them seriously. He turned to our hero and asked if he had even heard them. What they mean is that he was very rude. The guy was perplexed that Ming Ye's eyes were empty and he was just walking. He looks so clumsy and he doesn't know how he got out of the magic area. Meanwhile, our hero was in the spiritual sea and cultivating. Beiming at that moment turned to the master and said that the guys from his sect were calling him. She asked, "Does anything need to be done?" He said that as long as they don't go too far, you should just ignore them. He can defeat the heir of the Golden family in just 3 hits. He will kill them easily, so everything is fine. The spirit idea was good. She suggested using the divine cloak to make the body walk, and then use the divine skill to pull it into the spiritual sea. This way, he can focus on cultivating without any distractions. This method saves him time. Beiming, meanwhile, congratulated the master on starting the cultivation of the Tai Yi arts. Our hero thanked her. However, Tai Yi's art is mysterious. Even after 3 months of persistent cultivation, he only managed to complete first-level cultivation. He understood that this art is the art of what is happening. He can look into the future and know what will happen. Looking at the 2 idiots, he knew that with his current level, he would be able to stop these inner disciples without any problems. Beiming asked our hero what he saw thanks to his skill. Ming Ye said that one of the mystery guys will gather strength in the right leg, while the left one will be relaxed. His right hand moves slightly. He will grind his teeth and show hostility on his face. He will take 2 steps forward and start being rude. Just at that moment, the guy did all this and told Ming Ye that he had been silently ignoring them all the way, even though he knew that they were senior inner disciples. Ming Ye at that moment began to copy exactly what the guy was saying. Don't think that after surviving in the magical region, he can look down on them. Beiming was amazed by this legendary martial art. The master accurately predicted every action of a person and predicted what he wanted to say. Ming Ye said that this art will be used in battle as long as the gap in strength is not too large. He can predict all the actions of his opponents. Also, a dragon armor sword is associated with the power of a bloody demon. The force created by the sword is incredibly powerful, but he needs to use fencing skills. The 2 types of fencing that the master gave him are powerful, but they are only suitable for a light ball. He will have to go to the capital to study new types of fencing. Beiming said that these 2 swords are the main swords of the Yin-Yang sect. A master's fencing skills will be much better if he studies the highest level. In any case, all types of fencing in the world are designed to create a mental sword in the mind. If it is successfully created, the guy will be able to use any swords. Ming Ye realized that he had to create and sharpen his mental sword, and besides, he had an idea. The girl said that the master of a real divine avatar, his understanding, very outstanding, and with simple instructions, he figures out how to do something. At that moment, the girl asked the master to leave the spiritual sea because the enemy was approaching them. The inner disciples continued to yell at Ming Ye, saying that he had gone too far. After they deal with the enemies, they will teach him a lesson. At that moment, 3 masked mercenaries stood in front of them and told them to stop. They told me to leave the van and get out of here, or they would kill them. Ming-Ye said in surprise that he heard a familiar voice. Beiming said that these were disciples from their sect. The 2 are named Yuandu Huang and Qianzhuo. The guy smiled and said that Yuandu Huang apparently came not for the cargo, but for him. The inner disciple looked at them and asked if they dare take away their load. The guy grabbed the sword and said that he has been guarding cargo for more than 10 years, but this is the first time he has met such arrogant guys like them. He said that today he would see, but he never had time to finish. Some force attacked him. One of the killers still could not restrain himself and said that he was too noisy. The man began to bleed and breathe heavily. This was the end for him. The inner disciples turned back and said that the killers were very strong. This guard was a level 9 warrior. They realized that the killers are above level 6, which means they are doomed. They looked at our hero and said that he would not run away, and therefore he would die. The guy laughed and said that he was right. Their goal is he. The inner disciples, of course, did not understand. Why did all the killers attack Ming-Ye, but they didn't really care? This will delay them so they won't be able to escape. The guy turned around and asked Ming-Ye to hold on, and they would return with help, and at that moment, the guy said that they would find help, but he stopped dead in his tracks. The friend asked in bewilderment why he stopped. He saw that all the killers were already dead, and Ming-Ye was still standing motionless among all the corpses. They didn't understand how this was possible, because these guys were warriors below the 6th level. In a few seconds, they all died. Our hero turned to them and said that there was no need to seek help. They immediately fell to the ground and begged for forgiveness for their actions. They didn't even know he was so strong. Ming-Ye said that he doesn't like killing at all, so he suggested that they move on and finish the mission quickly. Beiming asked the master why he didn't interrogate these killers, because someone could have forced them to harm him. The guy said that the only one who dares to do this is Guang Sun. Although Yuandu Huang has a grudge against him, he is just a clown, and there is no need to pay attention to him. Beiming was glad that he remained calm when facing old enemies. She said that he was no longer the same hot-tempered and young master. Apparently, traveling to the magical region of the Spirit River had strengthened his mind. The guy said that he defeated the Golden Heir, killed the 4th-level magical beast, and fought the demonic god. Not everyone has this experience. Beiming decided to destroy the powerful martial artist's style and said that the demonic god only used 1,000th of his strength. If God used all his power, then there would be no ashes left of him. Ming-Ye asked the spirit to at least let him play the role of invincible. After some time, the task was completed, and he was awarded 300 contribution points. Of course, it was a drop in the bucket compared to his wealth. Our hero decided that it was time to exchange his treasures for the necessary things, and so he went to the Yang State Treasure Pavilion. Ming-Ye approached the seller and said that he wanted to sell all the things in his storage. The man looked at the guy and thought, although he is well-dressed, he does not look like a rich man. Either way, he looks educated and confident, so he's an unusual guy. After examining the ring, he smelled blood. The seller decided that he obtained this item through murder. As soon as the man examined what is inside, he realized that there is a lot of gravity grass and gravity fruit, and also has divine nectar. The seller turned around in bewilderment and called Miss Fang Fang to serve the guest. At that moment, a beautiful girl came out of the room and introduced herself. She asked Ming-Ye to let her serve him. The pavilion has 9 floors. Items sold on higher floors are more valuable. For example, things from the 6th floor can be afforded by martial arts grandmasters and so on. In any case, Fang Fang said that she admired the young master. Our hero blushed and said that he came here only to sell things. After that, he asked what the value of his things was, and the girl said that in total, they were worth 135,000 battle coins. She asked if he had good equipment. Fang Fang knew that she could easily fool him with her touch. She decided to try to sell him the equipment. Beiming told the master that the girl was rubbing herself against him so that he would buy something from a weapon. Our hero said that he needed new equipment anyway. After some time, Fang Fang dressed our hero to his taste. It contained various items from both the 3rd, 1st, and 4th grades. The girl looked at the guy with admiration and said that he looked very handsome, strong and powerful. With such equipment, even a grandmaster would not be able to harm him. The guy said it looked too pretentious. He will 100% be robbed if he walks around in such clothes. At that moment, the girl said that she had a talisman to change her costume. As long as it is attached to his clothing, it can be put on instantly. Fang Fang said that since the master spent 97,000 battle coins here, he would get it for free. So the hero thanked her and asked her to give him his old clothes. Ming Ye smiled and decided that he would need to bring Lan Su here for shopping. Already on the street, the guy said that money comes quickly and goes away just as quickly. It took him a long time to earn this money, but he spent almost all of it at once. Beiming told the master that things for training warriors are expensive, and for a genius like him even more expensive. The spirit said that he is now richer than the elders of the Red Sun sector. She thinks he is richer than everyone except Shen Shu Zhong. Scratching his head, the guy said that he was the head of a sect, and therefore the wealth of ordinary warriors could not be compared with his. At that moment, the guy turned around and saw a running horse, on which the boy was sitting, covered in blood. Suddenly he could not sit on the horse and simply fell to the ground. Ming Ye used a fast step technique and instantly ran towards the boy to grab him. His breathing is stable and even. He's fine, but appears to be in a coma due to exhaustion. And the blood on the clothes is not his at all. At that moment, a bunch of people ran to him and said that if he didn't want trouble, then he had to let the child go. The guy tried to understand who this child was and why the royal guards were looking for him. He doesn't seem like a criminal. Is it worth giving it away? At this moment, the Stella of Merit turned to our hero. She ordered help to the heir to the state to regain control over the state. Ming Ye shouted. Did he just save the heir of Yang State? In addition, for saving him, they give as much as 100,000 merit points. The royal guards, noticing that the guy was not going to let the child go, said that there was no need to feel sorry for him. At this moment, our hero used an illusory shadow and is now from there together with Yan Haoyan. The action moves to Ming Ye's house. Meanwhile, the guy put the boy on the bed and cultivated himself. Beiming, meanwhile, said that 1 merit point is equivalent to 1 battle coin. Although saving the crown prince will involve power conflicts, the reward compensates for this. Ming Ye said that he is not a criminal, so he will help the guy without thinking about the reward. If he avoided trouble and ignored people, it would have a bad effect on cultivation. Just at that moment, the prince began to wake up. Looking at our hero, he asked in bewilderment who he was. The guy said his name was Ming Ye and he saved him when he saw him fall from his horse. He understood that the guy was really a prince, and after he woke up and saw the stranger, he was not afraid at all. A normal child wouldn't behave like that. The prince lowered his head and said that he should not have saved him. Ming Ye could get into big trouble because of him. The guy said that he has no more merits than courage. He needed to know 2 things, who he was and why they were chasing him. The guy introduced himself and said that he was 5 years old and the crown prince of the state. The elder brother was supposed to become the prince, but his father loved him more and made him heir. Ming Ye said that you are meeting an avatar that is truly rare. He can become a martial arts dominator. The future dominator definitely deserves the title of heir. Our hero thought that by possessing a legendary avatar, a person could become the supreme master. And by possessing a sacred avatar, he can become a saint of martial arts. At this moment, the prince began to cry and say that he did not want such a title. Because of this, his mother is dead and his father is killed by his 3rd brother. His uncle also died defending him. From such news, our hero's mouth opened. Is the king really dead? And why is there no news about this? Apparently, dramatic changes are coming to the state of Yang. The guy said that he has no money now and is constantly being watched. There is no place for him in the state, and he does not know where to go. Ming Ye said that if he really had no one to help him, then he could go with him to the Red Sun sect. The head will agree to accept him. At this moment, the guy started thinking about his relatives. He said that his mother is also from Dongqi state, just like the king's wife is his aunt. He started crying and begging Ming Ye to take him to his aunt. He, in turn, will definitely repay him for the journey. Our hero patted Yan Haoyan on the head and agreed to help him. He will take him to his aunt. Action moves to Shen Shu Zhong. He told the great elder that Guangsun had gone too far because he sent disciples to kill the genius of their sect. The man turned to Shen Shu and told him that he had not been here for 3 years, Every time he comes here, he says something disappointing. The guy added that he also had good news. The genius from their sect returned safely from the magical region of the Spirit River. The great elder turned around in bewilderment and asked what the outcome of this journey was. The guy said that he fought with 4 heirs of the golden families and defeated them all. Moreover, he got to the 3rd floor and received divine art. The man was happy with these words. They won't have to keep a low profile. In a year and a half, their sect will hold a level-up ceremony. The sect's title as inferior will finally be removed. Shen Shuzhong asked the great elder in surprise what level they could be promoted to. The man said that in a year and a half that guy would become a grandmaster and become an elite student. Their sect will be promoted to the 5th level. He added that from now on, Ming Ye will be the head disciple of their sect. He will definitely glorify them. Shen Shuzhong said that he understood the elder. After leaving the premises, the sect leader was glad that their real sect level would finally be shown to the whole world. After 200 years of patience, they can finally raise their heads high. The action moves to our hero. To prevent Hao Yan from escaping, the 3rd prince ordered the borders to be closed. Even those who flew away in the sedan are under close surveillance. In any case, although everything is strict here, the guards are not protected from the temptation of battle coins. Already behind the border, our hero finally took off the bag and began to untie it. A moment later, the prince got out and said that he had finally been released. He almost suffocated inside. Ming Ye smiled and said that they now need to leave Yang State so he no longer needs to hide. Hao Yan is surprised that the 3rd brother issued a strict decree, but Ming Ye found a way to save him with money. Are all the guards really that greedy? Our hero said that the head immediately is a martial artist. His annual salary is 700 battle coins. He wouldn't be able to continue cultivating without a lot of coins. The guy said that he gave them 1,000 coins, and no matter how strict the order, they would let them through and not look for them. Hao Yan said that he would definitely return all the money. Ming Ye said that he thinks correctly. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If he helps him, then he expects help from the prince. Hao Yan told our hero that he speaks with literally the same tone as his father. Patting the boy on the head, Ming Ye said that since he called him brother, he was obliged to teach him. He then said that it was time for them to continue their journey. After 5 days, the guys finally reached the Dongqi state in the city of Tianhe. Meanwhile, the market was noisy. All the sellers were calling to them. Hao Yan was delighted that magical beast meat is everywhere here, and in their state, you need to go to a luxurious restaurant. Plus, they sell it for spirit stones instead of gold. Ming Ye reminded that this is just an average city in the state. For example, the state capital of Yan is incomparable to this city. Our hero said that the capital's treasure pavilion has only 9 floors, but here it has 11. Hao Yan looked at Ming Ye admiringly and said that he was very smart. The guy assumed that he had traveled a lot in large states. Our hero laughed and said that he had been to different places that the prince had never heard of. He was pleased and proud of himself, despite the fact that this information was beaming knowledge. The girl told the master that it didn't matter. Now that he has a younger brother, he cannot lose his authority in front of him. She pointed her finger up and added that he should always show his strength and knowledge. Unexpectedly, at that moment, an old man riding a fiery tiger appeared in front of all the people on the street. Hao Yan was delighted, and our hero said that it was just a flying tiger, and the person sitting on it must be a martial arts dominator. Ming Ye asked the spirit if she thought he was bragging too much. She asked him not to panic. At least the dominator couldn't hear him. The guy said it was too early to talk about it. If the old man had heard, he would simply have been trampled to death. Likewise, all the people were surprised by a running man who told people that if they did not want to be killed, they should just get out of the way. He needs to do something. The crowd whispered among themselves in bewilderment and said that the cursed galaxy sect was becoming more and more powerful. Another guy asked me to watch my language. Ming Ye, as soon as he heard about this sect, was surprised because he remembered that Zisheng Ye, the son of Wan Sheng Ye, was a disciple of this section. The action moves to the sect of the cursed galaxy. One of the students was going to practice his skills. The guy used the skill and released spiritual energy, which cut through the trees without any problems. The man told the young master that he was getting stronger. He decided that ordinary wars would not be able to withstand even a few of his blows, thanks to the skill he used. Zisheng Ye said that this skill is quite ordinary. He then asked if there was any news from his hometown. Why doesn't his father write to him for so long? Not hearing an answer, the guy asked Zhang Ye what he was hiding from him. The guy completely started shaking. Zhang Ye fell to his knees and told the young master that he had recently received a letter that said the master had been trampled under Ming Ye's feet and died. Zisheng Ye was incredibly angry at this moment. He asked the guy why he didn't tell him earlier. Zhang Ye told the young master that he was trying to break through and was therefore afraid that he would be distracted and would not be able to cultivate. The guy said that he remembers his father once telling him that he ordered Zhen Ying to deal with Ming Ye. How could he be killed? After some time, Zhang Ye told the young master everything. The guy said that for him, Ming Ye remains an ordinary ant. After participating in the guard selection, he will return and kill Ming Ye. Actions are postponed to the next day. Ming Ye and the prince continued on their way. Beiming looked at the Fang Mansion plaque, which was made of silver. Apparently, Yi Baifang is indeed from the Silver family. Marquis of Dongqi is a saint of martial arts, and most likely he simply will not communicate with such a small midge. Since Yi Baifang is his debtor, he will ask him for help. The prince grabbed our hero by the hand and asked whether Yi Baifang, the young master of the Silver family, would really want to see them. Ming Ye said that even though they were born in a small state, they should not feel inferior to anyone. In addition, his aunt is one of the Marquis's wives, which means he is not inferior to her. At that moment, a man came out of the mansion and said that they, apparently, were looking for a young master. Ming Ye said that he made friends with him in the magical region of the River of Spirits. He asked him to tell him his name. The guy said that the young master went to a banquet in the morning, and most likely he will return in the evening. He invited them to go inside and drink tea, and he would report them to the master. Our hero thanked the man, but said that he did not want to bother him. They themselves will find the young master in the heavenly tavern. The action moves right to Yi Baifang, who was sitting at a table with people and telling Miss Xian Yu that he was flattered by her presence here. The girl said that they were almost the same age and she was only here to eat for free. She asked not to flatter her. She then asked Mr. Fang to talk about what happened in the magic area. In addition, she remembered how someone from a small sect saved him. Yi Baifang said that Ming Ye saved him. All people compete with each other, and this guy could have finished him off and taken the weapon, but he didn't do this and gave him food and a pill. The guy said that a person from a small sect would not have the courage to kill the master of the Silver family. He could have saved him in order to please the Silver family. Yi Baifang asked Hu Jin to stop talking nonsense. Ming Ye didn't know who he was, and he was much stronger. He didn't need to please anyone. Hu Jin told Yi Bai that he was naive, and he had seen many similar cases. He decided to keep his bet that this guy would soon come and cling to him. Yi Baifang said that even if Ming Ye came to him, he would not be as bad as he said. Just at this moment, a servant approached Mr. Fang and said that a man named Ming Ye wanted to see him. He asked if it would be okay if he came inside. The young master was surprised that the guy came to find him. He asked to be invited inside as quickly as possible. Hu Jin at this moment only thought that everything was working out as he said. He will come and cling to him. Yi Baifang became angry at this moment and once again said that Ming Ye was his savior. They should treat him well. Just at that moment, our hero entered the room and asked Yi Baifang, "Why is he so angry?" He wanted to know what happened. Hu Jin was at a loss because he did not hear his steps. From the looks of it, he is practicing some kind of advanced footwork technique, or his cultivation base is higher than his. Yi Baifang said that he was supposed to come himself, but unfortunately his visit was postponed due to healing and cultivation. Our hero asked him not to be so polite. The young master smiled at Ming Ye and invited him to sit down and let Yi Baifang introduce him to his friends. The plump man in the green robe is Hu Jin, and the thin man in the purple robe is Zhonghan Yi, just like him, the heir of the Silver family. After that, he introduced him to the girl, Xian Yu. She is the granddaughter of the fifth elder of the Yin-Yang sect. She is a cultivator who has great abilities and a strong base. She turned to Mr. Ye in surprise and said that he looked familiar to her. She asked if they had met before. Hand on heart, our hero said that if he had met a girl like her, he would definitely not have forgotten their meeting. He doesn't remember them meeting before. Of course Ming Ye remembered this woman. She is one of the people who helped Yafu Shao on the day they hunted the ice beasts. It's better not to remind her of this. Hu Jin at this moment said that he heard from Yi Baifeng that he was talented and that he saved their young master's life. He suggested he had a promising future. Hu Jin suddenly turned to Zhong Hanyi and asked him what avatar he had. The guy said he has an average spiritual avatar. He thought to himself that Hu Jin most likely wanted to learn more about Ming Ye. Hu Jin said that he has a supreme spiritual avatar, just like Yi Baifeng. For the heirs of the silver families, there is nothing special about having such an avatar. Yi Baifeng tried to understand what happened to his friend. He told them to treat Ming Ye well, but this fat man continues to talk nonsense. Hao Yan at this moment asked brother Ming Ye if he didn't say that he also had a supreme spiritual avatar. Why then is this avatar so insignificant? From such words, Yi Baifeng spat out everything he drank. Did he hear it or not? Zhong Hanyi and Hu Jin wanted to know who this boy was. Our hero said that the boy Meili still doesn't know about all this, and these are unusual people. This strength occurs in 1 in 10,000 people. Hao Yan told his brother that as they walked, he talked about having a divine avatar. He's stronger than them, right? All the guys in the room were horrified by these words. Divine avatar is the 17th avatar on the list. Xian Yu was at a loss. She definitely wouldn't forget such a genius. She decided that she needed to remember where she had met him. Our hero laughed and asked the young masters not to take the child's chatter seriously. Yi Baifeng approached Ming Ye and said that he could not even think that he had such an avatar. He decided that they had not come here to visit him. Ming Ye said that this little child is the crown prince of Yan State. His father, the old king, is dead. He saved him and is going to take him to his aunt, who is one of the wives of Marquis of Dongqi. Zhong Hanyi said at this moment that the Marquis is now recruiting guards. If he is chosen as a guard, then meeting the Marquis's wife will not be difficult. Xian Yu said at this moment that the Marquis's guard has a great chance of getting into the academy for training. She said that she was currently studying at this academy and that Ming Ye would then have another friend. Our hero said that he did not know the selection requirements. Besides, he is from Yan State. Can he take part in the selection? And he was interested in whether the guards had freedom. Yi Baifeng said that the Marquis's mansion is a small sect. Most of the time the guards are free. In fact, they are guardians, but in reality they are just followers. Hu Jin was not interested. At that moment he said that with the help of a test, you can find out whether someone has a divine avatar. It's not right to just show up and say that he has a high-level avatar. Beiming told the master that this person was deliberately provoking him. She added that there was no need to stay and tolerate this behavior. Our hero at that moment got up from his chair and wished the young masters a bon appetit, and he leaves. Yi Baifeng asked Ming Ye to stop, but at that moment he and the little prince disappeared. The young master turned around and told Hu Jin that he was neglecting him and his friend. Hu Jin immediately asked him not to be angry, because he did not believe that that guy had a divine avatar. He suggested going and checking whether Ming Ye really has a divine avatar, thanks to the selection of the candidate's ability. Yi Baifeng hit the table and said that if Ming Ye didn't deceive them, then he wants Hu Jin to apologize to him and give him 10,000 battle coins as compensation. The action moves to the Fang family mansion. Yi Baifeng's father, Jing Tufeng, listened to his son's entire story about what happened in the tavern and asked about the bet with Hu Jin. The man at this moment said that Hu Jin is really of good calculation, just like his father. Yi Baifeng, perplexed, asked his father what he had done wrong. His father turned around and said that he was stupid, because they had planned something against him, and he didn't even understand it. Hu Jin not only doesn't believe in Ming Ye's abilities and doesn't like him, even if he dislikes him, as a well-educated heir of the silver family, will he target a stranger? The couple finally realized what was going on and asked, is he really trying to gain Ming Ye's support? Jing Tufeng said that the divine avatar and the achievements in the magic region shows that he has enough potential to attract the interest of any silver family. Yi Baifeng finally understood everything. The guy deliberately annoyed his savior, making him think that all the heirs of the silver families are like that. Then he would be disappointed in him too. After losing, he will definitely apologize to Ming Ye, and the image in the guy's mind will be better than his. Hu Jin is cunning, and in terms of calculations, Yi Baifeng is really not that good. Jing Tufang said that he was glad that his son understood him. If he wants to inherit their family's leadership position, he will need to intercept others as well. Father ordered to find Mingye and invite him. He will meet him in person. The guy was perplexed that the dominator and the head of their family wanted to personally meet with Mingye. The man said that the world is big and there are many talented people in it. In addition, he said that someone got to the 3rd level with Princess Rose Finch, and he was the heir to the immortal sanctuary. Yi Baifeng was horrified by what he heard. None of the golden families joined the immortal sanctuary. Could this person be Mingye? Jing Tufang said that many people were saying that the heirs of the immortal sanctuary were chosen from the mortal world. Mingye is the heir of the generation. The guy simply said that he understood everything, and he would immediately invite Mingye to their home. He won't let his father down. An hour later, the guys flew to the mansion in a flying sedan and left it. Yi Baifeng turned to our hero and said that Hu Jin was very rude, so he prepared a banquet at home to apologize to him. He asked not to refuse. At this moment, Jing Tufang came out and thanked Mingye for helping his son in the magic region. If not for him, Yi Baifeng would have died there. Beiming told the master that this was a martial arts dominator. Mingye was horrified as soon as he heard this. Our hero immediately smiled and told Mr. Fang that it was just a favor and nothing special. The man asked Mingye not to be so polite. They're going to have a lot of drinks today. Actions are transferred to the table. The 4 of them sat and for now only in silence. Our hero was silent because he was at a loss. He asked Beiming how expensive these dishes were. The girl said that they were all made from the meat of 5th-level magical beasts, and the wine was created from spiritual rice. Those on the table are worth at least 1,000 battle coins. Mingye was shocked that they spent 1,000 battle coins on food. The spirit told the master that even the silver family cannot afford this every day. They appreciate his coming. Yi Baifeng at this moment sincerely apologized to our hero. He didn't even try decent food back then, and that's his fault. Jing Tufang said that his son was not tactful at all and asked him not to be angry with him. Then the man said that he knew what the guys needed. Meeting the marquis is not such a problem. Mingye smiled and told Master Fang that he already had a solution to this matter, so he couldn't bother them. At that moment, a woman came into the guy's room and told Master Jing Tufang that the Marquis's wife was already here. Mingye was even more shocked because they invited the Marquis's wife here in the middle of the night. Hao Yan grabbed Brother Ming's hand and asked, "Is his aunt really coming? And what if she doesn't recognize him or doesn't take him in?" Our hero patted the boy on the head and told him not to worry. In any case, he will not be left alone. At that moment, a woman ran into the building and began screaming in horror and asking where her poor nephew was. Jing Tufang and Yi Baifeng bowed to the marquise and greeted her. Hao Yan, looking at the woman, asked in a trembling voice if she was really his aunt. The marquise immediately ran up to him and said that at first glance, she realized that he was her sister's son. The woman said that she just learned that the boy was in Dongyi. She asked him to tell everything that happened. Hao Yan said that his mother was killed by the 3rd brother. The marquise immediately said through clenched teeth what a good guy this prince was. She promised to take revenge on this prince from a tiny state for daring to kill his sister. The woman thanked Jing Tufang for reporting this. Otherwise, her nephew would be in danger. The man said that this was not his merit. Mingye brought his nephew here. Hao Yan said through tears that Brother Ming accompanied him all the way. Also, if it weren't for him and his help, the guards would simply have killed him. The girl immediately thanked him for saving her nephew and said that someday she would repay him for this. Our hero said that it was a small favor, and he was glad that he could help. The marquise sat down with Hao Yan and said that they were returning home. From now on, no one will intimidate him. The boy waved his hand and told Brother Ming that he would definitely come to him soon. As soon as they left, Mingye even felt a little sad. Nevertheless, he completed his task. At this moment, Yi Baifeng approached our hero and said that he most likely felt lonely. He has a special offer that will make him feel less lonely. Mingye asked the young master to stop laughing so strangely. He doesn't like men. Sometime later, as soon as Mingye had eaten, he came to his room. He decided that he would not practice martial arts now. Instead, he would just go to bed. Unexpectedly, at that moment, 4 girls came into his room and said that they had come here to serve Mingye on the orders of the young master. Seeing his face, The girls decided that he was still a virgin. They immediately said that they would help him with this today. Our hero, perplexed, began to say that he did not need this service. The girls did not listen to empty talk and immediately attacked Ming-Ye. They asked him not to bother. They can undress him themselves. Another girl admired Ming-Ye's muscles and said that she was fascinated by them. The other girl then reached for our hero's pants, but to her horror, her hand went through the body. They asked in bewilderment why the hand passed through his body. This is the first time they have encountered something like this, and they don't know what's going on. Then, to their horror, the guy's body completely disappeared. They started crying and said that they had killed him. What should they do now? Ming-Ye was an honorable guest. At that moment, a guy on the other side of the room shouted and asked them to stop shouting. It was an illusory shadow. While buttoning up his pants, the guy said that he did not need their services, so he asked them to leave. The girls said that the young master ordered to serve them. Another girl said in bewilderment, "Does he really not love them? But they are pure, and they are virgins too." Another said it could be because he is not experienced enough and is afraid of losing his reputation. Then the same one said that it doesn't matter. They promised not to laugh at him. Our hero, perplexed, asked what they were talking about. He has a girlfriend. He will explain everything to Yi Bai Fang later, and they can go. The next day, in the middle of the square, there was an announcement that the Marquise's mansion was immediately reopening. People wanted to know how many geniuses there would be this time. One of the people said that last time they took a genius with a mid-level spiritual avatar. He didn't even have to fight in the ring, which he's very proud of. Yi Bai Fang told Ming-Ye that Hao Yan was in the mansion. He wanted to know why our hero decided to participate in the selection of the guard. Does he really want to prove his abilities to Hu Jin? Our hero said that this does not bother him at all. He decided that the guards of the mansion were well rewarded, and it would be good if he were accepted there. Suddenly, a man from the square said that the guy with yellow hair and the whole crowd were not passing through. The other two were doing exactly the same thing and telling people that they were not getting through. They were shocked by how many low-level people there were. Ming-Ye asked in confusion what they were doing. Yi Bai Fang said that this is the Trinity Mansion manager and they have sharp eyes. Just by looking, they see the real strength of a person. Thanks to their selection, incompetent people will be kicked out at the first stage. If not for this, there would have been too many people in the second stage and the selection would have lasted until next year. Ming-Ye was glad that they didn't mention his name. Apparently, he passed. Our hero asked the young master to wait here while he went to the venue for the second stage. At this moment, someone called Ming-Ye an idiot. As soon as he turned, he saw Zisheng-Ye standing in front of him, who was surprised that the guy came here. In any case, he was glad that Ming-Ye dared to be here. It saved him from having to go through unnecessary steps to find him. The crowd looking at his cold and murderous aura were terrified. Moreover, based on his clothes, they determined that he was from the Galaxy sect. At this moment, one of the managers shouted at Zisheng-Ye and asked how dare he use force at the Marquise's mansion. The enraged Zisheng-Ye told our hero that he was doomed. Yi Bai Fang asked him if he was sure about this. He had the audacity to threaten his guest in his own presence. Zisheng-Ye was not surprised that this freak came here. As it turns out, he is friends with the Fang family. The guy snorted and walked away. He didn't believe that Ming-Ye would sit in the Fang family mansion forever. Yi Bai Fang also felt an extraordinary and murderous aura. He asked Ming-Ye how he provoked the Galaxy sect disciple. Our hero said that they have an old grudge. In any case, there is no need to worry about it. He is not afraid of the heir of the Golden family, so he is not an opponent for him. At this moment, the man, one of the managers of the Marquise's mansion, asked those who had passed the first stage of selection to come forward and go to the martial arts stele. Just at the same time, Hu Jin and Zhonghan Yi ran here. They wanted to quickly find out this guy's abilities. Yi Bai Fang immediately said that he would be disappointed, so he should prepare compensation immediately. Meanwhile, one of the participants came out to the martial arts stele and put his hand to it. The man said that the guy's spiritual abilities are 280. He has the highest spiritual avatar and rather low potential. Beiming told the master that with the help of the martial arts stela, you can find out not only a person's abilities, but also his potential. Those with great potential have the opportunity to improve their avatar. Ming-Ye was surprised that the avatar could be improved. The girl said that when he first met Shuerjiang, she had a legendary one, and in the magic region, it became sacred. The girl improved her avatar in a short time. Beiming thinks she has the highest potential. Our hero said that he understood her. He wondered if he could achieve the sacred avatar while being divine. Next to the martial arts stele, the manager called Zisheng. The guy put his hand in, and his spiritual energy spoke for itself. The man said that Diamond is in the middle. This means his spiritual ability is 1180. He is an average-level avatar with below-average potential. The whole crowd is perplexed that this guy has an average avatar and below-average potential. In the future, he may become a higher avatar or a lower legendary. Hu Jin decided that he had good abilities. He learns more about this person to understand whether he can be useful to his family. Zisheng told our hero that now he understands why the head wanted to exchange Ziwei's head for a chance to join the Galaxy sect. The guy said that when someone's father died, his head was smashed. No one would want to use it as fertilizer. An angry Zisheng looked at our hero's back, and the manager asked everyone who passed the test to leave. Next up is Ming-Ye. Our hero gathered all his energy in his hand and put his hand to the stele, but absolutely nothing happened. The entire crowd immediately began shouting in bewilderment and asking what was happening. Did he really have such an inferior avatar that he couldn't light the stele? Yi Bai Fang understood that even a mortal avatar with the lowest potential would be able to light the stele. There's something wrong here. A quarter of an hour later, our hero was still standing and did not let go of his hand from the stele. People asked why Stella wasn't working. Another guy suggested that there was too much force being applied to her. The manager asked if he really thought that he had a higher spiritual avatar with higher potential. The man sighed and said that there are no such geniuses in Dongqi. Apparently something happened to the stele. At that moment, something finally started to happen, and what all the people saw shocked everyone. The triangles were up to the top and had the highest potential. His spiritual ability is 18540. He has a mid-class legendary avatar and the highest potential. The entire crowd was amazed that this guy was a legendary middle-class avatar and had the highest potential. A real genius stood before them. Yi Bai Fang began to say that the guy definitely deserves to be his sworn brother. Hu Jin asked in bewilderment when they became sworn brothers. The guy cleared his throat and said he wouldn't hold the ceremony until later, and they didn't have a chance. Xian Yu at this moment already understood who it was. A year ago, he was a money-hungry student, and now he is a genius in the spotlight. Very interesting. Zisheng was incredibly angry. He couldn't understand. How is this possible? Because he is the genius and the hope of the Yi family. He doesn't believe that he has less potential than this freak. The managers immediately began to smile and tell our hero that he had good abilities. They asked where he was from. Our hero introduced himself and said that he was from the Red Sun sect of the Yan state. The guys immediately started talking about how they had heard a lot about this sect. To himself, our hero thought that they were liars. After all, this was just a 9th grade sect. The man said that he had good abilities. He does not need to take part in the selection. He will immediately take him to meet the Marquis. The guy won't regret working for him. Yi Bai Fang was shot to the heart at this moment. He forgot that their plan also included the Marquis. He decided that Ming-Ye would be recruited by him. Hu Jin at this moment, of course, became even more upset because now he has no chance. The Marquis can help him get into the Dragon Academy. Actions are transferred to my lord. The manager of the mansion greeted him and said that he had brought a genius to him. The man turned to him and asked him to sit down at the table with them. Our hero approached and greeted my lord Marquis, who was sitting with a man he knew. Apparently the man playing chess with the Marquis is the same martial arts dominator he met on the first day. The Marquis said that he often loses to Mr. Ouyang at chess. He has an advantage and needs to take advantage of it. The man asked our hero to wait a little. Ming-Ye. Looking at their battle, he thought that he had never seen martial arts dominators play chess before. Suddenly, our hero seemed to be drawn into the chess field, but Beiming called him. Our hero, in bewilderment, said that it seemed to him as if a whirlpool had formed on the chessboard that would swallow his soul. Beiming told the master that these two are martial arts dominators, and they use their strength by playing chess. You need to use the art of Tai Yi to see everything that is happening. Our hero activated the Tai Yi arts and immediately began to see all the movements of the figures. Moreover, in an instant, he saw 100 game options. The Marquis at this moment looked at the serious Ming Ye and said that, apparently, he knows where to go. He asked how he should proceed. Our hero showed my lord where to place it, and he was right. The old man in bewilderment told Ming Ye that he could play instead of the Marquis. My lord stood up and agreed to have Ming Ye play in his place. He asked to try because Master Ouyang would not give in. In this case, our hero sat down at the table and said that he agreed and he would win. The man decided not to stand on ceremony and immediately placed a piece that plays a key role in their duel. With this move, the man was able to block 87 possible blows from our hero. In any case, Ming Ye decided that it didn't matter. After all, he still has 13 options for how to walk. The man said it was quite impressive. Looks like he'll have to use his trump card. He placed the figures lengthwise. Our hero said since he blocked 300 chess tracks, he will block 500 or 1,000. The man said that he would break his blockade, but Ming Ye had no intention of giving up. Thus, they were so focused on the game that they did not see anything around them and only placed their pieces. The Marquis was at a loss at such an aggressive battle. Master Ouyang attacks frequently and aggressively, and instead of defending himself, Ming Ye attacks back. Seeing how much Mr. Ouyang was sweating, the guy decided that he would lose. Suddenly, the man stood up and told our hero that he had done well. He destroyed all his chess, which means he lost. Our hero told Mr. Ouyang that he had changed the formation, which was against the Marquis. Therefore, the array he created couldn't handle it. Otherwise, he doesn't think he could have won. The man smiled and said that the guy was good at chess. He also hoped that they would play again someday. At this moment, Mr. Ouyang flew away, and the Marquis said that Ming Ye helped him a lot. As it turned out, they made a bet with Ji Ouyang. If he loses, he will become his butler. He didn't expect our hero to win. The guy embarrassedly said that if he had known about this, he would not have interfered. It's somehow not right to offend a martial arts dominator. Marquis said that Ouyang is not stingy, and since the guy helped him recruit martial arts dominator, he will reward him. And the reward will be the opportunity to take what you like from the said state of Yan. Our hero remembered that there are countless treasures in this treasury, and this is a really good reward. But why Yan State? The man said that it had to do with the boy he brought, and he would find out the rest later. The test showed that he has a legendary avatar and the highest potential. He has a great future. Marquis said talent needs to be developed. He doesn't have to work for it. Thanks to his recommendation, our hero can join Dongqi Academy at any time. He then added that in 2 years, there will be competition between academies in the Qinglong dynasty, and he hopes that he will surprise him. Our hero bowed down and thanked the Marquis. He also added that he will do everything possible to live up to expectations. After this conversation, our hero went back to his home. At that moment, a shadow approached the Marquis from behind. The man asked what he thought about this boy. Shadow said that based on his martial arts style, he will be the best in Dongqi Academy. He asked why the Marquis didn't send him to the Dragon Academy. The Marquis said that ability is not enough. Ming Ye will either become a real dragon or die along the way. If he becomes a real dragon, he can easily enter the Dragon Academy. In any case, he will miss the chance if he does not become a real dragon, and he gave him the chance to become one. The rest is up to him. Over the next few days, Yi Baifang treated our hero very warmly. After Yi Baifang's frequent hints, Ming Ye agreed that once they got along well, he would become Fang's sworn brother. Hu Jin admitted defeat and gave Ming Ye a weapon for 20,000 battle coins. Of course, it is useless for our hero since he has a sword made of dragon armor, so he sold it. A few days later, Ming Ye said goodbye to Yi Baifang and returned to the Red Sun sect on a flying sedan. The action shifts to Ye's mansion in the landscape city, which was fortunately quiet. Until some time, the head of the sect sat in his house and drank tea, not thinking about anything bad. Suddenly a guy burst inside and began shouting to the head that he had very bad news. The man tried to calm him down and immediately asked what happened. The guy, with a trembling voice, finally said on the third try that Zishengye had returned. He continued to say that the guy wanted to meet with the head in the assembly hall. He's definitely up to something bad. Meanwhile, a huge crowd of people stood around Zisheng, and he was hugged by his mother, who had finally waited for him. People were happy that the guy was back. Wan Liang will now suffer. They told the guy to take revenge for the head. Zisheng wanted to hear everything from his mother's perspective. He asked her to tell us about everything in more detail. The woman told her son that Ming Ye was incredibly cruel. He killed his father and uncle. Now they simply have no one to rely on. People meanwhile said that Wan Liang became the head by siding with Ming Ye. Zisheng didn't understand how he dared. He ordered to tell Wan Liang Ye that he wanted to meet him in the assembly hall. So finally the action moves to the assembly hall, where Zisheng was already sitting and waiting for Wan Liang. Just at this moment, Wan Liang Ye walked in, still surprised that Zisheng Ye had come here. The guy immediately said that Wan Liang seemed to be having a good time since replacing his father as head. The man said that he was chosen by the sect and to be their leader. He told Zisheng Ye that if he was here to find fault, then they would not make concessions. One of the guys started shouting that Wan Sheng had killed many people and therefore he deserved to die. People at this moment began to ask Zisheng Ye why he was sitting on the head's chair. Does he really want to take away his position? Zisheng Ye laughed and said that he did not need the position of head. The guy told them to die, before his eyes. If he is in a good mood, then perhaps he will spare the others. Otherwise, he will kill everyone. People in horror began to shout at this freak that he was too arrogant. At the same moment, Zisheng Ye stood up from his chair and flew through the crowd. All the people who were screaming were on the floor covered in blood within a second. After that, Zisheng Ye came face to face with Wan Liang Ye. Apparently, this was the end for him. The guy grabbed his face, and Wan Liang began to say that Zisheng killed his clanmates. Just like his father, he is a heartless freak. Zisheng Ye, looking into the eyes of the sect leader, said that if he is so stubborn, he will kill everyone here. The action moves to the Red Sun sect. Our hero just returned here in a flying sedan. The guards immediately realized that Ming Ye had returned, since only he could arrive on the flying sedan. The guys decided that they urgently needed to greet him. They immediately ran to him and told him that he had finally returned. The guy asked in bewilderment what happened. One of them said that he had been gone for a long time, and most likely he simply didn't know. But for some reason, recently many elders had returned to the Red Sun sect. Now there are more than 100 of them. The sect leader told them to wait for him and then send him to the sanctuary. As expected, the Red Sun sect received news of what was happening in Yan State. After some time, the guy greeted the elders in the sanctuary of the elders. Shen Shuzhong introduced our hero to the great elder of the Red Sun sect. It is almost 300 years old. Beiming told the master that this old man is a martial arts guru whose lifespan is 300 years. She thinks he doesn't have much time left. In any case, our hero introduced himself to the great elder. The man looked at Ming Ye and was glad that this boy was energetic. Suddenly, he took off his ring and threw it into our hero's hands. The man said it was a gift for him. Shen Shuzhong said that this is the treasure of the great elder Sumeru ring. It can be used not only for storing things, but also for protection. The man, scratching his beard, said that there was something inside, so he should check it out. Our hero looked at the contents and realized in horror that these things were worth at least 50,000 battle coins. Ming Ye immediately thanked the man. Beiming said that the old man is very generous only because he understands that he has little left. The guy asked if the great master could break through. If he becomes a martial arts dominator, he may live for hundreds of years. Looking at the man, the spirit said that he was too weak. Not even a martial arts deity can help him. Shen Shuzhong said that when Ming Ye returned from the magical region, he said that Dongqi State would absorb Yan State. After investigations, they found out that they were indeed up to it. Our hero was perplexed and asked the head why they should prepare. What will change if their state becomes Dongqi Prefecture? The man said that after joining Dongqi, all sects would be subordinate to the Qinglong dynasty, the religious section of the academy. Something may be destroyed. At this point, Biao Fu said that there were some advantages to this. The scope of the list of hidden dragons will be expanded. He will be able to stand out even more and get into the academy. The man smiled and said that this was the only opportunity in his life. At this moment, Ming Ye shyly said that he was the Marquis's bodyguard, and to some extent, he was already at Dongqi Academy. Everyone immediately jumped up from their seats in horror and began to look at the guy with their mouths open. Biao Fu asked, "Our hero is telling the truth and not lying." The guy said it was so. He handed over the package and said that it was a letter of recommendation from the Marquis with which he could enter Dongqi Academy. The whole crowd came running to look at this letter. To me, every Marquis bodyguard will be able to enter Dongqi Academy, which means that he values Ming Ye. After reading the letter, the great elder said that this was a blessing from the Red Sun sect. He hoped that the guy would not forget about his sect when he became stronger. Our hero bowed down and said that the Red Sun sect was his beginning. He will never forget her. The elders began to say that they liked this boy more and more. Another of them said that he could take him on as a student, and the third that they had no chance of becoming his master. Shen Shuzhong said at this moment that there were elders not only from the Red Sun present here. They should take this opportunity to make the Red Sun sect a 6th grade or even 5th grade sect. Ming Ye asked again in bewilderment. The guy immediately thought that was it. Just like Beiming said, it's not as simple as it seems. The sect leader said that in the past 200 years, they had never had any decent talent. They only control themselves. Even if the foundation is strong, without talent, the sect will decline. The great elder said that Shen Shuzhong was disabled by the sect's affairs, so he did not reach the level of a martial arts guru, and he would be able to live a long time. With his hand on our hero's shoulder, the man said that in the future, they would rely on his support. The action moves to the Wu family mansion. Meanwhile, another family visited them. As soon as Han Yu Wu entered the hall, her father told her that my lord was here. Shihao Wu told his daughter that this was Yuan Kui Huang from the Huang family, the Bronze family. He asked her to greet him. The girl, of course, could not say a word because she had neither the strength nor the desire. Shihao Wu told the guests that his daughter has not spoken to anyone since she was kicked out of the Red Sun sect. He apologized to Mr. Huang. The guy laughed and said that everything was fine, as if the meridian rupture was a serious blow, so everything was quite understandable. Looking at the girl, he said that this was indeed Geng Jin's blood vessel. He has been looking for it for many years, and it is finally in front of him. The guy asked the girl if she would marry him, but Han Yu Wu was still silent. Shihao Wu, perplexed, asked Yuan Kui Huang if he really wanted to marry his daughter. The meridians are severely damaged. There is almost no chance of their recovery. At this moment, the guy asked what if he restored her meridians and even made her stronger. The girl at this moment was finally able to speak and screamed, "Will he really be able to restore her meridians?" The guy said that it was very easy for his family. She has a blood vessel just like him. If they cultivated together, they would become stronger. But he wanted to know about Ming Ye. Yuan Kui Huang said that he was Yuan Du Huang's older brother, and he recently received a letter saying that a man named Ming Ye had killed his brother. How dare he? The girl ignored this and asked why the sucking Geng Jin in her body had not been found earlier. The guy said that unlike the structure of the body, blood vessels are more difficult to detect, and the likelihood of their detection is very low. If it weren't for their connection, she would never have known. The guy showed her the recovery pill and said that she would recover thanks to it. But first she had to tell her where that guy was, and everything would be in her hands. Han Yu Wu knew that this was true, but still could not believe that she could restore her meridians and become stronger. She started to reach for this pill, but suddenly it stopped. The girl remembered that when everyone despised her, Ming Ye was the only one who was kind to her. The girl looked away and said that she didn't want to hurt him again. Yuan Kui Huang did not dare to tolerate this and immediately hit the girl in the face, asking how she dare refuse him. He said that no one but him would help such a nonentity like her. Yuan Kui Huang added that she could take back her words if she didn't want to suffer. Shihao Wu approached the guest and said that his daughter needed time to think. She is too weak to withstand blows and her blood is rare. The man said that he was telling her, and as for the whereabouts of that guy, he heard that Zisheng Ye eliminated Wan Liang Ye and the others. Ming Ye will definitely return home to help them. Yuan Kui Huang snorted and said that he would kill the old man if it did not advance his cultivation. Shihao Wu said that the guy's abilities had greatly increased after being in the political district. He advised taking a master with him to make sure he could kill him easily. The action moves again to the Red Sun sect, to the Lansu building. Our hero came to her and said that he had returned, after which he asked if she missed him. The girl asked someone if it took a month to complete an assignment that could be completed in 3 days. Just a month. Ming Ye said in disbelief that a lot had happened, and it took him a while to figure it out. In addition, he left her a gift so that she would not be bored. Didn't it work? The girl immediately blushed and asked what kind of gift it was and what he was talking about. She didn't use anything. Mingye smiled and asked if she was sure about this. Then the guy went to the girl's room. A moment later, he ran out of her along with the full-length pillow. The sponge inside squeezed her out, but she said nothing worked. Besides, he has her scent on him. Lan Su began to prove to our hero that she didn't touch her. She just sat on her. The guy, in bewilderment, told her that he asked his battle brother to find someone to do this thing. The picture was painted by the best artist. So how then did she dare to use it as a pillow? The girl snatched it away and finally admitted that she was holding it. Then she asked again, what happened and why he was gone for so long. The guy said that a lot had happened, and he brought a lot of meat from Dongqi magical beasts. Our hero invited her to eat and talk. Suddenly, Xing Chun burst into the room and told Mingye that they had come to see him. Mingye asked in confusion what he was talking about. Are you sure you came to him? At this moment, after Xing Chun, a little girl came in and called our hero. The guy ran up to her and said that he remembered her. She's the granddaughter of Wanliangye, Xiaobeiye. The girl immediately fell to her knees and began to ask for help. Her grandfather and her father, uncle, and many people were killed by the hands of Zisheng. She kept saying that Zisheng is a monster. He killed almost all the men of the sect, and when Mom tried to resist him, he grabbed her. The rest of the survivors miraculously managed to escape. Xing Chun said that there were more than a dozen people gathered outside the mountain gate, this woman and children, but he only let her in. The guy asked to let them in, also to feed them and give them somewhere to rest. He will go to Ye Mansion at this time. Lan Su said that most likely Zisheng released the survivors specifically to force Mingye to return. Are those people worthy of his help? The guy said that they have the same blood, and he can't just sit and watch them get killed. Moreover, if it were not for the secret help of Wanliang's people, he would have died of hunger. Our hero asked the girl not to worry about him, because Zisheng is absolutely no threat to him. At that moment, the guy hit the road. An hour later, he was almost there. He smelled a strong smell of blood. Everyone in the city is so afraid that they are hiding in their houses. And finally, the guy was approaching the gates of the Ye Mansion and was about to ram them. As soon as he did this, his eyes opened incredibly wide at what he saw. There were dozens of corpses inside. There was devastation everywhere. And at that moment, Zisheng was about to kill another woman. The girl turned to Mingye with tears in her eyes and asked him to help her. Zisheng didn't wait long and broke her neck at the same moment. He told our hero that he was late and missed a good show. He heard that this girl Mystery gave him food a few years ago, so he deliberately had fun with her to make her suffer. Mingye did not tolerate these empty words, and at the same moment, he quickly stepped in front of Zisheng. The guy was surprised by the incredible speed of our hero, but still used the Galaxy River Strike. Their hands touched, and now only one side could suppress the other. Of course, our hero did this and broke through the energy of Zisheng. After that, the guy's fist was in front of Zisheng's face. The guy hit the freak with all his might, and he flew into the ground at high speed. As soon as Zisheng stood up, he asked in horror, "How is this possible? How did this guy destroy his aura with his spiritual power?" The guy asked Mingye what kind of spiritual power he had, but the guy didn't answer, but immediately went on the attack. Being under Mingye's foot, Zisheng said in bewilderment that apparently the guy wants to die. He placed his hand on the ground and activated his Galaxy Sword attack skill, which flew towards our hero. Zisheng proudly said that even a martial artist would not be able to withstand this attack. Using this technique to kill a warrior like him is useless, but still. At that moment, our hero silently took out the costume change talisman and activated it. The guy began to change before his eyes, and his body became stronger thanks to the equipment that he bought. A moment later, our hero stood in a new guise and prepared to receive Zisheng's blow. The sword flew straight into Mingye's hand, but could not do anything and only bounced off. The guy smiled and asked Zisheng if this was his main trump card. Zisheng's eyes now showed incredible horror. His Galaxy Ball attack didn't penetrate Mingye's defense. Our hero at that moment took out a sword and dragon armor and began to swing. The guy dealt an incredibly powerful blow to Zisheng's defense and broke it once again. Zisheng was perplexed that this guy had high-end equipment all over his body. Even a senior martial artist can't afford this. The surviving people from the Ye sect begged Mingye to finally kill this bastard. All the people of the sect died at his hands. Our hero said that the blood debt must be repaid in blood. He swung his sword and told Zisheng to finally die. Looking his death in the eye, the guy began to beg for mercy and ask him to stop. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the elders arrived and asked Ming-Ye to stop. They begged him to spare Zisheng. Their sect has suffered a huge number of losses. If he kills him, then their family will be destroyed. The warriors on Earth began to say that he was an old freak, because then why didn't they come earlier to save the lives of innocent people? The man said that Ming-Ye had separated from the family. Wan Liang was dead. If Zisheng took over as the head of the family, then their family could become great. People started asking questions in bewilderment. Did they really decide to sacrifice people from their sect to please this freak? They asked Ming-Ye not to listen to the old man and kill the guy. The meeting told our hero that if he kills him, their family will be completely doomed. He kept asking him to stop. At that moment, the guy started running and saying that he had bad news. The people from the Wu family arrived here with a bunch of strong masters. They just immediately flew inside with a whistle and surrounded the entrance. Xiahou Wu walked in and happily said that he saw a very good scene. The elders turned around and asked the man in bewilderment what he was doing here. Xiahou Wu said that their family has a serious internal struggle, so their family will take advantage of this opportunity to destroy them. Moreover, Ming-Ye offended Hanyu Wu, and he will take revenge for her. Immediately, he ordered all his soldiers to go into battle and deal with everyone they saw. After that, he turned to our hero and began to fly towards him, telling him to die quickly. Ming-Ye ran towards him and asked this fool how dare he challenge him, knowing that they were both martial arts warriors. Beiming at this moment told the master to retreat after all. This man is hiding his real strength. He is actually a martial arts guru. Our hero, being already right in front of Xiahou Wu, said that it was already too late. After this attack, our hero flew away in the other direction, but miraculously survived. Xiahou Wu was perplexed that the guy was still intact after his attack. A very good sword. Anyway, he said that he wanted Ming-Ye to die. He ran up to Ming-Ye and hit him with a precise blow to the chest, but to his surprise, it was an illusory shadow. Watching the guy run away, he asked how a martial artist from a small place not only has high-quality weapons, but also has such advanced footwork. Zisheng, meanwhile, grabbed his talisman of salvation and fled from the battlefield. At this moment, Yuankui Huang landed in front of Xiahou Wu and told father that the freak was still alive. Hanyu Wu will not agree to become his wife, and Yuandu Huang died at his hands, so they must take revenge. The man waved his hand, and his face began to change. He said that Ming-Ye had too many secrets, which made him unable to let him go. As it turned out, it was the head of the Huang family, Tianyuan Huang. He asked his son to deal with the situation here, and he would run after him. Our hero, meanwhile, was running away with all his might and wondering, how does the Wu family have a martial arts guru? His level is the same as the great elder. Even the head has not reached this level. Beiming at this point said that the man had changed his appearance, but she did not notice it. Among the people of the Yan state, the sects that have martial arts gurus are big. These are the Huang and Ren sects. She guessed that this was the master of the Huang family. Our hero, meanwhile, understood that if it weren't for his sword, he would have been dead. In any case, the spirit told the master that his weapons were not enough to withstand the attacks of the martial arts guru. Suddenly the girl felt that the martial arts guru was catching up with them. She asked our hero to run faster. The guy realized that things were bad, so at that very moment he began to use lightning-fast steps and run with all his might. Tianyuan Huang was surprised that this freak sensed his approach. Anyway, he's just a martial artist, so he won't run away. Using the fire shadow of thunder, the man rushed forward and began to fly towards Ming-Ye at great speed. Beiming told the master that everything was bad. The martial arts guru's speed is too fast, so he will catch up with them in a minute. Running up to the cave, our hero told the girl not to worry, because he had a good plan. At that moment, the guy began to shout to the master that he had bad news. He began to ask him to stop cultivating him and help him, because his beloved student would soon be killed. Tianyuan Huang stopped in bewilderment and asked which master he was talking about. He asked how Ming-Ye dared to deceive him, and how could there be a master in such a remote place? In any case, even if there is a martial arts guru there, he is not afraid of him. Screams began to be heard from the cave that the man was not afraid of the master. Ming Ye asked to stop cultivating and kill the arrogant man. At this moment, an incredible aura flew out of the cave. Following this, a voice came asking how the insignificant martial arts guru dared to be so arrogant. Tianyuan Huang was very afraid of such a domineering aura of the martial arts lord. Moreover, there was a woman's voice. He realized that she was not from the Yan state. The man said that he didn't know there was a master overlord here. He added that everything that happened was a misunderstanding and asked not to be angry with him. Sovereign said that he distracted him from cultivation, so how could she then allow him to stay alive? She told him to go away, otherwise she would destroy his body and soul. Tianyuan Huang immediately rushed out of his seat and once again asked him not to be angry with him. He'll leave right now. Ming Ye was glad that that guy was not very smart and was easily intimidated by the Lord's aura. Beiming said that becoming a guru in such a small state is an achievement, so it is not strange that he is worried about his life. Moreover, if he, as the head of the family, had insulted the Lord of Martial Arts, then not only he, but his entire family would have been destroyed. He simply wouldn't risk it. Meanwhile, the action moves to Ye's mansion. All the people were gathered there and tied up. Yuankui Huang asked Tianyuan Huang if he had killed Ming Ye. The man said no because the martial arts lord was behind him. He said he just couldn't kill him or else their family would have problems. Yuankui Huang said that he had no remorse. He doesn't care who is behind that freak. He will not give up in trying to kill Ming Ye. Tianyuan Huang at this moment asked if all the survivors had gathered here. The son told him that the rebellious were killed and 892 people were captured. One of the elders began to scream out of powerlessness and ask for mercy. They are ready to become their slaves. Tianyuan Huang looked away and said that they did not deserve to be their slaves. He ordered his people to kill everyone in case of trouble, including old women and children. After some time, Ming Ye told Beiming in horror that he did not know what was happening, but his mind had become chaotic and he could not control it. The merit stella in his spiritual sea literally began to go crazy. The guy continued to suffer from a headache and asked what happened to Stella and why she became so angry. Beiming told the master that there was a blood connection between the families and this place was not far from the Ye family. The girl said that most likely the Ye family is in trouble, and very serious. Our hero was terrified. He immediately rushed to the mansion in the hope that the Huang family did not do what our hero was thinking. As he came closer, he saw that a terrifying dark aura hung over the entire city. Beiming told the master that in the direction of the landscape town, blood illuminated the sky, and thus the souls of the dead were collected. This is not just genocide, but also the destruction of the entire family. Ming Ye was incredibly angry with the Huang family. The girl said that the people of the Ye family are not united. What happened today will not surprise anyone. She asked the master not to blame himself and not to be sad. In the future, he will be able to destroy the Huang family and thereby avenge his people. In any case, our hero was at a loss because the old people, children and women of the Ye family were innocent. He will make the Huang family pay for what they did. Fortunately, Xiaobei Ye and the other sect members are safe. The Ye family was not completely destroyed. The dirty Yi family was destroyed, but now our hero will help them create a clean and new Yi family. After some time, the action is transported again to the Lansu courtyard where the survivors were. As soon as Xiaobei Ye saw Brother Ming, she asked what happened there and why she felt somehow bad and sad. Grandma felt it too. She asked, "Did something bad happen at home? And what about Zisheng Ye? How many people are left?" Ming Ye sadly said that after he returned to the mansion, the Huang family attacked him. Zisheng Ye escaped and the rest died at the hands of the Huang family. The guy shouted that the Ye family was destroyed. Xiaobei in the house did not ask how this could happen. After that, she immediately started crying, and they said that now she has no home and has nowhere to go. Our hero told her that the people of the Yi family, they were not united and had internal conflicts. It is not difficult to imagine their demise, but in the future, they should not behave as they did. Ming Ye handed over a bag with 300 battle coins and told them to buy land and shops to start a new life. If they have problems, they can come for help. All the people were perplexed by so many coins. They began to thank Ming Ye. The guy nodded, but only thought to himself that he hoped that the Ye family would not repeat the same mistakes in the future. Suddenly Lan Su came running and told our hero to go to the main hall. Yan State has become a county. Their master is looking for him. Approaching the hall, Mingye saw a bunch of strangers and felt that the aura of these people was very powerful. Some were even immeasurable. The spirit told the master that these were 27 grandmasters of martial arts, as well as 6 gurus. They are simply guarding the entrance to the hall, and there must be even stronger people inside. Going inside, our hero saw the heir to the state. The guy at the house didn't ask Hao Yan why he was here. The guy also noticed that Mr. Ji Ouyang, whom our hero beat at chess, was also here. The guy jumped out of his chair and told Brother Mingye that he had been waiting for him here for a long time. Beiming told the master that the old man standing next to Hao Yan was also a martial artist. 2 martial arts dominators, and all the guards they saw on the street. This is rare to see, and they will easily take over Yan State. It is not surprising that the great elder refused the position of head. Ji Ouyang at this moment told Mingye that they were here on the orders of the Marquis to deal with the affairs of the district. Marquis said that in the future, Hao Yan will be the sheriff of the county. Our hero was a little perplexed by these words. Is it serious that the boy will be sheriff? The guy ran up to Brother Ming and added that there would no longer be a Yan State, there would only be a district. He smiled and told our hero that he would be the sheriff of this county. Ji Ouyang said that the Marquis told them to follow Sheriff Hao Yan's orders. The imperial court will announce everything in 3 days, and the issue of the Yan State must be resolved as soon as possible. The boy asked our hero what he should do. He learned that his 3rd brother took over the Yi government and was supported by the Huang family and other sects. He is afraid to return to the palace. Mingye was at a loss. The boy has 2 martial arts dominators for protection. Who would even dare touch him? Shen Shuzhong at that moment told our hero to say that the Red Sun sect was ready to intercede for him. Mingye told Hao Yan that they wanted to help him return to the palace. Does he agree? The guy understood that the Yan State had become a county, and Hao Yan was supported by the Marquis of Dongqi, so the boy's strength was immeasurable. They should be on their side. The guy said he agreed. Moreover, he hoped for their help and was afraid that they would not help. Shen Shuzhong said that he has several proposals. Most of the old forces did not dare to resist when their state was absorbed, but many people would lose everything and would not be able to accept it. In particular, the 3rd principle is that which knows that it has lost its power. Most likely, he will take the money with him and run away to another continent. Hao Yan asked in bewilderment what he could do. He won't be able to govern the district without money in the treasury. The head of the Red Sun sect said that they must remove him as quickly as possible before the 3rd prince received news and stole everything from the treasury. In addition, according to the rules of the Qinglong dynasty, there can be 7 sects in an annexed state, while there are only 2 in a county. In other words, after the Yan State became a county, only 2 of the 7 sects could be preserved, and the rest had to be destroyed. Mingye realized that then it was no wonder why the head decided to please the boy. They can get a seat and decide which sect will remain second. The population of Yan State is 340 million people. Resources were distributed among 7 sects. If these resources are shared between the 2, they will be more prosperous. Hao Yan thought about the fact that only 2 sections out of 7 could be left. He asked which 2 sects were best left behind and what he should do with the rest. The leader immediately said that the Red Sun sect could become a 5th-grade sect because of Mingye, and the 2nd sect was the Taiyi sect, which was supported by the royal family. The great elder understood that the strongest sect was the Shooting Sun sect, which was supported by the 3rd prince. Taiyi must be left to save the face of the Shooting Sun sect. Shen Shuzhong also added that the remaining 5 sects could be affiliated with them or the Taiyi sect. Of course, they will have to pay compensation to join. Biao Fu said that in this way, the sects would not lose anything except their names. This is the so-called union of the sect. The boy can force them to unite without bloodshed. Hao Yan shouted that they will do as they say, but first they need to take control of the treasury. The action moves to one of the bronze families in the state of Yan, to the Ren family. The master of the Ren family, Yuan Ren, asked his son, Xiaojie Ren, in bewilderment if he was sure that this was true. The guy said that the little boy who captured the great elder might be Prince Hao Yan, and in the guard that this boy brought, there are people who are as strong as Yuan Ren. The man didn't expect that the little boy actually ran away to Dongqi to seek help. Apparently, the rumor about their state becoming a county is true. He ordered the Huang family to be called here. Just at this moment, Tianyuan Huang walked in laughing, telling Yuan Ren that his idea was exactly the same as his. He came to talk about this. The man immediately greeted the guest joyfully. He decided that they did not need to talk about the current state of affairs, but immediately asked, what should they do? The man said that if Hao Yan returned to lead the government, he would immediately go to the treasury and seize it. They must act first. The action moves to the imperial palace. The third prince asked the man who came what he owed. The man said that they had not received the message that someone had seen the crown prince outside the Red Sun sect. The prince feigned grief for the prince, saying that on the day the emperor died, the boy cried non-stop. How could he still be alive if he died of grief? He thought to himself that if this guy survived, then nothing would happen. Dongqi State is too far away, and the child is not able to travel such a distance. Suddenly, the gate swung open and several warriors fell inside. Third Prince Yu Yan asked in bewilderment who it was and how he dared to break into his palace. At that moment, a huge number of guards flew into the room. Among them was Biao Fu. Following them, a flying sedan flew in and stopped right in the center. From it came Hao Yan, our hero, as well as two martial arts dominators. The people who were in the imperial palace were perplexed by how many masters arrived. Besides, the young prince has returned and he is alive. The third prince was afraid. He didn't understand how the guy was able to return. Moreover, there are several people from the Red Sun sect with him, but who are everyone else? Has he really made it to Dongqi? The guy got scared and immediately ordered the guards to seize the traitors who so brazenly broke into the palace. Ji Ouyang used his terrifying aura and took off. He asked how the third prince dared to do this, and all the guards fell to the ground in horror. The third prince was horrified. This is the unique ability of a martial arts dominator to retain the soul. Hao Yan at that moment told his brother that he had finally returned. Is he happy to see him? Yu Yan, perplexed, began to ask why he returned. He won't be afraid of him just because he brought a bunch of masters with him. The boy reminded his brother what he had done and only asked, is he really happy to sit on the throne? The guy asked how you could be unhappy. The entire staff belongs to him, and he can do whatever he wants. Hao Yan told his brother that Yan's state would cease to exist. Dongqi wants to annex the state so that they will not become part of the Qinglong dynasty. His dreams of ruling were dashed. Yu Yan was at a loss. What does it mean to change from a state to a district? This is simply incredible, and most importantly, he was interested in why he had not heard about it. In any case, the boy said that he did not care about his brother's opinion, because he would take revenge on him for the death of the emperor. But before his death, he asked him to hand over both the key and all the warriors. As soon as Yu Yan said that he would never do this, one of the masters used the soul control skill. He again told him to hand over the soldiers, the imperial seal, and the key to the treasury. The guy at that moment did not resist, and without any words handed over all the things to Hao Yan. Hao Yan at this moment turned to our hero and said that he was still young, so he would control the army. He is still the emperor, and therefore appoints him commander of all the military forces of the country. Our hero couldn't do anything to oppose these words, and in general he didn't intend to, so he agreed with the boy. After that, Hao Yan walked up to his brother and kicked him while he was in a trance. Sitting on the throne, the boy asked if any of those present had any objections. All the people bowed down and said, "Hail to the emperor! Long life to the emperor!" The boy said that in a few days the state will become a district, and he hopes for their support. After becoming a district, they will continue to be its subordinates. The power will remain the same, and the titles will only change slightly. People understood that if the government did not change, then everything would be fine. The county will not change much other than being part of the Dongqi state. 4 days later, our hero was studying the Feifeng troops, the Shinki battalion and others. The scroll lists more than 800,000 military personnel, 80,000 warriors, and 1,000 martial artists. Ming Ye was lost. Too many troops. He didn't understand how to sort through so many people. Being a commander is very difficult. At that moment, a young prince entered the room and told our hero not to grumble. In a few days, he will cease to be emperor. According to this, in a few days, Ming Ye will no longer be a commander. Our hero said that he was right, then asked if he had any business for him. Looking around, the boy realized that there was no one nearby, after which he approached his brother. He said that while he still had power, they could go to the imperial treasury and take whatever they wanted. Once they become part of Dongqi, they will not be able to enter it. Our hero smiled and agreed to go there and choose something. It is not surprising that the young brands immediately noticed the treasure trove. Approaching the treasury, Hao Yan knocked on it, and a moment later it opened. Inside was an incredible amount of wealth that had been accumulated here for decades. Ming Ye was shocked by all the jewels that filled the treasury. Hundreds of thousands of coins and spiritual stones were simply dumped like trash. Hao Yan said that all the things behind those doors are very valuable. In fact, they should have belonged to me. But now everything will be taken over by the Dongqi state. Our hero told the boy that without losing anything, he would gain nothing. If Dongqi state had not agreed to annex Yan state, he would still be wandering. Beiming at this moment told the master that they did not need to go to other rooms. She checked everything here, and the most precious things are right there with the pile of spiritual stones. Approaching the indicated place, our hero asked the spirit if she was talking about these things. 2 books? The girl said that this was true. Moreover, she would never have thought that such a state could contain sacred scriptures and a book of battle spells. The author of the Book of Scriptures is unknown, but it appeared long before the holy dynasty of the 5 elements. It was written by the very first master of the scriptures. The second book appeared even earlier. Just like the holy scriptures, it was written by an unknown ancient master. If Ming Ye studies them, he will gain incredible knowledge. Our hero, looking at these books, could not understand how something so valuable could be lying around. It's like garbage here. Beiming said some craftsmen do this. They hide things. In places like this, where no one will pay attention to them, this is a good option. Ming Ye thought about it. Did the previous emperors really assume in advance that the treasury might come to other people? He hid them among other things so that no one would find them. Beiming said that this is just a guess. Also, perhaps the imperial family simply did not understand the value of these books, and so as not to throw them away, they put them here. Hao Yan, in bewilderment, asked our hero why, out of a whole bunch of valuable things, he chose these books. You can watch something else or take money. Ming Ye said that this is unnecessary. He will just take these books, and the money will still be useful for the district. As soon as the guys left, the boy asked his brother not to talk, because he's greedy. He offered him any treasure, and he himself took nothing. Ming Ye folded his hands and told him not to joke like that. Otherwise, he would take every last coin out of his treasury. Beiming at that moment noticed a glow in the bushes and immediately told the master that there were enemies here. A moment later, a dark force flew towards Hao Yan and was about to kill him. Our hero came to the boy's defense and repelled this attack without any problems, even though the blow was powerful. In any case, the killers were surprised that an ordinary warrior could withstand his blow. Ming Ye began shouting to the strangers who they were, and how dare they attack the emperor. Life is not at all dear to them. Beiming said that 2 of them are martial arts grandmasters, and the rest are masters. She asked the master to be careful. Our hero told Hao Yan that these people came for him, so he needs to hide. At this moment, all the assassins rushed forward to strike together. Ming Ye was using the Tai Yi art at this moment. He saw 2 of them being distracted by a feint attack, one attacking from above and one from below. But the other 3 rushed straight after the young emperor. We need to save him! Our hero immediately used an illusory step and thereby began to distract all the killers. Cutting, illusion after illusion, the guys were perplexed by this skill. However, one of them was flying towards the real Ming Ye. The guy immediately struck a strong blow, but our hero defended himself with his sword. However, he suffered a little. The killer was delighted that the guy was able to stop the 5, but unfortunately, he is only a martial artist, and the killer asked if he could win. Our hero said that he could not do this, and even against one grandmaster he had no chance, but does he really need to win? Hao Yan at this moment began to call Mr. Zhi Ouyang and ask him to protect the emperor. The killers immediately became very tense. They realized he was using summoning. All the masters began to use their skills to stop the boy. Unfortunately for them, at this moment, the spiritual aura that protected Hao Yan flew out. Immediately after this, the martial arts dominator, Zhi Ouyang, appeared next to him. Using his aura, the man asked these idiots what they needed. The killers were perplexed by the man's power. Even their master is too far behind him. The man continued to look at the strangers. He asked the same question in case they didn't hear it the first time. What do they want here? The killers were incredibly scared and decided it was time to escape from here. Of course, Zhou Yang was not going to abandon those who attempted the life of the young emperor. He bound everyone with spiritual chains. The killers were perplexed and asked questions. What is this? Because they cannot move at all. After that, Zhou Yang waved his hand and ordered everyone to go downstairs. Ming Ye also didn't understand what this technique was. He had encountered masters of such power, but he had never seen anything like it in his life. Beiming said that the difference between a martial arts dominator and a master is only one level, but the difference in their strength is huge. The very soul of the dominator is imbued with martial arts. Ordinary people can only develop physical strength, but the martial arts dominator has reached the pinnacle of physical strength. They must allow their soul to change and enter into the very essence of martial art. While this sounds simple, it is incredibly difficult to achieve. In the state of Yan, for thousands of years, not a single dominator has been found. Although resources play a significant role, it is difficult to achieve this. Spirit added that there are billions of people on the continent, so there are many martial arts masters, but most of them are false. Our hero asked in bewilderment, "Are there really false lords of martial arts?" Beiming answered our hero that real martial arts masters gradually subjugate their strength. Even if the level is not very high, such people are appreciated, even by the emperor. But the main symbol of the dominator in martial arts is not their special soul. In fact, the main symbol is the martial arts throne. In any case, the girl told the master that he still had a long way to go, so it was better to concentrate on the current problem. Zhou Yang, meanwhile, tortured the killers because he wanted to know who they were and why they came here. The guy said that they were representatives of the Huang and Ren family. The heads of the family sent them to take away the keys to the treasury and take everything out of it. The young emperor laughed. Huang family and Ren family means... The boy called Commander Ming Ye and said that the Ren and Huang families had coveted the wealth of the state treasury and opposed him. This cannot be ignored, so he orders him to take 800 martial artists and 10,000 warriors to seize the property. He said that Zhou Yang would also go with him. The boy said who should be killed and who should be saved. It already depends on our hero. He handed him a scroll with an order and ordered him to go to execution. Our hero took it and said that it would be done. He knew that Hao Yan probably knew about his thirst for revenge on the Huang family and specifically sent him to deal with them. After some time, Ming Ye was riding a magical beast with an army following behind them. People looking at this column were perplexed by this. In any case, they told each other not to make noise, otherwise there would be problems. The Huang family received the news, but they didn't care because Hao Yan blocked the news after killing the third prince. None of them knew that Hao Yan had two martial arts dominators, one of which was now heading straight towards them. The sect leader was at a loss as to how this boy dared to challenge the Huang family. Why did he even think that their family is afraid of the royal family? The elder said that he had previously heard that when he returned to the state, he brought warriors with him, probably several martial artists along with him, and therefore decided that he was omnipotent. Another elder said that a few martial artists would not do anything to them. The only problem is the number of warriors, because they have a whole army, and it's not easy to cope with it. Tianyuan Huang only said that he was sorry that Yang Kui was not at home. Otherwise, Hao Yan would not have dared to attack them. The man ordered the elders to put up a protective barrier. If those impudent people decided that they wanted to get into the Huang family's house, then they are mistaken, because they have no way through. The elders immediately went to different parts of their mansion and were ready to activate the defenses. A moment later, they activated the protective array, and this only meant that everything was beginning. Beiming told the master that it costs 100,000 spiritual stones to create such protection for a quarter of an hour. The barrier, although of a low level, is enough to stop them. Our hero asked Mr. Zhou Yang if he could destroy the barrier. He said it would take him about 15 minutes, but while he was dealing with it, they would sneak out through the secret passage. All powerful families have an escape route. Ming Ye replied that he definitely wouldn't do that, because if they let them take everything, how could they confiscate all their property? Tianyuan Huang flew into the air at that moment and asked who they thought he was. The real evil is his family, yeah. Instead of hiding in the arms of a female master and drinking milk, he came here to certain death? Ming Ye laughed and asked, "Can Tianyuan Huang really only think about a woman's embrace?" The man noticed that the master was not next to him, so he could beat him half to death. Moreover, the master will have no reason to take revenge on the Huang family. The only thing he was worried about was the old man, whose level he could not determine. But in any case, the man was safe thanks to the barrier. Our hero told the old dog Huang that his family opposed the emperor, and they tried to rob the treasury, which means the hour of reckoning has come. Raising his hand, Ming Ye added that the man also destroyed the Ye family, which means he doesn't deserve to live. He ordered all his people to create a barrier. 800 martial artists immediately prepared themselves and created a spiritual aura. To these were added 10,000 warriors, who also created a spiritual aura. As a result, their army managed to create 2 spiritual auras together, hand and spear. Using the spear celestial array, the spiritual hand threw the spear towards the barrier. Our hero understood that this was an ordinary army, but they were strong enough. It's good that the warriors know what they need to do, and he just needs to shout a few words. The people from the Huang family, meanwhile, were raking up all the spiritual stones they had, saying that they needed to take it all away as soon as possible. The elder told the people to hold their positions no matter what happened and continue to bring stones. Meanwhile, the spear flew to the barrier and stuck into it with a ringing sound. Qianyuan Huang began to laugh at what a meager army Ming Ye brought to him. They may not even dream of victory, because they have enough stones to cope with them. Ming Ye laughed in response and told the man that he would argue with that. Our hero asked Mr. Ji Ouyang how long it would take them to break through the barrier under the current circumstances. The man responded to the commander by saying that it would take literally 1 moment. At this moment, something strange began to happen. A grid appeared on the barrier, and the spear began to emit even more energy. Ming Ye noticed all this and was surprised at what kind of technique it was. Beiming said that it is the soul associated with martial arts that can change shape. Such techniques can only be used by masters of the arts. Qianyuan Huang was terrified at this moment. He understood that the chessboard was the soul of that man's martial arts. This man is a martial arts dominator. Having placed the piece on the square, it appeared on the grid and began to radiate incredible energy. Thanks to this attack, the Huang family's barrier was shattered. Qianyuan Huang was terrified. How could there be a martial arts dominator among this army? Did Hao Yan really bring the dominator with him? Ming Ye, meanwhile, shouted for his army to attack, and within moments the attack on the Huang family began. A bloody battle began, in which the Huang army received enormous resistance. Qianyuan Huang, looking at all this, understood that this was the end of his family. He must run away from here. The man turned around and told Ming Ye that he would come back and definitely take revenge on him. If the dominator had not been with them, he would have killed them all without any problems. Feeling an incredible aura nearby, the man turned and noticed Ji Ouyang in front of him. The man told Qianyuan Huang that he would never run away from here. 3 hours later, the Huang family was destroyed and tied up, and the Ming Ye army was waiting for his words. The captain told the commander that they had captured most of the Huang family members. They killed all those who tried to escape. 78 of their men died. The commander, having heard what they had managed to take, said that the families of the victims would receive 10,000 coins each, and each would be awarded 3,000 coins for their participation. The warriors were perplexed by what they heard. They will finally be able to buy decent weapons. Some began to cry, saying that they did not think they would be treated as human beings. The captain of the army bowed to Commander Ming Ye and thanked him on behalf of all the warriors. Ji Ouyang said that he neutralized Qianyuan Huang. He also heard that they destroyed the Ming Ye family. Should they be killed? It will be fair. The guy said that if he kills them, he will become the same as them. It would be better to destroy their meridians and let the rest leave. They have thus lost the power of the family and will not be able to do anything. Then our hero leaned towards Qianyuan Huang, but he immediately began to shout that if he wanted, he could kill him, because he didn't care, but it was better to think about it well. His son Yuan Kui is the master of the sword sect, and he will definitely avenge him. Ming Ye laughed and said that too many people wanted him dead. His son will have to stand in a long line. About Qianyuan Huang, he can only say that he did not deserve to fall at the hands of Ming Ye. The guy told the captain to take him to Shanshui City and hide him in the Ye family's house and then burn it. This will be a tribute to his family. Our hero looked at another crowd of people and asked in bewilderment what was wrong with these people and why they were not tied up. The captain said that these people were locked in a dungeon. They are not members of their family and do not know how to deal with them. Ming Ye asked to check them. If there are criminals among them, then you need to follow the law. If there are innocent people, let them go. Suddenly, in the middle of the crowd, our hero noticed a girl who immediately hid from his gaze. Ming Ye pointed at her and asked who she was and why she was hiding from him. The girl continued to run, but the captain grabbed her and asked if she hadn't heard Commander Ye's words. Does he really need to use force to make her understand? The girl decided not to resist such people and turned around. As it turned out, it was Han Yu Wu. Ming Ye was very surprised to meet a girl here. She returned to the Wu family. Then why did she end up in the Huang family's dungeon? The girl said that if she told, it would not change anything. What happened happened. Beiming said that someone used blood power drain on Han Yu Wu, but they failed. The guy asked what it was. The spirit said that this is one of the most terrible types of increasing one's powers by transfusing oneself with blood overflowing with power from the body of another person. The chance of luck is incredibly low. In any case, our hero, looking at the girl, could not understand how she ended up with the Huang family. Looking at Han Yu Wu, he knew that she was just an ordinary person, deprived of her powers forever. He asked one of the men what happened and why Han Yu Wu was being held hostage. The guy said that after Ming Ye killed Yuandu Huang, Yuan Kui Huang came to take revenge on him, and then he discovered that Han Yu Wu was a suitable vessel. He was able to join the swordsman only due to the fact that his vessel incredibly accelerated his progress in mastering the sword. He learned that Genjin Han Yu Wu was much better than his. To strengthen his power, he married a girl, but she refused to reveal Ming Ye's location, so the guy forcibly dragged her into the house. He tested the technique of extracting blood powers, but nothing came of it. He was simply torturing the girl. Yuan Kui Huang decided that she refused to talk about Ming Ye just because he was alive, and so he and the head killed the Ye family. Saying that he understood, he turned to Han Yu Wu and asked where she was going to go now. Does she need people to walk her home? The girl said that her parents always wanted to have connections with influential families, even turning a blind eye to the fact that people from these families could humiliate her. Is it worth returning to such a family? She approached our hero and told him not to worry. Everything she did was only according to her will. Moreover, her father gave Yuan Kui Huang all the information, so her efforts were in vain. With tears in her eyes, she said that she got what she deserved. She said goodbye and left. After our hero took a breath, he told the army that the Huang family had lost its status and dignity. It's time to head to the Ren family. After some time, the Ming Ye army set off, followed by Han Yu Wu. She didn't tell Ming Ye that the blood-pumping experiments and imprisonment in the dungeon were literally destroying her body. If she does not receive high-quality treatment, then at best she will endure 3 months of endless suffering. She knew that she could not stay by Ming Ye's side, and she had no right to ask for his forgiveness. For the remaining 3 months, she can only lament the deeds of the past. After this, the Ren family received news that the Huang family had collapsed and that they were powerless, so they tried to offer 50 million coins in exchange for forgiveness. Under Hao Yan's decree, Ming Ye could only confiscate all the family's property as revenge. If the powerful families lost power, then the power of the state would fall, so he decided to accept the offer of coins and let them go. Ming Ye decided that Hao Yan should be studying now. He will go there and report everything to him. The action moves to the Red Sun sect. Our hero immediately asked Mr. Fu what the head was doing. The man said that those two strangers are the heads of the Violet Space and Thunder Wind sects. They discussed the possibility of joining the Red Sun sect. Ming Ye asked in bewilderment if they would give up the names of their sects. Biao Fu responded by saying that changing the name is much better than disappearing. One of the leaders asked if the Red Sun sect really did not take them into account at all. Shen Shuzhong laughed and said, "What are they talking about? No one needs the Thunderwind sect, and they only have 2 empty seats. If they don't want to join the sect, they can go to Tai Yi." The man could not say anything in response to this and only looked away. Another head said that the heart of the Red Sun is one of the lowest. Then how do they have the right to ask for a place? Shen Shuzhong laughed and said that they were right. Moreover, he understands Master Ling's concerns, but he did not lead to such a choice. The man approached the young emperor and asked what your majesty would say. Hao Yan smiled and said that Ming Ye from the Red Sun sect had performed well in protecting him, so the Red Sun sect deserved this place. Ming Ye realized at that moment what kind of training this was. Everything was planned so that young Hao would help him convince the others. The man snorted and said that the sect may deserve a chance, but besides their staff, there are others who want to unite with the Violet Space Sect. Shen Shuzhong believes that it will not be very easy to break through where there are already a bunch of local sects. He continued to say that the Violet Space Sect probably wants to find a new place and recruit new people, but starting from the very beginning is not so easy. The man said that joining the Red Sun sect would not be a mistake because the future belongs to them. He asked if they knew how their sect appeared. The head of the Violet Space Sect said that they were some kind of second-rate sect. What kind of future could there be for them? Another man said that the Red Sun sect was named after the master who created it 1,300 years ago. Its founder was not very strong. Shen Shuzhong asked what if he revealed that the founder of the Red Sun sect was just a simpleton from the mountains with incredibly low potential. The heads, realizing that this man was one of the first who was able to master martial arts, screamed in bewilderment. Shen Shuzhong said that they understood everything correctly. Luck is the main advantage of their sect. In addition, they have their own sacred place. The sect leader shouted in bewilderment, saying that only the strongest sects that have existed for thousands of years have such luxury. Another man said that he would never have thought that the Red Sun sect could have such priceless treasures. They have every chance to become the greatest in the future. Baiming told our hero that sacred places are created by the powerful energy of a deity, and non-compact ones can accommodate an unlimited number of people inside. They are the best places for cultivation as they absorb the radiance of space. It can be said that with just one sacred place, a large number of skilled craftsmen can be cultivated. The sect leader said doubtfully that wealth always attracts outsiders. Will they be able to protect their treasures when the whole world learns that they have a sacred place? Shen Shuzhong smiled at the man and asked Ming Ye to come to him to demonstrate it. The head of the Red Sun sect said that it was his sect member, Ming Ye. The guy immediately said that he was very capable and talented, and he also had connections with a young master from the Dongqi state. Yi Bai Feng, the heir of the Silver family, is his close friend. In addition, he is trained by a martial arts dominator and one of the elders of the Yin-Yang sect. His mentor is one of the best in the Yin-Yang sect. Shen Shuzhong said that once this is known to everyone, no one will dare to attack them. The heads immediately said in bewilderment that they were delighted. Moreover, Ming Ye's skill level is high. His close friend from the Silver family is too. Ming Ye was also surprised and asked if he was really that cool. How had he not noticed this before? Baiming asked the master whether he was seriously surprised or just joking. Our hero said that those whom he had met recently were, if not masters of martial arts, then definitely grandmasters whom he could not defeat, and therefore felt insignificant. The girl said that it's true that recently they began to meet only strong opponents. Golden families are nothing more than thousands of years of training. For example, behind Xuejiang is Emperor Rose Finch, who is so strong that even demons do not dare to challenge him. No wonder the master feels ordinary. The girl said that the past does not matter. The main thing is to continue to move forward and develop. You can't count on others, because if you rely on others, you won't achieve anything. Ming Ye said that what she said was true. Baiming at this moment asked what Shen Shuzhong would say if he found out that the master was taking a bath with Princess Rose Finch. Our hero blushed very red and asked her not to talk about it under any circumstances. Shen Shuzhong, meanwhile, said that they have special techniques for controlling ice, which they received from the River of Spirits. If they join them, they will teach them secret techniques. The head of the Violet Space thought that the Red Sun sect was indeed growing rapidly. It makes sense to unite with them before the Tai Yi sect gets to them. The head of the Thunder Wind at this moment thought that they had nothing to oppose, so all that remained was to join. In any case, they will not have to jump from place to place. The man came up and said that they are very sincere towards them. How can they refuse? Considering that the royal family will support their Red Sun sect, this is a huge advantage. The head of the Thunder Wind asked, a year after joining, what they would achieve in the sect. Shen Shuzhong said that they should first of all be restrained and concentrate on increasing their strength. Shen Shuzhong smiled and thought to himself that as soon as they joined, they would immediately be able to take over their followers. Looking at the two heads, our hero said that these pretenders are just like old sly foxes. The head of the Violet Space Sect said that there were still several sections left in the state. Only the Puppet Sect and the Fantastic Foresight Sect. They are more likely to choose to develop in other states than to join a cult. The head of the Thunder Wind Sect said that he agreed. But the Fantastic Foresight Sect was too difficult to negotiate with. Shen Shuzhong said that he has no idea how to approach the puppets, but he has an idea about the Fantastic Foresight Sect. The men immediately asked if there was. Our hero has progress in the practice and arts of Tai Yi. The guy said that he had several basic prediction skills. Shen Shuzhong said it was great. The Fantastic Foresight Sect loves to study military and divination techniques. He ordered to go to this sect right now with Biaofu and tell them what they can master by joining them. Ming Ye said that he will do his best. But at that moment I thought to myself that this was a rather strange promise. Will they agree to join them? The guy turned to Hao Yan and said that with the help of 2 martial arts lords and a large number of good masters, the state would be safe. He needs to continue to calmly go about his business. Ming Ye said that he would be gone for a while, but as soon as he returned, he would definitely help Hao Yan. The boy said that as soon as our hero arrives, he will not be a commander, but he will do everything so that he has a high position. The guy smiled and said it was great. In this case, he will become the first detective of Yan County. The action moves to the Puppet Sect. The man addressed Master Hu. He said that he came to discuss something important with him. The leader of the Red Sun Sect, Tianhua Lu, said that most likely the man already knows about the district and that there will be only 2 sects. He offered to join the Red Sun Sect. Puppet Sect leader Tiexian Hu laughed and told Master Lu that unlike them, they were focused on doing business and didn't care where they were. They can easily leave Yan State. Tianhua Lu asked in confusion, "Do they really dare to refuse the Red Sun Sect?" The man said they wouldn't dare say no. He didn't want to talk about it, but they pursue completely different goals. Why don't they just go home? The man took a sip of tea and said that it was a shame, because apparently people now don't value them at all. Suddenly at that moment, their conversation was interrupted by an arrow that flew out of the door. Tiexian Hu said that this is the spirit of martial arts. There is a martial arts master in the Red Sun Sect? The man stood up from his seat in bewilderment and asked if the rumors were true. Tianhua Lu told the head of the Puppet Sect that they would still be surprised by many things. And even now, they were in trouble due to the attack of the martial arts spirit. The man said that he was afraid because the other members of the Puppet Sect couldn't lift a finger. Tianhua Lu asked Tiexian Hu if he understood what he was talking about. Tiexian Hu at this moment began to hear the screams of his men outside. They shouted that they needed to quickly activate the array to protect the mountain. The man became very angry and asked Tianhua Lu how dare they attack them. At this moment, he activated 2 metal giants and asked if they really considered them easy prey. Tianhua Lu said that he knew that all those puppets were not intimidated by the spirit of martial arts, and it was not so easy to go against them. The man from the Red Sun Sect activated his skill right before the 2 giants attacked. The puppets' hands shattered into pieces, and Tianhua Lu asked what if the forces of the Bronze family were on their side. It was at that moment when he refused them that Tiexian Hu doomed his sect. He asked the man, "Stop resisting and they save his life." Tiexian Hu at that moment climbed into the giant robot and asked in bewilderment, "Is the Ren family really on the same page as the Red Sun Sect?" The Red Sun Sect was horrified that this puppet was at the level of a martial arts master. Tiexian Hu flew into the air at that moment and told Yuan Ren and Tianhua Lu that they would still pay for this. Yuan Ren said that this guy was hiding his real power. Even martial arts lords would have trouble trying to stop this monster. Tianhua Lu asked, "What can you do now? He ran away and ran away. Their sect is good at doing business. They will not be easily subdued." At that moment, one of their sect came running to the leaders and reported that their affairs were bad. The guy said that just now, a black robot suddenly burst in, grabbed all the senior and influential people from the puppet sect, and everyone disappeared. There was no stopping them. Tianhua Lu said that this is a puppet of the martial arts lords, so this is quite expected. He asked how things were going with the search for resources. The guy said there were only a few trinkets and a bunch of broken puppets in the warehouse. They can't control them, so they're useless to them. Yuan Ren said that this is not a task, of course, but most likely their wealth is kept by Texian Hu. He is so rich that he has top-level spatial storage. Tianhua Lu added that even though the puppet sect did not join the Red Sun sect, they still won, and it would be better to go to the Fantastic Fortune sect now. The actions are just moving there. Our hero and Biaofu stood right in front of the entrance. The guards who guarded this entrance stopped the strangers and asked who it was. The elder asked to report to his master that Biaofu from the Red Sun sect was asking to meet with him. After some time, the men said that they had both come a long way, after which they asked to go inside. As soon as they crossed the threshold, the space around them began to change. In just a moment, they were standing in a different place. And what kind of incredible power is this? As soon as they entered here, the crystal began to teleport them directly to the main hall. At that moment, a voice began to be heard from the far corner of the room. The man greeted Mr. Biaofu and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The leader of the Fantastic Foresight sect, Qi Qianli, asked the guests if they were okay. The guys replied that they were fine, and the man asked that if they were fine, then why did they come? Do they know what is happening in the state? Qi Qianli said that clouds are approaching their state, and he believes that the young prince already understands everything, so he does not know why they came. Biaofu said that the Fantastic Foresight sect had calculated everything. The Violet Space sect and the Thunder Wind sect had already agreed to join him. What will they say? The man said that they have raised many talented people and they are almost in first place among everyone. But suddenly, they are asking them to forget everything and join a low-level sect? Biaofu asked the gentleman not to get excited. Given the way the Rising Sun sector operates, he fears that they will be enslaved for thousands of years. Qi Qianli said that this is true. Not to happen. They will not join another sect, even in danger of extinction. If they arrived as guests, then they are welcome. Otherwise, it is better to leave. Biaofu asked not to rush to conclusions because this one of hers was able to master the sacred art of Tai Yi during his last journey. Qi Qianli immediately jumped up from his seat and asked Ming Ye, "Has he really mastered this art?" Our hero demonstrated it and said that he had mastered the sacred art and practiced it successfully. The man was shocked that some boy had the greatest treasure, which was lost during the Great Chaos. He immediately grabbed Ming Ye's hand and asked him to follow him. He would show him something. Biaofu began to follow them in bewilderment, saying that he would then also go with them. At this moment, Qi Qianli fenced them off and said that this was the most important place of their sect. The passage was closed to visitors. Biaofu was even more surprised by this action. Isn't Ming Ye a visitor? After some time, our hero and Qi Qianli were in an unknown room with Stellas. Beiming said that in the Fantastic Foresight sect, the cultivation level of the elders is not higher than the martial arts guru. But, be that as it may, no one was able to get inside. This is not even mentioning the martial arts masters and the supreme master of martial arts. Apparently, the sect of Fantastic Foresight is not at all simple. Martial arts cultivation is divided into levels. From the weakest to the strongest, everything starts from an ordinary student and ends with a martial arts god. Our hero thought for a bit. Qi Qianli, level of martial arts guru. Even the Supreme Overlord, who is already 2 levels higher than him, could not get into this room. What is hidden here? The man said that these 6 stones contain scripture about the Great Chaos during the reign of the 5 Elements dynasty. Treatise of Chaos, which is divided into 6 parts. Qi Qianli said that the Treatise of Chaos and the Tai Yi arts are god-level skills. Most likely, he will be able to understand the Treatise of Chaos if he can understand the arts of Tai Yi. Beiming told the master that when he encountered Tai, he gained wisdom and was able to understand this art. Qi Qianli wants him to study the treatise and explain its essence. The treatise on chaos and the art of Tai Yi are opposite to each other, but at the same time, they complement each other. If a master can understand these scriptures, it will improve computing abilities, calligraphy, and advance our hero in all combat skills. Of course, he agreed. During the reign of the 5 Elements dynasty, the most important teachings were the arts of Tai Yi and the Treatise of Chaos. The treatise specialized in predicting general situations and did not violate the law of nature. Time, like another art, went against the laws of nature, but they were both winning. Later, the treatise was destroyed, and all that remained of it was presented on 6 slabs. The soothsayers mainly tried to decipher the part about the numbers, and as a result, their sect was created. Unfortunately, there was a traitor in the sect who set fire to writings about chaos and notes, and also killed everyone who knew something about it. After that incident, the Fantastic Foresight sect was no longer the same, and slowly fell in the rankings to 9th place. Chi-Chun-Li said that you only have to blame yourself and the successor of the great people for failing to protect the great wisdom. Hundreds of years have passed, but they still cannot decipher the treatise. Ming-Ye thought about it. In any case, he thought he could figure out the treatise on chaos. He just needed time. At that moment, Beiming told the master that someone was approaching them. 2 martial arts gurus, 40 grandmasters, 300 masters, and 1 martial arts lord. Ming-Ye was horrified by the girl's words. Where could they come from here? Chi-Chun-Li said that their affairs are bad. The defensive array on the mountain is under attack. Meanwhile, outside were Tianhua Lu and Yuan Ren, who had arrived at the Fantastic Foresight sect. They ordered all the people of the Scorching Sun sect, as well as all the people of the Ren family. They had to use battle coins, and the grandmasters had to use their strongest martial arts. The man said that all the resources spent will be reimbursed, so everyone should go on the attack. Yuan Ren said that most likely, once the battle is over, they will lose tens of millions of coins. Tianhua Lu replied that the sect should have more than enough wealth. Chi-Chun-Li, meanwhile, flew to the elders who were holding the dome over their sect. The men said that the Scorching Sun sect and the Ren family were attacking the mountain gate. Their brothers began to use spiritual stones. The enemy will need to attack their array for 10 days in a row. Chi-Chun-Li asked Tianhua Lu and Yu Yan how they dared to bring their useless army here. Tianhua Lu Yi himself understood that when it came to defense, there was no one better than this sect in the entire state. They were wondering if their array could withstand the martial arts lord's attacks, so he told him to begin. The man took out his spiritual bow, which he was going to use to destroy the barrier. A moment later, he began to fire dozens of flaming arrows that flew and pierced the sect's barrier. Chi-Chun-Li was terrified that they had the spirit of martial arts and that they were being attacked with it right now. The elders told the leader that their massif had cracks along its entire perimeter. The central layer has weakened, which means it will last a maximum of 3 hours. What should they do? The man said that they have a lot of arrays, so they will have time to take out all the treasures in just an hour. They can find a safe place, but if they break through here, they will become slaves. Chi-Chun-Li said that again their sect treatise of chaos, which is part of the mountain. They won't be able to carry him away without him. They cannot be called a sect of fantastic foresights. The man then said that if the array was intact, then even the martial arts lord would not be able to break through here. Our hero asked in bewilderment what he was talking about. Is it possible that if the massif on the mountain were intact, then the overlord's attacks would not cause any harm? Chi-Chun-Li said that it is. Their sector used to be in first place, and they had more than a dozen martial arts lords. Would anyone dare to attack them in this situation? Ming-Ye at this moment asked the sect leader what if he could restore the array. Our hero was thinking that he recently seized 50 million coins from the Ren family. If the Fantastic Foresight sect falls, then it will not benefit him. Chi-Chun-Li asked if he knew how arrays work. The difference between normal abilities and array creation is incredibly large. Our hero said that the part of the Chaos Treatise on barriers mainly talks about their creation. If they release 500 spirit pills, he can study some and strengthen the barrier. After some time, Chi-Chun-Li and Ming-Ye were in front of the treatises and began to cultivate. Chi-Chun-Li realized that our hero decided to use pills to increase his concentration and thereby reduce his study time. They have less than 3 hours. The guy said that there were people outside who wanted him dead, so he wouldn't just risk his life. Besides, 3 hours will be more than enough. It takes a lot of spiritual energy to study quickly, and Tian Pengji doesn't have much energy left. It's good that there are spiritual pills. After taking the pills, Ming-Ye began to create an array in the spiritual sea. Beiming told the gentleman that 500 pills would be enough for him to train for 5 years, but it wouldn't take that much time to master the treatise of chaos. The girl said that the most important thing is the construction of arrays and special skills that significantly increase combat power. She advised the master to master these 2 volumes. He will be able to use the knowledge gained along with the scriptures and the creation of the array. Our hero thanked the spirit and said that he understood her. 15 minutes later, Qiqianli could not find a seat. He understood that even the god of martial arts could not master the treatise in 2 hours. Then the man began to realize that he had actually believed the guy for a second, but now he was thinking about running away. 30 minutes later, he was thinking that it would take an hour to copy 1 part of the scriptures. You need to select 2 main parts that he will have time to copy. The man understood that he needed to rewrite the most important part first. After another half an hour, Qiqianli began to feel the will of martial arts. At that moment, one of the elders teleported to the master, who said that everything was bad with them. The scorching sun sect's martial arts master covered the entire mountain with his will. Most of their brothers who dealt with spirit stones cannot even move. The man understood that the sect had been trying for so long to be the best in calculations, but in the end, everything had already been calculated for them. Apparently, this is the end of his sect of fantastic foresights. Meanwhile, something terrible was happening on the street. People really couldn't move, but still, they tried to use spiritual stones. Biaofu didn't understand where the will of martial arts came from, but he needed to quickly take Mingye away and escape from here. The elders understood that the will of martial arts was a spiritual attack, and their array could only hold back physical attacks. It'll all be over and they won't do anything about it. Yuan Ren laughed and asked, "Is this really the best array in Yan State?" And he had to spend a lot of coins, so he can't wait to finish everyone off. Tianhua Lu said that killing them would only bring satisfaction for a moment. It would be better to make them slaves. First, all the beautiful girls will be sent to his old mistress's collection. Meanwhile, the elders were asking. The leader has what to do. Qiqianli ordered to take everyone who is able to move and escape from here. It is also better to take with them everything they can carry. The man said that even though he was already a decrepit old man, he was still able to buy them some time. At this moment, Ming Ye called them and asked why everyone should sacrifice something. He said that he would help them survive this attack. Suddenly our hero began to be pulled down. He didn't understand what this powerful force was. Beiming told the master that this was the will of martial arts. The master's soul was in the spiritual sea and was inaccessible, but now it has returned to the body, and this is the effect. The girl used the will of martial arts and helped our hero. Beiming said that normally it can only be used to scare people, but it is still very effective against the pressure of an overlord's will. Our hero, perplexed, asked why she couldn't do this earlier. The girl turned away and said that she had no feelings and did not understand what it meant to endure. Qiqianli asked the guy in bewilderment how it was possible that the will of martial arts did not affect him. Isn't he below the level of a martial arts master? Our hero said that this is something like complete determination and confidence. Nothing is scary for the strong-willed. In any case, this is not the time for this. Qiqianli was terrified. Has the guy already learned the part about arrays? The elders said it took them over 100 years to figure it out, but he did it in a couple of hours? Our hero said that he already had experience in understanding the sacred art of Tai Yi, so it was not surprising that he could. Mingye said anyway that if they don't believe him, he will show them. The guy pulled out 5 coins and threw them around himself, thereby drawing out an array. After that, he activated the array to kill Yin Yan. Qiqianli understood that this array was capable of killing a martial artist in a couple of seconds. Only a team of array creation masters can do something like this. After realizing the happiness of building barriers, you can use the sacred arts of Tai Yi. The entire sect of fantastic foresights will be able to see everything with their own eyes. Our hero did not expect that the mountain's protective array was a 3-level array with triple transformation. Mingye sat in the center of the mountain's protective array. He was going to continue to defend the sect of fantastic foresights. This sect was usually protected by 3 arrays: protective array, illusory array, and death array. Now the protective array is damaged, so it is difficult for them to withstand the attacks of the martial arts lord. And even if it is repaired, it will still not be of much use. In this case, he decided to simply skip the protective array and start with the illusory one. The guy asked Qi Qianli to gather all the grandmasters and have them take 7 positions. They should also ask everyone who can stand on their feet to bring stones here. The man turned to the oldest of us and told them to do as Ming Ye said. After a while, they commanded people and told everyone who could stand to hurry up. They must carry stones. This will determine whether they live or die. Another elder told the grandmaster to use all his strength to support the barrier. As soon as everything was ready, our hero began to create an illusory barrier. At some point, the army of the Scorching Sun sect, as well as the Ren family, noticed that they had finally broken through the barrier. Ordinary disciples of the sect lay on the ground and said that the array was destroyed, which meant they were finished and it was all over. Tianhua Lu ordered his troops to attack. If the fantastic Foresight sect resisted, they should simply kill them. The army enthusiastically flew towards people who literally could not move. As soon as the man landed to grab the 2 people, he realized that something was wrong here. Looking around, he noticed that something strange was happening here. The army asked why they were in this place. Aren't they in a cult? The martial arts master shouted that they were now in an illusion. The soldiers began to see their worst nightmares. One of them began to decompose, the hand right before their eyes. Looking at this picture, the guy understood that he needed to cut off his hand. Otherwise, it would spread throughout his body. His comrade ran up to him and tried to stop him, saying that it was just an illusion and his hand was fine. The guy turned around to say something, but he discovered that worms were crawling out of him. He shouted that the worms were getting into his stomach, so he had to cut them out. Yuan Ren said in the Fantastic Foresight sect that this is quite good. They lured them into an illusory barrier. Tianhua Lu approached the master of martial arts and asked what they should do, because even he was beginning to be affected by illusions. The man said they couldn't do anything about the illusion. They need to concentrate and continue to resist, and if someone goes crazy, then they need to knock them out. He also said that thanks to him, people would not dare to enter the illusion to deal with them, but it was still a pity that the will of martial arts had stopped working. The man told Tianhua Lu that he would go with him, and Yuan Ren should stay here and distribute the medicine to the martial artists. Qi Qianli was incredibly happy. The pressure of martial arts will dissipated, and the army was absorbed into the illusory array. The man said that thanks to Ming Ye, they had the opportunity to resist this scourge. Ming Ye said that he also gained a lot by being able to study the Chaos Treatise. The only downside was that the illusion could only delay the Dominator. Qi Qianli understood that it would be good to use a deadly array, but it would come at an incredibly high price. Even their treasures are not enough for this. Our hero at this moment said that it was best to support the illusory array. His people can support him with spiritual stones. He offered to keep them there for half a month. Qi Qianli was surprised that this guy was literally evil incarnate, because the people inside the illusion would literally go crazy. Biaofu at this moment finally found Ming Ye. He was very glad that the guy was okay, but they didn't let him inside because they said that the mountain range was indestructible, and he believed them. The elder continued to talk about how happy he was that everything was okay with him, because the master would have buried him alive if he learned that Ming Ye had died. All the next time, Tianhua Lu racked their brains trying to find a way out of the illusion, but nothing helped. An increasing number of people went crazy. Many followers, unable to bear the suffering, chose suicide. This was a big blow to the Scorching Sun sect and the Ren family. After 3 days since Ming Ye did not return, Shen Shuzhong began to worry about him and himself went with all those fantastic foresights, and with him Ji Ouyang. Shen Shuzhong said that this fog was most likely created by an illusory array and all the attackers were trapped in it. Unexpectedly, the man received a message from our hero. Is he behind this illusory veil? But this is impossible. The guy said that the Scorching Sun sect attacked them, but he studied the Chaos Treatise and locked the enemies in the array. It's up to them to decide what to do with them. Shen Shuzhong was of course shocked by the guy. Really did it. The man told everything to the saint, and he said that the chance of victory is 30%, but if they are destroyed by those who are scorching the sun, it will weaken the entire state. Shen Shuzhong, deciding that there were no other options left, asked our hero to release them. The action moves to the main hall, the sector of fantastic foresight. The guys went inside. Shen Shuzhong, smiling, said that he did not think that he would meet Masters Tianhua Lu and Yuan Ren here. Apparently, they are in a bad mood. The man said that it was all because of this sect. Yuan Ren and he came with good things, but they locked them in an illusory array without allowing them to say a word. Qi Qianli asked how dare they lie, since they were the ones who attacked them first. If not for the mountain range, they would have blown them to smithereens. Shen Shuzhong said that they attacked the puppet sect and attacked everyone who had fantastic foresight. This cannot be ignored. But what punishment should they be given? Zhi Ouyang looked at them and said that first we need to figure everything out. Tianhua Lu understood that Hao Yan had sent the martial arts lord to help Shen Shuzhong. Apparently, the boy brought with him many strong warriors. The man began to smile and said that the master was right, but they really came in peace, and most of his people died in illusion. The sect of fantastic foresight must be punished. There was extraordinary anger in Qi Qianli's eyes. He did not understand how it was possible to pass off black as white. How do they not have the right to defend themselves? Tianhua Lu asked Qi Qianli to look at himself and begin to behave calmly, because he is the leader of the sect. The man at that moment, in bewilderment, asked if anyone could prove that he attacked the puppet sect. Unexpectedly, just then, a giant robot flew into the building, saying that he could do it. Tiexian Hu jumped out and said that he could prove it all. His sect was destroyed by two old dogs, Tianhua Lu and Yuan Ren. The man said that if he had not managed to escape, he would also have died at their hands. Tianhua Lu was no less angry than Qi Qianli. He didn't understand how this freak dared to return. Tiexian Hu said that the enemy of his enemy is his friend. Although his sect was destroyed, most of his comrades are still alive. The guy said that they want to join the Red Sun sect. Qi Qianli at this moment also said that he wanted to join them, but only on the condition that Ming Ye would come to the mountain every year and teach him the Treatise of Chaos. Shen Shuzhong began to laugh and said that he agreed to all their conditions. Now they are one family. Ming Ye was happy that 4 sects had already joined the Red Sun sect. Beiming also added that thanks to their resources, the difference between sects is insignificant. Shen Shuzhong said that now evidence has emerged, and therefore they are bringing charges of causing severe damage to the section. They must fully compensate for the damage. The man smiled and said that for the sake of the freedom of the followers of the Tai Yi sect and others, it would be best to split the Tai Yi sect. Tianhua Lu asked in bewilderment, how dare he propose such a stupid proposal? Zhi Ouyang, using his aura, asked if there could be something inside the Yan state that they would not dare to do. With great difficulty, the man agreed to divide the sect, but in what way to divide, it was up to him to decide. He did not expect that the day would come when he would have to divide his sect. Shen Shuzhong was glad that leader Tianhua Lu already had ideas on how to do this. He asked to tell them more details. The guy said that with 4 sects and 3 sects, considering the remaining Ren family, the state has 8 major forces. They will send 10 warriors from themselves to fight in competitions. The winner will receive 30% of the resources, second place will receive 25%, third place 20%, and so on, reducing the reward by 5% for each place. Shen Shuzhong understood that in this case, only the first 5 would receive a significant reward, but each family and sect must send as many as 10 people. The man asked how they liked this offer. They will send their best masters to the spiritual river secret space, and they will fight them fairly. The head of the Red Sun sect said that the Tai Yi sect had already been sealed by the state and would not open until the competition was over. Looking at Ming Ye, Shen Shuzhong knew that he had nothing to fear and would definitely receive half of the resources despite the other masters of other sects. Shen Shuzhong also looked at Yuan Ren and said that his family was also involved in the attack, and therefore they would pay for it. The man looked at the head of the Red Sun sect in confusion and asked what he meant. Shen Shuzhong said that the county would have to pay tribute to the dynasty, so as a bronze family, Ren would pay 100,000 battle coins per year. The man said that they couldn't pay 100 years in advance, because that's 10 million battle coins. They recently paid 50 million to the state treasury. The head of the Red Sun sect smiled and said that they could pay the universal social contribution according to the rules of the Qinglong dynasty. Yuan Ren, in bewilderment, said that his family would pay for everything. If you even count wives, concubines, and others, then even 100 million coins will not be enough for him. Next few days. In the Fantastic Foresight sect, Ming Ye was treated as an elder. He kept his promise and explained the Treatise of Chaos to all the elders in the sect. He then went to the small town of the Red Sun sect, where he met Xiao Bei Ye and other people of the Ye family. There he opened his own shop and settled down. While our hero was in the sect of Fantastic Foresight, the state finally became a district. Everything reminiscent of the Yan state has been removed. Hao Yan received a letter from the emperor of the Qing Long dynasty and officially became the sheriff of Yan County. From then on, Yan state disappeared from the pages of history and became a county. After this, Hao Yan issued a decree granting amnesty and tax exemption to the people of Yan County for 3 years. The people of the district staged joyful celebrations. After the tax exemption, the treasury of Yan County was replenished with the wealth of the Ren and Huang families. The action takes place in Yan County, the sheriff's training hall, or the former imperial training hall. Ming Ye, going inside in bewilderment, said that the dragon and other royal symbols had disappeared. The palace was quickly transformed. Hao Yan jumped up happily and said that he wanted to meet him, but he was busy in the Fantastic Foresight sect and was afraid to disturb him. Our hero said that he had to stay there. In any case, he was glad to see the Yan County sheriff. He is also calm, because now no one will dare to harm him. The guy bowed and said that before, as a ruler, he could not bow, but now he is only a sheriff, so he no longer has such obligations. His aunt said that if it weren't for Ming Ye, he wouldn't have been able to become a sheriff. Everything got better only thanks to our hero. Unexpectedly, our hero was transported to a stele that indicated that the task had been completed. Her reward is 100,000 merit points. Ming Ye is extremely happy because he managed to complete this task. Hao Yan at this moment said that he had agreed on a place at Qinglong Academy. He asked, "What is the academy attack like and is it worth going there?" Our hero told him that this is one of the best academies in the world. The boy doesn't have to let his chance go. The boy said that in that case he would get ready, but at that moment he reached into his cloak and began to take out something. He handed over the token and said that Ming Ye wanted to become a representative of the law. This badge is for the chief of the legislative branch, the second rank after him. With the award of this badge, all civil affairs, crimes, and military affairs of the district, as well as administrative organs, come under the leadership of Ming Ye. Our hero began to smile at Hao Yan and said that this was a very good gift. The boy said that this was nothing compared to his help. After that, he said it was time to have lunch, so he suggested we have lunch together. Ming Ye suggested doing this next time. He has not communicated with his sister for a long time, so he returns to the Red Sun sect. Climbing up the steps, our hero was glad that he received 100,000 merit points, because this is the same as receiving 100,000 battle coins. He also realized that he had studied the treatise Chaos. He definitely didn't waste his time, and in that case, he thought about buying some equipment. Beiming said that this is only an external enhancement. Martial artists should pay more attention to cultivation. You can't rely on equipment. Ming Ye understood that using high-level equipment was prohibited, especially in resource-sharing competitions. The rules there will be stricter than usual. He understood that otherwise, the sect leaders would simply equip their members with high-level equipment that would determine the outcome. Meanwhile, the guards greeted Ming Ye. Our hero thought that with the help of his equipment, he could fight against a martial artist. But without them, could he defeat several warriors? The guy understood that other sects would probably send the strongest level 9 warriors, and they in turn could kill a first-level warrior in a second. The guys behind our hero were at a loss. They decided that Ming Ye did not yet know what happened to Lan Su. Our hero, as soon as he heard her name, turned around and asked what happened to her. The guys turned around and said in horror that they didn't know anything, after which they ran away. Ming Ye was very frightened by this event and began to think about the worst. Just at this moment, Elder Gongsun approached our hero, who was glad to see him. Ming Ye immediately asked what was going on and what happened to Lan Su. Gongsun said that in general, now Gongsun, who has won the support of the elders, is competing with the sect leader for position and leader. Our hero had a lot of questions, but he asked why the elders supported this freak and what does this have to do with Lan Su. Gongsun told the guy that this was not a place to talk and therefore asked him to follow him. As soon as they arrived at the library, Elder Gongsun told our hero that this is quite a long story. Although Guangsun is an inner elder like him, he is older in age than the leader from the same generation as the leader and Fengxian Gao. He was one of the most talented in the sect. His potential is limitless, and he is one of the best candidates for the position of sect leader. There is a noticeable difference between Shen Shuzhong and Fengxian Gao. Later, when the spiritual river Faith appeared, the two became much stronger and bypassed Guangsun. Then Fengxian Gao everyone joined and became their followers. While the sect leader passed away, Shen Shuzhong and Guangsun were involved in a fierce race, and Guangsun had an advantage due to his connections. Decisive moment, Fengxian Gao returned and supported Shen Shuzhong. Considering the help of Yin-Yan sect, the elders chose Shen Shuzhong as leader. Even after so many years, Guangsun cannot come to terms with this, and so he secretly persuaded most of the elders to side with him. But Haoyan returned, and his attempts failed. Our hero didn't understand why, in order to overthrow the sect leader, he even stopped cultivating and was stuck at a level he would have reached great heights. Gongsun said that although this is all wrong, Guangsun is not like that at all. He is the best at luring people to his side and creating conspiracies. For many elders, an honest and law-abiding leader is worse than a leader, which can give them more privileges. Therefore, many elders in the sect chose to side with Guangsun, who said many terrible things, such as if he did not take the place of leader, he would take the elders and leave the sect. Mingye said that after the 4 major sects join, it may come out, so the 4 major sects will simply absorb the Red Sun sect if there are no elders. Gongsun said that the guy was preparing all this time. He has a son, Bohu Sun. He studied with a great martial artist. Now he has returned and the pressure of the Holy Lands has fallen on their sect. Bohu Sun, as soon as he saw Lan Su, declared that he would marry her. Guangsun also puts pressure on the leader for this reason, forcing him to marry Lan Su to Bohu Sun. Mingye jumped up and said that this freak would only marry Lan Su over his corpse. Our hero immediately took out the master's summoning talisman and said that his student was being bullied. Meanwhile, Fengxian Gao played chess with his leader, and unfortunately for him, lost to him. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the talisman that Mingye used appeared in front of him. The guy jumped up and asked, "Why the hell is someone threatening his student? This is absolutely not normal." Fengxian Gao said that they will finish the game later. At that very moment, he flew away, and the old man told him that he didn't dare run away like that without finishing the game. The beast approached the master and said that this guy allows himself a lot. The man said that he would teach this stupid kid a lesson. After that, the man told Xiao He that he had never seen this disciple before, so he asked him to take a look at him and give him a gift. The action moves to the main hall of the Red Sun sect. Mingye came here with Gongsun and began to greet the elders. Lan Su was unbelievable that her savior Mingye had returned. Guangsun, in bewilderment, asked our hero why he came here at a time when the elders were discussing important things. Shen Shuzhong said that their sect had won the favor of the county sheriff, and even annexed the 4 major sects, all thanks to Mingye, so he has more rights even than Guangsun. Bohu Sun laughed at this moment and approached our hero, after which he asked if he was really Mingye. Mingye didn't pay attention to Bohu Sun because he already had a plan to teach this freak a lesson. He walked up to Lan Su and picked her up. After that, he asked who it was and why he didn't know him. The girl said that this is Bohu Sun, the son of Guangsun. He is a follower of the Holy Land of Swords. The guy was perplexed that some martial arts warrior was taunting him in the main hall. He also asked for Lan Su to be released. Mingye asked, why does he care what he does with his girlfriend? Although he will not surpass his arrogance, at least he is not trying to take the place of leader. The guy got incredibly angry and started asking our hero how he dares talk to him like that without even knowing who he is. Our hero laughed, despite the fact that the Grandmaster decided to beat the warrior. He didn't think that the followers of the Holy Lands had no pride. Mingye said that even the great sun from the Spirit River secret region could not defeat him, the young master. Bohu Sun rushed forward and asked how he dared to call himself a master. Shen Shuzhong understood that Mingye was in danger and they needed to do something. At this moment, our hero used the sacred art of Tai Yi, as well as the treatise of chaos to create an array. Our hero used the killer yin-yang array and created it. He sent some battle coins. A giant hand of yin-yang was flying towards Bohu Sun, which was obliged to stop the attacker. The guy reacted in time and of course dodged this attack without any problems. But all the people were in disbelief that the guy had just used 9 battle coins at once and he used them to create an array. Shen Shuzhong of course understood that using anything, there was no chance to defeat the Grandmaster as a warrior. Lan Su said that she wanted to help him attack the guy, but apparently it was no longer useful. She noticed that Ming Ye had become even stronger than before, so she would move away so as not to interfere. Bohu's son was perplexed that the guy used coins. Having gone on the attack, he decided to check how many coins an ordinary warrior could use at a time. Our hero said that this array is from the Chaos Treatise, and it is based on yin-yang killing barrier, instant step, illusory step, boxing punch, and vacuum breaking. Ming Ye began to fire at Bohu's son with his array, and the guy asked in bewilderment if they really decided to catch him in a trap. Our hero smiled at him and asked why he got it. Meanwhile, the guy was doing something. At this moment, Ming Ye used instant shadow and great wave of killing array. All this came crashing down on Bohu's son. The guy, of course, would not have died from such an attack, but he had to work hard to repel it. People understood that Ming Ye was able to hold off Bohu's son's attack, and he also used a large pile of coins. How can an ordinary warrior have so much energy? Our hero continued to mock. He asked how the guy was able to enter the sacred sword lands with such a level. Apparently everyone there is blind if they picked up such garbage. Bohu's son told our hero to fight him face to face without any arrays. What kind of stupidity is it to hide behind it? Ming Ye said that if he is so strong, then he can smash the array. He acts like he's cool, but in fact he can't even fix an array. Our hero continued to contain Bohu's son in the array, and the guy could not get out. Guangsun ordered Ming Ye to let his son out immediately. He used his strength and lifted the guy into the air. A cry began to be heard from outside, which was dissatisfied with Guangsun's actions. How dare he raise his hand against his student? A moment later, his master, Feng Xingao, appeared in front of Ming Ye. Our hero immediately greeted the master, and he in turn praised Ming Ye and said that he did not disappoint him. He was able to resist the Grandmaster, which is very funny. Pointing his finger towards the array, the guy said that although they are very good-natured people, now he does not want to spare anyone. Saying that the guy should get what he deserved, he shot at the array and destroyed it. Bohu's son flew out with a lot of wounds. Guangsun ran to his son and put him on his lap. After that, he asked how Feng Xiangao touched his son with her. He would pay for it. The guy said it was just a fool's son. His disciple is much more important than his son. And besides, they should call him Master of Gao martial arts. Shen Shuzhong happily told his brother that he was glad that he had broken through. Feng Xiangao said that it was all thanks to his disciple. He gave him the divine stone, and from it he made divine pills. Ming Ye thought to himself that although the master looks frivolous, he is very smart. He returned not only to help him, but also to help the leader. With the support of the martial arts master, the situation in the Red Sun sect will change dramatically. Now the elders must stop supporting Guangsun. Feng Xiangao threw a pill to his friend for him to break through. He's been at the Grandmaster level for several years now, so it's time to get stronger. Shen Shuzhong smiled and said that he would no longer need to hold back, because his time had finally come. The elders looked at these pills greedily. They knew that Shen Shuzhong had talent, and with this pill he would become much stronger. Guangsun was incredibly angry at Feng Xiangao, because he was ruining other people's plans again. Besides this Ming Ye, they both belittle people. Feng Xiangao, our hero, and Lan Su were sitting at the table. The man said that he made 6 divine pills. One he used himself, and another he gave to the leader. There are 4 more left, but he better hide them safely. He must understand their value and not show them to anyone. Our hero pulled out 1 tablet and asked the master to take one. This will be his tribute to respect for him, and 3 will be enough for him. Feng Xiangao said that he had not noticed how kind Ming Ye was before. In any case, his master is already a god of martial arts, and will he accept anything from his student? The guy said that there were 800,000 coins in his ring, so we can assume that he bought it, and if the guy needs money, he can come for it. Ming Ye was shocked by how rich his master was. The guy said that the Grandmaster needs 800,000 battle coins per month for cultivation. You can die from poverty. Our hero was perplexed by these words. How can you even complain about poverty with such expenses? Feng Xiangao said that with that being said, his leader took the divine pill. From now on he must try, and when the day comes, his leader will reward him in full. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the master's dog landed next to them. Lan Su immediately screamed and asked Ming Ye what the scary dog was doing here. The guy was no less surprised. The beast said they have no manners. He is General He. How dare they be rude to him? Lan Su was even more horrified because this dog was talking. Our hero said that it is not so easy to develop the ability, being a wild dog, to learn to speak. The beast began to shout even louder that they themselves were all wild dogs, and he was General He. Feng Xiangao walked up to him and petted him, and then asked what Xiao He was doing here. Xiao He said that the master asked him to look at the disciple, and now he feels that no matter how good he is, his behavior is terrible. Feng Xiangao told our hero that General Xiao He was raised by his master. He loves him even more than him. Ming Ye walked over and said that he was indeed his grandmaster's General Xiao He. He was not surprised that the general was so bold and fierce. He also asked for forgiveness for his words. The guy said that they had nothing to give him a proper welcome, but they had a piece of monster meat. He asked the general to forgive his rudeness and not report this to the grandmaster. Xiao He started eating the meat and said that the meat of level 5 monsters tasted pretty good. After this, the beast said that apparently not only our hero's behavior is good, but also his character is excellent and he likes it. Xiao He asked Feng Xiangao to finish his business with the Red Sun sect. The Grandmaster is waiting for him at home because something happened there. He asked if they would force him to play checkers. Then Xiao He told our hero that the Grandmaster was giving him a gift, but on the way he ate it because he was very hungry. Next time, he will definitely bring something. Immediately after these words, General Xiao Hai and Feng Xiangao flew away. Lan Su asked Ming Ye in surprise when they would be able to fly across the sky as easily. Our hero said that soon, because with their abilities it will not be difficult to become masters of martial arts. After that, Ming Ye asked if Guangsun had brought any inconvenience to her. The girl said that he wanted to make him his student, and although he did not say it directly, she understood that he wanted to marry her to Bohu's son. The dispute lasted 3 days. Ming Ye was disappointed that even though he knew they were a couple, he still dared to set his sights on her. In the future, he will definitely defeat Bohu's son with just his fists. Lan Su said that for the next few years, Guangsun will not attempt to become the sect leader. They need to become stronger, and in this case, they will not have to be afraid of anything. Our hero told her that she was right. Immediately after that, he gave her the pill, saying that if she had any difficulties, she could use it. The girl was a little embarrassed that Ming Ye gave her such a valuable thing, and she could not give him anything in return. The guy laughed and said that he already had everything. He will train hard to prepare for the competition, but she will also be busy until then. After some time, our hero sat on the couch and cultivated. He told Beiming that the competition would take place in a month. Looking at the floor, he was confident that the followers of other sects would be first-rank martial arts warriors. Our hero has been a warrior of the 9th rank for a long time, but it will be difficult to overcome the path to the 8th rank in 1 month. The next step is to collect the demon blood and turn the light demon blood into dark. He will be able to break through to the 8th rank of martial arts warrior. The spirit said that the master is fixated on ranks, so she wants to ask what rank means to him. Our hero said that this is a concept to indicate the strength levels of martial arts followers. When he reaches the top of the current level, his rank becomes higher. Beiming then asked another question. How many battles against stronger opponents ended in victory or defeat due to differences in cultivation? The guy at that moment realized that, being a 9th rank student, he could already defeat 5th rank students. And after that, there were a huge number of meetings with different ranks. Spirit said that it would be appropriate to say that if a martial arts student faces a warrior, there is no chance of survival, but the master is still alive. Our hero said that everything ended thanks to Beiming or someone else, or it was just luck. The girl said that luck is also a force, because even it is a force. The guy said that that's why he had to become stronger, to improve his current strength. He didn't think that focusing on increasing strength was a bad thing, although the so-called real strength is just rank. The master trained in icy waters and tried to cultivate even with destroyed meridians. Our hero at that moment realized that all this increased his vitality, but did not raise his rank. All this for the sake of increasing strength. Suddenly Ming Ye started to think. Life energy, strength, wisdom, agility, defense are all included in the concept of strength, and he was fixated only on ranks. Baiming said that being a master with a great mind is priceless. These ranks mean nothing, but people are divided into them. A master should not evaluate himself using the same system. She said that in fact there was no division into ranks before. Long ago, some could cause wind and rain with their life energy. Some fought against the whole world using their strength, while others smashed the void with their strong will. Based on their current ranks, these people would be nothing more than ordinary warriors. Our hero told the spirit that he understood what she meant, but he could not use the dragon sword because its level was too high, and besides, the arrays required coins, which were forbidden. Baiming told the master to use physical strength without taking into account light and dark energy or life force. She's sure he can handle it. In the face of true power, nothing seems serious anymore. The girl gave him saint-level elephant dragon arts. Ming Ye said that after mastering the first level, one can gain a strength equal to 50,000 kilograms, and as the level increases, the strength doubles. In addition, there are 13 levels of this skill, and if you master them all, the power will be 50 million kilograms. In any case, cultivation requires the blood of the dragon elephant monster, which apparently is not cheap. The spirit said that 1 drop of blood is worth 30,000 battle coins. Ming Ye said that he will not practice this because she knows that he is trying to save coins, and she is just looking for a way to spend it quickly. The guy understood that he only wanted to experience the pleasure of a rich life when he would become poor again. Baiming asked if the master doesn't like to spend money. The guy said he loves it, but he doesn't like being poor. The girl at that moment said that when she met the master, he was very poor. At that moment, Lan Su came into the room and asked why he was not sleeping. Besides, she was interested in who he was arguing with here. The guy understood that he had lost his temper and started screaming. Ming Ye told the girl that he was just training and started talking to himself. Our hero said that he wanted to buy the blood of an elephant dragon and invited her to go with him. The girl immediately agreed, saying that she had not gone anywhere with him for a long time. Ming Ye was also happy, and besides, he thought that he needed to be more attentive to her, because he had not rested with Lan Su for a long time. Actions are postponed to the next day. The guys walked through the city together. Lan Su said that the treasure shop owner said it would take a couple of days for delivery. She offered to go and relax, and she would pay for everything. She said that the guy bought 30 drops of the blood of an elephant dragon, 36,000 coins each, and now he was completely left without money. So she treated him. Our hero told the spirit that it was all because of her. Baiming said that the ability to make a girl pay for herself is also strength. The master should be happy. Unexpectedly, Lan Su pulled Ming Ye's hand and told him that they sell monster meat here, which he loves. Our hero decided that it would not be so bad to live at the expense of a girl for once. Lan Su was too beautiful in his eyes. Looking at her, he would like this happiness to last, as long as possible. Thus the guys went together and ordered food for themselves. After that, they fooled around together and played all sorts of games. Laughter was always around them. In addition, they even managed to go to several clothing stores and try on outfits for Lan Su. Their evening ended with watching the sunset together. Ming Ye said that he was constantly busy and had very little time for her. This is the first time they were able to relax. Lan Su said that as long as he returns home safe and sound, everything is fine, but she would like this happiness to last forever. The girl at that moment said that she should apologize because he should know that her life is not as simple as it seems to him. She said that her body would sooner or later bring him problems and she was afraid. Our hero at that moment interrupted her and said that no one would dare touch her. He will kill anyone who dares to threaten her. He asked her not to forget that his master is the Lord of Martial Arts who will come to the rescue. Lan Su thought that if the martial arts sovereign could handle this, then she shouldn't worry. Suddenly, our hero was disturbed by the merit stele, with which something strange began to happen. The guy asked in bewilderment what happened and why Stella's merit suddenly began to increase. Something Great asked Ming Ye if he would like to become a heavenly invader or not. All the subsequent time, our hero did not understand why he was asked this question. Does he want to become a sky invader? Lan Su suddenly screamed at the guy and pointed at the unfamiliar man. Coming closer, he asked the guys for help. He didn't know where to go. Our hero approached him to help, but at that moment a spear flew out of the air and pierced the poor fellow. After that, another stranger landed on the man's corpse, who asked why he was not running now, although all this time he had been forcing him to chase him. Ming Ye, who was not happy with what he had just seen, asked what the man had done. The stranger asked again, and then said that Ming Ye had no need to know this, because it was none of his business. Our hero again asked what the man had done. The stranger finally replied that the people from their village had insulted their young master Yuankui Ren. The young master decided to make girls in the village as maids, but they did not dare not only object, but also run to call for help. Looking at Lan Su, the stranger said that this girl was much better than those from the village. The master will definitely appreciate it if he brings her. Ming Ye, of course, did not tolerate this, and with the help of her stone fist skill, smacked the freak in the face. Frightened, the stranger said that if he killed him, the Ren family would not let it go so easily. Our hero said that when he led the troops to their home, the Ren family did not dare to stick their heads out. It was imprudent to commit murder in front of a sheriff's deputy. After some time, he told Lan Su that their date would end here. He offered to go with him and pass judgment on this guy. The girl said that the man from the village had been pursued to kill for so long. She was afraid to imagine what was happening in the village itself. After some time, the guys reached the village, but the picture scared them. Lan Su understood that literally all the villagers were killed. This scared the girl very much. Ming Ye suddenly shouted and told her that this person was still breathing. The woman stood up and with all her strength began to say how much she hated. She didn't have time to finish. The girl fell dead to the ground and stopped breathing. The Stella of Military Merit again began to call our hero and asked if he wanted to become a heavenly invader and rid the world of evil in order to bring justice to it. Seeing all the horror in the village, our hero said a confident yes, because he was tired of watching terrible acts. After the guy became a heavenly invader, Obelisk began to give him easier tasks. Completing these tasks not only helps eradicate evil, but also rewards it. At this moment, our hero remembered that same Yuangui Ren from the Ren family and laughed. The guy screamed and said that now everything is under his control. He, Ming Ye, as the chief overseer, orders him. He ordered to follow him to the Ren family to arrest everyone for their crimes. The actions are transferred to the freak who told the girl that he was right as always. He told her that sooner or later she would become his. The guy said that if she had not resisted, her parents would have remained alive, and they would not have killed every single person in the village. Grabbing her by the dress, he asked her not to complicate anything. He is kind today and will allow her to feel his strength and power. At that moment, the front door shattered just like the girl's dress. Yuangui Ren turned around and asked the strangers who burst in here in bewilderment, "Are they really tired of living?" Our hero looked at the girl who was lying on the bed. Yuangui Ren told the guy not to even think about getting away with it. Our hero, without further ado, went into battle against the guy. Yuangui Ren also told him to prepare to feel the full fury of the Ren family. A moment later, a huge explosion came from the house, and after that, a beaten Yuangui Ren flew out of it. People came to Ming Ye and reported to him that they had found all the evidence that indicated that the initiative to kill the entire village was Yuangui Ren. The guy said that according to the code of the Qing Long dynasty, the guy should be sentenced to the most severe punishment. He ordered them all to be brought to the courthouse. The action is transferred to Yan County Court. Our hero reported all the information he had collected against Yuangui Ren. He proposed imposing the maximum punishment, public execution. Yuangui Ren, in bewilderment, began to shout to the sheriff that they could not kill him because he was from the Ren family, and his family was bronze. Hao Yan said that he is a petty freak and he doesn't understand how the Ren family could raise such a bastard. He ordered everyone to give 3,000 lashes and not a lash less. After the lashes, behead them all. Yuangui Ren cried and said that they couldn't kill him. At this moment, Yuan Ren entered the building and told the sheriff that this young man is the direct heir of the Ren family, and he is very important. He said he hoped for mercy from the sheriff. At this time, he mentally asked Ming Ye to take pity on this boy and let him go. For this, he will reward him when the case is closed. Our hero said that he never complains about a person who killed people. Did he show pity for the villagers? He can only add fuel to the fire. Yuan Ren said that although he lost a lot of money, he is still from the Bronze family. Having heard the words that he cannot do whatever he wants if he is under the protection of Hao Yan, our hero realized that it was time to end everything. He contacted the sheriff and said they couldn't drop the charges for that reason. Recently, he had received several reports that the Ren family was allowing their people to do illegal things. Our hero approached the man and said that he should think about what handouts he would need to send to prison. Over the next few days, Ming Ye, following Stella's instructions, gathered people and fought the evil. Once all that was left of the Huang family was the name, the Ren family became complacent. In recent days, they have done evil so often that the Steely has often targeted them for quests. Ming Ye was excellent at this task, and this led the Ren family to an even worse situation. After our hero completed all the tasks, he began training in anticipation of the upcoming competition. Thanks to the Haoyan mission and the newly completed building, he now has 130,000 merit points, but he never found out where they can be exchanged for battle coins. Either way, he decided it didn't matter. He needs to concentrate on training the elephant dragon art. Using the blood of a level 9 dragon elephant, he can easily do this. According to ancient records, this beast was so strong that it could lift and carry the entire world on its back and travel across the entire universe. Now the elephant dragon is just a weakened monster that has the pedigree of the former beast. But it is not even close to its ancestor, but it is still an 8th level monster. Beiming took blood from the vessel and launched it into the body of our hero. The guy immediately began to feel the power of the monster passing through his body, and it brought incredible pain. Perplexed, Lan Su, who wanted to help, came running to the cries of her lover. The spirit told Ming Ye to let the master use the girl's sacred body. The blood of a level 9 dragon elephant is much purer than the blood of an ordinary dragon elephant. If you use the spirit of the Lan Su's sacred body, the master will reach even greater heights. Our hero, on Beiming's orders, began to reach out to the girl, and she was drawn to him in return. The girl filled our hero's body with her energy, and after some time the absorption was completed. Ming Ye said that he became stronger even more than he expected. Beiming said that it was thanks to Lan Su's body. In total, he gained strength of 6,500 kilograms. The guy hugged the girl and told her that she had helped him a lot. He smiled and asked if she wanted to practice the art of the elephant dragon with him. The girl said that she doesn't want to build muscle. Ming Ye then said that he would teach her the art of Tai Yi. They can practice together. Lan Su agreed and said that she had already reached the illusory level of lightning steps. In the following days, our hero absorbed every drop of the dragon elephant's blood and increased his strength incredibly. The total amount of blood was enough to learn the first level of the art. All this time, Lan Su practiced with Ming Ye, and from time to time, he unexpectedly kissed her. Thus, the very day of the competition crept up unnoticed. The girl told all participants that the competition on the Tianyi sect resource had been declared open. Looking around, our hero realized that all the major sects had arrived, except the Tianyi sect. Even the Ren family was here. But looking at the sect leader, Ming Ye realized that most likely he had already broken through. Guangsun told the leader that Ming Ye is still a level 9 warrior. Does it seem to me that sending him to competitions is pointless? Shen Shuzhong told the man that this guy beat his son, who is a grandmaster, so don't worry about him so much. The leader told our hero that thanks to their connections, the battle with the sects of Foresight and Puppets will be ostentatious. But you should be wary of the sect of the Scorching Sun, Thunder Wind, and Violet Space. Although they had allied with them, they were still willing to take over the Red Sun sect, so he would have to face their arrogance. Shen Shuzhong stood up and told his men that they should not worry too much. If they don't get the resources, at least it will be good training. The entire competition will be held under the supervision of the sheriff. You must fight with honor and follow all competition rules. Any violation will be punishable by law. The presenter looked admiringly at the sheriff, who was still as serious and respectful. The first round was the battle between Ridian Zhao from the Red Sun and Lei Han from the Violet Space sect. People asked in bewilderment who Ridian Zhao was. Some told them that this guy was in third place among the followers of the sect. Ridian Zhao at that moment pointed at his opponent and told him that he had already lost. Lei Han told him in response that he would lose not because he was weak, but only because he thought too much of himself. The guy began to swing his fist and asked if it was true. Ridian Zhao, countering Lei Han's incredible attack and aura, launched a blow that was not accompanied by anything. In an instant, Lei Han's limbs and bones were crushed. The guy fell to the ground from powerlessness. Biao Fu guessed that the guy had mastered the 6th level of the Red Sun sect's arts, Red Sun Radiant Light. In this case, Lei Han is not his opponent. Ming Ye was convinced that Ritian Zhao was strong. He is a first-level warrior, and his strength is about 20,000 kilograms. If it weren't for the dragon's skill, he would never have defeated him. The crowd of people screamed in disbelief, saying that they didn't think this guy was that strong. The presenter announced that Ritian Zhao won the first round, which means now it's time for the second round. Our hero, meanwhile, was thinking that the dragon sword was too high level. He can only use a regular sword. Meanwhile, the 9th round began. Our hero had to fight against Xiao Jian from the scorching sun. Tianhua Lu said that Xiao Jian is from his sect. He said their genius would need a coffin. The sect leader laughed in bewilderment and asked what the man was talking about. He said that Xiao Jian was a 4th-rank warrior, but he was born into a family of assassins and once successfully killed a martial artist with his powers. Tianhua Lu laughed and told leader Shen Shuzhong that it was not too late to ask their sect follower to surrender. The man shook his head and said that most likely he just didn't know Ming Ye. Beiming told the master that this man was moving strangely. Most likely he is measuring the distance and calculating something. Our hero said it doesn't matter. Xiao Jian at the same moment began to gallop all over the field, not allowing himself to be detected. Then he began to fly at our hero from behind and is preparing to attack. For himself, he already understood that the target had been destroyed. As soon as he landed, the guy looked at his dagger, but he didn't understand why there wasn't a drop of blood on it. Ming Ye told the guy that most likely he was very happy after killing the illusory shadow. Without allowing Xiao Jian to say a word, our hero sent him flying with one swing of his sword. Tianhua Lu was perplexed that a rank 9 warrior could deal with a rank 4 warrior in just one move. This guy is very strong. Our hero, meanwhile, used a killer foot technique, the lightning flash. He ran after Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian tried to at least oppose his opponent with something, and out of desperation, used hidden aerial techniques. Ming Ye parried this attack without much trouble and continued to run forward while still looking into his opponent's eyes. His own projectile was reflected and flew straight into Xiao Jian's mouth. He was startled by his own attack. The guy fell to the ground and began to dry out literally before our eyes. Our hero approached him. He said that he can read any movement, and he even knows about playing with poison in his mouth. Whether he can survive depends on how strong his poison was. Within a moment, the guy fell dead. People were horrified by how strong Xiao Jian's poison was. This guy was very cruel. It was good that his opponent was Ming Ye, otherwise the other person might have died. Shen Shuzhong laughed and told leader Lu that he was looking into the water, because they really needed to prepare a coffin, but only for their follower. Tianhua Lu was very angry. Looking at the leader of the Red Sun sect, the man said that he was rejoicing too early. The presenter looked in horror at this disgusting sight and asked to remove it. After that, she said that the winner of this round is Ming Ye. The next round will be Lan Su versus Yuanjin Ren from the Ren family. Meanwhile, the girl walked towards Ming Ye. She asked if he was okay. That guy he fought was incredibly terrifying. The hero said that there is not a scratch on him, but now it's her turn. She needs to be careful, and if she feels she can't win, it's better to give up. The girl smiled and said that she was not a helpless girl who was only counting on his protection. As soon as Lan Su entered the ring, the entire crowd started screaming in disbelief and saying that they didn't know that the Red Sun sect had such beautiful followers. The girl, looking at her opponent, tried to understand where she saw him or who he reminded her of. The guy asked if he reminded her of someone. His brother Yuangui Ren was sentenced to 1,000 lashes, and all because of her. Yuanjin Ren licked his lips and said that she would pay for this with her body. The girl said that Yuangui Ren was a freak who killed innocent people without mercy. She asked in bewilderment, is he really going to take revenge for this idiot himself? Yuanjin Ren said that he is now more concerned about other things than this. The guy smiled and told him to let him look up her skirt, and then they would talk about revenge. As he had planned, the skirt rose, and the entire crowd was extremely happy about this event. Yuanjin Ren enjoyed what he did, but the girl used the frost to stop the air. As soon as she landed, she immediately asked if this was the path he had chosen. Yuanjin Ren was surprised that the girl managed to stop the attack with cold air. This young beauty is very smart. The guy rushed out of his seat and said that in this case, he would lift up her skirt with his own hands. Unexpectedly, Lan Su used an ice strike and was behind the man in a few moments. As a result, the arrogant pervert Yuanjin Ren was frozen, and the battle was almost over. The girl ran up to her opponent and again began to assemble a powerful attack. Within a moment, she hit him with all her might, and with that, she knocked him out of the ice and sent him flying. Lying on the ground, Yuanjin Ren only said in horror how cold he was. Yuan Ren understood that his internal organs were damaged, and it would most likely take months to recover. Pillars, he heard a strange voice approaching. The guy asked people to step aside and let him pass. It was Ming Ye who finally walked out of the crowd, but much to his horror, he tripped and began to lose his balance. But fortunately for him, he fell on Yuanjin Ren and thereby softened his fall. Yuan Ren was incredibly angry and was at a loss for words. Ming Ye has disturbed his family too often. The guy stood up and embarrassedly said that he didn't understand how this could happen. He just picked it up and accidentally fell. He was careless. They don't hold a grudge against him, do they? One of the guys glanced at Yuanjin Ren. To his horror, he discovered that Yuanjin Ren's internal organs had been completely destroyed by this kid's butt. He understood that Yuanjin Ren would have to lie in bed for at least 7 to 8 years. An enraged Yuan Ren asked Ming Ye to stop pretending. He can't think like the Ren family won't touch him. Our hero said that Yuanjin Ren is not a good person. If he takes this matter seriously, they can't even imagine how many people from their family will go to prison. The man screamed in horror, saying that some pathetic martial artist was threatening the martial arts master. Looks like he doesn't lack courage. The sheriff at this moment reminded that an important competition was taking place, so they should sort out their problems elsewhere. Ming Ye said that if the sheriff himself said so, then he would back down. Besides, there is no need to accompany him. He will leave on his own. Yuan Ren tried to calm down. Hao Yan is only here to observe the competition, so there is no need to touch him. Hao Yan breathed a sigh of relief. If something happened to the girl on the battlefield, he would not be able to look into Brother Ye's eyes. The girl laughed and said that Ming Ye was behaving worse and worse every day. The presenter said that the first round of the competition was over. 45 participants advanced to the next round, so the second round begins now. Ridian Zhao had to fight against Guang Lang from the Scorching Sun sect in this round. The crowd began to shout in disbelief. They said that this round would be for Guang Lang. Tianhua Lu told the guy that he is the strongest disciple of the Scorching Sun. No warrior can defeat him. Pointing at Ming Ye, he told Guang Lang that this guy was now his target. He deserved no mercy and he must kill him. Guang Lang bowed to the master and said that he would carry out the leader's will. The action moves to the ring. Ridian Zhao, looking at his opponent, said that he looks quite strong. In any case, it will allow him to feel how great Ridian Zhao is. At this moment, Guang Lang silently passed by Ridian Zhao, and he asked in bewilderment what was going on. The guy approached our hero and said that he dealt with Zhao Jian, being a 9th rank warrior. This is impressive. To this he added that he is still weak to compete with him. If not for the will of the leader, he would not even be worthy to enter the same ring with him. Ming Ye said in response that there are enough people stronger than him, but he is not one of them. Guang Lang was amazed at how smug the guy spoke. He promised him that he would soon pay for everything, including for insulting the Scorching Sun sect. At this moment, Ridian Zhao grabbed Guang Lang's shoulder and asked how dare he not take him seriously. Guang Lang began to swing his arms and, in bewilderment, asked if he thought the guy was worthy of his attention. At this moment, Guang Lang and Ridian Zhao's fists collided. Ridian Zhao felt how strong his opponent was. This guy's strength was beyond all limits. Lan Su told our hero that this guy is very strong, and he is not just another braggart. Ming Ye said that he would not run away from the battlefield, and there was no need to worry about him. The girl said that if he comes out last in this stage, then he should eat well and rest. Ming Ye started eating and telling Lan Su that she really knew better than anyone what he needed. The crowd, meanwhile, screamed at the top of their lungs and asked Guang Lang to finally kill this Ridian Zhao. His title is a disgrace. At that moment, people heard some alluring smell and began to look around in bewilderment. They noticed that Ming Ye was eating during the competition. This is the meat of a level 5 monster. Half a kilo of such meat costs 5 battle coins and cannot be bought in their area. The smell alone is worth it. People were more interested in watching than in the competition. Guang Lang and Ridian Zhao, meanwhile, continued to fight. Guang Lang turned around at that moment and, in bewilderment, discovered that Ming Ye did not take him seriously at all. At this moment, Ridian Zhao hit the guy in the face and asked where he was staring. He asked how dare Guanglang get distracted while fighting him. Guanglang became incredibly angry, telling Ridian Zhao that he was incredible trash. How dare he hit him? The guy clenched his fists and said that Ridian Zhao was most likely looking for his death. He used his fists and flew towards the Red Sun sect guy. Ridian Zhao understood that this guy was too fast, and he couldn't easily dodge. He can only parry his blow. In any case, the blow was strong. Even having reflected it, the guy flew out of the ring. Ridian Zhao flew perfectly towards our hero, who was eating at that time. He asked Ming Ye to run away from here, because that guy filled his body with his qi. He might get hurt if he doesn't dodge. Our hero used the yin-yang small barrier, wave kick technique, and illusory step. At this moment, a hand came out from the array and grabbed Ridian Zhao. A moment later, the guy landed on the ground and realized that all of his opponent's qi had evaporated. The crowd asked in bewilderment what kind of technique this was. They had never seen this before, but in any case, Ming Ye's technique and battle coins would not help. Ridian Zhao thanked our hero, saying that it was a wonderful barrier. The guy suggested that he change his name to Ridian Ye. Ming Ye smiled and said that this name was not suitable for him. If he wants, he can call him Wudi Ye. At this moment, the two guys behind our hero laughed and asked how dare he call himself Wudi Ye. A weakling like him dare not brag. The guy then introduced himself. He is Zhongyuan Zheng from the Violet Space Sect, and this is his friend from the Thunder Wind, Lu Wei. Ridian Zhao told our hero that these two are respected followers of their sects. Ming Ye said that they looked impudent, and Ridian Zhao said that he didn't know anything. These two sects, after joining, began to join them from time to time. Because the Red Sun sect is one of the weakest, the strength of their followers is inferior to them, so they humiliated them. Even the first followers of the sect were injured at their hands. They are unable to cope with them. Ming Ye asked why the elder did nothing. Shen Shuzhong at this moment told Ming Ye that the Violet Space Sect people from the Thunder Wind sect were doing terrible things to their followers. Therefore, he wants Ming Ye to deal with them. He can handle it, right? Our hero smiled and said that everything would be much simpler than he thought. Meanwhile, the presenter announced the participants in the second round. It was supposed to be Lan Guang, and also, Ming Ye grabbed her shoulder. The girl said in bewilderment that it was not his turn now. Our hero apologized and said that he wanted to change the rules a little. The sheriff said he doesn't understand what's going on, but if no one objects, then he objects too. Ming Ye asked to stop being a fool because for all sects, only he is their goal. If so, why waste time? He will deal with everyone himself and become the winner. The whole crowd started laughing. How is he going to fight them alone? Guanglang alone will beat him to death. This guy, meanwhile, was just happy after all. This boy wanted to die early. The guys said that they were joking, but he was so ingrained. The guy said that when he heard that they were the first in their sects, he became dumb with fear. Shen Shuzhong. Of course I was very surprised. This is not what he meant by confrontation. Even if he is stronger than Guanglang, this does not mean that he can cope with everyone. Lan Su, in turn, thought that Ming Ye had a plan, so she would believe in it to the last. Our hero, meanwhile, asked whether the heads of the sects agreed to his proposal. Tianhua Lu laughed and said that if he is so confident in himself, then they will give him a chance. If he beats all the people, then Tian's resources will go to the Red Sun sect. Ming Ye smiled and turned to the sheriff. He asked what he thought about this. Hao Yan understood that although this all sounded reckless, if it was brother Ming Ye himself who proposed it, then he had an ace up his sleeve. The sheriff said the rules have changed. If Ming Ye of the Red Sun sect defeats all opponents, then all the resources will go to the Red Sun sect. Immediately, all the guys jumped up and began asking to fight with Ming Ye, saying that if he loses, it will take a lot of strength because he is only a 9th rank warrior. Ming Ye calmed them down a little and asked them not to rush to fight. He needs a little time to prepare. People started laughing. Was he really scared? Why not just fall on your knees and bow at their feet? The guy said that his weapon was of too high a rank to be used in competitions, and the steel sword that he had recently bought was too light and inconvenient. He smiled and said that he needed to get another weapon for the battle. Our hero activated the yin-yang small killing barrier and summoned a breaking point. People looked at him in bewilderment and said that it looked like he had decided to cut the earth. but still they did not understand what he wanted to do. Ming Ye cut a circle in the ground, then hit it with his hand to grab a hold and began to pull it up. A moment later, a huge column emerged from the ground. Ming Ye grabbed it and told all his opponents that he was ready so they could start. Most of them immediately turned around and began to run away in horror, at the same time asking our hero not to touch him. Ming Ye swung the column to check and demolished all the cowards. The remaining people were in shock because most likely the bones of their comrades were broken. Our hero then put the column on his shoulder and asked who is next. Tianhua Lu told his disciple that the guy's strength was about 50,000 kilograms. What is he thinking? Guanglang said that this guy is just showing off. At this moment, Zhong Yuanzhang landed in the ring and said that the guy was just a little stronger than them, but he was acting so arrogant. Tearing off his cloak, the guy asked if he really thought that by taking a piece of stone, he became invincible. The guy ran forward and said that using such a heavy weapon, he wouldn't even be able to touch it. At that same moment, our hero hit Zhong Yuanzhang like a tennis ball. Lu Wei saw how confidently his comrade was flying towards him and decided that something needed to be done. The guy used a thunderstorm windshield in the hope that at least he would remain unharmed. Unfortunately for him, the speed was so strong that it penetrated his shield and knocked the guy off his feet. A moment later, both guys, who were the best representatives of their sex, lay unconscious. People were perplexed. Storm Windshield is a level 5 defense technique that is not easy to destroy. They could not understand what kind of destructive power the guy had. Our hero said that this column weighs only about 40,000 kilograms. Its weight is almost not felt. He has no idea why they thought he had to be slow. At this moment, Yansu from the Blazing Sun entered the ring, and he is here to take the worthless life of Ming Ye. The guy began to jump incredibly quickly across the battlefield, not letting anyone know where he was. The crowd, judging by the shadows, immediately determined that this guy was Yansu. His technique is the art of void shadows. Even the elders cannot follow his movements. Ming Ye, meanwhile, stood motionless and watched his opponent. People laughed and said that the guy was probably very scared. They asked Brother Yansu to finally teach this idiot a lesson. Our hero, meanwhile, asked Yansu if he really decided to play catch-up with him. Having said that the guy was not bad, at that very moment he crushed him with a column like an ordinary midge. Yansu said that this is simply impossible. How could he find the real one and hit him? Ming Ye said that a bunch of illusions are just standing there. His technique is much worse than the illusory step. The guy said that if he was so eager to take his life, it was worth thinking about the consequences in case of failure. Our hero hit the ground with all his might, hoping to kill this insolent man. To the surprise of our hero, Guanglang grabbed the column and did not let that guy die. A moment later, the guy used an explosion and destroyed the column into smithereens, and he pushed Ming Ye back. The crowd cheered with happiness. Finally, Guanglang will show its true strength. They had no doubt about his victory. Guanglang recognized our hero's strength and said that he was worthy to be his opponent. The guy admitted that his weapon matches the power, but he will destroy him and his weapon. Let the fight begin. Ridian Zhao said that Guanglang is very strong, and although physically he is not as strong, our hero does not become weaker from this. Lan Su understood that her boyfriend was in trouble. Shen Chuzhong told Biaofu that even though Ming Ye didn't have time to break through, he couldn't meet his death so easily. If something goes wrong, the safety of the sect members must be ensured. Guanglang, meanwhile, continued to mock and ask who? Is there Invincible Yi? He'll let him brush it off. People didn't understand why the guy didn't attack. Was he really scared, or had he spent all his strength on his previous opponents? Guanglang also didn't understand why he froze. Is it true that your strength has run out? Ming Ye said thoughtfully at this moment that that's not the point. He just realized now that he doesn't know how to pretend to be strong and admire himself so well. Guanglang completely enraged our hero, so he himself went on the attack. The guy swung his sword and hit the ground. Ming Ye dodged this attack without much trouble. Our hero said in surprise that his sword seemed to be of high rank. Aren't such weapons prohibited in competition? Guanglang said that the destructive power of his stone pillar is no less than a high-level weapon, so there is no need to talk about it here. Ming Ye, in this case, decided not to restrain himself and finally took out his favorite dragon armor sword. As soon as the guy defended himself from Guanglang's attack, he struck back with a crushing blow. The entire crowd screamed in disbelief. Brother Ming Ye's sword is a first-class weapon that he obtained from the ruins. The guy is really strong. Tianhua Lu was also surprised that the guy was able to stop his student's blow. Either way, it will soon open, and Guanglang will immediately end the fight. Guanglang, as soon as they met face-to-face with a sword, laughed, telling our hero that he was using a sword but did not know how to use it. He asked if Ming Ye really only improves his physical fitness. The guy was silent. Guanglang swung his sword and pushed his opponent back. He said that today he would show him what swordsmanship was. At the same moment, the guy used the thunderblade, cut and hit the ground. A crushing wave passed across the entire ring and split it, but our hero, of course, was able to dodge. Beiming said that thanks to the art of Tai Yi, the master can see all the movements and winning is not so difficult. Why then waste time? The guy said that he finally managed to meet someone who also wields a heavy sword, so this is good training. Our hero at that moment said, "The universe created two things, yin and yang, that endlessly replace each other." Lan Su looked at the seal that appeared behind Ming Ye in bewilderment. She decided that this must be some kind of sword technique. Shenshu Zhong knew what it was. This is the teaching of yin-yang, the sword technique of Liang Li. The guy was just using his opponent to practice swordsmanship. At this moment, Guanglang launched an attack on our hero, but he repelled his attacks over and over again. The crowd was surprised that they had already crossed blades 300 times and were not tired. Ming Ye easily dodges every blow as if predicting Guanglang's movements. Tianhua Lu said that this cannot be, because the guy does not know a single sword technique. How can he hold on for so long? Moreover, his movements are becoming more and more graceful. As soon as the man realized what was happening, he ordered his student to destroy this kid. Guanglang, continuing to attack our hero with great onslaught, asked him in bewilderment how he dares to train on him. Our hero laughed and said that he somehow thought of this too late. These words made the guy incredibly angry, so he decided to use all his power. Ming Ye in turn swung his sword and used the yin-yang art technique. Guanglang, meanwhile, used the scorching sun sword technique. His devastating blow was supposed to destroy our hero to smithereens. Guanglang landed and passed through Ming Ye. There was only a bright flash of light across the entire field. The crowd began to shout in disbelief that they were expecting something powerful instead of the usual flash of light. "This is his worst move!" Tianhua Lu said that they are all idiots, because the strongest techniques are always simple. The man began to call his student. Our hero interrupted him at that moment and said that the guy had lost. He pushed Guanglang's immobilized body and he fell to the ground. Ming Ye said that he would spare his life so that he could look into the eyes of the head of his sect, but his next opponent might not be so lucky. Who else wants to fight? Tianhua Lu was surprised that the guy defeated his student. He is no less talented than the followers of the sacred lands. In addition, he saved Guanglang's life and gave him a choice. The man turned around at this moment and said that the Scorching Sun sect was admitting defeat. Ming Ye shouted in bewilderment and asked what about the other sects. Will anyone else fight? At this moment, all the sects began to say that they were admitting defeat. In this case, the presenter proudly announced that Ming Ye from the Red Sun wins, and according to the rules of the competition, all the resources of the Tianyi sect go to the Red Sun sect. Yuan Rei was incredibly angry at this guy. They can't control the situation. Tianhua Lu said that he was right, but it was better to just not run into them. Shenshu Zhong at that moment told our hero to take Lan Su with him and go to the main hall. The guy said it was time to visit the secret cave of the Red Sun. Ming Ye said that he would inform her right away. Guang Sun, meanwhile, called his son and asked how he was doing. Bohu Sun said that people had already been gathered into the Scorching Sun sect. When father returns, they will begin. The man understood that if it weren't for this freak, he would have become the leader of the sect, but this time there would be no mercy. The action moves to the main hall of the Red Sword sect, where the head of the sect was already waiting for the guys. Shenshu Zhong told our hero and Lan Su that they were the most outstanding followers of their sect. The cave contains many valuable resources for them to cultivate. Then the man added that only the two of them would go there. Other followers simply lacked the skills to be there. Ming Ye understood that in this case, they were pioneers, which meant that the resources were untouched and they could take anything from there. Lan Su was happy. As she previously thought, the master is trying to give them the best. Our hero at this moment asked the head why they had not yet eliminated Elder Guangsun, despite the fact that he was potentially dangerous. Shenshu Zhong replied that he was not that strong. Bohu's son is his son, can become the emperor's son, and cannot be touched. Once the guy enters the academy, there will be no threats. He then added that once Ming Ye grew even bigger, Guangsun would become nothing at all for him. Ming Ye still understood that it was better to take drastic measures than to warm the snake on his chest. He feels that Guangsun will become a big problem later. The great elder said at this moment that the caves of the Red Sun sect were connected to each other. Are they ready? After that, the old man waved his hand, and a luminous seal appeared under the guy's feet. After some time, our guys found themselves in the caves of the Red Sun sect. Ming Ye was surprised that these were the Red Sun caves. It is like the second level of the River of Spirits. There is no moon, no sun. The girl said that this is a cave of the Tai Yi sect. There are no territorial divisions here. The difference between the caves is because they were created by different people. Ming Ye was surprised that she knew so much. The girl said that as a child, she often went with her father to the master of the sacred lands. That's where she learned everything. At that moment, she reached out her hand to Ming Ye and said that if he wanted to know more about her, then she could. At this point, our hero said that he knew it was for his safety. But it's better not to rush. When she wants, then she will say. The guy said that this time they are not surrounded by enemies like in the secret valley, and there is plenty of time, so they can walk around a little. Shenshu Zhong, meanwhile, told the great elder that no one would believe that their cave did not recognize them, and therefore they could not control it. The man said that this cave was built in the ancient times of the Red Sun sect, specifically for the training of warrior followers, so only they are allowed to enter. The great elder added that in those years, the cave did not even recognize such powerful ones as Shenshu Zhong and Fengxian Gao. The guy said that he had come to terms with this, but in 200 years she had not recognized anyone from the Red Sun sect. In any case, he believes that the guys will succeed. He hoped that the cave would recognize them, and they would be able to use its resources. Meanwhile, the action moves to the garden where the people Bohu's son told his father about were gathering. He introduced 3 people and said that these were the same followers of Jiang Qi from the sacred land. They are the best of the best. Guangsun added that this is quite good. He can feel their qi. Each of them is stronger than Guanglang, which means Ming Ye definitely cannot cope with them. The guy shouted to Xiangfei, Tusheng, and Dingbo that their father would soon take them to the Red Sun Cave. They can gather all the resources they have, but there is one requirement. They are obliged to kill the 2 people they meet in the cave, Lan Su and Ming Ye from the Red Sun sect. One of them asked, when did the Jiang Qi people lose? All they were interested in now was how to get into the cave and whether the sect leader was opening it. The man at this moment said that the fantastic Foresight sect had not explored the cave. Guangsun discovered another entrance there and only he knows about it. Saying that time was running out and that it was time for them to act, Guangsun sent the 3 warriors into the cave. Once they were gone, Bohu's son asked Yuan Ke if they could win. After all, several authoritative elders are planning to make them their successors. If anything happens to them, then The guy told him to calm down. At a minimum, they already outnumber them. Ming Ye will definitely die today. Meanwhile, our guys continued to explore the cave, and the Great Spirit appeared before them. Our hero was glad that they found at least something. He asked the spirit if he was in charge here. The man said that he is the owner of the Red Sun Cave. It is under his control, and he is responsible for conducting their exam. Beiming told the master that the caves have a main spirit, the owner of souls. Souls have their own consciousness. There was one in the magical district too. The spirit at that moment said that if they wanted to enter the cave, they would have to pass a test. They need to wait until everyone is gathered, and they will begin. Ming Ye shouted in disbelief and asked, is there really someone else here? Lan Su also said that no one should be here. At this moment, 3 Guangsun assassins were walking towards them. They felt that the level of this cave was not high, but there should be a lot of good things here. Ming Ye, as soon as he heard someone else's voice, turned and asked who they were and why they were here. Xiangfei introduced himself and said that behind him were Tusheng and Dingbo. They are followers of Jiang Qi. The guy said that they are much stronger than them, the little worthless brats. At this moment, One of them looked at Lan Su and said that she was very beautiful. So now it is clear why Bohu's son wants to see her alive. Tu Sheng asked if the guy would get angry if they played with her a little. Dingbo said that this guy is an ordinary follower, so even their future will be more promising. They continued to say dirty things, but at that moment, the girl got tired of putting up with it and started screaming at them. Lan Su stopped our hero and told her not to waste her nerves because they are already dead. The great spirit of the cave at that moment said that all the participants had arrived, which means the test was beginning. Taking a look at Mingye, he said that he has average qualities, huge potential. It certainly passes. Xiang Fei was perplexed that the guy was on the same level with them. At this moment, Dingbo completely corrected it, because they have average potential and he has huge potential. The spirit then scanned Lan Su and said that she had a legendary divine body, as well as great potential. She also passes. Our hero thought, she has a legendary body and the same potential as him. Is the legendary divine body really not the limit? Beiming said that this is far from the peak. Its level can be upgraded to spiritual. The main thing for owners of such a body is not to die young. Mingye understood that with the help of the legendary divine body it was possible. To become a martial arts god, heaven will definitely help them. Xiang Fei started laughing madly at this moment. He didn't think that they would ever meet the legendary divine body, but they had finally met its owner. Tu Sheng said that he had never seen such a thing, and did not expect them to meet her like this. They are very lucky. Xiang Fei turned around and said that they would not tolerate anyone having sole ownership of Lan Su, so it was better not to quarrel over the girl. The guys started saying that by using one at a time, the effect of the divine body would be much better. Lan Su was incredibly angry because the freaks kept saying dirty things that she didn't want to hear. Our hero at that moment took her hand and asked her not to pay attention, because these were their last words. The spirit of the cave suddenly waved his hand and said that he would take them to the territory of the evil spirits, where they would face the demons. If they hold out there for a month, then they have passed the test. If they don't hold out, they will die there. Xiang Fei was a little scared that they were going to the territory of evil spirits. Tu Sheng said that they don't even know what level this territory is. Mingye smiled at them and said that most likely God had prepared more than just a divine legendary body for them. After some time, the guys found themselves in the territory of evil spirits. There were demons flying around here in the area. One of them immediately flew into Tu Sheng's back and began to absorb his consciousness. Xiang Fei put a talisman on his head and told everyone to resist. They must not let these demons possess them. Our hero at that moment realized that it was better not to joke with this, and immediately activated the demonic power. As soon as they were transported here, demonic power burst out and absorbed all the demons. Beiming said that the village master was much higher than these low-level demons. By absorbing their power, the master will be able to break through. Our hero then turned to Lan Su and asked if she was okay. The girl smiled and said that the demons were afraid and did not approach her. Of course it was because of her body, so no one would dare to approach her. But those guys have a hard time. Tu Sheng is possessed by a demon, and Xiang Fei helps him dispel the demonic energy. Only Dingbo was left able to fight, which meant that he had a good opportunity. Grabbing his sword, the guy asked how they dared to attack him. Apparently they don't see the difference between their sect and the Holy Land. Dingbo swung his sword and used a triple lightning blade strike to hit our hero. Their powers and auras collided. The battle was equal, which means they could not hit each other. Until this day, Mingye had never met such trained people who were able to fight him. Dingbo, meanwhile, also didn't understand how a 9th-level warrior could be so strong. His hands even began to tremble. Suddenly, terrible sounds began to be heard from the smoke, which served as a huge wall. A moment later, the smoke cleared, and Dingbo screamed in horror, saying that they were demon beasts. Lan Su said that they only came here because they heard the sound of battle. They need to go hide somewhere. The worst thing is that demons love to subjugate human consciousness. For them, people are just food. In addition, they are quite smart, because some attack the spirit, while others attack the human body. Beiming said that these demon beasts are equal to level 5 warriors. She also believed that the master needed to hide. The guys decided to run away, but Mingye was upset because he had a good opportunity to kill those freaks. Then it will not be so easy to do. Xiang Fei, meanwhile, was thinking the same thing. He didn't expect so many demon beasts to come. They also decided to flee from here. At this time, our heroes were running away from the demon beasts as fast as they could. Two of them began to confidently catch up with our heroes. Something had to be done in this case. Ming-Ye grabbed his dragon scale sword and cut down the two monsters without any problem. But unexpectedly for him, the guy was attacked by another monster, which Ming-Ye did not have time to notice. Also at this moment, Lan Su used an ice blow and thereby saved our hero from death. Ming-Ye thanked the girl, saying that if it weren't for her, he would have died 100%. Lan Su at that moment told the guy that running away is not always right. The longer they run, the more demon beasts run after them. Our hero said that these creatures are very fast. Running is definitely not an option. But they won't be able to kill everyone, because there are too many of them. Beiming at that moment approached the master and said that there were also demons underground. Our hero immediately pushed Lan Su, saying that she needed to dodge as quickly as possible. Immediately after this, a huge worm crawled out of the ground and managed to touch Ming-Ye's hand. The guy was pretty well wounded, which Lan Su did not tolerate. The girl grabbed her ice dagger and attacked the monster, telling him to die quickly. A moment later, the giant skull began to become covered with ice, which only meant its imminent death. The girl immediately approached Ming-Ye and asked how he was feeling. Either way, she can cure him. Our hero said that it is not deep, they cannot stay here, so they need to look for shelter. Beiming said that it was too late, because the demon beasts were already catching up with them. They also attracted the attention of nearby demons. This only meant that they were not completely surrounded. The spirit said that the wound has already begun to rot. If nothing is done, it will become even larger. At that moment, all the demons seemed to go mad and began to run together towards our heroes. Beiming said their business is bad. They all run towards them together because they want to kill them. Ming-Ye said that it sucks, because he is not going to lose his life here. Suddenly, Lan Su screamed and told all the monsters to stop and not dare to touch them. Ming-Ye noticed that they had indeed stopped. Apparently, the power of the legendary body is truly great. The girl was incredibly angry. She told every spirit that as long as she was here, no one would dare touch her boyfriend. The legendary divine body is one of the rarest avatars in this world, which can only appear in girls. Compared to other avatars, the legendary divine body will not help in battle. He has another ability, repelling dirt. It helps cleanse qi in the body. Consequently, a person cultivates faster. If an ordinary warrior is helped by such a person, then he can become a saint of martial arts. Therefore, all talents will try to conquer the person with the legendary body. This person's strength is directly opposite to that of the demon beasts. Due to the cleansing effect of the body, the beasts cannot resist it. The only downside is that the girl's level is low. She can only intimidate the demon beasts, but she also wastes energy on this. She won't last long. Lan Su said that her energy is draining very quickly. When time runs out, the monsters will attack them again. This means that our hero needs to recover. Our hero said that she was stupid, because if she spent all her energy, she would become very weak and thus they would slow down. The guy knew that if they continued to run, they could attract even more demons, and then they would die from fatigue. In the worst-case scenario, powerful demon beasts may come. That is, if they make even more noise, they will attract even more attention. In this case, they have only one way left. Ming-Ye said that before he is consumed by the demonic energy, he will kill everyone. The guy activated the battle coins. Now he can only use 20 of these coins. In any case, you can use the girl's power and show the monsters what they are capable of. It is impossible for any of them to survive. Our hero asked Beiming to give him the coordinates of all the demon beasts and not miss a single one. The girl said that they are from all sides. The farthest are 300 meters in the east and are now running here. It looks like they also want to profit from people. Ming-Ye launched the battle coins into the air and said that he would happily feed them now. The guy, as soon as he tossed all the battle coins, realized that he needed to put all his strength into the array. Lan Su understood that Ming-Ye was creating an array. She asked if she could help. The guy told her to continue holding back the monsters, but he needed time. 2 minutes later, our hero could not help but admit that creating an array is very expensive. He used 30 pills, but his qi is not enough. Beiming told the master that usually, when creating an array, high-level soul stones, animal bones, and other materials are used, otherwise too much qi is needed. Ming-Ye realized that he did not have time to gather resources. He needs to create the array in the remaining 3 minutes. Half a minute later, the huge array was finally created. It surrounded all the demon beasts. Mingye immediately asked the girl to channel all of her qi into his body. Lan Su said that she understood him. The girl approached him and kissed him on the lips, after which the array began to emit an incredible amount of energy. As soon as the monsters realized that the girl was no longer holding them back, they ran to attack. Unfortunately for them, our hero was already ready to use the array to kill Yin Yang. The guy touched his finger to the ground. A moment later, the sacred array was launched, and all the beasts flew into the air and were destroyed. After some more time, most of the demons were destroyed. Our hero looked very tired. Lan Su approached him and said that his early growth was increasing. She will cure him now. Mingye, meanwhile, was happy that he had destroyed all these creatures. Suddenly something scared the girl, and she looked up to understand what was happening. In the sky, she saw incredible energy emanating from those slain demon beasts. Beiming, looking at this, said that everything was bad because the master had absorbed too many qi demons. Lan Su pointed her sword at the evil energy and told it to attack. Although she understood that she had spent all her qi, but thanks to her body, she was confident in what they would put up. Suddenly, all the energy began to fly forward and literally pass through the girl. Turning around, she realized in horror that the target was not her, but Mingye. Mingye was still conscious, but the pain was incredible. Plus, it was very disgusting. The guy said that low-grade demonic qi, compared to what was before, is just nothing. Our hero at some point suppressed all this evil power and said that they were weaklings. Lan Su was perplexed that the guy was absorbing and purifying demonic qi. His power is rapidly increasing. Looking at Mingye, she wanted to understand what technique he uses to refine demonic qi. The spirit at that moment said that the master would break through. 8th, 6th, 4th. Our hero then stood up and said that he was a rank 3 martial artist. Mingye said that although the qi of several hundred beasts is unpleasant, their strength is not bad. In any case, he did not expect that he would be able to break through to the 3rd rank. Lan Su asked the guy in bewilderment if he was okay. Our hero said and that everything is fine. The last time he absorbed the power of the demon god, he spent 49 days. This time, everything went much faster. Beiming asked if he would tell her. Mingye replied that he and she are already one, so he doesn't want to hide anything from her. As a result, Mingye told the girl about all his adventures, including about the divine cloak and about Qian Pengji. Mingye took out Beiming after a while and told her to get acquainted with her. Lan Su was amazed at how small she was. The girl caught her breath and began to hug her, and the guy asked in bewilderment why she was not at all surprised. Lan Su said that she knew his adventures, but did not think they were so unusual. She was glad that he had Beiming because with her, he has a great future. She hugged our hero and said that she was very glad that he told her everything. This is a big step for her. At that moment, she said that she wanted to tell him about herself after he took first place on the list of dragons, but decided that it was time to tell him. The girl said that her real name was actually Yuling Zhao. Lan Su is just a pseudonym. Mingye told her that both names are good, so he will continue to call her Lan Su. The girl said that he could call her whatever he wanted, but now she will tell him something else. It's better to imagine it as a book story. During the reign of the Rose-Finch dynasty, the Yu family was a golden family. It flourished and produced 10 generals, 33 officials, and 6 marquises. Their ancestors were on good terms with the emperor of the Rose-Finch dynasty. A child of the Yu family could go to the Rose-Finch Dynasty Academy, one of the largest schools, and receive an excellent education there. A religious sect, sacred lands, nothing is impossible for them. When another era arrived, the Yu family wanted to take the throne for themselves, but the candidate they nominated could not take it. In just a few years, the 3 martial arts gods in the Yu family died in distant lands. 24 saints were either banished or mysteriously disappeared. During the reign of her great-grandfathers, the Yu family was in last place and eventually fell to the rank of Silver family. Since then, this family has been trying to regain its former glory. However, having lost the gods and martial arts saints, it is very difficult to climb out from the bottom. At this time, she and her cousin Lin Dai Yu were born. Her Kuzi got the body of charm. She always attracted any guys to her. But she has a naturally legendary divine body, which she can use to help her partner. To regain her former glory, the Yu family planned to marry her off to the heir of the Zhang dynasty. They wanted to marry Lin Dai-yu to the powerful Marquis Chang Zizai. Their families were rich and they were potential emperors. Power and money were what their family needed. Therefore, from childhood, they were raised by specially trained people. The family spent all their resources to lay the foundations for them. At 10 years old, if her uncle had not saved her, she would have simply been killed. She soon learned that Lin Dai-yu wanted to kill her. Ming Ye asked the girl in bewilderment why her cousin did this to her. The girl said that her body helps her companion to practice. But the girl's body steals not only the attention of men, but their qi. Lin Dai-yu, as soon as she learned that she would marry the heir of the dynasty, decided to kill her and marry him herself. Our hero was shocked by her words and asked, "Didn't her family get involved in this?" The girl said that Lin Dai-yu's father is the most authoritative elder of the family. Her parents are ordinary martial artists, so they would not go against the master of martial arts. Lan Su went through a lot of dangers. Soon her father died, and her mother began to become paranoid. As a result, she committed suicide and left her daughter alone. She knew that if she waited and did nothing, she would be killed sooner or later, so she ran away, changed her name, and joined the Red Sun sect. She wanted to become stronger. Ming Ye smiled at her and asked why she didn't marry the heir of the dynasty. Lan Su grabbed his ear and asked how he came up with such an idea. The guy immediately started laughing and saying that he was joking. The girl continued to say that when she was a child, she was engaged to Jiang Taishang, which is why she was afraid to communicate with Ming Ye. The guy said that he didn't care, and even if the emperor of the Rosefinch dynasty came for her, he wouldn't give her up. The girl sighed and asked if he even knew his abilities. Our hero said that although he is the heir of the Jian dynasty, he is still a human, and he does not have the legendary divine body. Lan Su said that he became a master of martial arts at the age of 20, and will soon become even stronger. They say he wants to found his own teaching and become a god. Ming Ye realized that this 20-year-old boy had become a master of martial arts. This means he is very strong. In any case, he clenched his fist and said that he was not a weakling either. He will definitely surpass this freak. Ming Ye at this moment asked what was wrong with her cousin. The girl said she didn't know. She and Marquis Chang do not have a marriage contract, so she is free. But now I understood that if Lin Dai-yu had an influential father, then why did they decide to engage Lan Su as the heir to the Jian dynasty and not her? The girl assumed that this was in order to transfer her avatar to Lin Dai-yu. How did she learn about the legendary divine body can be transferred to another? Ming Ye understood that that girl had thought of everything. She wanted to take Lan Su's avatar, kill her, and then marry Jiang Taishang, but she couldn't get far with charm alone. Lan Su said that this is exactly what was supposed to happen, so she ran away. In any case, it seems like someone is secretly helping her. Our hero said that after she joined the Red Sun sect, that person never appeared again. He was worried that this man was up to something. To himself, he thought that he had to become stronger. Otherwise, he would not be able to protect the girl from Jiang Taishang. Ming Ye asked Beiming if Qianpeng Ji had any information about the legendary body in his memory. The girl said no, and moreover, there is only one person with such a body. Lan Su. Our hero understood that those three freaks found out about the existence of the legendary divine body, which means that this news could spread. There's nothing he can do now. After some time, the guy asked if Lan Su had recovered. They already needed to move out. Ming Ye said that those demon beasts had beaten them up a lot, so he thinks that those guys' situation is no better. Meanwhile, the guys walked through the territory of evil spirits. They were no less battered than our heroes. Xiang Fei said that they finally escaped. Tu Sheng said that he had heard about the danger of this place, but he did not expect that things would be so bad. Ding Bo added that if it weren't for the artifact given by the master, they would have died. Xiang Fei suggested that if they were beaten so badly by the demons, then there was nothing left of Ming Ye. Tu Sheng didn't care about the boy. He felt sorry for the girl. Ding Bo at this moment said that he had heard a long time ago that the missing dynasty concubine Rose Finch had a legendary divine body. Isn't that her? Xiang Fei said that as soon as they return home, they will need to report to the imperial palace. Even if the girl died, they will receive a considerable reward. At that moment, an incomprehensible beam began to fly in their direction, which was not friendly. The guys dodged, and Xiang Fei immediately said that he did not expect them to survive. To this he added that using battle coins is a stupid thing to do. Our hero said that battle coins do use a lot of energy and leave a trace, but he can easily escape from them. After these words, Ming Ye and the girl began to throw battle coins at their killers. The entire battlefield was covered in explosions. They all dodged, but could not understand what was happening. Tu Sheng knew for sure that the guy knew that he would not defeat them with battle coins. Then why does he attack with them? Xiang Fei turned out to be the smartest. The guy immediately realized that they were using the coins to attract demon beasts. Ming Ye laughed at the fact that they only realized this now. In any case, it was too late. They were all already surrounded by demon beasts. The guys began to look around in horror. One of them began to say that Ming Ye had gone crazy because there were too many animals. They will die too. Our hero asked not to worry about them. After that, he turned to the girl and said that the rest was up to her. The girl used pure qi, which protected them from the demon beasts. Xiang Fei shouted that they were bastards. He knew that pure qi would scare away the demon beasts, which meant that the rest of them would attack them. Ming Ye said that since the beasts ran towards them, they can have a snack for now and look at the interesting sight. The girl added that relying only on their abilities, they would not have survived then. They clearly have an ace up their sleeve. Our hero said that he also thinks so, which is why he did not dare to fight them. The guys shouted that they were forced to take out their trump card. In any case, there will be no other opportunity because they were already attacked by monsters. Tu Sheng defended himself with all his might and said that there were too many monsters. He asked Xiang Fei to use what the elder gave them. The guy screamed and said that what Ming Ye and the girl did was stupid, if they really wanted to kill them with the help of demons. He took out the talismans and said that he would now show them the difference between them. At this moment, he activated the Thousand Swords Talisman. The girl was perplexed by this. The Thousand Swords Talisman is a killer array and not easy to get. The girl said that these guys are not ordinary Jiangqi students. Meanwhile, swords began to rapidly fall from the sky to the ground. Xiang Fei laughed, saying that he killed all the creatures in a matter of seconds. Now it's their turn. Ming Ye realized that he needed a ton of qi, as well as 30 pills, to destroy all the demon beasts. They, in turn, destroyed everyone using only one talisman. There was no one left on the battlefield except them. Our hero understood that if they had used this array on them, they would definitely not have survived. Xiang Fei said that because of them, he experienced too many difficulties and spent the last 1,000 sword talisman. They will answer for this. Ming Ye said that they had a misunderstanding because they are the prey now. Deciding that the guy wanted death, Dingbo used a shadow step and went on the attack. Lan Su at that moment used the lightning step that she had learned and defended herself from the guy's blow. At this moment, Tu Sheng and Xiang Fei used the shadow snake strike together and attacked our hero. The guy miraculously dodged thanks to his lightning-fast step. Without it, he could have suffered greatly. Ming Ye decided to hit them with their own physical attack in response. If he puts all his power into his right hand, he can deliver a powerful blow weighing several tons. At that moment, our hero swung and his sword flew towards the guys, who were terrified of the upcoming blow. Ming Ye hit the ground, and the explosion that caused the impact destroyed most of the battlefield. Having flown to the ground, Xiang Fei asked in bewilderment where this guy got such strength. Tu Sheng said at that moment that when we last met, he was a 9th-level warrior, and now he was already a 3rd-level warrior. Our hero clenched his sword and asked if these were their last words. The guys grabbed their sword and went on the attack, saying that they were followers of the sacred lands. There is no way they will lose to an ordinary warrior. Ming Ye used the same sword technique and said that they had already lost. Saying that he was now taking them on their final journey, the guy made a jerk and only one swing of his sword. The guy used a white qi blade which cut Tu Sheng and Xiang Fei into two. Dingbo was horrified as soon as he saw his brothers fall to the ground dead. Taking advantage of this moment, Lan Su attacked the guy with her sword and used her ice skill. The girl said that he shouldn't be distracted when he's fighting someone to the death. The guy was completely covered in ice. A moment later, he fell to the ground and fell into pieces. Lan Su approached our hero and said that this is Dingbo's spatial storage. She asked if he took the other vaults. The guy said that the first thing he did was kill them. He's a good pickpocket. After that, he showed her what treasures he had taken from them. So he thought all the spatial storages turned out to be of a high level. Roughly speaking, they contain about 50,000 battle coins, which is a pretty good reward. You only have a month left to live here and pass the test. A month later, our heroes have finally left the territory of evil spirits. The spirit of the cave congratulated them on successfully passing the test. Now they had entered the real cave of the Red Sun sect. The hero was surprised at how beautiful it was here. There is a colossal difference between this place and that empty, gloomy land in which they were. The spirit also held out 2 red sun passes. Thanks to him, they can leave a mark here and teleport here at any time. He told them to place the pass on their forehead and link it to their chi. You can find all your training resources here. These things are enough for the entire sect. Martial arts gods are very rich. The guy said that if they are in different places and want to see each other, then they need to teleport here. Lan Su replied that it was easy to say. To create a portal, you need 50 battle coins. Ming Ye said that he would come here to train anyway. The girl replied that she needed to inform the master that Jiang Qi's people had come here. After some time, the guys were in the Red Sun sect and reported everything that happened to them. Ming Ye talked about everything except the girl's legendary divine body. Shen Shuzhong said that he was inattentive. It was a long time ago, and so he forgot. 100 years ago, their sect lost the Red Sun Pass. Apparently, it fell into the hands of Guangsun. Using the pass, he sent his people into the cave, but they could not pass the test. Now Ming Ye and Lan Su have special rights to dispose of the cave. The girl said that this matter must be related to Bohu Sun, because this matter is related to Jin Qi. It was he who sent 3 people into the cave. The man said that it was better not to talk about it, because if people find out that they killed 3 people from the sacred lands, it will frame them, and then there will be consequences. Ming Ye himself understood that no matter what your status, it is dangerous to get involved with sacred lands. But can they really only hide and be afraid? Shen Shuzhong said that they not only need to hide it, but also move to another place. The sect will not be able to help them contain the wrath of the sacred lands. Master Gao Fang suggested a place in the northern sacred lands. Lan Su should go there and practice there. This place is very valuable. After this, Shen Shuzhong told our hero that in a few days he would be enrolled in the academy. The Red Sun sect is just the first step on the path to greatness. Lan Su was upset that she and Ming Ye would have to be separated, and she didn't want that. The guy said that it was only for a few years and they would see each other every month in the cave. For real feelings, distance is not a hindrance. The sect leader smiled and said that in this case he would write a letter to the mentor so that he would notify the northern sacred lands. Tomorrow, they will be able to meet her. Meanwhile, the action moves to the courtyard of the elder Guangsun. The man screamed in bewilderment at that moment. What does it mean that only Lan Su and Ming Ye came out of the cave? Where are the Xianfei people? The guy said that most likely there was a misfortune. They were important people of the sacred lands, and if something really happened to them, Bohu's son was terrified. He didn't know what to do because in any case he was finished. UNK could not understand how the followers of the sacred lands could die. Are Ming Ye and Lan Su stronger than them? Guangsun told them that the past cannot be changed, so it is better to think about how to remove suspicion from themselves. He asked his son if he had a way to cover up this matter. The guy at that moment was still in a panic and said that 3 talents had died and not some prodigal dogs. Their task was simply to train and improve their avatars to the legendary divine body, and not to get involved in dangerous matters. UNKE hit the table and said that in this case it is necessary. Say it directly. Of course they will shift responsibility to another person. At this moment, Bohu-sun smiled and said that they could not tell everything, as if Shen Shuzhong killed Xiangfei, and then he would have to pay for what he had done. Meanwhile, the father will become the head of the sect, and it turns out that they will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Isn't this wonderful? The man said that the people of the sacred lands are not fools and they do not believe everything they say. We need to think things through correctly. UNKE said that he has a transformation technique so they won't cope. He may turn into Shen Shuzhong, and Uncle will discover this. Meanwhile, the action is transferred to the dining room of the Red Sun sect, in which almost a feast was taking place. Ming Ye, taking a glass, said that for some reason he and Lan Su would soon leave the sect. They hope that in the distant future, they will still be able to get together. Xing Chun said that if they decided to leave, they had a good reason, so he supported them. In any case, their whole life is still ahead. They will meet again. At that moment, a perplexed Ridian Zhao, who had not been invited, entered the dining room. Don't they take the freeloaders seriously? Our hero laughed and said that they didn't say anything because they knew that the king of freebies would definitely come. They even prepared cutlery for him. The guy started laughing at that moment, because Ridian Zhao really came, as Ming Ye said. The guy immediately jumped at the table. He was told that he could eat as much as he wanted. At that moment, a sword flew towards them, which our hero felt and grabbed. People came into the dining room and said that the guy was a daredevil if he dared to kill Xiangfei people. Bohu Sun began to scream and ask why he did this if he knew that they were talents of the sacred lands. Our hero broke the sword with his fist and asked if the guy had lost all his brains after their last meeting. He sat in the cave all the time and trained. Bohu Sun continued to shout that Xiangfei had died in the Red Sun Cave. How dare Ming Ye say he didn't do it? Yuan Ke said that this guy is just a third-level warrior. They definitely couldn't kill the first-level warriors. 100% there is someone very strong behind them. Meanwhile, people said that Ming Ye definitely could not cope with the followers of the sacred lands. But the head of the sect treats the guy very well. Is it really him? Bohu Sun and Yuan Ke were pleased with themselves. The result was beyond all expectations, because the news had already begun to spread. Ming Ye stood up at the table and said that although they talk about everything, he didn't see any Xiangfei in the Red Sun Cave. They should behave more modestly in their sect. Yuan Ke and his comrade left the dining room with the words that he was a murderer and ran into Xiangji, which means they are finished. Ridian Zhao said that these guys are from Holy Lands and they are very ambitious. They started quarreling like fools, which means something is wrong here. At that moment, our hero realized what was happening. Their target is the sect leader. Ming Ye immediately ran, saying that he urgently needed to get to the head, and they might not be waiting for him.